All right. Um, what I said on Sexy Red's channel, I stand by what I said. Okay. And what's so funny about it? What's so amazing about it that the people who I refer to have nothing to say. I'm still looking for a response. I'm still waiting for that response, but I'm not holding my breath. Don't get me wrong. I'm not holding my breath, but I want to know the interesting take of what I said. See, it seems that some people, that I call out based on the fuckery that they do, whether they're blue pill or red pill. When I call both of them out, right? When I call both of them out, I notice one thing though that happens. The red pill fools will try to see who's which female supporter I have and go after that female supporter, right? Case in point. Let me use AJ and Seen Red. Yeah, I'm use my old enemy, AJ and Seen Red as a point. I told this Shine about, okay, how about you refute, dissect, deconstruct what I said? Can you deconstruct and dissect and refute what came out my mouth? AJ couldn't do that, right? So AJ went straight to Sexy Red. Did not want to talk about the facts that I put that on the panel, and I'm referring to Citizen Lou's panel last week, a week ago or so. So so AJ kept on using that whole "what about Chicago?" woo woo woo, and I said okay. So I gave Lou a whole list of data, charts, articles that actually destroy what comes out his mouth. So Lou put the news article up on the screen. AJ couldn't say nothing, right? All thing AJ did was he saw Sexy Red up in the Sexy Red was up in the chat room. Instead of addressing about what I'm talking about, because I came for him, he want to talk about what Sexy Red doing. Sexy Red, you don't got no eggs. The eggs in your ovaries are ran out. Woo 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 woo. Instead of being a man and address, uh, yeah, instead of being a man and address what I said. See, I'm getting see, and that's one of those red pill fools. Let me move on to the blue pill, right? Let me move on to the blue pill. The blue pill does the same thing. DJ Torch was up in Sexy Red's channel doing that sanctimonious attitude, and Bro Speaks, shout out to Bro Speaks, went ahead and Bro Speaks called him out about old girl trying to get Peso Man in some legal hot mess because she put out this thing about Peso Man being gay, where being homosexual is illegal and you can face the death penalty in the country where Peso Man lives at. So she put out that lie out. So Bro Speak called it out. I came on the channel, on the panel rather, called it out Friday. And my voice over there is the same as over here, like the tone of voice. I wasn't yelling, wasn't screaming, wasn't doing anything of the sort. Then the only person who was yelling and screaming was Torch himself and Pastor $40, and sometimes Peso Man, to less extent Peso Man. So GJ Torch went ahead and went on to his channel the next day, that Saturday afternoon, and did his little sanctimonious, self-righteous attitude about that, how black men are this and black men are that, and how black men just ruined Sexy Red's channel, Sexy Red's panel last night by all that yelling and everything else. I'm looking at him. I said, really? So I just made a community tab. Make sure his name was attached to the community tab. I said, what you said on your live stream about Sexy Reds, what you said on your Saturday live stream between the 17-minute mark and the 19-minute mark of your Saturday, uh, September the 2nd, 2023 live stream is going to complete lie, because you was the one lying and acting a fool and everything else on Sexy Red. Nobody else but you. You as an old man, you should have all the responsibility, because you the elder, so called. Okay, you are the elder. So earlier tonight, I was hoping he will appear back on Sexy Red's channel, and I blame I blame Pastor Dollar. I blame Pastor for a lot of the fuckery, because Pastor don't know when to shut up. See, and that's where, and let me go off. Uh, Let me digress to something for a minute. This reason why MOT is right, about some of you niggas. You niggas should not be breathing, okay? Because there's serious things people are trying to do, and y'all get up in the way. Okay, that was one thing though. I agree with MOT on, over there on lose live stream. Too many of you niggas get up in the way. James Kills get up in the way. Pastor gets up in the way. Action Potential gets up in the way. All these niggas want to get up. There is a serious conversation. You get niggas want to sit there and do. Yeah, I got to roast. No. This ain't the time for it. Hooping and hollering ain't no time for that. Take that shit for at the kids' table. We over here trying to have an adult conversation and try to hash something out real quick. But anyway, going back to, but I digress and go right back to the topic. So anyway, so I went over there tonight, early tonight, and I said what needs to be said. And you know what I noticed? Silence. See, a lot of you blue pill simps who hide behind women, y'all, only thing I say is, when some of y'all when I call you out on your fuckery, same when I call out the red pill guys out, you blue pill dudes, y'all hide, y'all either not say anything, but y'all hide behind women. See, the thing is, what AJ did, AJ tried to use Sexy Red to attack Sexy Red, rather than explaining why he's wrong on the data that I showed him. When I say something to a blue pill simp, he's going to shut his mouth and hide behind a woman. See, a lot of y'all on the YouTube streets, on what I call negative, are beneath me. That's right. A lot of y'all are actually beneath me. You know. And let me say something. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. Let me check that. BB said, yeah, I did. I even super chatted a question to AJ on that panel. All right. Hold on. And let me address that too. Hold on. I see the lovely golden goddess in the chat room. What's going on, girl? You looking cute. looking cute right there with that picture. Anyway, so about Reg, right? About Reg. I want y'all to understand something. Reg think he had won something with that live stream he did. That 8 hour, 9 hour live stream he did. You know, you know, everybody, he got all the gang back together and all that, right? Oh, he got everybody back. Right, right. You see, AJ won't go at me hard, but he likes to go at women though. AJ loves to go at women, but he will never step up to a man. You know what I'm saying? He'll never step up to a man. That's why if I say that's why I told him the other day. If I see you, it's gonna be some shit. Cause I do not like no punk ass nigga. But anyway, back to Reg. You see, the thing is, and it's like what John the Analyst said a few months ago. Don't call that a comeback. Don't call what you just did with the whole Deneen Warren issue. I wouldn't have called that a comeback. That's not even a comeback because you willing to exploit your own friends. And let me say this again. You're going to exploit your own friends. What's going on, Pierre? I see you in the chat room. I hope though you feeling better. I hope you're feeling better. But like I said, going to Reg since BB brought Reg up, yeah, that'll 8 hour live stream from last night on Reg's channel. Again, I wouldn't call that a comeback. Right. Yeah, but I wouldn't call that a comeback because the point is that he used his friend's marriage, the breakdown of their marriage, as a way to increase his own um that's right. That's right. That's right, BB. From what I heard, they wanted to go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They wanted in a all about it's a comeback for Warren. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. You know, I wouldn't say that. But the thing is, Reg thought though, since Reg made all that money and got all that attention, and my thing, I'm still troubled by that. I know he's a scumbag. I know Reg is a scumbag, but blatantly have done something that like actually exploiting your friends your friend's demise, your friend's marriage being ruined, and capitalizing off of it. Let me tell you something. That's like me in let me say that's like saying I remember about 5 6 years ago, right? About 5 6 years ago, I was dating another YouTuber, right? And we all are friends, and me and her are friends with Pierre, right? Now, let's say if Pierre took our problems and broadcast that out in the world, do you know though that would you know do you know that would be seen as, oh, this woman is in in somebody's relationship and putting it out there for the public. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is, why would somebody would try to capitalize off of somebody getting a breakup? Now I find that highly disgusting. Am I allowing you on the panel? Um. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fine. That's fine. That's fine that you said BB. That's fine that you said BB. But the point is, BB. Okay, it was just like a one shot thing. If that was the case, then he would have did that the first day. Then Warren would have came on there the first day when it started. No, the Nene was on there. All what he should have said is, no, I'm not gonna put no, y'all my friends, I'm not gonna put this out there. No, y'all my friends, I'm not gonna sit there and do that. And I'm looking at that, I'm like, okay, y'all really gonna do this shit? And all them idiots on that channel just giving out donation money on and so forth and trying to, you know, and having these stupid ass arguments, talking about the woman's child and shit, making excuses for this man, talking about this woman's daughter all sorts of ways, and I'm just sitting there looking at y'all like, you know, y'all act like y'all have won something. No, y'all just told on yourselves how down and dirty y'all asses, and then y'all the same ones complaining about why women don't respect you, but these women have every right not to respect you because y'all are a lot of y'all who was on that panel are third bags. Okay, okay, okay. I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link. But like I said, the topic's not really about Warren or the Nene. It's about something. Um it's about something else though. But anyway, the topic's not really about Warren and Nene. It just happened. That BB just happened to brought it up. I just because I really was talking about something else. Oh shit. Oh wait, hold on. Let me add you to the screen. Okay. Okay,
Hey,
hold
Big
on.
J.
What's going on?
How you doing? So I just wanted. I know it's about Reg, right?
Huh? So what?
The topic is about Reg, right?
Not necessarily. BB brought Reg up. I was talking about something else though.
Because the whole situation, it was. I mean, first and foremost, I wanted to say this because I don't feel like Donini's little girl, her daughter. I know she's like a teenager, but she's still a little girl in my eyes because I'm a grown ass woman. So I don't feel the story that was being portrayed about her was fair. That's one. I don't think that. I think that when Warren went on Reg's channel, he knew that the situation between him and her was pretty much over. That the reason for him to do it was for him to get a foothold, and he wanted to make sure that Danini got hurt, and she did behind her daughter. Any sane woman would not want a group of dudes, especially manosphere dudes, objectifying their teenage daughter like what was taking place in Regis channel.
That's why when I was on Sexy Red's channel of Friday, you know,
Uh-huh.
I was going. That's why I said though a lot of those guys, the optics. That's why I was telling the super slide that he's full of shit because
Uh-huh.
looking at a bunch of grown men in their 30s and 40s talking about teenage
And
girls.
50s and 60s.
But people who are over the age of 35, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody on that panel is over the age of 35, and you're hearing a man calling a teenage girl all sorts of bitches and hoes and so forth. And I'm sitting there like, and y'all act like what y'all said is right. And then though you heard that dumb idiot, a big game word all James saying, I didn't see. He told Reg, yeah, yesterday. I don't see nothing wrong what was said. Okay, let me call your daughter's name out of her name. Let's have a bunch of dudes call your daughter all them sorts of names. Be Rio Ford, the B
I'm gonna
word.
be honest. I'm a mother, and hearing the way that Warren and they talked about that little girl made me angry. Okay, and
Right, and
I'm
that's
not even cool with
that's why.
Donini.
Yeah. I hate that.
I don't hate her like you like that. I just don't want anything to do with her. The thing is though, I don't like how they talked about that little girl. I don't think.
And I was trying to explain that shit on Sexy Red's channel.
Mhm.
I was trying to explain that shit, but Pastor $40 had to get up in the way and all that.
But this is a much greater problem though, Big J, because if you're going to sit and talk about a girl whom you don't know and you only are going by um I mean, for God's sake, look at Warren. He's one of the most disgusting people on YouTube. I have no respect whatsoever for him. Okay? And
and,
I have my thoughts and my feelings about what really transpired. But the thing is that if you spent any amount of time, 7 years, 8 years with a woman, why on fucking God's green earth would you come on a social media platform to sit and talk badly about this woman's daughter, knowing that that's her flesh and blood of her blood, bone of her bone? And if you had any kind of caring for that woman, you would have never fucking did that at
and,
all.
and then I'm hearing Sly. Then Sly going to talk to. Oh man, you should take her back. Who is going to take? I was going to tell Super Sly the other day. Who is going to take that? You can't come back from that. You can't.
Mm-mm.
You can't. You know whether no matter how we feel about that bitch, the Nene. How the fuck can you? How can fuck the Nene gonna take his ass back when
I
everybody
mean,
on that
she'd be
panel?
crazy to take him back because that
No,
kind of thing that took place. But I was just trying to get to the point. The real point is that this shows the mentality of our society. This shows the mentality of social media and men for them to sit and not have any kind of idea of why a child would do the psychology of child, why they would do what they do just based off of this type of like female tyranny against women. Like this type of stuff it's very disgusting. It's super disgusting because honestly, I didn't see anything Donini's daughter did wrong. I'm gonna be God's honest truthful.
and what Donini said makes sense. Here's why.
Mhm.
When he said, "Oh, she was running around the house in a sports brawl," everybody sit there and believe that, right? But then though, if she's part of a dance team and all that sports shit, cheerleader, I don't know. Well,
Yeah,
they wear that. It's
and
not
and yeah, because dance
yeah,
teams wear these type of
right.
uniforms with the little shortcut T-shirts and stuff.
Right,
That's the
right.
uniform.
So don't God. That's why I said everybody who's on that panel are fucking idiots.
But
I said,
that shows the immaturity
y'all,
of the men on the panel, though.
and that's why I said those dudes are beneath me. You can't sit there and think for 2 minutes. Oh, she's wearing a sports bra. Think about that
But
for.
Warren said everything about that little girl it was so disturbing to me because everything out of his mouth was sexually aimed at that little girl.
Right, and then
Big
on
J, let that sink in for a second.
it's already. I mean, I already thought about that
He
already.
said everything he said was sexually aimed at that little girl.
Right, I
That
understand
little
that, but
girl wasn't being sexual towards him.
hold on, Pierre. Let's add on the other shit though that people haven't true forgot. Okay, why is this grown man calling another YouTuber's daughter? You go on YouTube. You remember that incident about 4 or 5 years ago, or a few years ago, when he got on the phone and called somebody else's daughter, so somebody's
Yeah,
unnamed daughter.
I know,
So,
I
so
know.
yeah, you
It's a
know that,
habit.
right?
It's a habit for
Yeah,
him.
but nobody can sit there and actually sit there and have a long ass
I
memory.
want him to read between the lines about why is he not an active participant in his own daughter's life, and then why would
They
he be?
never asked that question. They never
Why? What was?
asked that
So
question.
I'm asking why is the mother not comfortable with him being in his own daughter's life? That's the question I'm asking. Okay, that's one of the questions I'm asking. And another thing I'm asking is why are they taking what he's saying about this little girl? I see a little girl who only wants people to spend the night, like constantly spend the night as a shield and protection. That's what I see that as.
Right,
And
right.
men who are not aware, they're not aware and they're just listening to him say willy-nilly shit should be a fucking red flag.
And I'm looking at it's and again, Pierre. This is not. I'm not making this live stream about them. You know, BB.
No, it's not about them, but it's about the whole group of dudes who think it's okay to attack a young girl like her.
Right.
A girl who's not even on social media.
Making excuses. And the whole issue of making excuses, like, I hear Big Game saying, I don't see them making it. I don't hear them. I don't think what they said was wrong. What they say. No, you got 15 dudes on the panel, at any given point was talking about that girl.
Yes.
Make excuses. Oh wait, he was trying to be the man out. He trying to put his foot down. Dude, you know, you know, they can't comprehend. Those guys can't comprehend. They like, and this is my problem with them over there. They like to talk about people, but don't know the context, nor like they know, nor they can comprehend the English language enough to understand. Oh, okay, she's in the dance team. That's not a sports bra she's wearing.
Yes, I mean that honestly that's beside the point. The whole thing is
I'm not. Now, Pierre, I know you want to dwell on this. I'm trying to move on away from this topic. I'm trying to go about.
No, because I feel it needs to be said because this little girl was attacked and she's not even a grown adult yet. I feel like when you can sit up as a group of men, and just totally annihilate and attack a young girl who's not even 18 yet over some shit that a man can say to you, that to me is very extremely disturbing.
Understand that, Pierre, but my thing is we knew about Warren years ago. I'm not, no. I'm moving on away from this shit because it really disgusts me. The problem is the men over there who sit there and just be nonchalant, and then they wonder why women don't respect them. Hold on, someone else in the chat. Somebody went in the panel. Let's see who this is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Joe.
Yeah, what's up, Big J? What's going on?
Hey, Joe. How you doing?
What's going on, Big J? I'm glad we can hopefully have the conversation now because Pastor wanted to.
Pastor really fucked up the conversation.
Yeah, he was derailing things the other night. He was working my last nerve. That's why I had to drop off.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
no,
and now those sex ready want to have a conversation. Too late now because DA Torch is no longer is not on the panel because I called his ass out on that bullshit was trying to do, and Super Slide ain't over here, so wasn't over there. So what's the point? What's the point? What's the point having a do over? Ain't no point having a do over. It's all
pretty much. But no. I wanted to talk to you about it because I know I understand what you were saying, and then and that's why I had to sit back and listen to it again. And I was like, wait a minute, don't you think I said, actually, I was the one that said about, you don't talk about a woman's child. Me as a father and stepfather and then married, like I said, this is my third go around with it. I mean, my first go around was longer than damn near pretty much most people, 20 years. But the thing of it is, I mean, you don't do that. You don't disrespect the child. I mean, the thing is, you shouldn't have brought it up in the first place. And that's why I said, to him, I said, I guess, like, I remember saying that. I was like, no, man, you don't, because that's going to make me, it becomes personal then. That's when it became real to me in the sense of, I thought these two were like you were saying the other day, Big J. I'm thinking like, okay, they're clowning. This is going to be some skit. They're going to be like, surprise, haha, we whatever in a couple of days.
Right.
And then when I said, no, the part where it got real, I said, was when he started blasting the child. I said, man, you never badmouth a woman's child. I don't care how difficult it might be, and I mean, you just don't, and that's why I said it to Warren. I said it to Warren yesterday, and I said that's the biggest mistake you made.
But he was saying, what he was saying was she never wants to come home, right? And then when she does come home, she's always got somebody spending the night. Yeah. Those are fucking red flags. Yeah. And if anybody's not mature enough to see the red flags, you got a problem. Why doesn't she want to be home with him alone when her mom's not there?
Right. And that would lead me to the next problem. That's why when I was, like I said, I listened to it again. And I'm like, okay, he got a couple of things wrong here. Okay, she doesn't trust being around him. In other words, she doesn't like him, it sounds like.
The little girl doesn't, yes.
Yes, the little girl doesn't, because, I said she doesn't like him. Okay, so that's what it is. I said, because when you have a situation like that, like I have my stepsons or whatever, my stepdaughter, and they're older, they're grown, except for the one that's in college now. But they're like, when we were home alone or whatever, or, mom had to go to a seminar or something like that, it was like business as usual. They'd be like, hey, I'm going to go out for the, not a promise. Make sure you tell me where you're at. So I know if something happens, I can say to the police, the last place he said he was going to was da-da-da-da. I'm not trying to get in your business. I'm not trying to, got your little girlfriend or whatever else. I know you're over there at her house. I know where she lives at and the whole thing. And that's how we work.
Uh-oh, what happened? Oh. Joe?
What happened?
What happened, Joe? You must be driving. But yeah, I'm not gonna dwell on this up here because the point I'm trying to make is after that it's over with for your boy over there. It's over for Reg. I mean,
Reg has no fucking moral compass. Because as much as I can sit and talk shit about Reg on a daily basis, because he's just that much of a reject, but he is so deplorable to allow Warren to say the shit he said about Donini's daughter. He should have cut that shit off. Like, nip that shit in the bud. Whatever is going on.
He shouldn't have brought it up at all. He shouldn't have had Donini up there. Shouldn't have had Warren up there. He should have kept that shit off.
Well, he's a whoremonger when it comes to trying to make money off of YouTube. So that anything that is sensationalist or sensationalism, he's gonna do it. You know that, right? But where he needs to fucking draw the line is leave fucking kids out of this dumb mess. And he should have did that, and he didn't. You there, Big J?
I'm here, but I'm not trying to make, like, again, Pierre, I'm not trying to make it about them. I was using it as a thread on what I was about to say something else, but go ahead. I mean, this is just talk about Reg and Donini Warren shit now. I mean, I was supposed to,
No, it's not. It's. I mean, it's.
Back to where I was trying to segue back to where I was going at last night, but anyway, back. Okay, but since we here, I'm gonna stay here on this for a few more minutes, and I hope Joe comes back on. I'm gonna stay on this for a few more minutes. I'm moving on to another topic, but I'm already, when it comes to Reg, don't call that a comeback because everybody, because with the next couple weeks, so nobody's gonna be showing up over there again.
Sorry about that. I don't know why StreamYard does that.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Oh, thank you. No, I don't know why StreamYard does that. I don't like it, for some reason, it does that to me. But I was saying though, I don't understand why Reg even went and started the whole. I mean, I told my man I wouldn't have never done it.
Right.
This is their private. I mean, this is something private. I know what Warren is doing. I know the tactic he's trying to use, and to a certain degree, it's not working.
It was a manipulation tactic. That's what it was.
Right. I mean, and that's why I mean it was like, because even Danini asked me that night. She's like, "Well, what is?" I said, "Because what he's doing is he's trying to get in front of it. So what it is if I go to the court of public opinion, and I sit out there and I put out my side of the story and my this and that, and I put this whole entire thing out, I'm gonna get this rah rah rah."
But this is the trippy part. The trippy part.
Mm-hmm.
The trippy part is that she had already put him out, told him to go back to his own apartment before he even went to Reg's channel. So for him to do that, he was feeling some kind of like fucking pout childish shit that he decided he was going to go ahead and attack Danini's daughter. And in my opinion, that shit's not cool at all.
No. It's not. I mean, and like I said, I think that's where I think he's going to lose in the court of public opinion, because a lot of people are sitting there saying, "Nah, man, you just don't do that, man. You just don't. It's a no. Don't. Somebody talked about my daughter or my son. Oh, I'll be livid." It'll be on the. I mean, and it would be on site. I don't care where you at. It'd be on site.
I mean, at this point, I am 100% on Danini's side concerning her daughter. Like, I'm pissed off.
Yeah.
Like, I don't dig what the fuck just happened with her daughter. Her daughter doesn't even get on social media to be slain on social media like that.
Right. I mean, people that are innocent, and you don't want to make them collateral damage. It's like wives, kids. My wife, my kids ain't on no freaking social media. They ain't not on this crap,
Mm-hmm.
And they don't even know anything about any of this stuff. A lot of times they think it's crazy to even listen to something. Because my wife be like, this is crazy.
Yeah, but she doesn't even know that she just got victimized on fucking social media.
Right.
But hopefully, like outside of Warren, I'm still pissed off that dude who was on that panel.
Yes.
Outside of Warren, because as far as I'm concerned, Warren is done, because anybody can like take that show. Everybody download it by now.
Oh please.
And hell.
Bombed them looped it by now. I even downloaded it. I was recording as it was going. Yeah.
I was recording everybody. What's going on? So
that's why I told Red, just said putting it on members only don't mean nothing, man.
It don't mean nothing, because everybody's got. I was screen recording as it was going.
Man, everybody.
All I did. Let me tell you what I did. I took this laptop, put it in the closet. I got a little closet space where so nobody can hear the sound. I push record, went outside.
Mm-hmm.
I knew what was going on. I knew what was about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, any fool. And Reg ain't that bright, and Warren ain't that bright either. Anybody, Danini can turn right back around, clip what's been said, go to the police, say I want a restraining order, and it be justified based upon what's said. And these guys on here, oh yeah, man, you got people like that idiot, Big Game. Oh, he dropped off again. You got big game. Oh yeah, she's a bitch. And all that. Let me see who else trying to show up. Oh, Full Circle trying to show up.
Yeah, let's Full Circle. I want to hear what Full Circle. Hey, for Full Circle.
What's going on?
Yeah,
what's going on, Big J? It's been a minute.
Yeah, I know. I was supposed to be talking about something else, and then people want to talk about this shit, and I ain't trying. Right. I ain't trying to talk about this anymore.
Well, actually, I stayed out of all of it. You noticed that, right?
Right.
And you notice, along with you, Pure, I don't miss a beat, right? The part that I was wondering about, and I know Joe, if he wants to come back up, because I wanted to talk to him about something. Oh, you there, Joe?
Okay.
And just to get your thoughts. Now,
what's up, full circle? Okay.
what's going on, man?
What's going on?
So check this out. What's going on? So I get it that chat mafia, and it's not even about chat mafia, like the chat, as you all call it. Whoever invented it, started it, it's not even about that. I thought to myself, for one, those ones are on the panel. I'll give an example. You're a married man. Gabe is a married man. I'm looking at the married couples. We got Super Slot married, strictly married couples, not the ones in boyfriend, girlfriend. For one, this should have never hit social media. It should have never, ever. I had such an issue with the whole entire thing. Part 1, part 2, part 3. The entire players. The one thing, and I could have flew up on that panel at any time, regardless of letting the smoke, as they say, simmer, things chill out. I was appalled because, for one, I saw Super Sly, saw yourself, cut the stream, let it go. You stop this. Just stop this. The part that I saw that this was known a minute ago, regardless of us, the chat, the people, all us knowing about all of this, but it was obvious. You know, we saw some things. We just didn't get out there and put it out there. It wasn't our right to do that. I thought to myself, for one, it was betrayal. I never heard that word. Get what I'm saying? He'll come back. I never heard the word, Big J, Pure. This was betrayal on top of betrayal, through and through. All parties involved was wrong. And it's just something that you just don't do. And the thing about it, I get it. This is beyond just, y'all, is this enough entertainment, as they say, for you? Are you not entertained? Even saying that is I'll say the word, I'll say the word SHIT. That's crap. This ain't entertainment. As far as it being Jerry Springer, it's even beyond that. Maybe it is that. It was that for you too, but it was awful. It was awful. And I thought to myself, not you, Joe, or the married couples, just anybody. If something had went down and y'all supposed to be, let's say on that panel, so tight knitted homies, chat mind, the homies. Could they come to any one of y'all? And I'll just use, and I'm not pointing the finger like that to say, hey, I'm going to email you. I'm going to hit you behind the scenes. I need to talk to you, Reg. Something so important. I don't need it to be put out there. And it's involving, like, because Reg has been married before, even though he's not now. Now, go there with me. Can I come to you? And if you can't, not being a doctor or a therapist, can I truly come to you and talk to you in confidentiality? Just, you know what I mean? Just speak to you. And if you got to bring you, Joe, as a married man or Super Slot, I'm talking about married couples, because I'm going through something right now. There's something that I'm going through and I really need your help. I'm wondering, with everything being so tight, with the brotherhood type of, that what I could witness, because I don't see it. I just see it for what it is. I'm wondering if anyone could go up there and confide in each other as friends and say, I got your back. This won't even have to go out there on social media for everybody to see. I will talk to you and I'll do my best to help you. And if I can't help you, I got one of the homies. I got one of the fellow partners. Because I notice, and I don't catch the streams all the time, Joe, cats get on there every day, shoot the shit, shuck and jive. And this was a situation where it was like, this was bad. Someone in need. F them subs, F them the view counts, all of that. This was a real life issue. And I was shocked. Because it was like, it wasn't about saving nobody. It was that whole, put it together. Can't y'all come back together? I get all of that, but the damage had been done. And the part that got me was what
you can fix your mouth to say to a woman where this man just called your daughter all kinds of bitches and whores.
Right.
She's not even 18 years old. And all she's doing is living her goddamn life as a teenager.
But check this out, Pure.
Fix your mouth to tell her that.
Right. But Pure, this is what I'm noticing. And Big J, regardless if you agree or not, even you, Joe, as men, Donini said, with all that Kevin Samuels watching and looking at the videos and all of that, I just wanted these men to be taught to be men. Did you catch that?
Yeah, she did.
Did you hear that? That came from Donini, as if like, even with her not being in the right or the wrong, like I said, I'm not taking no sides. I'm looking at it to where it was like a desperation of that. These men that are being taught by Kevin Samuels, the putting your purse and your wallet on the table, it's been major damage done. the part with Warren was not the only one. There's followers out there that have probably gone through things and their relationships have literally been damaged. We would never know. That's only one example. But he was saying these men need to be taught to be men. And I thought to myself, like I said before, and I'll say it again, I'd have nothing against the political talk. I think it's great. Even when you speak on things from what was it, Disney, ESPN, all the political talk, history talk, all the up and talk. I enjoy that. I enjoy that. That's the only time that I might tune in and listen and come around. But like Big J said, I'm not with the lies. I'm not at all with the lies. There's been so many lies told, and I'll usually hear it. And notice I haven't flew up on the channel. Get what I'm saying? I did my thing in January. I came in mid summer when I spoke to LAR and who was that? Who was that guy? Mac Bone. I came back again to talk to Loadcast, Surism, and AC about the long. You know, it's on that type of conversation. Yeah, then here I am again. I don't wait until 5 years or 1 year. You know, I usually wait in the cut, but I listen. I literally listen to see, you know, what's being said, not to catch every word. But once again, like you said, Pure, you was waiting for my input. It was a SHIT show through and through and through. And the issue, like I said before it even got there, for that moment, forget the subs, forget the views. Yeah, it's growing. And I mean, in Reg's case, you know, and that's a good thing. But to what extent to where you got to be put on the chopping block? Because it could have been you, Pure. I believe you were married at one time.
Me, because you don't ever hear me talking about my ex-husband.
Right. It could have been Big J. It could have been Joe. It could be any one of us. But if it came down to it, to where if we came to where we need to talk to someone, could we talk to an individual and say, I really need your help? Because I thought
I get what you're saying if you were sincere about needing help. But what he did was to come up was not about getting help.
Right.
It was about slandering Donini's daughter and her family and Donini. That's what that was about. It was not about getting help.
No, Full Circle's talking about Reg.
No, I'm talking about Reg to the point to where an individual, because the part that I heard is that he was approached, emailed, he came to him, and I saw it. Right. It was done behind the scenes, but I'm looking at it to where it's like, wait a minute, hold up. Okay, you coming to me, but you know what? I don't think I'm the person that's going to do that. You want me to put that out there, and not even like a second question. Are you sure you want me to put that out there? Like, you know, when it's those court, that when Reg does the court.
But that tells you his character, because Reg should have known, if you got any kind of freaking morality in your bones at all, you're going to cut that shit short and not allow it. That's the problem that I have with it. It's not just me jumping on the panel and coming after this person. Why did you do that? You know you was wrong. That's all on some. Yeah, I get it, but it's kind of like, you know what? It should have never. Like, we shouldn't even known about this. It shouldn't have been that. Yeah, I just wish that should have been worked out behind the scenes, instead of just coming on panels. And I'm gonna say it. No, I'm gonna say this. All of that, hell the pit. The hell with the pit. Meaning. And I'm not saying with all respect or no respect. Work on your relationship. Work on what you need to go to. Get off these panels. Stay off these panels and work on your personal. Like Super Sly said it best. Take 90 days off. Take a year off and work on work on yourself, Joe.
And that's
real life.
Sly and I were basically both basically about to say the same thing.
Right.
He's mentally a child. You know that, right?
What's that, Pure?
He's mentally a child. There's no grown-ass man that's about some shit that runs around saying, hail the pit, or whatever the fuck. They just don't do that.
But the thing about this whole entire thing is Full Circle pretty much wrapped it up in the sense of, you know, this is something where, like I said, you know, we should have never heard about it. I've said this. I said it on Regis a couple of times. We should have never heard about none of this. This is something where, you do need to take 90 days. If you decide you want to do the divorce route, then you need to go ahead and get it together, wrap it up, and keep on moving. You know, because the thing about it is you know, you don't want. Well, the court of public opinion is not, especially court of Black YouTube EBT section public opinion. It's not. You don't want that. Actually, you don't want that. Because because a lot of people still don't believe. They think, oh yeah, this is some sort of skit kind of thing. A lot of people still sitting there saying that, and thinking like, yeah, okay, yeah. And I don't think it's going to be real for people until they do say, okay, yo, divorce papers or whatever else. But the thing about it is, like Full Circle said, no, this is something that, trust me, being through divorce and everything before, the hardest part of divorce is it feels like you lose a part of yourself, and it feels like a part of you dies when you get divorced.
Right. And look at Joe. And Joe.
You only feel that. You only feel that if you were actually invested in the person that you were unified with in a marriage.
And like I said, my first marriage was 20 years. The second one was only 1 because I shouldn't have done. And I said I told her, and I put it out there on I had to say I had to apologize to her 1,000 times. I was not prepared to do it again.
Right.
After so many years of being with that person. Now I'm with my wife now. We're going on 12, almost 13 years. It's a thing. It's a case of, we both kind of have gone through the same thing. She was married 20 years the first time type of thing. And I had to deal with the blended family piece of it all. And I said, you think now, I'm in a better mind space to deal with it. So, and that took time.
But Joe, check this out. For one, let me throw this in there. When Big J spoke on it, when I believe Big J that you thought it was a skit, you said this on one of your videos. I didn't think it was a skit. I could tell that she was hurt. If you're familiar with women and dating, marriage or not, you know when a woman is done and they hurt. You just know it's something in them. Either you just know when they like, I'm hurt. And I was hoping in that moment, regardless of jumping on a panel or not, and I'm referring to Warren, dude, save this. Is there anything you can do? Because she's pretty much done. I'm not saying to do the whole flowers and candy. How can you make this? How can you step to the plate to be like, regardless if you had a job and lost your job, was going to get a better job. She's looking for you to step to the plate or make this right or to do something in any power that you can. If you have any,
make it right or step away from.
She's waited 7 years for him to make it right.
Pure. I know, but Pure, if that was the case, like you said, and that, you know what? And that was 7 years too long. You're right. That's way too long. But since that was the case, it still doesn't change the fact that it should have never got to us. It should have never got to us. It should have been so smooth in the transitions that either y'all gonna work it out or separate from it, but never let it get to us to where it was like I think they mentioned Gabe had heard about it. He says, no, that was a part where they weren't friends, the Aries thing. Something's going on. No, I mean with them two, that was them. I was getting it mixed up, Joe. It was like, you know what? They're done. So you know what? We're gonna move on. But I didn't, honestly, with witnessing that in all 3 parts, part 1, part 2, part 3, I didn't want to hear the details. The part with Warren, even with Danini.
Danini said straight out, she goes, I didn't bring it here.
Right.
I know.
Because if you and let me take you back to Dave.
Go ahead, Joe.
When this whole entire thing happened, it was a typical. We thinking, okay, it's gonna be a typical Reg Live. I think he was talking about some Britney grind, some crap like that. I don't even listen to the beginning part because I'm like, I don't even know who this freaking Britney Griner is.
Right.
But and so I was like, okay. But I saw Warren, he's in the chat, like going off, and I'm like, wow, okay, well, what's frick? I'm like, what are you flipping about, Warren? What's up?
Right.
What got you pissed off today? And he said something about Nene Aries. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm thinking, okay, maybe they mess around and joke around or whatever. I didn't really think any more about it. And then that's when he was saying about, she came up. And she was like, that's what she started telling her whole story and everything, and about the skeeting and all this.
But Joe, I'm confused though because Warren was in the chat throwing that out there until Danini was like, here you go. Danini tried to blow it off and be like, stop. Not stop. What the heck? She was while he was in the chat. It wasn't like they were both on there. So this is what I'm confused, but slightly to where it was presented to Reg. And was this supposed to be in the title? Because this wasn't. It was like you said, first it started with Brittany Renner, different topics. So how was this supposed to be rolled out? Like a presentation, like, hey,
we don't know. Because the thing about it was, because like I said, it took us long. I think somewhat for a surprise, because we're like, wait a minute, okay, he's in the chat still twerking on and on,
right?
And then, she's up here talking, and I'm thinking, okay, yo, man, why don't you get up here and countersign or whatever? And he's like, he'll do it tomorrow. He'll do it tomorrow. I'm thinking, okay, well, you should have done that from the giddy up. If you're going to do this, you should have done it where you had the ability to come up there. Now you got.
But look at Joe. But Big J, check this out. Or Joe, if that was supposed to be the case, and he had to be the jump start of it, the jump off. I mean, in Reg's case, hey, Okay, he's wrenched up. Unwrench him. I gotta block you for now or time you out because I see where this is going. I'm trying to get to where you all see that where it's like where it could have been nipped. Even though it went the way it went too far.
Nowhere could have been nipped. I'm gonna help you out.
You're speaking to the choir, though.
I know, Pierre. I know.
But no, let me tell you
You're talking about a man who fucking
Go ahead,
has
Big J.
sensationalism so he can get beer money.
It could have been nipped in that chat room because Warren was going ham up in that chat room. It could have been right there.
Yes.
When Warren was carrying on,
yes,
all that bullshit.
Yes.
And Reg kept talking about the topic. You talking about Brittany Renner and what happened on that.
Right.
When Brittany Renner did all that bullshit, right? So Warren was up and down that chat room carrying like a wild man about the Nene and shit. And that's when the Nene was kind of like, can you please stop? Can you please stop? And then she had enough.
And
she said, you know what, let me jump on this panel. And that's how it started. Like, it could have been stopped right then and there.
Now look at this. Hey, Joe.
But no, Big J, I'll give you one step. Actually, I would go one step before that. If I was Reg, I would have been like, yo, check it out, Warren, man. We're not gonna run this publicly like this. When if you can't come up here to come up with your counterpoint argument to it, then guess what? Okay, we're not gonna talk about this. If you want this to be public like this, until you have a counterpoint argument. And then you could come up here and construct it and deconstruct it and do all that other good stuff.
Right.
Instead of being out down in the chat room. See, and then the next day you come up and it's like, okay, we're waiting, people are waiting. It's like, okay, what the freak is going on? Is this cat gonna say anything or what? And so now the picture's already been painted of what this person is like. And you're not making yourself look good because you didn't jump up there in there. You don't make yourself kind of look good because you're real late to coming in here the next day.
Unfortunately for Warren, he thinks people are dumb and can't read between the goddamn lines of what he's saying. We're not dumb. We read plenty.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
We read plenty. What I read from him talking about her is the little girl doesn't feel safe around him. He did not win any brownie points. He says she doesn't come home when she's supposed to come home, when Danini's not there. Or if she is there and or if Danini's not there and the little girl is there, she always brings her best friend to spend the night. That tells me that little girl doesn't feel safe around him. That's not a win for Warren.
No. But
look at this, Joe. I got a question for you, Pure. This is for you, Pure. Check this out. I get where you're coming from. I get that. Do you think that it was right, even on Danini's end, when it went so far to where I guess one was bashing the other, to where we were learning or hearing about stuff that we should have never heard about? And you know what I'm referring to or speaking of. Yes. When it was all the skeet, it was some things that we don't know. I mean, we shouldn't have known. And it was almost like a tit for tat. Who could hurt?
But
who can hurt either one the worst?
Full circle.
The whole skeet shit, that's nothing in comparison about talking to somebody's daughter.
Oh no. I agree.
And her son. He talked about her son. Mental state.
No. With you both, I totally agree. That's why I threw in there. I said it was like it was a tit for tat or whoever. No, I agree with you both. It was all wrong. That's why when I came in the beginning, it was all in all bad, and who it made look the worst. You know what I mean? Because both were looking parties. And even in his case, with the 18-year-old, 17-year-old, what she was wearing, what she was dressing, what was happening in that room, and girls do spend the night. It was going so far to where it's like, were you trying to make yourself look good? Were you really trying to be a step parent? Was it on some grooming type of, deal? What was really going on?
But see, full circle, what happens is you have, like I said, and I said this I told Danini this even though when she came on late one night, and I said, you're hurt. I said, you're hurt. It's in your voice. I said, do you really want to make this thing work?
Right.
I mean, are you really trying to go anywhere with this in terms of making this work? I said, matter of fact, I can tell by your spirit, your voice.
I wish society would quit pushing dysfunctional men onto women. This shit from Warren. Warren is fucking dysfunctional. To sit and ask, will she work it out with him? That's the most fucked up thing I can hear. Let her fucking be single.
No, you're right. No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it because of that per se. But this is before we even heard Warren. This is like the first night she was on real late. It was like 1 o'clock on my time. I mean, our time, because she's in New Orleans with him. And I was like, if you not, if right now, you're not feeling it, you're not feeling him, you're hurt right now. And I said, this is before we even knew what he was going to say. I said, the thing about it is you need to pull.
We lost. Oh, you back? Yeah, go ahead, Joe. You back. We thought we lost you.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah.
But my problem was that could have been nipped in the bud the first day.
Right.
And then this whole thing about, they bought him. Okay, well, Joe dropped off again. I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, right? Mm-hmm. Outside of all of that, the whole betrayal, because like you mentioned betrayal over betrayal.
Yeah.
Okay, the Viper Pit has been defending Reg for years, right?
Right.
But Reg turned right back around and violated their own trust.
He's violated everybody's trust. I don't understand why people think that he's going to miraculously grow a fucking conscience. He's never going to do that.
Hold on. I'm trying to paint something. They bought him a chair. Danini Warren bought him a chair, and he turned right back around. And I'm like, dude, you really stupid. These people bought you a chair, and you
about Red
on Front Street.
Right.
They bought you a chair about 2 years ago?
No, I told him. I said, man, listen to this sound. Beep, beep, beep. That's the sound of the truck coming to repo your chair.
Right.
But Big J, right.
I mean, I don't know if y'all listened to the other day when I said
that. Yeah.
Listen to the beep, beep, beep. That's the sound of the repo truck there.
but guess what? Hey, Big J, Pure Joe, even Danini says, I've lost respect for you. I was listening very clearly. She said, I have lost respect for you based on you putting my child out there like that. That right there should have kind of hit to be like, you know what? I've done something wrong. This is not right.
But no. Warren gave him advance notice, though. Warren said in the chat that Nini's mad at you.
But that was within itself, Joe. When it went to what Danini said about stop, please, from everybody, if it was you, Super Sly, whoever, cut this, stop this, don't bring nobody extras like the Joshes or whoever came in as bystanders. When it was like, don't bring no extras, just let them talk. No, still had to do it. It was, in other words, it's like, regardless of what y'all said in the panel, I'm gonna still do what I do. And even with the part where Danini says, don't do it. Don't put my 17-year-old or 18-year-old. Do not discuss it. It was almost like when you do a copyright strike. Do not do it. He still did it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Who was the dude that come to try to lecture Danini on her marriage? Because he really pissed me off.
That was Sly.
Who?
He was so one-sided. Telling her she needs to. Well, she shouldn't have did this and she shouldn't have did that. She's like, I didn't bring it here. He goes, well, you need to work it out with him. What the fuck is wrong with that dude?
Man, listen.
Well, I think Sly, I'm not speaking for Sly, but I think I see a lot of people didn't realize that this was even going on. Some people walked in on part 3, as you would say. So they're sitting there like, well, wait a minute, why the hell are y'all even talking? And I think Sly was one of them because I haven't seen him in a minute. And then all of a sudden he showed up the other day.
But he was in on part 1, Joe. He was there from the beginning. It ain't no part 3 or 4. He was there on day 1. He was there.
He was very one-sided. He was one-sided, and he was talking about Danini's daughter too. And I'm going to be honest, I was pissed off.
No, Sly don't give a fuck because we had the same conversation on Sexy Red's channel a few months ago about kids. He always talk about fuck your kids. I don't give a damn. He always say that shit. And now though he brought that shit over the Red's channel. That's why that's why I said what I said when I was on Sexy Red's channel on Friday night. Yeah. That's why I said what I said on Friday night. I got no respect for the niggas that was on that panel. Because everybody, well, I ain't talking about you, Joe, but everybody else was saying something that was the most blatantest, evil bullshit. I'm like, y'all really saying this shit? Y'all really trying to use Danini to make a point that she's a bad mother and that child is actually on the streets doing some real forecast.
I honestly didn't see anything that little girl coming from from what Warren was saying. I didn't see anything that little girl did wrong. Let me just be honest. I was raped at 3 years old and molested again at 11 by 2 different people. Okay, let me just say this. I know what children will do to try to protect themselves. And I know the mentality of a child trying to protect themselves. And that little girl, when he was talking about her, he was showing she was trying to protect herself.
I mean, like I said, the trust factor, I think, it sounds like I said again, it sounds like it's been broken.
What?
So
the trust factor, meaning the trust.
Yeah, when you see that, like I said, I even said this on Reggie's, matter of fact, yesterday or the other day, whatever it was. I said, you have to understand, when a woman is in her feelings and the trust is gone, it's a wrap. You can cancel Christmas. I say she ain't trying to hear nothing you got to say, and then she's gonna find every single thing you ever did wrong, and she's gonna bring it out. See, but no, normally Danini would have never done that in public. She would have brought that out at that house. They might have gone out somewhere and look, this is what you did, this, and this.
Well, it sounds like she did that.
Yeah.
Already.
And so that's what I'm saying. So there's a lot of things we don't see. There's a lot of pieces to this puzzle we don't know about because a lot of it's not being told. And see, then we throw the third dynamic into this whole thing, Aries. Okay. I don't even know what I'm gonna leave that one.
Yeah.
No, I'm Joe. I'm not going to touch that. I mean, regardless of our opinions and what our thoughts are on it, I'm not going to touch that.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch with it. And I even, like I said, even with this whole entire thing, I said we shouldn't even be here again. I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. I mean, because the thing is, we don't know why she kept the card. Was it a card? Was it a letter? When was this thing? Because I asked the question yesterday to him. I'm like, okay, how old is this daggone Valentine's Day card? Are we talking? Are we talking like 4, 5, 6 months ago type Valentine's Day, or are we talking about 2, 3 years ago?
Yeah, but she addressed that.
Yeah, but I'm like, because he never given a definitive answer to it, and I'm like,
the reason why he didn't answer because Kevin Kelly kept doing that bullshit. Kevin Kelly he like to make all that threat. He like to do all that. I don't like you and making threats type shit. Do all that shit.
Kevin.
Yeah.
No, Kevin, he cool guy. But I mean, the thing is,
I wish he stopped doing that shit because he don't know what's going on. He just talking, dude. Just hang back and listen to.
No, Big J. It wasn't just that. Look at this, Pure, and this is not against anyone. Let's say in your case, Joe, you was there. If you didn't watch 1, 2, or 3, I'm gonna say it. If you didn't watch none of the videos and you just putting your take in it, be quiet. You know what I mean? If you didn't watch, if you got a smidget and maybe some of it, but if you saying I didn't see none of the video and you got something to say, do your thing. But you really don't have no dog in the fight. As far as speaking on it.
I didn't have any dog in the fight. That whatever's going on between her and Warren is her and Warren's business. I don't really care about that.
Right.
The only thing I did care about is that he slandered her kids, her daughter mainly, and her son as well. And that's the kind of shit that really irks the fuck out of me.
Well, I think it irked a lot of people, but there's another part too that I'm surprised a lot of people didn't mention. Actually, ironically, out of all the people that mentioned it, it was about the touchy-feely, handy, slappy, whatever, push, whatever kind of thing.
Oh yeah, you talking about when he said he put hands on her?
Yeah. So I mean, I'm like, okay. I said, man, you're talking a little too much now.
And then on top of that, you got that bitch ass idiot Joshua Johnson. Oh yeah, man, that's how I'm a black bitch.
Touchy Wayne. Yeah.
Joe, I didn't catch that. Big J, I didn't catch that. What Joe said, touchy putting hands. I didn't catch. Repeat that.
Actually, no, because I didn't catch it either until yesterday.
Yeah,
and he said it. You like putting your hands on. So, and I'm like, when he said it, they were kind of going. And you look and see they're going back and forth at each other in the chat. While we're talking about Disney stock and why ESPN and percentages, and while we're talking all that crap, they're going back and forth with each other in the chat. And then later on, he says it when he comes up there. He says it, but when Warren's still in the chat, he said, "Oh, about putting hands on somebody." And I was like, when he said that, I'm like, wait a minute.
Hey, but let me ask you all you three this. Did you ever now, Joe? You usually are over there mostly out of us here. You all didn't catch it, even if you just witnessing it, that when there was the whole Viper Pit thing, Warren and Aries would go at it, literally. Donini could pop in or not come. Y'all didn't, so we're not going to play the part when it was thrown up there like nobody really knows. I get it, what was really going on behind the scenes, regardless of Reg knowing or not. There was times when it was like that, when they was actually going at each other. Call it the chat, call it, because usually Warren would be in the back end, behind the scenes, talking while Donini would talk. Donini would talk and laugh. Warren would give his little input, and then they would have their little back and forth. It would simmer down, but they really had that thing. So when I heard Aries is like, I don't care about you. You ain't my friend. You ain't nothing. I saw that then. So all of a sudden now, go ahead.
As far as I'm concerned, I mean, just from hearing what all transpired, him balling his fists up at her and all this other stuff, the way he talked about her daughter and her son.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I hope she gets divorced. And if Aries is the better man and Aries has respect for her, then so be it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think in general, a lot of people feel that way. Like I said, but the Aries part of it, I'm not going to touch with a 10-foot pole. I mean, because they're trying to make him the third rail. And he really isn't the third. I mean, he's not really. He's a tiny piece of a big problem. You know.
But Pierre, hold on, Big J, hold on, Joe. But Pierre, I got a question for you. Do you think that it should have happened besides that little Valentine's card? You know, and this is not a matter if you watched all three here, the video, if you saw any of it. This just your take, what you heard from it.
On Bomb's channel.
I got you. Okay, good enough. Do you think they should have divorced first before? I'm listening to what you said. If he's the better man, completely separate, divorce, then you make your move, or do you? If it was about that, do you think that would be the proper way?
Aries and Donini both said they have never been together. They have never hooked up. None of that. So this is all conjecture on Mr. Weirdo's part. You didn't hear the part where he said Donini likes certain types of men.
Yes.
And he basically was saying something along the lines of he's very jealous about The Rock because Donini has a crush on The Rock.
I thought it was Will Smith too, or something like that.
Yeah, it was Will Smith, The Rock, it was Thor, the guy from
Thor. But this is the point. The point is that he's an insecure little piece of garbage for a dude. And Donini has, like, he can be insecure, but let's be honest, Donini has not been with The Rock. She has not been with Will Smith. She has not been with Thor. Do you know what I'm saying? And she, out of her own mouth, said, I was not with Aries. Me and Aries have never hooked up. We have never done anything. So what the fuck?
I mean,
I actually believe that Donini and Warren, Donini and
of course, I do too.
Never got together and all that.
No, I believe that too. I believe that.
Yeah, I think pretty much everybody does. I mean, but I think if you're gonna harp on,
but the way he was putting it out there, is the reason why he was coming out to talk about Donini's kids is because. But he cheated on him. That's how he was trying to put it out there.
But I'm more focused on how stupid the people who listen to Warren, people who took Warren's side. I'm looking at people like y'all actually believe what Warren said.
I mean, put this way,
I'm looking at man, y'all must be a bunch of reading rainbows. You don't see this shit. And my thing on this part, when Warren called old girl's daughter, I ain't gonna say what her name is. She's also another YouTube. When Warren called the other daughter,
right,
a few years ago, that should have been a big ass red flag on that shit.
See, I mean, I'll be funny. A lot of times we don't know about this stuff until you mention it. Huh? You and people like you, I mean, like people like yourself that mention these things. We don't. I mean,
well, I hope that if nothing Donini has learned from this. Is I hope that she has learned that if your man can sit up and can attack another woman's teenage daughter and do all this stuff, and you think that shit is funny, and now that shit turned the tail, any man who would do that is going to do that to you as well. So you have to learn your lessons. I would not pick a guy to be in a relationship who has those type of traits.
anybody who makes a live stream saying, "Oh, hold on, let me put Joe back in."
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, StreamYard makes me fresh.
Yeah.
Now full circle is working.
You breaking
let's say
up.
full circle. You breaking up this time.
You breaking up. You breaking up. Yeah,
Full circle.
bad.
Yeah, man, you Borging bad, bro.
Yeah, you Borging. But yeah, I'm just like, even that was should have been red flag what we did a few years ago. I'm like, what grown man is gonna call somebody else's teenage daughter on the phone?
You have to know what type of man you're dealing with. If you see that as transpiring, don't get involved with a man like that. You need to start really vetting men that you're with or women that you're with. If they have certain traits, you don't want to be with somebody like that.
Well, that's why, like I was saying yesterday, they were saying about the thing with Gabe, because that's where it kind of started up with Gabe Danini Warren and Aries about how he met his wife. And that's why I said, even back then, if you listen to that live, I sat there quietly because I'm thinking like there's nothing really wrong with that. But if y'all think something wrong, but that's it now. Because I'm sitting there like it didn't make sense. Because I checked up my wife. Man, you know her? Yo, what's her name over there? Oh, her name is such and such. What do you know about her? Because you want to know everything about her. Kind of like at least when you come in for that final approach. You're not with Lizzie Gordon.
and I told Gabe, don't go over there. Please do not go on that. Please don't go. I was telling him and Lou, don't go in
I've had people tell me the same thing too. I've had people. People that I was kind of, you'd be surprised that interact. They were like, no man, yo, don't do it.
You stay out of that channel. Mm-hmm. And I was trying to tell this the Don, not there for Reg. I'm there to watch somebody else. And I was watching them too. Because I knew something was going on. Something was odd. And I've been noticing that for the past 6-7 months. Ever since last year, November, I said something's not up. Something's not right. But anyway, yeah, but the whole thing about Gabe and his wife. Why y'all talking about how Gabe met his wife? Listen. Some of the women I got with because of other people.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's what I told him. I said I met somebody through somebody else.
Right.
So my wife. Right.
And if you meet somebody through other people, you still have to vet them.
Right.
And the way that they conduct themselves and carry themselves, like certain things. If you think that it can't happen to you, and that person can't turn and be disrespectful to you in the same manner that they're disrespectful to other people, believe it can happen.
And my thing is, the irony of it all. The irony of the same people that attacked Gabe, how he met his wife. Guess what, Gabe? Gabe got married to this woman. Gabe have a child.
He got another one on the way.
Yeah, he have a second child on the way.
He has another one on the way.
Right.
He told us recently.
I find this odd.
Yeah.
Right. So I find this odd. This man has about one child and another one on the way, being happily married. He even said, "I'm a happily married man." That's all he always said. I'm a happy married man. But those 3 people, especially Warren Danini, kept dogging this man out. How you met your woman. Reg was doing the same old shit. This is not how the correct way you should meet your girl and that. Like, all of y'all are divorced.
Well, like I said, everybody's situation is different. I mean, and when you get as you get older too, you go into a different background check. Okay, what the frick, NCIC, she gonna find out. Okay, is this cat, running around? You got a criminal record? Is he a felon? Is he da da da? And same thing. I was the same way. I'm like, okay, she did this and she did that, and because now you don't want to end up in some crazy relationship, man. When you wake up. Ooh, you can wake up to some hellish relations, And as you see in the YouTube court of EBT public opinion, it can get ugly. Okay, you still breaking up, man. Full circle.
Yeah, you serious?
You may have to drop down and come back.
Yeah. You might as well, drop down, and come back up because your sound.
It's Borging full circle.
Yeah, we
Your
can't say
sound.
anything. But no, that's at the end of the day.
I'll put the link back up for him.
Yeah, at the end of the day, let me tell you something. What's done is done.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, Pandora's box has been opened and it cannot be closed back up.
No, you cannot.
If it was me, keep it techie few. I said no, Pandora's box has been opened. Now it can't be closed. I said at the Reg. I said and I said with that happening, I said I don't have a heaven. Like I told Warren, I said I don't have a heaven or a hell for you. I said some people you've had issues with. Some people you caused them major pain. Some people like you. I said, you're going. It's going to be a lot of different.
Rex doesn't care. He doesn't. He has turned on so many people. He has backstabbed so many people. At what point doesn't somebody just say, "Listen, this is what this leopard spots are. This is what he does."
I tried to tell people about. Okay, I always kept asking, "Hey, Reg, what happened to your day ones? None of them are there."
Because somebody asked that. I mean, I guess I never had any personal drama with Reg at all. We've always been cool and cordial. And like I had to ask because I think it was me or somebody else asked him who were the day ones? I forgot. He was like I said, well, Preem. I said, well, I'm like Rollo maybe. I'm like no. I couldn't think of who. See, when I came in there, Rollo was there.
Yeah, but he stabbed everybody in the back. I mean, that he act like though, and Reg act like though. Oh, I don't know what it is. I don't know what you're talking about. No, man, you stab a whole lot of people in the back.
Yeah, like I said, me. Oh God, no, but like I said, personally, we've never had any ill words, no brawls, no nothing like that. And like I said, the thing about it is, and if it did get like that, then I just go my merry way.
Right.
I'm like Gabe with it. I'm almost like the same way Gabe. I'm not here to be your buddy. I'm not here to be a little friend. Okay, we can laugh and joke for a moment because I'm gonna go back to either watching YouTube movies or watching about the other stuff or how-to stuff or raising cows or something. I'm looking at that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but
conspiracy theory stuff.
Hey, can you guys hear me? I'm just jumping in, Joe. Not to interrupt.
Very, very clear. We hear you.
Great. Okay, better.
Conspiracy theories and stuff like that, or basically talking about geopolitical stuff. That's all I watch on YouTube. There's very few people because a lot of it, man, it will it will make you mad. That's why I don't watch Manosphere stuff.
Hey, Joe.
I don't watch Manosphere stuff at all.
Joe, let me throw this in there before I got all borged out and stuff. The part that I had a problem with, I didn't hear what you had said before jumping in what you spoke on, but before you were saying what you just said, the part with the gay he looks like like a monkey. I got issues with that. The monkey, and then like Big J, like you said, he's working on his second child, so he must be doing something right. You get what I'm saying? All that.
Who said he looked like a monkey?
Well, that has been brought up on that channel, the same channel you've been on. That back and forth. You know what I mean? The name calling. Yeah. He's been called a monkey on that show, on Reggie's show. Yeah, so and this is not against you. I'm not. It's like, let's not play that to where, man, maybe you haven't heard it. He has been called that. When it's that name calling.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember.
You remember? Okay, so you remember that, Big J. Like I said, once again.
Full circle, I do remember. Yeah.
Okay, so he's been called that. He's got a second child, so he must be doing something right, and he's still married. So that whole thing, and he's a tech, I guess, high, whatever. I'm not talking about his pockets, not pocket watching. He does good. He's out there in Detroit supporting a family. Yeah, he's doing good. Yeah, he's doing real good.
YouTube, that the high tech.
Mm-hmm. Well, him and Keep It Techie, friggin' Lou. There's a bunch of them cats like tech dudes. Yeah. And they do their thing, with it. And like I said, I don't get into that name calling.
Right.
To me, it's like, look, I'm here. Okay, I ain't gonna lie to you. I like to, enjoy my little fuckery. Let's keep my language, but my little fuckery and foolishness on here, because some of it, it is comical. Some of it, it's like when Bomb does a rapping thing. When Bomb raps,
Do you think it's actually jealousy against the men who actually have functioning, well-rounded relationships and marriages from the manosphere? Do you feel like because clearly these men didn't go out to another country to find their wives, they're finding their wives here, right? And their wives and their relationships with their wives are flourishing. Do you think that this is maybe some low-key jealousy?
I mean, pure. It's funny that you say that because I think was it yesterday I said that. Matter of fact, and I was like, I said, on here it's sad that you can't be happy, and you can't look like you're happy. You can't look like you're accomplished in something, or you look like you're comfortable. I'll be 59 on Friday. And I'm thinking, I'm trying to live my last little piece of this in this world, living my best life. I did the corporate banking thing for all these years, and I'm tired. I was like, when I can sit out there and look at some little horses or whatever, and make sure I don't get bumped over or knocked over by one every now and then.
But Joe, can I say something to you? Can I say this to you? Joe, now check this out, Pure, Big J. I need you on this, Big J. Joe, you brought up something, Pure, with that question. And to answer your question, I say yes, it is that. I'm saying that out my mouth, that it is that. Low key, high key, whatever key, it is that. As far as the jealousy, I want you to hear this, Joe, and you can go back, not to say that you have to be a messenger. I've been waiting to do this. In fact, I was going to do this when it was a full panel last night. It was a star-studded panel last night.
Last night.
Okay, last night. So I need Big J on this. No, I was about to come in, not to make up. You know how I do. When I come in, I put on a show. But check it, Joe. Hold on for a minute. I need you on this, Big J. Speaking of that, what you said, and this is not just about jealousy. It's just been burning me to get this out. I said, I'm going off of what you say, Joe. I ain't gonna wait 5 years. I shouldn't even wait a year. This happened back in January. So the show I put on in January, right? What happened? What I did, this, Joe, Big J, and if you just witnessed it, Pure, just from videos or recaps.
No, okay. I don't think Pure knows about it because
she don't. Okay, so let me not just enlighten you, but let me go after that. So, Big J, on Reg's show back in January, you asked a particular content creator, you said, hey, and think about it real good, think real good in your mind, because you got an excellent memory. You said to a particular content creator by the name of Citizen Lou, you said, why did you cut the show so short? Why did you cut it when Full Circle came on? And you want hold on, Big J. And you want to know what he said to you? I had to attend to my wife. My wife was calling to me. You and another one in the chat asked Citizen Lou. He didn't say it just on the panel. He typed it back and said, I had to get to my wife. Even I was kind of like, okay, I don't believe it, but I'll buy it for now because I knew that wasn't the truth. I'm going to go back on the video, not on no clipping. I'm going to tell you what happened. You witnessed that video. I don't ever go to Citizen Lou's. I've never been on the channel. I've never been on you've never witnessed me on the panel.
Right.
Sir Ism came on there. And what Citizen Lou, and it can be recapped, not copied. Go back, Joe. I'm going to share this with you, Joe. What happened with that, Big J, after I did what I did, Citizen Lou came in, call it instigating or putting his little 2 cents or input. He said this, Pure, Joe, Big J, sounds like he's out of breath. Did he need some help? Was he, you okay? You all right? This and the other. It's like I'm dying, like I'm old, like I'm 80, 100 years old. Nothing against the elderly, of course. And I even said it on there. I said, I just got finished playing ball and I'm late for a poker game. That was why I was out of breath, because I was trying to get in what I had to get in and I was rushing. So I was just running. And I did what I did by doing what I did. Okay. So when that happened, Little did Lou know that when I popped up on that panel was the cosign what Sir Ism said. He was on some old school, Big J, and you was there and you listened to it. I came in after that. The other men, Keep It Techie, all was discussing it. Sir Ism spoke on what he spoke on. I co-signed Sir Ism and was like, yeah, he got a lot to say. He's saying some good stuff. Y'all need to listen to him. In fact, with me and my lady, I do my thing. I handle my business. Whatever I said. And then when I said that, I said, but Citizen Lou didn't know I wasn't coming to speak on Brian, Triple X. I was coming for Citizen Lou, and he didn't even know that. Going forward, every time you hear it now, Aries might bring up something to mess with Brian. Citizen Lou will jump in, if you notice it or not, Joe, and say, oh, yeah, I had to cut the show. Show it. See, that switched from what was in that chat, Big J, and he'll come in there and say, yeah, I had to cut him because he was coming in on Brian or starting. Something he'll say about Brian. And I'm like, you totally got that wrong. I was coming in for you. I was coming in to speak to you to be like, look it, I was coming to let you know I wasn't out of breath. And just to clarify it, if you didn't catch it the first time when I spoke on it, I was busy rushing because I was playing ball and was racing for a poker game. But I'm showing you, Pure, how things, not just the jealousy, and that wasn't based on jealousy, it can be blown out of proportion. As Big J would say, the rumors, the lies. I'm big on that, where it's like, if you're going to tell the story, tell the whole story and tell the truth. That wasn't the start of nothing with Big J, because what I did is what I did. But it wasn't just that, Big J. It was a part of you going to panels. I didn't do that. So I had a problem with that, Joe. And that night, last night, when y'all was in on it, I was going to shut it down, but I was going to do it in such a way, not like I did in January, so it was like, I need to talk to you. I didn't do it because I was tired last night. But since that has been brought up, and every time it's brought up from whoever, not you, Joe, like, is Full Circle here, or who brought up Full Circle, or whoever did what, Lou will jump in and say, yeah, I had to cut in it. And I said, you know what? You totally changed your story to what you told Big J and another person in the chat, that you had to attend to your wife. So you're running around here lying on me, saying that I was speaking on that. And it was like, that's not true. I was co-signing Surism. I brought up Brian to say, hey, when you heard me, Lou, I wasn't exhausted and tired. And then when it jumped on, and you probably caught it, Joe, because you was on that show, I heard it. I'm being called decrepit and all kinds of. So in other words, look at this, Pure, going back to what you said. A lot of people get hurt. You get what I'm saying? I'm going off of what you said, Joe. I don't take none of this person. YouTube is YouTube. I'm not just talking about the entertainment, what just happened. I don't take this home with me, but some are still butthurt to this day. You get me, Big J? To where it's like, I finished that back in January. I did what I did. I didn't jump from channel to channel to channel. But like you said, from the jealousy to this and that, it's hidden low-key jealousy. I do agree with that. But this thing, we're not growing from it, Joe. We're not going anywhere. You got Big J to talk about history, politics, sharp person. You got banking under your belt. You got cats like AC that's, you know what I mean? We all gave tech people.
Yeah, we all talk about all that stuff.
Yeah, we talk about all kinds of stuff. So I'm thinking to myself, we can't bring our minds together to do it, but yeah, we're going to sit back and speak on lies and rumors and hurt one another. That ain't no brotherhood to me, Joe. And the reason why you haven't seen me around and I don't jump on the panels and I just listen when I can catch it from the clouds, because look at Pure Catch It. It's the spirit. It's a bad spirit that lingers through there. So that's an answer. That's an answer for you. If you haven't seen me, or you don't see me come around, or if I'm one of the oldie but goodies, or the original Big J, as you put it, because as time has gone by in the years, I've seen the spirit, the bad spirit, develop over the years, and I don't like it, and that's what has kept me away. If it's good talk, Joe. Good talk to help us, knowledge that's going to help us get to not the promised land, regardless if you Republican, Democrat, when y'all had that talk, or with Little Big Nate and all of that. And I'm going to throw something at you, Joe. I'm going to throw something at you. If you didn't catch it, this is for you, Joe. Last night, you all was speaking to Gabe, and Gabe was like, who's this Preem? Okay, Pure, and this is not involving you. Who's this Preem? Check it. It was thrown out there that Preem was at the meetup. I went to the meetup just because. It wasn't because, I'm in the manosphere, none of that. I just wanted to go just because. It was put out there. I'm sharing something with you, how lies can, and if it's not checked and caught, it can linger. It can keep going unless somebody say something. That was another reason I said, but I'm not going to start no mess. I was going to jump in there and correct that with Gabe, because Gabe was like, who's this Preem? What is about Preem? It was put out there that Preem was at the manosphere, and he wasn't at the manosphere. And the person who said that, but yet I'm the bad guy if I wouldn't have said nothing. Brian Triple X said, hey, Preem was at the manosphere, the meetup, the first one. I said to myself, that's a lie. So all this thing about back off of Brian, why you come so hard on Brian, like what you say too, Big J, I have a problem with the lies. For once in your life, every month that I look up, there's a lie. What'd you say?
Said that because Brian wasn't even at the thing.
He wasn't even there.
Yeah, but
he wasn't there.
Here is the problem.
Go ahead, Big J.
The problem with Reg, Brian can say any goddamn thing, put out a rumor out. Reg will sit there and make a video saying some shit. Buster Free can say some bullshit. Reg will sit there, believe it, and run with it. And that, you know, even Big Orenthal James can say some bullshit. Reg would take it and run with it. And I'm sitting there like, well, nigga, okay, well, don't get mad if I drag Brian, because Brian came up there last month. Brian said, "Oh, Big J's talk." I remember that one time. That was that one time. Reg had dropped Brian, right? Because
He went a many
it turned out
times.
to be a lie, right?
The thing with yeah, he said, oh god, it was something with
the
Obsidian.
Indian,
Yeah.
right?
No,
Yeah.
oh no, that was the Indian one, yeah. But
Right.
no, he said the one with Obsidian, and he said something, and Lou and everybody was like, "What?" And it was about to jump off and start doing videos. And Brian's like, "Oh, I'm just joking. I was lying about it. I was joking about it."
Right.
But Joe, it's not right. Go ahead, Big J. It's not right, Joe.
But it's
You
not
know?
right.
I know.
The problem is that's not right. Because like the thing he said about Obsidian, yes, the day after, hold on, I got period back on. But
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
what happened afterward, full circle,
Yeah.
was that he said that the day after he said about Obsidian.
Right.
Came right back around because he heard a live stream from me when I was on DJ Torch in that Indian.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Right. So I'm pissed off about that shit. I'm still pissed off about that shit, right?
No, yeah. But no, Big J. Go ahead. I'm gonna tell you what I was pissed off about, and you didn't even notice, Joe. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But let me finish this, right? So he went ahead and went to Reg and told Reg on the live stream, "Oh, Big J's talking about you and me, and he's referring to me as the Indian, motherfucker." Well,
Hold on one second.
you don't watch. Hold on. You want to put me on?
No, I need you to because I have a work meeting and I was gonna jump off and just listen. Can you boot me out?
Okay, I sure will. All right.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Okay,
Thank
Peter, have a good night.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Pierre. Have a good one. All right.
Mhm.
Bye-bye.
Big J, you were saying about the Indian, or you done? I was gonna say something to Joe.
Okay. Yeah. Yo. So
Yeah, I
he
remember that
he
one, yeah.
fabricated. Brian fabricated this whole elaborate story. I was bashing Reg and bashing Brian when I was talking about that Indian, that real life Native American who making all them racist comments. And and speaking about that motherfucker, I downloaded me and V-Dub downloaded the video about this racist Indian saying he calling everybody niggers and shit. But
everybody's I think passing that.
Yeah. I think. Yeah. So we was talking about that shit. I was talking about that shit. So he went to Reg saying, yeah, Big J is talking about you and me, and I was on there for like 5 minutes.
Mhm.
But nigga, I didn't say nobody's name.
But he came back. He did come back and retract that one. I remember that.
But Joe,
because Reg asked who was DJ
But still, he
I
has.
understand what you're saying, but no, he asked who's DJ Torch. I said, that's a dude. I was like, he's some simp dude. That yeah, but go ahead.
But hey, Big J, watch this. Big J, watch this. Joe, check this out. Before the month that we're in now, it had to be 2 months ago, a month and a half ago. I was going to jump on the panel then, but you saved it. You, Richard Conley, and was it Spirit of Justice? What you did the next day. I'm going to show you what you did. I'm going to show you. Check this out, Big J. Speaking on lies. Pierre, if you're listening, hey, you have a good one. Check this out, Joe. I was going to straight come on in there on that panel. It was that one particular month, that one particular video, and you all were discussing something to do with history. And what was it about? Jesse Owens and Hitler. Black Nazis. I had an issue. No. I was about to rip it up, but you came in the next day, and you know what you did the next day? Not just that day when it came against AC, and AC said, listen, they did not shake hands. I told you, AC was dismissed as if like, we ain't listening to you. Between Richard Conley and somebody else, which was true, when it came to the whole, racism and what it was, that they wasn't invited. And so this is what happened. If Aries is listening, Aries was specific, and he asked this. This is the problem that I had, Joe. Aries asked Brian, when did this hate start? When did it come about? And it was like beating around the bush. I couldn't hear you. What'd you say? Oh, it happened when the ideology came. What are you talking about with the ideology came? I didn't even understand that when the ideology came as far as the shaking of hands. So that's what happened. So you're really backing it up, saying that really happened, and didn't look at this. After it came the second day, Joe. Now you came and did your research. I had already did my research that night, but even with history, people that didn't know, I knew they didn't shake hands. They even got some type of drawing showing, which is fake, that they did shake hands. But he stood by that. The problem that I had with that is that he was standing by it, didn't come in the next day. Some jumped off with a female, but you can remember some female talk, but you can't remember that you didn't think that nobody would bring that up. Richard kindly brought it up and said that did not happen. Even Reg said, we got somebody who said it didn't happen, but he was standing 10 toes down, Brian, and going with the flow instead of saying, you know what, I'm wrong. You came in, Joe, the next day, did your research. You had the problem I had with that, Brian and Joe, when that was being spoken by Brian, we didn't have no dates. It was in the 1930s, and then it was just put out there. Remember, this is Mr. Melanated. What are you talking about, black? It's always been melanated to you. You ain't had no. But look, it wasn't just blacks, because once again, Joe, if you're going to be a teacher, then teach right. Not you, Joe. Teach us right. It wasn't blacks, it was Africans and foreigners. Now, he clarified it the next day, but I'm trying to tell you this, Joe. When you opening, not you, Joe, opening your mouth and speaking what you speak, why can't you speak the facts the day of? Don't have someone, let's say like yourself or anyone, having to look up dates. We got to verify it. We got to do the thesaurus, Google it, this and the other. But you got cats up there, just like what you said with that lie that came about to say, oh, yeah, Obsidian is going to do an interview with the police, John. And I'm just playing. That ain't funny. And then you got Lou saying, I almost believed you. If you, but look at Joe, at this case, like you, Big J, you on it. If you ain't, and you caught on to it by now, Joe, but it is what it is. If you ain't caught on to it now that you believe in every word that comes out his mouth, then you're the fool. I'm saying it. If you believe in everything that comes out of his mouth or that mouth, some things, okay, it might be on some, but don't ever think that you shouldn't fact check it, because I've caught so many lies. That particular one was the one that got me. And that was in the middle of the summer. I was so quick to jump on there. And I said, you got more cats. But why can't it be as if like, stop? You're not telling the truth. It's a lie.
He cut a lot of smoke on that one, because that's what they're about, Nazis coming to Harlem.
Right, yeah, then march through Harlem, like nigga.
And the text that was sent, and look at Joe, the email that was sent of the pictures was showing blacks like they were smiling, like they wanted to be a part of that.
That's why when I came back with the thing, I said, well, the thing when you were talking about Adolf Hitler, I said, yes, there was a professor from Wilberforce.
Yes.
In 1932, I think it was. I remember carefully. I forgot to do his name.
No, you got it right.
Had a sit down with Hitler before he became chancellor.
Right. Somebody did a video on that.
Right. He was an educated man. Yes.
The guy's name that day, I can't even think
yes.
of it now. But
yes.
I said he was from Wilberforce College, and he did speak to Hitler. He had a one-on-one with Hitler.
Yes, he did.
Back in 1932, I think it was.
Yeah.
He became chancellor, and before he became, overall. And I say now, in terms of, because we were talking, I remember those days, because I said we were talking about Hitler's family. Now that's when Reg was like, I didn't know. I said, yeah, no, Hitler's family,
right?
People still to this day live in Long Island. They live in New York. Because back in the day when my mother and grandmother, would talk about, they were like, yeah, I mean, Hitler's family. I'm like, at first, I'm like, oh, y'all joking, right? No, they were for real. It was like his cousin or something like that. And, they lived in New York. They lived in Queens.
But the crazy thing, Big J, Joe was breaking it down, because I listened to you, Joe. All of that, what you said, I heard what you said. And that's why I came in just now and said, Joe, even if it was the next day, whatever, you saved it, because that day of, I was going to jump in there and I said, I can't stand this, because a lie just got told. And unless somebody say something about it, look at Big J, Joe, it'll keep riding unless somebody jump in and say, listen, can we backtrack? Let's get off the women talk. Let's get off that other talk about rap, any other thing. We need to deal with this right now. And the part that I have a problem with, whenever it's any talk like that, say it that I'm coming at Brian or not, whatever. I notice where it's like, I don't want to talk about that. Let's change the subject. No, let's talk about that, because a lot of people need to be educated. And I'd rather at times we can talk about anything under the sun. Maybe we do need to have more education and talk, because what Big J said, Big J, I'm going to throw this at you. And this was an excellent point, what you said. Look at this, Joe. We can't afford to be dummies. Remember you said that, Big J?
Yeah.
We can't afford right now as we speak to be dummies or stupid. And when it's on that level, when besides what you say, act right, do right. I be listening to Big J, do right, be right. I say, listen to this. I listen to you, Joe. I listen to Big J, but I listen to ones that talk sense and making sense. All that other stuff I throw out the window in one ear and out the other. But when I'm hearing it, when it's like Brian, that's like for once. Besides, if I'm rooting for you or not, whatever. Please speak the truth. For once in your life, when you coming on this panel, talk some truth, talk some facts, because people are listening and catching it, and we can't afford to be dummies. Not in this day and time.
Usually AC, especially AC will catch it, especially.
Right. We can't.
Yeah, but I used to be called a coon when I said, black men, y'all gotta stop being. It's too. Because I made a video years ago, and I said, y'all can't afford to be dumb anymore.
Right.
It was like 2015. I said, you know, and I'm going back to my old videos because I'm going back to that civic culture videos I did back then. And I was saying the reason why you got people storming the Capitol and people doing this shit is because the white man, I was using the white man, lost their civic culture. Black men, on the other hand, who historically never had the civic culture, they're not trying to achieve the civic culture because listen to people like Brian, they say the most stupidest shit in the world and don't know how the world works. And it's bad when you got white men who don't know shit, black men who don't know shit, and you see what's going on right now in the world. The world about to crash. America's about to crash because people don't know shit about civics, don't know how money works, don't know how a transaction works. People just want to say, "Oh, it's women," it's women.
Right. And Big J, and to add on to what you're saying, this was for Joe. I personally, without you all knowing it, well, now you know, I had a problem with Brian when it comes to teaching. I'm like, you can be on the panel all you want, regardless of going to hell, being booted out of hell. Like would you say, Joe, donating to get him out of hell? If you're gonna teach right, because as far as that I see it, you're not a teacher, you're not a professor or scholar. Education or not, you're not a teacher and you're doing a disservice being on this panel and it's been not just this with the whole black Nazis or Hitler, it's been other things where it's like when it comes to history and just you know, Joe, in the up and up, even at your age of 59 and a happy belated birthday to you. I heard that. I heard you when you said that. Yeah, that's right. That's right. This Friday coming up. I'm looking at it, Joe, where it's like, teach. We need to be taught, but you're not helping. In fact, look at Big J. You're hurting us. Now, I don't mean just the panel, but the ones that are listening, regardless if the subs are going up. People are actually listening. Even if you rush to that panel, I'm not talking about you, Joe, and be up there coming up. When you start talking and they on that talk of like what AC does, and you decide to put your input in, you better know what you're talking about. Because cats is listening. I just wish that individuals would step up and be like, no. That's not right. And, you know, instead of just maybe letting it go 2 days or 3 days, you know what I mean? Catch it right there. Get it right there and be like, look it, before you run, Brian, and go off the channel and do whatever you got to do to leave or whatever, before you leave, you know how it goes where it's like, don't run. Even in that case, we need to stop and let you know. People in the chat, even a person like yourself, AC, I don't care if it's Lou, keep it to any of y'all, you know, that be on there and know your stuff. And if you don't say nothing. But if you do know it, stop it right there and be like, you are wrong. Right here, this is the real facts. This is the history. Everybody come together, even if it has to be sent to Reg and put it on the big screen. This is what it says, Brian, and you're going to have to eat it and accept it. And you need to apologize to entire chat in this panel and just say, because I don't really even be hearing all of that apologizing. It'll go on to some other subject. And that ain't right. That ain't right.
That's why we try to, that's why a lot of times what I try to do, or even myself, I know AC, Lou, you know, especially if you get into the political talk, you know, we try to keep it balanced and, you know, try to talk about it in terms of, you know, being accurate. Accuracy counts, you know, accountability counts. You know, and we, like I said, I'm diametrically opposed to some things that, you know, AC and Lou and some things that, you know, Brian, or they diametrically opposed to some things with me. Because they were like, some people were like surprised yesterday, but I'm like, no, I'm actually a Republican. I'm like moderate in my ways about some things. But when it comes to like fiscal things, I would say I'm a conservative. But when it comes to social issues, I'm probably more middle of the road. You know, but yeah, I am. Always been.
But all at the same time respecting each other's,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? If you're
yeah,
Republican, Independent, Democrat, just respecting
yeah.
it and not afraid to have that conversation and that talk. Don't let it
Mhm,
blow up into something. Well, why are you like that? You shouldn't be like that. You can't tell that person. You know this, Joe. You
mhm,
being who you are, serviceman, Marines. You can't tell another man what to do and not to do. You know what I mean? You can't.
mhm.
You can't. You know what I
No,
mean? Just stand your ground, do what's right. But if you're gonna stand 10 toes down, stand for what's right. And I know
yeah.
Big J has a big issue with that, where it's like, you know what? I'm just done with all of y'all because it's just
Mhm,
I listen to you, Big J, where it's like, yo, you will be not saying that when the times when you riled up and upset. There are things that upset you. There are things that upset me where I've come like rough and raw. You know what I mean? Coming with the Gatling gun. And there's times when I'll sit back and be like, you know what? This is almost going to have me not have an aneurysm, a heart attack, an aneurysm. It's something to where it's like, you know what? It's not even worth it. Give me, Joe. It's not
mhm.
even worth
Understood.
it. It's
No,
not.
no, most of it's not even worth it. I mean,
Right.
and like I say, like I said, when it comes to time, like anything in life, if I get to the point where I'm like, yo, all right, the fun is over. The effery is just too much for me. I'm like, I'm out of here. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about being a lowly sub, as I call myself. I'm just a lowly sub. I mean, hey, if I disappear tomorrow, come up under a new name the next day, like some people around here do, you won't know. You wouldn't care.
And,
It's the
and Joe,
content creator that
you know
matters.
what? And added to that, honestly, not saying I was going to wait a year to even pop on with this whole thing. I was actually waiting because it was thrown out there like how I could not by you, Joe, that I come up once a year or I'm gonna come up a year again. I was actually
Oh,
waiting to talk to Macbone to see how his book was going, even though he's been on recently. Actually, he had been on just
oh,
recently
he
with this
was
whole.
on the other day, I think it was.
Yeah, he just came on. So the
Yeah, that
time
day
I was gonna come
David
on.
Warren was on there. Yeah, the
Right,
day one. Yeah, yeah,
exactly.
yeah. That's right.
That was
Yeah.
the only time I was going to come. So call it a year, call it next year, giving Macbone enough time to where it has nothing to do with the women and macking them with the females to be like on some progress, success. Be someone who's not just a provider. You're a what's the word? You're someone that's a producer. I want to
Mhm.
see you produce something, produce a book. That goes for anyone. If you're going to be on this, you should be at this level, in your life. Give me like yourself, Joe. You're established, married man, got the farm, got the horses. We hear them in the background. You pretty much there.
Mhm.
So for anybody, look at this, Big J. For anybody, let's say at your age, knock on wood, if they can even get there, you want to hear success stories. Even I got one for you that's even better than that. If you in a little place called Hill and you get booted and you come back, what you been look at catch it, Joe. What you
Mhm.
been doing since the time you've been away for 4 months or 3 months or whatever, and decide to come back on the panel? You got any stories for us besides inputting on the subject matter? Not that we trying to be nosy. We want to hear something where it's like, yo, you know what I just came across? I just ended up with a patent on an invention. You know what I mean? Some stuff where
Mhm.
it's like, you know what? That's what we talking about, regardless if it's getting boring and the sub count goes down, the view count. I
Mhm.
want to hear progress. That'll never change, Joe. So if you got the people like AC, yourself, Big J is doing his thing, all of us where it's like, you know what? You got men coming up in here that's actually doing something. Or if you got the Gabes or the Keep It Techers, even if it's Lou, to where it's like, you know what do you have to contribute in life to the conversation? That's because I'm gonna tell you, when Pure was up there, I'm gonna say it again. Danini said this. She says, the men, teaching the men to be men. We shouldn't have to, but obviously, Joe, I guess we still have to. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's not just the women, watch out for the dating, watch out for the black women, the things to look for. You know what I mean? The dating. It's like, what else we got going on, Joe?
Yeah.
What
Well,
else we
that's
got going on?
yeah. But no, we and I would say we do have to do better with having our interactions with each other. I mean, like I said, shucking and jiving is one thing, but having serious conversations about serious topics, it has a role too. Yeah, your sub count might go down. Hey, but so be it. So be it. But at least you're educating other people on situations like Techie dropped something last night about
Mm,
the veteran thing. And I
mm,
said, they don't tell you that mess. I mean, I've been out of the freaking Marines like 35 years, 32 years, something like that. And I said, I mean, I didn't know none of that stuff. I didn't find out a lot of it until my father died back in 2018 because he was a Korean War vet. And I'm like, that's when I started finding out about, oh, yeah, you can have this, and this. I'm like, well, no, I didn't know anything about any of this stuff. And Techie was kicking in last night about that, about the education benefits and all that, and so that's the kind of thing, disseminating information.
But Joe, that's what I was getting at. Even in Brian's case with the truth or the lie, contribute when you're contributing. Besides, hey, Reg, did you get the email? Did you get this? Did you get that? Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it? Reg, something to where it's like, you know what? Brian just sent us something lately that could help us all out. Like when you were talking about the housing, you said how you got, with the marriage part, who owned a house, getting rid of your house, renting out that house, stuff to where some cats was like, oh, you can do that. That's the advantages of marriage compared to this. I get that whole thing of like, what can we learn from the Donini Warren thing of what to do and not to do? Well, it's not just that. What can you do, with that negative and turn it into a positive? And I threw it in the beginning of the conversation. If we needed to come to, let's say, one like you, Joe, or if it had to be Reg, to where I need to talk to you, what knowledge do you know from you being maybe back then of a business owner or a swap meet when you had your business? What can I learn from you? Then you got Big J. What can I learn from you, Big J? The history through and through, where we can take bits and pieces from each of us to where it's like, even though we're separate in different parts of the world and in different cities and states, but we can learn and get some from each other besides a meetup. Because hint, even though Reg has not done his meetup yet, and I know you got your gripes, Big J, well, I'm going to jump in on the other end, regardless, and I'm going to always stay in on that. Since I can remember,
Reg gonna have to join the Chuck E. Cheese.
You still remember that, Joe? You still remember that? I'm gonna always harp on that. I'm gonna always harp on that.
I said, man, we go to Vegas and hit the slot machines.
But Joe, it's not just that. Yeah, Joe, it's not just that. You can't go into 2025 and be saying, regardless of the subs going, the views, all that, and then 2025 comes here. 2030 comes here, but you've been saying you're going to do your meetup. I'm not even talking about Obsidian meetup from 1, 2, or 3. It is this week. It is this week.
That's why, because I was joking about, I said with Obsidian, I said the conclave. I said, we need freaking the Vatican now.
but Joe, but notice, regardless, he's still doing it. Regardless if it's growing or not. And from what it sounds like, when you all had your conversation, they're gonna up it. They're gonna make it better than it was before. Remind you, I was at the first one.
Yeah, it was Atlanta again. I think they said in Buckhead.
And the next one will be in Houston. So while all this is taking place, that should be, check it, Big J. That should be enough to be like, you know what? I'm on the stream doing this and any other. People can say what they want. Like in his case, I can't speak for Reg, as if like, as far as I don't owe y'all nothing, but in a way you do, because for the longest you've been said it in conversations that you are going to have that, Chuck E. Cheese or not. Wherever you're gonna have it.
I'm still laughing about that Chuck E. Cheese.
No, I mean I was messing with him about that. I'm like, man, let's have it.
It's something to mess with. But Joe, the thing about it, okay, but Joe, this is what I'm getting at. At the end of the day, Big J, Joe, as being men, myself, all you got is your word and your balls. You get me? You get me? Right. That's all you got. Besides the respect. So at the end of the day, like I told you, come 2025, and if I don't ever show up, and when it goes into 2025 and we're going into 2024, there's no reason, no excuse to where it's like you still ain't, because it ain't really brought up. It like, hey, I've been waiting for it, because I was doing it at one point. Hey, through a super chat or something, you gonna do it? And it was even promised to me back in the chat. Oh, I'm gonna do it. It's coming. We about to finish this up and go into December. The weather's changing, heat, rain, storms, you know what I mean? Hurricanes. We will approach December. It'll be January, Joe, and no meetup or nothing. Then you have Obsidian, regardless if you like him or not, will be working on his 4th, 5th, and 6th. He patronized. He'll come in the chat and speak on it. He won't even go toe to toe with Reg. That says a lot, as if like, look it. I'm doing my thing. We can have our fun like Batman and Robin and Joker and be at each other's throats, but it's all fun and love and like brothers. But at the same time, Joe, he's still doing his thing. Without Theo or Nate, Little Big Nate, it don't matter. What I'm trying to show you is that individuals are growing, but they're sticking to their word. Get what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting at. You stick to your word. If you're going to do what you say you're going to do, then do it.
No, the thing is like, it's like what Big Game said on AJ's channel. No, the thing is though, Reg. I'm gonna tell. Reg is jealous, right? And like what Big Game said, he wants to be what BGS is. And the problem is, the only thing is the Reg don't read books. He doesn't read. He does research. That's why he allows Brian say all that little dumbass shit, and Brian can say anything. He actually believe it. I'm like, Yeah, so and like what Johnny Analyst said, do not call this a comeback, because the thing is, and I said it before the Nene Warren shit came popped off. I said, listen, Reg is on his last leg. He can't just keep on putting people in hell and bringing them back and shit. Can't keep on doing that, because nobody else, because everybody else, his day ones, they're not coming back to this channel. He has too many enemies on YouTube as it is. You
It's a
know,
little place called hell.
yeah, he has too many enemies on YouTube. So how many times he gonna kick people out? And then what happened? With Deneen Warren with that, I'm like, dude, they bought you the chair. In hindsight, in the next couple of weeks, Deneen gonna sit there and say, or Warren, either both of them, one of them gonna sit there and say, man, when their emotions are, when they're off their emotions, they'll look back at it, and they're gonna say, damn, I allowed this nigga made a fool out of me.
Huh.
And they're gonna look at Reg. Well, we gave you this chair and you used us.
But look at what you're saying, Big J. Even with what you're saying, that makes sense to look back on it like that. But then that within itself, on some real, like, you know what? That's the case, and we all know that with the chair part being bought. That would have been the part where it's like, look it, I got some loyal members between these two. If not Danini alone, I'm not going to do this. Like right there. Remember when I said, as far as nipping in the bud, just that alone, the donations, the being a member, being a supporter, big time, especially with Danini, I'm not going to do this. Like somewhere in there in you to be like, you know what? This person got my back. And you've seen that. You've been there, Joe, where some stuff going down this and the other. Danita will jump right in as if like, like a bodyguard, like, you done lost your mind. You've lost your mind. So where it's like, wow, this is crazy. Regardless of, Warren, but I know Danini for sure. But going back to what you said with the chair, something where right there where it's like, not saying you can buy people, because I remember at that one point it was looking like that you can buy people, even right. With a case like that. But that was a gift. You get me, Big J. That was a gift. And that's a nice chair. But somewhere in there where it's like, you know what? This part, if I don't got none of y'all, and besides yourself, Joe, ever come on this panel, if Danini co-host or not, she gonna be there. You know how you look back on ones that are like you mentioned, Joe. Big J reminds me of that when he always says that usually, where's your ride or dies? Your original ones, the ones in the beginning.
No,
and it should mean something. So in a case like this, as an example, and it went down like this, it kind of makes you second guess it to be like, dang, I guess it ain't like that. Like, or you would say it best, Joe, there ain't no loyalty. There is no loyalty. Loyalty to who? To what? When it comes to YouTube? When it comes to this? Please. Nah.
If somebody buy me something, right, off of YouTube, right? I mean, somebody I know off of YouTube, you think I'm going to stab them in the back? You think I'm going to stab them in the back like that? No, I can't do that.
And you know what Joe said, Big J? Piggybacking off of what you just said? Yeah. This is what happened. Joe said this, Reg just said, yo, we've always been as one, or like a brother or something like. You know what Joe said? That ain't always been like that. Like Joe corrected Reg, and I said, there you go. Reg said, you know what? I gotta agree with you on that. You know what I mean? He went back to say and took that back as if like, you remember that? He took back. So in other words, Joe, it ain't like you sleeping. When you on that panel, you ain't sleeping. You catch stuff. But I'm glad that you jumped in there and say that, because it was the truth. It ain't always been a brotherhood. So don't depending on the debate and the back and forth, and if it's whoever was being discussed with, you caught it. You nipped it and said, no, Red, it ain't always been a brotherhood. That in itself is not true. Yeah, you caught it.
Manosphere. I said, no, it wasn't. I said, you Negroes was never together back then.
There you go. That's what it was, Joe.
Yeah, exactly.
Big J, Joe was right though. So that's what I'm saying. If you're gonna talk that stuff from integrity to being, you know what I mean, to being loyal, all that, you gotta be honest with yourself. You have to. Yes, I don't care if you're a content creator, the host, the leader, and with your co-host together. You gotta. You maybe not. Don't think you don't have to, but you got to be like you said. It ain't always been like that. So you can't. Maybe you can fool some of the new ones coming in and listening, but it ain't true. And that's why I threw it in there, Joe. Go not just now, but going forward for others. beside yourself. When you hear that word, it's like you just did. That ain't true. That is not true. You need to speak the truth and shame the devil because you lying right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm looking at him like, dude, why you lying? I've been looking at Reg. I'm looking at that computer screen, looking at Reg chugging on that beer. I'm like, Nick, why are you lying? It was like one lie after another lie after another. Like, dude, it didn't went down like that. And the whole damn thing with a hardcore Tito, act like he didn't know nothing about hardcore Tito. Everybody knew who hardcore Tito was. Both times he went to prison. I remember that one time he did a video and he went to prison. He was going to prison. That one video he did about 4 or 5 years. No, it was more than that. It was about six years ago. The one video he did right before he went back into prison. He was talking about, yeah, man, I got accused of some shit, man, and yeah, I'll see y'all next time. He was gone for years. And the thing was, and everybody knew what he did. It was something about this it wasn't about the girl. The girl shit happened years ago before that, right? That was the first time. Then there was some other shit. It was like two other violent offenses Tito have done, right? So anyway, Black Graham said made a video saying, "Hey man, he's coming back. He's coming back. I'm gonna do an interview." So they visit Tito, and I think Tito was in jail or he was being processed out, something like that. That was giving him an interview, and all of a sudden, so Reg saw that, right? And Reg was like, and this is when Jessica X was exploding. Jessica X and Kevin Samuels was just exploding, right? So he thought, well, Reg made a video in the middle of the night, and he was wearing like a skull cap on it. It was like December or January, right? He was like, Tito's back, man. I'm gonna laugh at this. And so he emailed everybody the video he made, right? To me and to everybody else. Like, nigga, why you emailing me? I don't like you, nigga. So why you emailing me? And the reason why I thought he was emailing to let people expose the manager of Aaron Fountain, because he emailed Aaron Fountain. He emailed some of the people that does not like Tito and Jessica, because like he see the goal of him trying to tag team with Tito was to get back at Jessica X and Kevin Samuels and Aaron Fountain. And you know who Aaron Fountain is, exposed the Manosphere, right?
Right.
That was the whole idea. And I'm like, nigga, do you know that's gonna backfire on you? Because everybody know what he did to that 12-year-old girl, that 12-year-old white girl. Everybody knows about this in this space. Nobody even mentioned his name. And this is the first time I mentioned Tito's name. The first time on this channel I mentioned his name. I don't want that. I want nobody to go to this fucking channel. That's the reason why I don't mention his name. But he was over there like, yeah, man. I'm like, dude, and since when Black Womansphere and Nyla got a hold of what happened, and when they was doing all that, how dare they bring back Tito back? Woo 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 woo. Reg turned right back around and did a 180. I'm like, Reg, he went on his show talking about, I didn't know that was true or not. People knew it was true back in 2015. Everybody knew it. 2014, 2015. Because he was exposed for doing that.
But Big J, you know what got right.
I didn't know who he was until
I knew who he was. A lot of us old school ones, Joe, knew who they was. But the one thing that got me is like, look at Big J Joe. You know how you got in the Westerns where they got the most wanted posters? I'm gonna show you where I'm going with this. You know, the most wanted, and they got a certain bounty and the money. Right. Mm-hmm. Look at this, Big J. Check it out. Now watch this, Joe. It was the list. And I thought to myself, the whole list thing, this whole popularity thing, me personally being on that whole like on Reg's level as far as content creator, like the rest of them. You got them out there, the angry, all of them. I thought that, hey, you don't want to be on the list. Why would it seem like it's so important to be on the list? And if you ain't on the list, it's such a big shock. That's why I mentioned the most wanted poster. You want to be away from that. Even when you brought up Aaron Fountain, you don't want to be caught up in that. Be away from it. Do your thing, because it's going to be some hell to pay. It looks like, something's about to go down. Don't be as if like, dang, I ain't up on the list. You remember how I was like, it was always read off whoever made up the list and who was on the list, including the women on channels. You know what I mean? Like Kendra G, or the Current Cure, but you ain't on the list. It's kind of like a downer, like a Debbie Downer. Like, dang, I ain't made the list. So is that hurting your feelings? I'm confused. Do you not? You don't want to be on the list, but if you on the list, it was like a popularity thing. Like, look at y'all. Like we kids. I'm on the list. I'm on the list. No, you don't want to be on the list. And why would you? Or is that how it is? Because I'm confused. I guess to be on the list is like, hey, check me out. I made the list. You know what I mean? Like I made the draft. It's crazy. Like it's retarded.
Yeah, and like that list that somebody said, oh, MOT is the president of Manosphere, and we found Big J to be his running mate, be his vice president shit. People been saying that shit for weeks. As soon as somebody said it, I went back to my channel. I said, I do not want to be a part of that shit. I said I'm anti-Manosphere.
Right.
I'm saying it. I'm anti-Manosphere. Y'all know me. Y'all know me for a long time. I make anti-Manosphere videos. So no. The only thing me and MOT agreed with was that skills and resources thing. That's all me and him agreed with.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that shit, no, we don't. But I'm like, no. But he wants. And I've been saying this for a very long time. He wants to be among with those people. He want to be on the Mount Rushmore with O'Shea and Angerman and CD and BGS. He wants to be on the. Hold on, somebody sent us private chat. Oh, okay. Joe said, thanks for having me up, Big J. Didn't realize it was so late. Full circle. Good talking with you. Good night.
Yep. Good talking to you, Joe. Good night to you, man. But no, like you were saying, Big J, with the whole, not even being a part of Manosphere, I was on another channel. This was a minute ago. I threw that out there. And I even said, I don't want to be a part of any titles, names, acronyms. And I meant that, Big J, the whole, the titles, the IGMOR, the SYSBM, the this title, that title. You know what I mean? This whole, I know you get down like that too. And you've seen that and witnessed it. When I roll in solo. I don't need an entourage, a posse, a crew. That's how I roll in real life, how I get around. And when I travel, not on no passport bro stuff, I do things alone. I do it separately. Even when you jump in, Big J, it's like Big J is jumping in. I don't be calling you, you know what I mean, on some email or come and join me because we coming after somebody. You jump in to be like, yeah, I'm up on this too. I'm getting it in. I'm gonna get in there. And I don't sit back and be like, well, step down. I got this. Unless you say so, or unless I say so. I would respectfully, that's how it would go. So the whole thing with people jumping out like, oh, that's on some tag team stuff like that. It's like, but it ain't like we wrong. If you can see it and I can see it and we looking at it, somebody needs to say something or do something about it. It needs to be said. That's just how it is. But I notice at times there's some that's like, that'll just bite their tongue. Like if they're afraid, Big J, or scared to speak. Like you got a mouth, speak. Closed mouths don't get fed. Say something. That's why when Joe was up here and I told him that, I said, yo, I'm glad you spoke up. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you pulled out the book and brought out the history and the dates, 1932 to 1936, broke it down. There's cases like that. There's other cases, not just them, but it'll come in the future. This ain't the last rodeo, Big J, to where it's like, open your mouth and speak the truth. You know what I mean? There's one thing to have little white lies and this and the other, but if you're going to be, and that can go back to the ones that's on this whole, I'm part of this group, that group, this group, that group. If that's what you want to do what you do. But at the same time, speak your truth. Do it to where it's helping, not hurting, Big J. You get what I'm saying? Because if that goes down the way it went down, and I'll throw this at you. When that went down from what Donini said, even in Warren's case, you watch YouTube on a regular and you watching Kevin Samuels to where it's the point, even if he was here alive or whatever, to witness it, to be like, dude, you got one man right here that look at the after effect, the results. And then you watching it to that point to where it's like an idol, you know what I mean? Not a cult, but an idol. That's not good. You know what I mean, Big J? It's not good.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, yeah. When she said that, I was like, well, I mean, and it kind of harkens back to a video Warren did,
Hmm.
because Warren made a live stream, said, "Oh, I look up to Tupac and Kevin Samuels. Those are my leaders." I'm sitting there looking at this, said, "Dude, I know this married man did not say Tupac and Kevin Samuels are his God." I'm like, really? I mean, we got so many black men that have done great things in society, inventors and men in general, people in general have done great things. But then you said Kevin Samuels said at changed the world. I mean, he just a nigga who just talk.
But
And
that's why Big J, I said in a case like that, when that was put out there, that we didn't know that it was to that extreme with the Kevin Samuels watching, where it was like, this is the part that I looked at, and I'm kind of jumping to where it was like, even with part one, part two, part three, and Pure is right. Even if it wasn't that you didn't catch all the videos, if you caught the snippets from bombs or whatever, and if she's still listening, and she's correct, if you didn't catch all three, the snippets, whoever clipped it from John the Analyst, or anybody, whoever. It was like, check this out. I'm doing something wrong because this is hurting her, but it's hurting me. And I'm not even didn't even go there on some addiction stuff. I'm just talking about, and you could I could say that even with the YouTube thing, like I'm watching it on a regular, but at the same time, I've got to improve. I need to improve my life. So even with the Kevin Samuels, what can I take from that? I'm just watching to watch, but it's speaking and going up against, you know what I mean? Black women. It's going against black women, speaking against black women. What am I taking from that? You know how they say some people watch things and they take bits and pieces, and whatever they don't take everything, and even from face value, take what you can. But how does that improve your life? In this case, catch it, Big J, it didn't improve anything. It didn't improve one's individual life. And it's besides us individually what we can learn from it. It's more of like, what's that joke, crack, whatever, Rick James, crack is a hell of a drug. What does he say? Something is a hell of a drug.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug. YouTube is a hell of a drug. This Kevin Samuels thing is a hell of a drug. And it was like a hell of a drug. And I'm not going there with anybody else up and coming, hint, Priscilla, or anybody. To each their own. By the book, by the video, by her classes, all this and the other. I'm watching it on a man's or a male's version of what has happened. Now we got it to where it's like, okay, before, and I said this before it even gets to that point, you got to find a way as you get older, when you just mentioned that, as far as who you said Biggie and Kev, you know what I mean? Who are not their gods, but you get what I'm saying? Who does it for you in your life? And that's wild. Instead of being like, this ain't helping. You got one that's a rapper, then you got one that's a social media content. You get what I'm saying? And then how do they both intertwine? How do they both connect? I don't see the connection. Right. I get it, but at the same time, this is who you looking up to? You gotta be kidding me. And then you got the Nene, I'm sure, looking back at it as if like, you think you might be getting something from this, but it's actually hurting not just us, me, it's hurting you, and you can't even see it. So you gotta be able to look as a man within yourself, to be honest and say, I think I might be hurting us. And I don't even see that I'm hurting myself. You know what I mean? I'm literally hurting us. I gotta, besides them being together for 7 years, whatever, somewhere in there before it even gets to divorce, to this point to where it's like, you know what? I get the whole Thor thing. Remember the Will Smith, this thing either. Yeah. It is, I get that. I see that. I get it. But at the same time, catch it, Big J, again, I keep saying that, the leader, head of household, all that stuff. She gonna be looking at that as if like, and that's how, notice how it was thrown out there like that. Like, you ain't nothing. I heard names, I heard things out there as if like, you're almost like, you know what, underneath my shoe. I mean, that's cold. As if like, as if like, look at Big J, F you. Like, I'm done.
And this whole thing about the cartoon characters, like,
right.
The door, like, she got a charm that has doors hammer. I'm like, okay, you supposed to be leader of the household. Why are you worried about a charm that has doors hammer? Make that make sense. I mean, you tripping, and it's something like some child would would talk about a child, a 10-year-old. Like, mommy, my sister has a door. She's stealing my toys. That's what it sounded like.
But yeah, Big J, it did sound like that. But on the flip side, being that, and I don't mean just a leader, you being a man, and this is not the question, you, Big J, you and me both, being a man, you knowing about women, you've been with women, Big J, you've dated women. You could simply turn that around and be like, on some fun stuff, like not saying you got to get rid of it or whatever, on some real, like, I'll be your Thor, baby. You ain't got to worry about Thor. You know what it might, whatever's going running in your head. But you never look at. You ain't got to put it in her head to be as if like you being not just insecure to be like, I'm competing against some Thor, a celebrity, this and the other. And guess what? And in comparison, Thor, the real actor, Chris, whatever, Hemsworth, whatever, ain't thinking about them. So it should tell you a lot to be like, yo, I get it. I'm tripping. The whole Will Smith thing, I get it. I'm tripping. I'm not even one in their league. And they ain't thinking about me. So stay in your lane and be like, you know what? As long as this is what I'm gonna work with. This is what I'm gonna work with. I'm gonna be your Will Smith. Even if it's in the bedroom sexiness, I'll be your Thor, Will Smith. I'm just gonna be you. I'm gonna be the one to do it for you.
Listen,
I don't understand. I don't understand. It's things. I get it, but it's things that you can simply lose your woman over on and in comparison to things that you shouldn't even think of and shouldn't have to lose your woman over. That ain't even what I mentioned. I mentioned it earlier. It's not even worth it, Big J. It's not.
I'm just looking at that shit. I just like, I know he didn't say that. Because when he said that, I was like, wait a minute. Where's my whiskey at? Because I need to drink. I need to have a sip or a shot glass or something, because that shit right there. He talking about, yeah, man. What if I tell her if I like that bitch from Wonder Woman, and I'm like, who?
But Big J, that's funny that you mentioned that. So what you do, Big J? So Big J, I was about to mess with you right now. So what you do is you get the Thor helmet as a man in the bedroom, and you have her get the Wonder Woman lasso. I don't care what you do. Have her have a plastic sword from Amazon, buy it, and you do your thing. But whatever you got to do to keep love alive, whatever you got to do, but don't let that eat you up to be like, oh, what if I get that? Because deep down, because in a way you could almost say that you telling on yourself. Okay, the Thor thing, but you throwing it up because it's going to be a big issue in between to be like, oh, so all of a sudden, tit for tat, I'm going to go to all the Wonder Woman movies. I'm going to get Wonder Woman posters. You know, the one that plays Wonder Woman right now, not the Linda Carter. You know what I mean? Linda Carter had it going on back then, if you old school like that. But at the same time, I'm going to play tit for tat when it comes to, you know what I mean? Where it's like, okay, so if it ain't Wonder Woman, who else? I'm going to throw it in your face. So you just looking for more trouble. You asking for more trouble. Once again, tit for tat. That ain't how you do it. So I'm not saying that we're like the doctors and therapists, but even at our level and our experience, Big J, you know a little something. In other words, you know what to do and not to do. What you can do to help it, save it, and not cause and throw more wood on the fire. Because at this point, remember, the videos are already out there. It's already put on the platform. Shouldn't even got there. But now that we see and we know what we know, you even sit back to yourself and be like, how could that, besides it nipping it, could have been, you know how you look at it, you break it down to be like, how could that have been helped? How could that have been worked on? Like we just talking about the bracelet, just the bracelet, to where it's like, these are things that she's throwing up to where it's like, yo, that was something that she wasn't liking. You needed to stop that. This, you needed to stop. You needed to stop that. You know what I mean? You know how they say, and I'm not, like I said it's bad all around. You know that saying, the customer is always right. Mm-hmm. I disagree with that, because usually the customer ain't always right. Customer can be an a-hole at times. Right. But there are things to where you work it out to where something that she mentioned too, we needed to sit down and talk about this. Even if keeping, of course, Aries out of it, he don't have to be on no conference call, just behind the scenes at dinner, lunch, or a drive. We really need to talk. This is serious. And I need to tell you, and if we can work with this, I need you, because it's something that I'm seeing and I'm not digging it. And if she was, which I can't speak on it, and not saying that I doubt it, I do doubt it. This is where she would just be like, I'm not feeling that. I'm not with that. I'm not going to listen to nothing you say. You know what I mean? To where it's like, where did the disrespect get lost? To where it's like, you couldn't go to her talked to her way before 7 years, you know, where we at now, to where it's like, I'm not feeling that. I'm not digging that. I'm not trying to tell you I'm jealous or insecure. Do your thing. But at the same time, that's a problem for me. Now, what about in your case? You know, back and forth sweetheart thing. All right, Warren, honey, what issues you got? You know what I mean? Where's balance, Big J? But you still got your leadership. You still had, you know what I mean? You the man. And in this case of the videos, it was showing like the opposite, to where it's like, yo, she's straight up letting you know, I've lost all respect for you as my husband. Like, dang, yo, there ain't no coming back from this. No. And if you coming back from this, I'm not saying that cheating is involved. You must be on some, I'm sorry to say, I'm not on trying to be on a materialistic thing. Remember back then with Kobe, when he had to like redeem himself with that expensive ring, yeah. You know what I mean? She could have divorced him, and he literally cheated. So it's kind of like a lot of cats was like, oh yeah, Kobe, forget you, even though you are an all-star player, hell of a player, she need to get rid of your ass. It was almost to the point where it's like Kobe was like, I'm going to make up for this. I'm going to figure something out. I'm not saying that Warren had to do that, but to the point, if it mattered to you in any way, shape, or form, how do you make this right? And according to Danini, it was like, you can't make this right if you even care. Something was lost. It was mentioned. Something is more deeper in there, and it's not for us to go in and with a magnifying glass, Big J, and snoop in there and even find out, because that's up to them both. But even to Danini, that's her choice to go further with that, because I don't think it should go to part 4, part 5. You know what I mean? Like on some reality show. Let's do the recap to that. You know how those shows do that. Let's look back to 2023 and see how they doing now. Well, such and such, I've decided to move on, and I've married on and have another child. And then you got, over here with Warren. Well, I decided just to either be with somebody and go solo. No more, just, and I think Lou had even said this. He had said this either yesterday or the other day. I'm pretty much kind of done with this. Yeah. Now, that part I felt with him when he said that, Lou said that, I was like, I feel that. He said, I'm done with this. All the extra questioning that's done, overrated. Big J, I'm not throwing out no names. I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm going to talk to you. I got some questions that I need answered. You're like, no, stop with that. You know what I mean? It's just more than it should have been. It's gone too far.
They should have changed the topic.
Mm-hmm.
Red should have changed the topic. He said, "Nah, I mean, we discuss this no more." No, he allowed all that foolishness, allowed Kevin Kelly and Lou and have a what's her name, Mahogany, saying her bullshit. You could have cut that shit out. You should have left that shit alone. Nobody else's opinion should not be talked about. You should have kept that shit up. But when she told Reg that I lost respect for you, or I don't respect you anymore.
Yeah.
I don't see how Reg.
I don't see how he kept going. I'm about to say, my bad. And if you listen to Brian, I wasn't mentioning about you. I was going off the B. So forgive me, Big J. Big J, it was the part of that part. I don't know how he was able to keep going. Give me, Big J. How are you able to still keep going to be like, because that would have shot me to where it's like, I lost a good friend. You know what I mean? Right. Along with the chair. I lost a friend. The heck, let me put the YT on pause. This whole YouTube, all of this. That's my friend. Even if it was Warren as well. But you, Danini, you my friend.
That was his friend. That's what I'm saying.
But Big J, we going way back. I'm gonna go way back with you, along with Rollo, you, me, a lot of us. Danini was around during that time too, besides Bomb, of course. But Danini was one back in the days, a longtime friend. So you think to yourself, friendship over everything, Big J, over everything, to where it's like, this is my friend. And that's why I told you in the beginning, if it came down to that whole friendship thing and this whole panel thing, could I come to this person? Could that person go to that person and be like, as a friend, not just some average associate and somebody on the panel, as my friend behind the scenes, one that we chit chat, not just these emails and being sent out. I can talk to this person and they got my back. I can speak to them. They'll give me the best advice if they can. And where I can sit back and be like, you know what? Thank you. you helped me out a lot. If you didn't save me or save my situation, you helped me think. But the way where it went, it just went to where it was like, that's how it goes. That's how we get down. And like you mentioned before, out of everything that I heard out of all three videos, when Danini said that, along with the whole, hey, we need to start making men, or we got to create, or how she put it, we need men to be men. We need to start making men. Like, I got what she was saying, along with I lost respect for you. I lost respect for you, Reg.
When she said that, that tells me it's
Mhm.
countdown. I'm gonna say this right now. When she said that begins the countdown
Mhm.
for Reg not being on YouTube anymore. Because the thing is, if one of your biggest supporters came out there and said, I have no respect for you, and this person bought you a chair and defended you against everybody else who came after Reg, because nobody don't like Reg like that, right?
Mhm.
So to sit there and stab your own friend in the back for that shit,
Mhm.
and not show no leadership, that tells me though Reg is finished.
And you know what I was doing too, not just besides being in the clouds. I was actually Big J watching right there where it was like, now I'm gonna see it, almost like a countdown. You mentioned a countdown. I was looking at it as a countdown to where he said, you know what, somewhere in there to be like, you know what? Like when I told you how with the thing with Lou, when he thought I was going to go in and speak on some Brian thing and I wasn't, I was just throwing it in there to be like, when that was thrown in that I was exhausted or tired or this and the other, it wasn't going after, because I did what I did on Regis and it stayed on there. So that was misconstrued as far as that. And he cut the stream. That's what I was looking at right there on Regis' show, to be like, look, they telling you right now, don't just bring up people on the panel to jump in and add wood to the fire. Cut this stream, cut it, or change the subject. Do something. You know what I mean? Like you said, Big J, just change it. Just get off of this.
Like I remember that one time.
Mm-hmm.
This was years ago, right? I was having a problem with somebody. I cut the stream, right?
Yeah.
I cut the stream, start a new stream,
right?
Talk about what the topic was. One stream on private. Everybody asked me why I put videos on private. Because there were friends involved. I'm put shit on private. Right. That, but like because it makes sense though. You got to put things on private or delete the video or the live stream. So what was said won't be carried on, right?
Yes.
So yeah, but he wouldn't do that shit. When she said that, he could have just cut the live stream off and delete put that other video part 1 and 2 on private or deleted it and start with a fresh clean slate. But no, he kept on.
It wasn't. But look at Big J. It was besides. Sorry for cutting you off. It was besides that. I know you heard this part too. If you had a chance to hear it, Danini was saying, I was asking you for the link and you claim you gave me the link and you didn't give me the link.
Right.
You say you gave me the link and you never gave me the link. Now I'm going to throw this at you. So, because to let you know, I'm not coming at Reg when I mention this. There was that time in history, and Reg do recall, when I had my back and forth, that was a part of my problem in my past that I had. When I would ask for the link back in the good old days, years ago, I would ask for the link and I was like, it's the wrong link, because I am the cause of that. The whole thing, send me your email so I can give you the link, so it ain't just anybody. I will raise my hand and say I'm the reason for that, because when it happened the way it happened, because the whole, hey, I'm sending you the link, and I'm steady saying it ain't the right link. Reg remembers I had to go through the back door and go through someone, and I'll say his name, through Rollo, to be like, yo, I'm just trying to come on a panel. I just need to talk to this man, but I'm steady getting the wrong link every time. So when Danini brought it up in today's time, I understood. I'm not saying if he did or he didn't. I could just say that I could relate to it. And Danini kept saying it, not to say that she was telling the truth or lying. And I don't think she was lying. She was like, you didn't give me the link, the right link. Like I kept asking you for the link so I could jump in. So it kind of makes you think, like, was it done on purpose? Because not wanting her to come on the link or to speak her piece, or to speak. And then it was all being built up to where it was like, to what we just now mentioned, I've lost respect for you, because in a way you kind of, well, I guess you've played me. You played me. I didn't want this to go down, but it went down. And you teamed up with this person, which I wasn't looking for this. I wasn't asking for this, but you forced my hand. And now this is what you get. And it was to that point, Big J, where it was like, you know what? Yeah, this should have been cut. Because I did. The chat individuals, you could say from Joe included. Nah, it might have been others. This shouldn't go down. And I can't remember them. Stop this. Stop this. It's almost like seeing a live fight. You know, them street fights, or when you in school, you know, you see the kids fight on this and the other, and they all around and they fighting, but it's getting bad. But nobody will jump in. It ain't security around or the principal. The fight is just going down. And it'll take that one person to be like, you know, break it up. But 9 times out of 10, people want to see who gonna come out of that. But then at the same time, either somebody's either hurt. Now, I ain't saying delete it. That's too far. Something is real bad. Got to be sent to the principal office. But I'm looking at it from being kids. Look at this on just social media, grown folks, to where it's like, yo, if nobody can, because we ain't got control to hit the button, to where something in you consciously will be like, I can't do this. You know what I mean? That's scary, to where, as far as power, to where you don't have enough control to be like, you know what? You mean a lot more to me than all of this. I mean, channel wise, I ain't gonna delete my stuff. You know, I've worked too hard to get up to where I'm at in 2000 and something, whatever the sub count is. You mean a lot more to me. And I did listen to you, Big J, when you said the chair alone, membership. Who knows how much donations behind the scenes, besides Gabe and others who maybe when things were slow had contributed, like Danini, or what she's done. So you look at it where it's like, you know what? This woman, besides ARC, because that was mentioned too, ARC has helped this channel, Alan Roger Curry. I get that. But as far as a supporter, when it's that back and forth between a comparison of men supporting and it being a men channel compared to women supporting, she's done her part. So it was almost like a plead, Big J, like, please don't. I listened to her voice like it was, please, I'm asking you, don't do this.
Like her voice was about.
It was her voice. Yeah. I listened to her voice, and her voice was kind of like, yo, dude. It got to the point to where the Danini that I know, when she be giggling and laughing, you know, Danini got that laugh. Mm-hmm. I'm not making fun. You know, it's that laugh, regardless if ones are enemies to her or not. This was serious, Big J, to where it's like, all bets is off. I'm not laughing. This ain't funny. And that's why I told you, when you did your video, you said, I think this is a skit. And I didn't say nothing. I wasn't in the chat. I was listening. I was in the clouds. And I said to myself, because I wanted to tell you, even if I had to type it, this ain't a skit. She's serious. This is for real. And then it went into, I guess from 1 to part 2. You know, like you said, I got to see it. If I see it to believe it, sure enough, it was true. But when it went into that, to where it was like, yo, you got to stop this. When does it come to a point to where listen, not like we trying to control, okay, Big J, we ain't trying to control nobody, to where you listen to the person to be like, you might have a point. Somebody could do it to you, Big J, and you'll even do it yourself. You be like, you know what? You're right. I'm not going to do it. You'll do it sometimes, Big J. You'll be like, you know what? And it ain't just pure. It'll be somebody. Maybe it's pure. Big J, I don't think you should. You know what? And sometimes, you know what, Big J, you'll stop yourself without anybody telling you. You'll say, I'm not going to do it. I've heard you do it. You be like, I could do it. Right. It's funny how you do it. You be like, I ain't gonna do it because I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna save it for another time, or I'm not gonna do it at all. And I give you props for that, man.
Right.
I do.
Because though the reason, because like when I'm about to go that deep into that dark place, something reminds me is either the ex-girlfriend, I still talk to, or the girl I'm talking now, or peer, or anybody else, people who are my who are my core constituents. I have them in mind, right. If I go there, then all bets are off.
All bets are off, Big J. That's right.
Cross that certain line.
Now,
I think I'm capable of going into that dark place, but there are people.
Yeah.
Even if they're not there, their presence alone could stop me from.
But Big J.
They don't have to say nothing to me.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have to grab my shoulder and my arm, telling me no.
But Big J, just like in person, just like you said, in person, like yourself, like myself,
what I did in January, I went to a dark. That's your example. I went to a dark place. There was nobody gonna stop me in January when I did what I did. No one was gonna stop me, even though it's thrown in there. And if Joe is still listening, on one end he's correct. It wasn't just me that it was all bottled up and built up. I had my last leg, and in 2022. I had stayed away from the channel. You know what I mean? When it seemed like everything was built up, I wasn't on platforms or panels. On my end, I wasn't on nothing. I took all that time out. I had even mentioned it. When 2023 came, no one knew what I was going to do. No one knew how I was going to do it, when I was going to show up. Like that saying, and I stand by that. You'll never know when I'm coming. Ever know it. You won't even if Lou is catching it or listening to this together, that whole thing will, full circle will come back in a year. You will never know that. You will never know when I show up. But in that particular place, I went to a dark place. And I mean, when I say to a dark place, I went to the darkest of darkest. And when I let loose, I could have kept going, or according to what Aries has said, like, dang, this man went for 10 minutes at least going in. And I didn't do a count on it. And I'm thinking, dang, was it 10 minutes? Do you know that I could have went longer if I didn't have to go to a poker game? I could have went longer than that, because what it was just, I had so much inside of I was actually mentally not writing it down like on some Eminem rapper. I had it all in my head to where it's like, I've been building up, taking in the lies after lies. That's how much I was taking it in. I had taken other information, but when it was the lies, and besides listening to what you had to say prior to that too, Big J, about these lies and people telling lies and rumors, I said, you know what? And I didn't even just choose him as a target. He just stood out because it was so many lies. And I had to put that out. And not just prior, afterwards, we come to now, and it's nothing changed. Not that it had to be a lesson learned, and it still lies. I even sat back and said, you know what? That in itself, for me going to a dark place and me going out there, the lies and everything that I threw out there should have been a point to be like, once again, looking in that mirror to be like, you know what? And that's why I mentioned it when Joe was here, and it may be even pure. You got to start telling the truth. You got to start being honest, because how it did to me, it shouldn't have made me go there like that, but it had to be done, Big J. Yeah. You know that. It had to be done. So if anything, and I had to go look back even prior to that, what I did in January, I went at Preem like that. I recall when I went at Preem, because Preem would do some sort of lying. I got past that, but went back in the good. This is before Brian and stuff. I went at Preem so hard. That's why when it was mentioned on the show last night, oh, this Preem to Gabe. Preem was this, and Preem didn't give a dang, and Preem spoke his mind. But at the same time, notice it wasn't brought up. I wasn't brought up because I was around that back then. I went at Preem and I ate Preem up. Ever since then, we got past that because Preem and his suits and him in Atlanta and this and the other. And it wasn't because of him being a conservative or a Republican. It was that Preem would tell lies too. He was lying. He was lying. And when I got at Preem, and I shot at him, and this was around during the Black Brain Trust, them cats, all different others. People were around. We going way back, Big J. So this on the rodeo tip, this ain't the first rodeo. What I did in January, I went at him. But in the case of January, I just went a little bit harder and a little bit darker.
Yeah, and the thing, and when we talk about Preem, I've been pissed off about that Preem situation when Preem fucked me over twice. Right? And what he did to Pierre twice. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to bring that up. But
right.
There was some two instances that he went after me and Pierre. Right. That's why I've been on his fucking neck. If he pops up, I'm gonna be right on his goddamn neck. And because I went to a dark place with him.
Yeah.
And and since he was on Red's channel, he takes Reg. He tells Reg some shit. Reg, he likes to carry on the bullshit. That's why I don't like Reg. Reg like to take up other people's lies and run with it and make a show out of it, even if though you are not there and you can't defend yourself.
But you know what? But Big J, I didn't like the instigating after the fact, including with Preem, when it would be like, Preem, where you at? You need to speak on this. Come in and not clear it up or rectify it. You need to explain. Did you get the good? Did you do? It was like egging it on, where it's like, for one, It ain't true. It ain't none of your business. And what you do by instigating is wrong. Like not. I don't mean even like a lynching. Like it was kind of like, yeah, we want to see this kind of mess. It's like this is messy and this is dirty, and all because of this person. And the person hadn't even hadn't showed up for a minute. But look at the after effects. Catch what I'm saying? That had happened, and that's why today when it was brought up, and I said that respectfully to Pure, I was like, Pure, I ain't gonna throw that. I threw up a name and I left it like that. Earlier when Pure was on the stage. And I said, no, because we all, Big J, including yourself, some of us, not Joe, witnessed how that went down, and it was wrong. And a part of that, like you said, of me semi going to a dark place is how I went at Preem. I mean, what I did with Preem, because I still remember what you said. And when that was going down like that, besides the lies, that part with Pure was like, yo, the slander, the rumors, the lies, this is wrong. And even when Preem would show up, I was doing the same thing. I was waiting for it to be like, you're not going to get away with it. I'm going to get you. That was all worked out and cleared up to this day, because I've been on panels, with Preem, discussions when it's on the up and up. But back in the good old days, Big J, that you remember, because you've been around for a minute, you recall all that stuff. This ain't nothing new in 2023. From some new subs saying like, who is this, or what's going on with that? I get that what Joe said, regardless if he was around that time or remembering these people, but Joe, not Joe, Big J, we remember. We know. Yeah. If anybody don't know, we know. We were around. We witnessed a lot of things. We witnessed a lot of lies, rumors, crap, a lot of indecencies, a lot of messiness, anything you can think of to be like, this ain't right. And that's why earlier when Pure was on and Joe was on, I said the spirit, while I haven't been really around in 2023 and just observing, because the spirit ain't right. It don't fit right. It ain't right. And if I'm gonna throw on another word, it's just been evil.
Yeah.
Pure evil, not pure butterfly, pure evil. The evil that's been done. What has happened recently was evil.
I mean,
evil.
Like, I'm looking at that shit, because even that last Saturday, the Saturday before this past the Saturday,
right?
Reg created a narrative, right?
Mm-hmm.
He created a narrative that I was masturbating to RBR.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if you've heard about RBR.
I did. I did hear. I heard about all that. You know what had happened? Yeah.
Right. Well, I happened to talk to Hooded One, right?
Mm.
So I said, you know what? I'm gonna put this video on private, right? I'm gonna put this on video, because we went and talk about what happened to RBR, and Hooded One was telling me all this shit was going down. He sent me the video of what happened to RBR. Oh, what's going on? Just Jay, what's going on with you? And
yeah, I'm here, Big J. Keep going. You were saying, we had the RBR and the Hood server, putting on private. Go ahead.
Hooded One, right? Hooded One was explained to me, right? So
Hooded One,
sent me a video in the private chat. He said, I got something on RBR, and it didn't say what it was about. I thought it was gonna be another video of RBR saying something that was stupid, because we always hear him say something out of pocket and shit, right? Or that one time he was railing against interracial dating while he was watching interracial porn. I thought it was going to be one of those type of videos, right?
Right.
Like, just laugh, right? Like, damn, man. Like the last time he was exposed, right? So,
right.
Because he was on X, with that Pornhub, looking for interracial, all that, right? But anyway, I thought it would be one of those clips and videos, right? So I clicked on the video. The video was about like 40 minutes long, some shit like that. I said, come on, really? He said, yeah, man, it did this to him. So he went on to talk about the other video, the unedited, the unredacted, the unblurred video. Because the video will show RBR naked. He was nude, right? I said, well, hold on. Y'all got a video of this shit? Who's doing this shit?
Right.
I was asking Hooded One who's actually doing this, who's actually passing this shit around on YouTube. He said some guy, he says there's this group called something. I forgot the name of it. I said, you know what? I'm putting this shit on private. So I went ahead into the live stream, I put it on private. Then I did another live stream reacting to because somebody asked me about, I think it was Mella was asking about, so I went off about that shit, right? Well,
Right.
anyway, regardless, that was like a week later, right? So this the last Saturday of August, Reg got on his channel, and he took that bullshit from Busta Free,
Mhm.
Brian. They came down there to Reg and tell Reg, yeah, man, Big J saw that video and he da. So Reg went ahead on a 15-minute rant saying I was masturbating and shit to it,
Mm.
and saying I like have sex with old men.
Mm.
And that was not even I'm talking about how wrong it was. And Joe, God bless Joe. Joe had to tell him, listen, no, what Big J's talking about, how wrong it was.
I was about to jump in and say that. Besides, along with what you said, what Joe said, I recall you saying, "Oh no, like this thing, like no, no."
Right.
And then I remember the part that I caught to where it was like, "Well, how did you know this?" Which was wild, crazy. How did you know that he was naked? But you was like, the other part was blurted out, which was obvious. It was a part that was blurted out, so it's obvious that he was naked. It was nothing more than that. But I wasn't like hoping for it and wishing for it and cheering for it. You was more like, no, like this ain't right. This is wrong. Oh no, that the camera was on and that he didn't know and we could see it, or whoever copied it, and you know what I mean, and took it and took it the way they took it and stuff to be passed around. You, on the other hand, Big J was like, no, oh no, you know what I mean? It was something that I caught in that where it's like you wasn't for it, you was against it, let alone doing something, doing that to by watching another man. You get what I'm saying? Just no, man.
Even when I first saw the first 15 seconds, I said, wait, hold on, wait,
Yeah,
stop,
yeah,
stop,
yeah.
wait a minute, what is this? Because I was asking questions like, dude, what is this shit? I said, this shit's wrong, man. Who had done this?
And that's the part that I heard from you when you said that. You was like, that's what I was looking for. You said this was wrong. So that was something right there. It was almost like going to you. It was, why did you keep it, or why did you hold on to it? It was almost like it was putting you in the hot seat, like as if like you asked for, you wanted this. It's like you was just irking, like on some okay, and we can call it for what it is. I'll just say it as if like making you on some perverted. You were the pervert man, the pervertedness.
Yeah, my thing was, and this is how stupid they were.
Yeah.
That the video itself was on YouTube, right? You can't have nudity on YouTube.
Right.
So it was blurred. It was, what was seen was blurred, so you couldn't see it, right? But like you can tell, because the only thing you saw was RBR's head. That was it. But no, they made it seem like, oh, I'm on there. Ooh, I like men, and I'm part of the LGBTQ community and all that dumbass shit. I'm a pervert. All that shit they were trying to make. That's why I told Reg, if I see him, it's gonna be some bullshit. Because you out there doing all that shit, and you and the Nene, and that's why the Nene made that punk ass video what she did. And I'm gonna tell you about that shit too. She talking about, I'm gonna read what you wrote to me. Girl, please don't.
But Big J, I'm gonna throw it. Big J, you said it without me saying it. I do recall that, but I'm gonna throw this at you too. Even with everything being said, I didn't witness it. I didn't see it to where with everything happening that you was like, ha ha ha. Karma's a bit. You know what I mean? Karma is a. You didn't do that. Even with the back and forth with Danini and with whoever coming for your head, coming for your throat. Even in that case of, because you was put on the hot seat with the whole thing, with that whole thing with RBR. But even with the part of Danini, you never sat back and be like, hey, I got one up on you, and karma is and that's what you deserve. You didn't do that. Even in your case, you looking at it to where it's like that was still wrong. I could be an a-hole and be as if like, yeah, that's what you get. But you didn't go to that extreme because it has been back and forth with you both. And then the whole thing that I'm gonna put this out, I'm gonna put that out. But I'm not saying it taking the high road. It was more of like there's no reason for it. You know what I mean? To gloat.
Right,
and to be all cheerful and be like, yeah, when it comes to you, especially you, Dunedin, and especially Warren, just your marriage alone, that's what you get. You more of like
I
you get
never
what I'm
talked
saying?
about
Yeah.
marriage. I never went that route about their marriage. You didn't see me talk
Hmm.
about their marriage. I ain't went there. Now I did joke about the towel,
Yeah.
about the pillows.
Yeah.
I did that, but
Yeah.
about the marriage, no, I ain't touching.
Right. And what I'm getting at is that you pick and choose, and there is a time and a place. That what was going on wasn't the time to go in on that. Like, you know what, F them. They deserve, that's what they get. Because since they, you know what I mean, enemies or not, on the whole, Viper Pit thing, got a lot of enemies, a lot of enemies. There's that part, and I guess regardless if you into not tradition morals, just morals or not, right and wrong. That's what I'm getting at, Big J. What's right and wrong.
And I gotta say,
Mm,
I gotta thank a couple people. I ain't gonna say who.
mm.
One of them was here, right? I gotta thank the both of them for not allowing me. And they didn't have to tell me shit. They didn't even say shit. Their presence alone was enough for me not to go into that dark place, because I was considering going into that dark place of what happened, what transpired last week. 'Cause
I know, and you have it in you to do it.
yeah,
Like
I have it in
you
me.
have it in you, like I have it in me. But I've tried to, like you said, there was, and you know what you mentioned. You said something which is a great example of that. The ones that helped you with that, their presence. That was the same with me when it came to times when I hadn't been on the panel of Regis to where I wanted to come back again, but I had changed that within the summertime, and Joe was present and he was remembering. I said, remember when I was on and LAR was on and Macbone and then Loadcast was on and AC was on and Surism. Whereas like I only unleash and let loose, not even on that dark place, semi when I have to. Same with you, Big J. You let in and go in when you really have to. There's some times when it's like, I don't even need that. I'll just go in. And then there's other parts of you where it's like, you know what? I'm going to step back. Their presence was well appreciated, and I needed that. I think from my observation and people on the panel, ones on the panel, had even helped me to be as if like, I'm not going to do that. I know I might want to, and I might should, but I'm not going to do that. Like I said, what I did in that dark place in January was what I did. It was necessary. Going forward, I even tell myself, not a warning to individuals, including Brian, I don't want it to be another time. You know what I mean? And in other words, I ain't God or Jesus or none of that. Just change your ways. Give me Big J. You change your ways. You got to change your ways. Because when I did what I had to do, you'll do it sometimes too, Big J, even on the injustice or justice. Stop these. Just that alone. Stop the lies. Stop the rumors. And we going old school, Big J. I'm not saying we the guardians of the galaxy of good and bad, but this like, and it's not even the Justice League. When you say what you say, as if like, yo, I'm sick of the lies. I'm sick of the rumors. I'm sick of all that. What just happened with you with the whole RBR? And it's like, that was a lie. And Joe stepping in. That wasn't right. How could you do that? It's almost like defaming, you know what I mean? Not that you're a celebrity, defaming you on purpose. I'm canceling you. You ain't a celebrity, but it's almost like that to where it's like, we want to cancel you. That's why it goes right back to, regardless of you being married or not, to what Pure said. Is it jealousy? What could it be? I recall this. Look at this. I recall this. I'm going to throw this in there. I got to throw this in there. I remember when Brian had said this, and I had heard this. Brian says, oh, Full Circle's just mad because I speak the truth. Guess who jumped in and said something and said, but you're not. That's not what you're doing. AC himself said, but you're not, Brian. And when he said that, I said, and I was taking a tally. I said, right there, you're telling a lie. I'm not jealous of you. I'm not caring what you say. Even from whatever words he said, even with Aries, from me being decrepit, I'm sitting back like, what the? Could have came in on a comeback. Could have been like, Reg, send me the link. It's on and popping. I'm in for the attack. Calling Aries a thumb with a face. It's the stuff that came out where it's like, dude, you're all about features. You're all about looks. I'm not saying, on no homo thing. It's like, why is it always about looks and features? That's all you got. Why can't it be like what comes out, the mental, you know what I mean? The mentality, the intellect, just some words, let's go off of that. Get off these looks. Something that stood out, Big J, and I never had a chance to tell you about this. You said, Why does a man have to come up on there on the panel to show what woman he got or do a comparison? Remember that day?
Right.
I didn't jump on your panel, but I saw not what you were doing, but I heard you. You got individuals now doing a competition comparison thing. Joe, I'm going to throw this from my outlook and my take. Joe showed his wife. There you go, Joe. Married, maybe seen her, maybe never seen her. Beautiful woman. Gabe, beautiful wife, even if it was blotchy. Then you got Brian, got to do his thing. It's like, you ain't got to do that. And not just that. Catch this. Reg later on said, and it was crazy how it was done. Reg said, so I guess it wasn't that day. It was later on. I guess she's like just a slut, a hoe, this together. Brian gonna say, I guess so. So what was the whole purpose of you showing some avatar of you? That didn't make no sense. You know what's so sad about that? It's like, for one, that's just a jump off. But it's almost like you need validation and you trying to compete with grown men that have been in a relationship, regardless of Joe being on his third marriage, whatever. They got wives. This ain't no jump off. You with a pass around. You proud of that? But you gonna show and show that off? I wouldn't. Why? And then when Reg asked that, it's kind of like, yo, dude, sit down. You and that avatar, regardless if that was your woman, if it was just a snapshot, it was just a screenshot, it was unnecessary. And when how you put it, Big J, you was like, what are we doing? Each time it's like, Tweedledee, not Tweedledee. Now I ain't gonna use that Tweedledee. You ain't got to do to follow the leader. You ain't on that level of Joe and Gabe when it comes to their wives and the family and longevity. And let's say if Brian got a child or not, because that's usually not really discussed, but I believe he does. You might not a comparison. You want to try to be on where they at. Remember, I mentioned that with even Joe. You established, got the land, the farm, you got the wife, you got it going on. You got it going on. You got a resume. Gabe, definitely. You can't really, regardless if you like them or hate it, these two individuals, just Gabe alone, you can't. So when Brian is sitting there, it's like, dude, what are you? And I'm literally saying that, Big J, what are you doing? What you did is unnecessary. And you was right. I'm doing a comparison. I'm showing what I got. And then Reg says what he asked. And it turns out to be like, is that your woman that you was making everyone feel like, yeah, you go ahead, bro. She just a slut as it was put out. And you co-signed it, Brian. So that's sad.
That's what I'm saying.
That was so sad.
Yeah, I'm looking at Brian. Really, Brian? Because he was like, and my thing is, I ain't gonna show who I'm with.
Exactly.
I never did. Now one woman, you did hear her one time when she was, well, Pierre, me, she's a friend of me and Pierre, right? She used to come over here, and she's the one that hosts my live streams. This is when I had hangouts, right? If you hear her voice, that's her, right?
Okay.
So you go to my older videos, my old live stream, you be hearing her voice in the background. That's really her, right?
Right.
So if I put her on the screen, you know what happened? The niggas came after her sideways and shit.
Yeah.
So
you're doing right.
Protection.
Right. And I was about to say that. That's protection. And then you know what? And I'll throw this in there. Even though I was messing with MacBone that time and I said, don't ever do a competition or compete or nothing like that. But I meant that. But when MacBone was messing with me and he threw my name in the mix, remember, he had a lady he was messing with. He didn't show her. So I give that to MacBone. He didn't have to. I guess she was somewhere in the room and around in the presence. Maybe she was a jump off. He deal with the young ones. He's all on that player talk and this and the other. But I give that to MacBone. He didn't have to. Look at this, Big J. He didn't have to show us. He didn't have to even do that. And I prefer him. Don't do it. You was messing with me, MacBone, competing and this and that. But I was like, don't throw my name in there like that because we ain't on that. If we ain't at the same, not level age, you ain't got to compete with me and I ain't got to compete with you. The part that I looked at, even with Brian, where it's like, you ain't got to do that. Why are you doing that? It's almost like a validation thing from back then with the whole thing of like, even with Sirism. Remember, he came in back then on the scene, not last year, lately when it was all on the women and then got to show the videos and who got a woman, regardless if you smashing her or not. You know what I mean? It was so silly, sad and childish that we do with that. Look at Big J. We doing videos and now we doing avatars of like, just letting y'all know. I do get pussy. I don't know what they talking about. They full of it because what I'm showing you should be good enough alone that I'll definitely get some pussy. You ain't showing me nothing, but at the same time, you don't have to. You don't have to. Go ahead.
And my thing about Sirism, right? Remember that one time he got so mad that he put his girl up on the camera.
See, I missed that one. I didn't see that one.
No. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I don't think she was on the camera, but you hear her voice, right?
Yeah, I did. Now I heard the voice. I didn't see. I did hear the voice. Yep.
Right. She said, "Who's in control here? You are, Daddy."
Yep. I remember all of that.
You remember that sound, right? Because
yes.
And I'm like, is that necessary?
Right.
Is that necessary? I mean, you just sit there and call your own whoever she was a hoe.
Right.
Because he said, and he talking about, I get bitches. Nigga, you just called your woman a bitch on fucking YouTube. And she left, right? She left. She said,
right.
I get bitches. Like, nigga, you just called your woman a bitch.
But Big J, on a panel full of men, even if we're in the chat or in the clouds, it's having us look at it where that's what you need to do to prove something to us, and you don't have to. Right. And then you got to look at it, not that we women, even from her eyes, she taking it, but then not even knowing what she thinking, as if like, joke's on you, Jack. You think that's just to have fun and show off with your boys, but really you don't know what I'm thinking. I got something else up my sleeve. Not to say he ain't got it like that, but when it comes down to it, you ain't got nothing. What I'm getting at, Big J, you don't have nothing to prove to us men. You ain't got to do that. And I think that is pathetic and sad. Not just the childish part, just sad and pathetic that you got to do that. Because you know what I'm saying, Big J, you got to do. You can mention, like you say, unless you heard somebody, you might have seen or about this, the other. It ain't even like Big J that you got. You know how they come at you and be like, Big J, you don't know, you ain't had, you know what's, and you know what done had you. And it's like, well, that's a lie. Regardless if you getting it in now or not, regardless if you being not, I don't mean sober, if you being, you know what I mean, on some solo thing where it's like, I ain't even on that right now. Things are slow. I'm on some other stuff. And that's per your discretion. You know what I mean? I mean, on the dating thing with women in general. And that's for any man. But to come up on the panel to prove something, you could be straight up as a man, regardless if it's anybody's business, to be like, you know what? It ain't because the it's been dry out there lately. Things have been messed up, but I'm really not on that. It ain't no need to call your bluff to be like, you ain't get, but at the same time, Big J, you not putting it out there like that on no bragging to be like, I get the ladies. I get all the ladies. When it comes down to it, for one, it ain't your business. 2, you do got experience. 3, why do you give an F? And 4, I don't have to be on no panel to prove nothing to none of y'all. None of y'all, not when it comes to that. I could see, Big J, if you was a straight up virgin on some other tip where it's like, hey, well, we need to teach them something. But at the same time, if you look at it, why should I come to this channel or these other channels to learn that when they ain't really going to teach me nothing and probably get me caught up anyway? But for my discretion, I'll decide who I'm going to learn it from. You know, I'm talking about if I was on some virgin thing, if I was a virgin. But what I'm looking at, Big J, to where it's like, you ain't got nothing to prove. And that's why I told you when Brian threw that up there, regardless if it was true or not, or a photo op, he was getting it, the part about it that was so crazy to where it's like, I could see you come back in and be like, yo, remember that one I showed y'all? Yeah, things is looking good. We about to go to have dinner. We just got back from having breakfast. We just came back from a trip. I don't be hearing none of that. Not that I gotta be in quote unquote Brian's business, give me Big J, but I don't hear none of that. It's almost literally like that, like what you said with Surism. It's a pass along, a fly by night, a run through, if you want to call it. And don't come up on no protection thing, because you the one that put it out there like that. And I'll say it again, when Reg asks that question, she'll sled it, she'll hold this together. You co-sign it as if like, oh yeah. And I was sitting here thinking, but you got cats believing as if like, yo, so you've been away for a minute in a little place for all hell, absent. You've been working on something right there. Bravo. But when it comes down to it, I'll say it right now, and I said it before, it was a lie. Get me, Big J? All a lie. I'm not saying if he hit it or not. I'm just saying when it comes down to it, in other words, step your game up and get on Joe and Gabe A's level. If it comes down to something like a future or even future endeavors of an engagement or marriage, get on that level and then get back to me. I'm not one to talk. I've been engaged before, never been married, none of that. But at the same time, Big J, I don't fly on panels coming in on no like, hey, look what I got this other night. Look what I'm getting right now. I get pussy. I just don't. There's no need, Big J. And I know how they come at you and ones that will come at you and come as if they coming hard. But you like, but I'm on this, but I ain't got nothing to prove. Even that time when you say, remember we had that conversation, I jumped in, you said at times I might be, it can be intimidating for some of the women. But at the same time, you got a voice and you able to talk. They not get on you on that stuttering thing, but you know you can get women. You can get women. They get on you about, oh, they're gonna turn on you. They're gonna turn their backs on you. Stop all of that. Stop all, you know the word. Stop all that simping, Big J. But at the same time, Big J can get women. He done got them. And if you ain't getting them like GMT, you know him, you know, he got a record of getting them. You know, he can get them. You know what I mean? He can get them. No hate on GMT.
Record. He got long.
Right. He got a long record. And look at this. Let me throw one at you. I'm not calling GMT on no decrepit, handicap, on no cane or nothing like that. How his looks, I don't know. Look at how he looks and stuff like that. Women do that. Women can do that. And that's why I was saying when Joe was up here, not when Pugh was up here, Joe up there, for Brian, if you listening, not listening, you can relay the message. Get off of these looks. Because that's why I said this ain't the first time. Not just Big Brian, even with Big Game. Because even when I heard that before, Big Game was on this, I'm fine. What dude says that? I'm fine.
Right.
I'm fine. When he said that 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, I had to take a step back, Big J. I was like, what dude says that? I don't care how handsome or ugly or whatever. What dude calls himself? Yeah, I'm fine. And then when it was said on the panel, whose channel, Reg's channel, I'm like, y'all not going to speak on that? I don't know if it was AC, somebody as if like took a step back to be like, dude, are you serious? You want something? And that's why when it was the whole thing with because Brian has never done that, but Brian is on that same level too, as if like it's about looks and dark skin. It's either light skin or dark skin. And I'm saying it. I'm saying it, and I'm calling it out, even though it was brought out the other day, if not lately, that on I think Reg said it out of his mouth. It was something about colorism. I said, you getting warmer. Nobody's saying it. If I hadn't come up on the panel, which I hadn't, nobody has said it. Well, I'm saying it. I'm saying it now, and I'm saying it on your show. I'm smelling colorism because every time I look up, and it was even mentioned, hey, you better watch out, such and such, or Lou, you gonna get put in a little place all hell. Why is that, Brian? Because you're dark skinned. I said, yo, there's something wrong here. You got a serious problem when it comes to color. I'm telling you. You see what I'm saying? I'm not holding back. I don't hold back on nothing. I could say it on your show. I could have jumped up last night, any other night besides the whole Donnie Warren thing, and could have said it. And I didn't have to go and go to Mach 10. I wanted to say it so bad to where it's like somebody, anybody. You got AC with his skin color. You got Joe Reg with that, let me throw it out there, copper color. That's a bunch of crap too. When it came to that comparison, that's when I picked up on it. Hey, Reg, look at your skin and look at my skin. When it was on that whole melanated thing and this and the other, do you see your skin? What color is it? It's copper, ain't it? And I'm gonna throw one at you too. When it came to that pedigree, nobody was hip to it. I was. When it came to that pedigree and a certain type of whatever, Reg kept asking, well, then what are you? You keep saying that you ain't black, you ain't African. When he kept denying it and beating around the bush, Big J, I picked it up. I said, I know what he is. He didn't even go there. As of now, it's like, yeah, I'm Cherokee. But back then, you would never say it. I picked up on it. It was like pulling teeth back then to be like, what are you? And that was back in the days of MacBone. Remember, it was back in then and was deep on the melanated. Forget this black. Forget about the slave ships and this black color. What is black? What is black? I'm not black. What's the problem with me saying that I'm not African? I'm picking up. When he mentioned pedigree and a certain type of whatever, then he mentioned his grandmother, some grandmother, not parents, grandmother teaching him, talking to him. I was picking up things to where it's like someone in your family is Indian or whatever like that. Yeah, I come from a type of not just pedigree. I come from a certain tribe. It was so it's words. Even though Big Brian says, "Oh, full circle, just listen to my words." No, I'm listening to the lies. I'm listening to the truth versus the lies. And people don't be picking up on things and they let it ride. I looked at it. Every time I look up, it's a color thing. Light skin, my looks. I don't need to cam up this. That's what was so funny. When Brian challenged me in January and was like, because I had to be somewhere. I said it before and I'll say it again. I didn't have the time to get on there. It ain't like I ain't cammed up before, but I thought to myself, I'm going to call your bluff. And I was that close to being like, let's do it now. I just called your bluff. I didn't have to place a bet or nothing like that. We now cammed up. It wasn't based on looks. It was based on like, you got to do the avatar thing. My challenge, get on Reg's panel like AC, like whoever. I'll throw the names others who have cammed up besides Donini, whoever else on there. You know the ones who have cammed up on there. I'm just saying, now I ain't going there with you, Big J, because you don't be on there on a regular basis. I'm just saying the ones who have been regulars. Joe has even cammed up, sitting in the vehicle, smoking a cigar, smoking his stuff, kicking it in the vehicle. My challenge was going to be in January to be like, I want you even now, the cam up for a full good show and sit there zoomed up with Reg, StreamYard with Reg, we don't need to see the woman, and just have a conversation with us. That's my challenge. And ain't on no excuse of like, I just do it for the women. I ain't camming up for you men. That was the big excuse, Big J, back then. It's still now. I ain't camming up for y'all. I just do it for the ladies. You ain't doing it for now. You'll do an avatar. You'll do a photo somewhere in New York, somewhere off a side shot, but it ain't a shot. I ain't talking about no full body shot, no homo. Once again, it's more of like, sit there like how you got all these other content creators when they got a full show of 6 people, not like, like Fight Club, Anton show, all them shows where you can see them, where the rules is like on that Jessica thing, when I was like, Jessica, you need to cam up. You ain't never did it. Okay. Let's say like you patronize the show on a regular basis, going to hell and back. Now you back. I want you to sit there and talk to all of us and have a regular show. Telling truths or lies, and just talk to us. Don't hide behind nothing. And I'm serious about that, Big J. I'm not saying I'm gonna fork out money like that, because we ain't gonna do that. Like, that's gonna be big money. I shouldn't have to. But because when that was thrown out there in January, when I went in, I was like, yo, but I threw it out there. He threw it back at me. But I was laughing to myself, you gonna call my bluff. I ain't got an issue with it. I just don't have the time for it. But I know you not gonna do it. So I'm gonna up the stakes. I want you to come up, cam up, and stay on there. Because I've seen AC do it. AC will be walking through Jersey, New York. He'll be walking. Joe will sit there and do it. And I'm gonna throw his name, regardless if he don't want me to say it or not. AJ was one as well, where I'm just saying, I'm not getting caught up in no, back and forth and no drum, none of that. I'm sticking to the talking point. Right. He's cammed up too. You get what I'm saying? He sat there and has been on his microphone. I ain't talking about the beer or none of that, just him himself, where it's like, he talking to us. We got you. Look at him. Individuals have come up and had no issues with it. And that's why I thought about it. I said, yeah, you all about looks. You waiting for cats to come on. So if it came down any day and you can compare yourself and come at them with whatever you want to come at them. Even Aries has cammed up on some stuff. I mentioned even Donini. Individuals that have done it. That's why when it came out, when he said it the other day, yeah, well, you a thumb face or face like a thumb. And I'm like, you all about features. No matter your features, big lips, thin nose, big nose. You're all about looks. You're sad, dude. That's what.
And my thing about Brian is that see, Brian and Big Game have the same problem. They, Big Game, you used to talk about everybody's looks. Oh man, you fat. Oh,
yes.
Dot. I'm barely looking. And then one time somebody had a picture of him wearing glasses.
I remember that.
It showed a big old forehead with glasses, right? You saw a forehead and glasses, right? And people were laughing at that shit. And then though he finally kind of came up with the whole body pic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, nigga. You go around and talk about people's skin color, but you light skin. You light skin and Brian's light skin.
Yes.
Who gives a fuck? I don't. But yet they act like, because they're light skinned, they're
right.
Goddamn body.
And look at this. Now look at this. Check this out, Big J. Besides Joe and Reg, myself, Macbone, we old school. AC, old school, light complexion, or regardless of what he looked like, and all that. I'm not even on that. I'm talking about old school cats. We went through that era, and I'm sure, and it still plays a part, but it played a major part in the 80s, this whole light skin thing. That's why when I hear Brian say, or Reg say, that's your brother in crime, this, the other, I get what Reg be saying, but it's not just that. If Reg is listening, and if he knows what's up, it's like, but catch it. It ain't just a partner in crime. That's your colorist partner. If you want to call it a buck, that's your partner when it comes to colorism. Sad to say, he'll never admit it. So when he gets excited talking about, and I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to throw it out there to you, Big J. When it was thrown out there, full circle, you look the crack of his butt or his underwear, wash it under. But I'm thinking to myself, but when Big Game comes there, you almost at it on your knees. Oh my God, where is he at? Who's coming up? Reg will even say it. Oh shoot, here he comes. Who, Reg? Who's coming up? Who you talking about, Reg? Who? Oh shoot, it's Big Game. Yeah, that's your partner. That's your brother. This and the other, but that's your colorist brother. That's your colorist color, brother. Light skin, all with that whole colorism, light skin, my looks type of thing. It's pathetic, Big J.
You
It's
know,
pathetic. And I peeped it a minute ago. It's like, oh, you talking about Aries tripping out cheerleading for me or this other stuff. And Aries ain't doing that. Aries just be it ain't if Aries is trolling or not. Aries be speaking on some stuff just to pick the bear, poke the bear, and he lets it get to him. But if I want to flip it, look whose underwear or whatever he washing or wiping or whatever he said. When big game comes on, you lose your mind based on the color of your skin, Big J. Ain't that a trip? And when he mentioned that with Lou and said, watch out, you about to be put in a place called hell. Why is that, Brian? Because you're dark skinned. I said, ain't this some, you know what? Ain't this something? So you are, and ain't nobody. Now, one person that might call it out and has said it, besides the whole coon thing or whatever, is AC. AC see it, AC know it, and AC is at that texture, skin color, light skin. He see it. Other people see it. Even if Reg want to admit it or say it or not, even with that crap, what's your skin color, Reg? Copper like mine. I thought to myself, I told you that was a clue right there. Yeah, but you up there rocking, snatching up, but JJ of black women. That's why it was coming at Brian, where it was like, dude, all you do is talk negatively and go after a black woman. The irony in that, you can screw them, put out emails and links to show it to Reg talking against them, but you can sit there and screw them, but we'll say it up and down. I ain't black, I ain't African. What's wrong with that? But you got the nerve, and we'll say in a minute. But you know what I mean? Yeah, I hate what happened to that black person that got hit and messed with and handled and got hurt. Like you down, like you really feeling their pain, and you not. You're a colorist. You are a colorist. And look at this. And I'm gonna throw this in there, Big J, and then let you get in on this. How I was tripping off of this too, it was wild. Another time when I wanted to jump in and say this. Divested zealot. I wasn't counting. This goes back to what Brian was saying about maybe me. Oh, I'm any word that comes out of this. No. I'm listening to everyone. I'm listening to you just for the lies, but I'm listening to everything. He mentioned divested zealot 4 times and kept saying it with excitement. Did y'all hear divested zealot? Ooh, she was going off. Ooh, you know how they get down over there. You know, the divested, literally divested zealot is the divested crew. They don't have nothing to do with you, me, Brian, Joe, Reg, Gabe, you name it, down the list of us. They have literally divested. But he got excited. He would get excited, and he did it on that panel with Red. That time, he tried to get it, had to get in on the conversation. They was talking about something. But did y'all hear what divested said? Divested, ooh, she was going out. I was counting it. That's 4 times until I guess maybe I just got off the channel or maybe I was doing something else. During that time, I counted 4 times of it's like, what is your point? Is it that you want people to go listen to her to hear what she had to say? Are you against what she said? But then on the flip side, recently, I got an issue with divested zealot, but not too long ago, you got excited and was telling us, everybody out of excitement, did y'all listen to her? Did you hear her? Did you hear? Woo, she was going off. It was a particular subject, Big J, something she was saying, but you was so excited. So you got me confused. Are you with her? Not just why are you watching her channel? So it makes you think to be like, what are you? Because we already can tell you. Is it you because you trying to be down? Because we know you ain't black or African. You made that clear. We know who you are, but you ain't gotta lie, Craig. You ain't gotta, you know what I mean?
Right. And the thing is about that shit is like you keep on saying, I'm not black.
Right.
Woo. And then though, okay, he always talk about, well, he was talking about me one time and said, why you talking to white women? But you ain't black, right? Why should you care? You talk to and you talk about them swirlers. They think white men are better than black men. But wait a minute, you ain't black. So why what was it to you? And then though he does that pro black bull argument.
Yes.
You know, like, yeah, I follow what's his name? I forgot that guy from New York. He's part of the conscious community and shit. I'm like, but you ain't black though.
Right.
So why?
Hey, right,
You know
Big
what I'm
J.
saying? And
Right.
Red sit there and ain't saying a fucking thing to him. Like, wait, whoa. First of all, you said though slavery doesn't exist.
Yes.
Then though, but then though you said though there's no such thing as slave ships. Then though you said though you're not that's what you said you're not black. Then my thing is why are you in black spaces?
But not just that, Big J. Exactly. When you went to your so-called, because he has claimed this, and I'm not fighting against that, being educated, we both know from the college professor or the books, I put money on it. And he can fight it or deny it, but he never has denied it because it was brought up. The books that you have learned from ain't from black men, it's from white. That was thrown up a minute ago. That who have you been educated from? Who educated you in your university or the college you've gone to? I ain't talking about the tech and the IT part that he knows. Just the college and the schooling. It has been from white professors, white men. The books that you've read have been from white men. I'm gonna throw this in there, Big J, besides, because I didn't want to lose this thought. Another thing that I picked up on, besides what you said on the whole pro-black part, I'll never forget this. This went on individuals' heads. This was maybe a minute ago. They were having a conversation on stocks, okay? Mm-hmm. On the conversation on stocks, this was brought up, Big J. It was like, dang, I wish I would have got in on that stock. Which stock was that? Coca-Cola. But guess what's so interesting about it? He says, hey, it was so sad. He says, I would never, depending on that subject, he said, I would never have a black man handle my finances, meaning like the stocks on that level, as far as our portfolio.
Right.
Guess what he said? He says, I said to myself, he said that out of his mouth. He said, the person when I feel like kicking myself in the butt that told me about the stocks and I should have jumped in on it was an Indian. Like an Indian friend. I said, bingo, there you go. This was way before the thing with melanated and with Mac Bowen, all of that with the slave ships. When he said it, it went over people's heads. Not saying I held on to it and stuff. And this was a minute ago before I went in this January. It was like, yo, and y'all didn't even see that. So when it was back to this whole, like you just said, I ain't black, I ain't African. He let y'all know as if like anyone, if y'all was one of them professors or professionals, I wouldn't come to y'all to handle my money. And you know what? It's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, Big J, he's letting y'all know, y'all ain't watching my money. Y'all ain't handling it. In other words, he's saying I would have an Indian, anybody else other than a black man handle my money. But when he said, yeah, my Indian friend told me that. So I kicked myself in the foot because if I would have invested or I had stock in Coca-Cola, I'd be a rich man or millionaire. Yeah, everybody know that if they would have jumped in on that. But you letting us know that a black man can't handle, or maybe even a black woman, just anyone black, Big J, would be responsible for my finances. And right then and there, I thought about it. So when Reg was doing the questioning and interviewing and asking, what are you? I was already picking up on it, where it's like, he already letting you know. And then it went into the whole, I'm this tribe, pedigree, this, the other. I'm like, y'all still ain't picked up on that. I know what he is until it finally came out as of lately. And his question, so what are you? I'm Cherokee or I'm this and I'm that. Before you didn't admit that, you edged it on. But once again, Big J, well, why are you in these spaces? Why are you trying to act like you down? You can screw and F our women, but at the same time, you try to pretend like you down, and you ain't down. You actually putting on a front, dude.
And my thing is this. Okay, and that's why I asked him. That's why I asked Brian this one question.
Mm.
I asked him two questions. Okay, you say though we are, you said we all are this, right? I said, okay, then what language have you spoke?
I remember that.
What customs you have that you have today that like your grandma gave to you? And he wouldn't answer it.
And he wouldn't answer it. And I remember that too. Yeah.
And all he did, he went back to the insults. Let me talk about how you stutter. Let me talk about this. Let me talk about that. Talk about you can't get laid. Instead of talking about what I just answered, or what I just asked. He couldn't answer what I asked. Straight up.
And it was look at Big J. It was that where you was asking like, well, don't they have a language or certain time? It was almost like, well, what was thrown in the mix where it's like, well, it's always like a smoke screen that's thrown in to where it's like it's almost like to save somebody. Even in that case, like you said, won't answer it. Someone will jump in and say something as if like they want to change the subject. But it's like, answer the question. It's a legit question. Don't beat around it. Like as if like, well, I forgot what's thrown in. Big J was like, well, does that culture have a language? It was something thrown in that was so. It was like, really? Well, I would like to know their language. You would have language, but that wasn't the question asked. You asked that question. Answer the question of your lineage, tribe, group, whatever. What language do they speak? Can't even answer that.
And then I remember that one time he said something about we taught the white man English. And I said, wait a minute. You were telling me that people from the British Isles came over here, we taught them English, and they came right back to Europe, and the English language flourished. Okay, and that's why I asked a second question. Okay, well, if that's the case, then how come we don't see no the alphabets, the ABCs, the alphabet letters that are in English in America before the white man came? Was there journals or writings that says A, B, C? In the alphabet, you don't see where's all those monuments that that Native Americans create that has English words on it. He wouldn't answer that. He just went right back to the insults.
But yeah, and Big J, what about the part to where all these other countries, all these other places, Europe, you name it, wherever out of the US, got they stuff from us? Well, I don't know if was it that conversation? Like all these people got their names, Little Italy, whatever. That's why we got a Little Italy. It was something that was so, even Aries got in on that to where it was like, yo, you still not. I'm telling you, when I did what I did, it wasn't for for a reason. That was a portion of it. It was stemming, just building off of cases like that to where it's like, you talking nonsense and you don't know what you're talking about. And then when it gets so heated, then it's a running off the panel, leaving instead of like, yo, you know what you saying ain't right. What was the one with the continents? Aries, if he was around, he remembers. It was like it was something continents and people sitting back saying, what? Are you serious? It was the whole number of how many continents. I can't remember. What was it?
Yeah, like he said something that was like 3 or 4 or something.
Yeah. Right. And I said, yeah, that's what it was. And it was like, dude.
I might shake my head. No, there's 7.
Right.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? And I thought to myself, yo, and that's why I told you it was making me internally upset to be like, you're on a panel, people are listening. You could be teaching ones that might be even younger, where they parents not underage around to be like, yo, this is the channel I could be learning from. I'm speaking on Regis. I could be learning. And who is this person? Oh, we got such and such. And who is this person, Brian? I didn't know that unless they learned it or didn't learn it in school. But I will say that that's not true because they should have learned it in school. I'm talking about ones that are at age older, 19, whatever, not the underage that have learned it. Even let's say Big J, that they taking a step back to be like, who is this? That ain't what the teacher taught us in school. That's why I said it's a disservice to where you might have younger ones, not underage, but at the age, looking at the channel and looking at someone like Brian teaching this, putting this out there in the atmosphere to where it's like, yo, this ain't true. This ain't true. And you standing by it. You can't get mad and get upset if somebody challenges you and says, like anyone, including anyone, not just an AC, because he be on it too, and tell you, yo, this ain't facts. I don't know you, but you are speaking on that. I'm not challenging it or going up against it when he says being educated, but I don't know and don't need to know as far as the school he went to and what book he got it from. I'll say it, Big J, it's wrong, man. It gets frustrating at times because it's like you can't sit back and just be like, you know what was I saying? But I'm actually believing in what I'm telling everybody. And it's none of that whole, if you like it, I love it. No, I don't like it. I don't love it because it's a lot. You're lying. You're not telling the truth.
and this is what Reg need don't seem to understand, right?
Mm-hmm.
See. Let me put it like this: people like Don Gordito and all them guys, they look at Brian as a joke, right? They think that's something to be laughed at,
Mm-hmm.
yada yada yada. But even Reg, Reg wants a higher. He wants to go to the next level when it comes to subs, right?
Mm.
And you can't have people like ARC now, since ARC is no longer here,
Right.
But you can't have somebody in the caliber of an ARC, somebody who's well known outside of black YouTube like ARC.
Right.
You can't have more people like that coming into the chat room and coming into the panel.
Mm-hmm.
We got somebody like Brian sitting right there saying the most stupid shit in the world. And that's what I was trying to tell the Don Gordito. You see me having interviews with congressional candidates, presidential candidates, all that shit, right?
Yes.
I cannot afford to have dumb niggas fucking up. I can't have okay, like that one time I had the front runner for the Pure Butterfly asked me, right? Pure Butterfly asked me, Big J, why don't you put your interviews? How come your interviews is not live? How come you don't live stream your interviews?
Right.
And I told her why, because the last time I did, I had the Green Party candidate from 4 years ago.
Okay.
Right? So
right.
The chat room when that was going on, them yahoos was trying to cause a disruption in that chat room. I can't have that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially somebody's in politics and shit. I can't have these stupid idiots coming over here.
And you know what? Right.
That's why I block people.
Yeah. And you know what? And that's interesting because Joe had one time brought that up. He said giving you kudos on that. He said, yeah, even Big J will bring on politicians and certain ones. Joe had brought that up. He says, yeah, ones like Big J, as if like you can talk about him or not, talk bad or good about him. He brings those type of interviews. Going back to what you just said, even with the ARCs, people are looking at that and they're looking at who you're associated with. Give me Big J to where when it comes to intelligence and smarts and ones that are knowledgeable and know what they talking about, they're gonna attach that to you to be like, yo, now ain't judging you, but you got individuals on the channel that don't know what they talking about. And then in the future, if you looking at it and they review your stuff, they'd be like, oh, I want to get that person. That person's gonna help my stuff, and getting an interview with them. Oh, it's gonna really boost my stuff. Literally, they will. They're gonna look at you and they're gonna look at, and they're gonna not a countdown, they're gonna size each individual up as far as what's in their head and their brain and what comes out their mouth. Big J, I kid you not, they will. They'll look at it to where it's like, it'll be another day in hell if you get an interview with me. I'm not coming on there from what I've recently witnessed and watched from what you've had previously. No matter if they go on members only or private, whatever, you get what I'm saying. If you trying to really get the ones like how you got, even if it's politicians, if it's somebody in the sports industry, someone that will just shoot your channel to the stars. Like you said, you got that. You can't afford to have no knuckleheads just come and disrupt it. Same in any case, any channel, Reg is included. They gonna look at it and be like, what's this about? I just got an email and I think I could help, or regardless if I get paid or not, I wouldn't have a problem. Let's say like ARC coming to your channel. Those individuals are gonna be looking back at it like, I don't think so. And that's why, and I'm gonna throw this out there. And I know even if he's listening or not, this and the other, if Brian said, oh shoot, this is a bashing party on me, this and the other, I want it to be seen, to be looked at to where it's like, yo, I want you to look at it like, look at within yourself to be like, because I'll see it sometimes. Brian will be like, hey, I tried to say something. I was trying to speak and y'all just kept going. Y'all didn't see that I was trying to speak. What I look at is like, dude, you're trying to get your input in. I don't know if some of the individuals on there be trying to ignore on purpose and just trying to put them to the side. But the ones that are on the panel, they remember, they know the nonsense, the lies, the things to when it comes to history, the slave ships, all that stuff to where they looking back at it like, dude, you kind of semi got a track record of lying. So we might want to save face, save faith or save face and be like, you might want to save that because we don't know what's going to come out your mouth. Is it going to be a truth or a lie? Just like that was brought out. And this was a trip when it was put out there to say, no, Brian, you be, Aries did it. AC saw it. AC mentioned it. Aries mentioned it. You be on the black women coming at them. No, here we come with this. Now, I don't mean the bodyguards. No, he be coming in talking about robots and techie stuff. No, it has been a track record. Just take accountability, own up to it that you have been known to send some links on something where we are looking bad. Just admit that. But then at the same time, trying to save him and can't even take accountability, Big J, to be like, look, it not just the lies. You've been a disruption to us. Something that I picked up too, that I had threw it up in the chat because I came somewhat at him like this. I said, oh, you ain't using the N word no more. It was always that. That was another clue for me. You've excluded yourself, not just from being black or an African. I told y'all, nigga. Brian don't say it no more. You don't hear it no more. Not just the melanated part. You don't hear that. It's back to black again, of course. But he done got rid of certain things that where it's like, dude, you're like a chameleon in a way. You're a man, a male. So I'll respectfully say you're a man, but you're wherever you at, New Yorker. You're a New Yorker man, New Yorker male, New Yorker. You're Brian in a camouflage to be a black man, and you're not. I'm telling you, in a minute, if he was here or not, a discussion tomorrow. Hey, what are you really? I'm serious. Call them out on it. The new ones. What are you? Because Big J and Full Circle was discussing last night. We ain't never. Do we have to go there again? Maybe he'll tell you in a minute and standing on it. Now, before YouTube and before all of this, was he ever claiming it? I think he always stood on that and stood by that and had us all thinking, hey, we just got another one like us, black man on the panel, colorist or not, nothing to do with your light skin or nothing. You with us. You ain't got to agree with everything, but you down with us. But not just being on some crew tip. You are us. But like you said, if you not that, why are you here? Why are you amongst us? Because you definitely ain't going to pick up the torch. And if it came down to some Jason Black or any of that, be one or not, you ain't going to fight with us. So that all that talk about that was brought up. And I think Lou had said that ain't going to do nothing. Talking about you got a permit. That was brought. I remember, remind you, I listened. Oh, I got a permit. This is how I'll handle them. Lou was like, what you going to do with a permit compared to an army or the ones that's going to like, really? Oh, I got a permit. And not just that, I'm going to throw one at you, Big J. I'm going to throw it back at you. I know I've been in it long-winded. This was with AC toward the end of the channel. AC was like, seriously, there's a civil war. Something's about to jump off. Reg was like, yo, they've been talking about that for the longest. It's been happening. AC was like, yo, but y'all ain't seeing it. Y'all ain't listening. This and the other. It got to the point to where toward the end, catch it, Big J. Brian said, I ain't tripping because the racism don't affect me. I don't see no racism. Racism don't affect me. Racism happening. Do you know the next 2 days, or if not the following day, that's when the Alabama situation broke out? When that broke out, this and the other, here comes Brian on the following show. Yeah, as if like you was down, but you were telling AC, it ain't no racism. Racism don't affect me. You just talking gibberish. I said, you know what? You full of SHIT, straight up. I know I came at you in January, but in a way, for me, it's confirmed because you acting like you down. AC is making that call on it saying, dude, you ain't for it. You ain't for the call. Regardless if you being pro-black or not, who you get down with this and the other, you ain't on the same team. And if something came out with with your permit, your gun permit, whatever, he ain't never discussed what it ain't my business, none of our business what he carrying. But at the same time, you act like you down, but you sitting there knowing that at the same time asking why people call me coon. They calling me a coon, I'm a coon. But at the same time, you ain't claiming which is fine, that you black or African either. You ain't even speaking on the racism thing. And AC called him on that too. He said, you know what? You ain't never jumped up and jumped in and spoke on it. And he was right. You ain't never came in on the attack and said, yo, and spoke on that topic when it came to the man. Nah, he'll sit back and say, yeah, they deserve that. It's kind of like a throwing a pebble. Yeah. Yeah. But at the same time, if SHIT hits the fan, you not. And that's why I see why AC gets upset, because it's like you act like you down, Big J. Not you, Big J. You act like you down, but you not down. You faking the funk, dude.
My thing is this. He's in New York. You know what? They're going to attack y'all first.
Yes.
They're going to hit New York first. What you think is going to happen? They ain't going to hit me. They're going to hit y'all first.
They're going to hit y'all first. They're going to hit y'all first. And that's why I was like, if you're going to get in on the conversation, or how, I won't say as passionate as AC speaking on some things, regardless of what Big Game saying, oh, he just be speaking intelligent, getting his stuff from a book, this and the other. But at least he's having a conversation along with yourself, Big J. If you pop on or even on your own channel, at least you're having a discussion, you raising the eyebrow. And it's like a personal attack where it's like, okay, before you came back again, Big Game, AC has been having some topics and discussions with, along with the rest of the panel, including Joe and the ones who are able to have that conversation. Even if Reg puts his input or not, it's like you said, you don't know, you should know, they're going to come at you first, Brian. You are on the map. When it came to, look at Big J, when it came to 9/11, look at that. What just happened back then on the map? They had it mapped out of what places to hit. And they was definitely on the map. If that wasn't the case, we would still have those Twin Towers there.
Right. But the thing is, even during the pandemic,
yeah,
who got struck the worst?
Yes.
The people on the northeast seaboard.
Mm-hmm.
They got the full brunt of that shit, especially in NYC.
And look, hey, look at this. And Big J, even with Mayor, because he's under investigation. Who was the mayor? They was Adam, and he was asking for the ventilators. He was donations or whatever. Please, we need, like you said, they was hit the worst. What's his name?
Cuomo, when he was governor.
The other one. It was Cuomo.
You talking about the mayor?
Yeah.
Baggio, whatever his name is.
Was it him? It was one of them during then, and I'm gonna get the name. It wasn't those two. It was someone else, and it was.
Hold on. We know who's
mayor. Shit. I gotta look it up. Pull it up. No, keep going. Brian. Brian. I see you there. I go with Big J. Go ahead.
The current mayor is Adams. Then the Baggio came before Adams. Before Bellagio, it was the guy that old ass dude. He was mayor for a very long time between Bellagio and Giuliani.
Yeah, there you go. You said it, Giuliani. He was the mayor during the pandemic, right? Was he?
No.
Oh no. Okay.
No. Bellagio was the mayor during the pandemic.
Okay. Now if that's the case, they were asking.
That's the Bloomberg was mayor before Bellagio.
Yeah. Okay. So if that's the case, you are correct. During that time, it was in New York. They was asking for ventilators. They was being hit. The news was out there about the hospitals that was, filled up, packed, all that in New York. It was over there. All the being depressed and if you all could see it, it's terrible. Everyone is so many people getting sick, passing away. New York, Big J. That's why I sat back. I was like, yo, you can come on the panel talking about ATL, talk about Cali where Reg is at, or ATL, vice versa. What's going on in your hometown? What's going on over there? The impact there. You got Joe that's familiar with being out there, Asia, even regardless of where Joe is living as we speak, but they are familiar with what's out there. I've been out there before, but I'm not in tune to the latest unless you see it on social media. So I don't know. So when I'm listening for information, I want to hear it from someone, and I know I'll throw it. I keep by mistake throwing the name up. I want to hear it, the truth. Not like Trump would say fake news. I want to hear the truth about what's happening in New York, because when it goes down, we're going to want to hear it from you. What's happening in New York besides what's on the subway and some derelict in a situation? If something going down, tell us. You got Reg that tells the news. Well, you can be the co-host or whatever going on in your neck of the wood. You got Reg in Cali doing his thing. You got Brian in New York telling his thing back to back. But if you're going to tell it, tell the truth. Don't be on some other stuff. And you're literally contributing to the channel. Not to say that it's not like that, but I'm going to still stay on that. Tell us the truth. Don't tell us the lies. Don't have to be on, and even though it was denied about black women, you send a link, you send this, you send that. Oh, we didn't know that, Brian. That's the latest. Oh, we didn't see that. Where did that come from? There's times that he has done that and it has been done, but I'm not saying, Big J, the damage has been done. But at the same time, as far as growing the channel, not telling Reg what to do. We already passed that. People are going to be looking at that to be like, hey, I'm looking at the key players. Oh, that person got a head on his shoulders. That person is knowledgeable. That one knows what they're talking about. They can contribute to it. These are the ones I want to stay on. You know what I mean? I get that whole thing. Yeah, bring us back because we make the channel. We help it grow. We bring in the donations. That's great. But then there will become a time to where it's like, you know what? Let's switch this up. We don't have to be on some Jerry Springer thing. We can be on something to where it's like, who do we need in here? Like how you picking it? Like, yo, who do we need? We need AC in here because he's on that politics. We got Joe because he's on farmland. He's on farming. We got Big Game because he's into transportation. You know what I mean? You can go down the line. Right. You got Keep It Techie because Keep It Techie, we need him because he's on that Linux and he's on that. Then we got a combination of Lou, partners in crime, because they both know that stuff. You got Lou that knows a second language, which is Spanish. I'm telling you, I'm not sleeping on this. I observe the ones that contribute and what they play, the roles that they play, and how they can actually help and you know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? The parts that they play that help and can keep it going now that things are where they're at. Yeah.
But it's too late for Reg. It's too late. If he would have listened to me, what I told his dumbass about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
But 4 years ago when I told his dumbass, hey man, you need, a lot of them people who you hang around are dumbasses. They're like they're dumb as fuck, right? And I was telling him that shit. Like you think some woman, because he said, yeah, women watch my channel. Only woman who come over there is outside of the Nini is usually Mocha and Mahogany. Mocha don't come up in there all the time. Mocha got ran up on out of there by.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
I know.
And Mahogany, she don't come up in there like that.
Right.
Ain't no woman watching there. There ain't no woman up in that channel, with the exception of the Nini. And
right.
It sounds down what happened down to Nini and what they said about Nini's daughter. No woman is not going to stay up in there for very long. So
yeah.
So he needs to drop that bullshit about women watch my channel. No bulls. No. They're not coming there for you. They're not coming there to support you.
And you know what? I was leaving out Danini as far as the contribution, as far as what she does during tax time, to where how she could help, with her knowledge, depending on the topic. But going back to what you just said right now, the women were supporting. The women was around, but they were around when Danini was around. When Danini would come up, they would be in the chat, some of them, and they would probably be in the clouds. But now things have gone and escalated to where they are right now. They might sit back and be like, you know what? I don't know.
And I'm gonna say something too. I'm still pissed off what he did to Pure Butterfly.
Butterfly
used to be his moderator. He treated her like shit. That's also another reason why I hate his guts. She didn't deserve that shit. All that shit he did, and talk about I didn't know she was a feminist. She said she got her own YouTube channel. She said all the time. What you talking about?
Yeah.
I was saying that stupid shit. And she over there supporting his stupid ass, and now he want to sit there and dump and kick her to the side, have all them idiots over there mistreating her and shit, talking like that shit. That's why she went in and left. Mika B just came back on YouTube.
Yeah.
If you go to her channel, she's over there. She riding her.
She riding her motorcycle. Yeah, she got a motorcycle. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, man.
She got herself a bike.
Yeah.
She got herself a hog. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, man. It looked clean.
It looked good on it. It was clean. Right. It was clean. Yeah. I saw it.
But I'm looking at Mika B. She riding her motorcycle and shit, her hog, and I'm like, and me and her email. She said after what I experienced on Red Shaw, I ain't coming back over there.
I know. She said she's not coming back.
Yeah, she said she's not coming back over there. None of the women that used to be over there ain't coming back over there. The THMC girls, they ain't coming back over there. So you allowed them sexist idiots that's in your chat room to run, like Big Game in them to run them out. You got nowhere else to go, Reg. Got nowhere else to go.
But I looked at it too. Big J, like this, that it's Hotel Continental, of course. So if it's Hotel Continental, I would say that it's everyone, put in other words, I mentioned the example about with Joe when he was up on you with the Western Day with the most wanted posters. Like put your guns down at the door. If it's or like on some Highlander. This is Hotel Continental, it's holy ground, whatever you want to call it. Everyone's coming in. You this political, this is your political party, this and other. If you're a feminist, this and the other, whatever you are, you're welcome to come up in here. And we ain't even talking about being put in a place called hell. Every voice is heard here. Speak your truth, speak what you want to speak, but it's welcome here. But you do have ones, like you said, women on that, like, I will never come back. I'm not on that. Not on that level of Danini being hurt, but they on that other level of being hurt, not close to it, but close to it, to be like, I'll never come back, ever.
Raining Woman, I forgot about her.
Yes.
They ran her ass up. No thing. She said, "No, I'm out of here."
Yeah, she said she was gone.
Reg allowed that chat room. He allowed that African nigga over in there. And she allowed what's the name?
Dang, it's been a minute. Where has he been? Remember that he was always up on there.
Right. Muntanga, what her name?
Something, and he disappeared. Big J, do you know I totally forgot about that dude? Yeah. And then people was trying to find out, like, dude, you ain't from. I think he finally said he from Trinidad. Something he was always not laughing, but he was always in there. I remember. Dang, you got a hell of a memory. That dude done totally disappeared.
Yeah. Because
wow,
that's why some of the women left because of him. Because he was saying all types of bullshit, talking
right.
about shit. I'm just like, nigga, man, but you need to control your chat room. You need to tell them niggas in there to drop all that little foolishness with that childish bullshit they do in that chat.
Right.
On their clothes and shit, talking about calling them hoes and everything else. That's why the women start showing up. And I told Reg that shit. That's the reason why they're not showing up, Reg, because your chat room, them low IQ that's in your chat room is not allowing the women on your channel. That's why they're not coming up in there. You all right?
And I even looked at it, Big J, to where it's like when you saw it, the way you put it, even with the chat room, where it was like the name calling or whatever. Big J, we grown. You know what I mean? You think to yourself, like, this, we ain't. It can't be where it's a chat of 14-year-olds, right? 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, a bunch of immatures. It's like we grown up in here having grown people conversations, but it's just on this childish. And I know that's what that irks me. The whole childishness, where it's like, I don't mean like the whole where nobody. I know I had mentioned that in my January rant of the laughing, always laughing, but you got it. It's always a joke. It's always some laughing and this and laugh. Do all your laughing. But at the same time, there comes a time when you got to have some maturity too. When it comes on this whole, like you said, name calling. This is a HOE. That hoe, this hoe, that hoe. Just name calling, where it's like, grow the F up. That's why we can't expand or grow, because it's all this immaturity, all these children.
Right, and that's why I call them a bunch of reading rainbows. They can't comprehend shit, right? They act like elementary.
Yeah, elementaries. Yeah.
Y'all supposed to be grown. That's not that. I be shaking my head like, y'all supposed to be grown. Y'all acting like this shit. That's why though, if they come over here, I'm blocking them.
But I can't even get out. Big J, grown folks that got grown children. Did you catch that?
Yeah,
grown folks. That got grown children. So as far as the children, who is who? Grown people raising children. It's almost like the other way around. The children raising the adults because they acting like children. Like, grow the F up.
Right.
Like, seriously, grow the F up.
Yeah, I'm just sitting there. I'm looking at that chat room. I'm like, really? And Reg, he's sitting there. He acting like, oh, I can't grow my channel. Well, nigga, look to your right and see what's scrolling, see all that bullshit that's scrolling down up and down in your chat room. That's your problem. Well, that's part of his problem. His problem is himself, because he can't, because he don't have the balls enough or the brain enough to have any charisma or any talent do show. I remember that one time. Okay. Like you mentioned January, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Lou, Lou hadn't been on there in a while. The last time you saw Lou,
Correct.
that was like months, right? Okay,
Yes.
Lou went after him back around like February, right?
Yep. I recall. Sure
Okay,
do.
Lou said, "Reg, you can't do a show by yourself."
Yes.
And I'm
I
gonna
remember.
on that shit.
Yes.
Reg did not last a week and a half.
Yes.
And I'm sitting over there in the background in the cut, just laughing like, "Okay, Reg. Okay, Reg." All thing Reg did was he read a story. Everybody's going to sleep. I said, "Okay, that's day one." He does the same shit.
Right.
Day 3, the same shit. So on and so on and so on until somebody had to give him a couple of donations that he had to say, "Okay, I got to end it." Like, nigga, no, nigga. The reason why though you're failing because you don't have anything people want to hear. People are there for the fuckery because you're at the bottom. You are the cesspool level in this sector. YouTube Red's channel is the cesspool, along with the Nene Warren's channels. They are the cesspool channels. So if you want to know, if you want some fuckery shit that's so low down and dirty, that's where you go. You know, it's not like, okay, I know somebody gonna come at me sideways. Like, okay, I know somebody said, "Well, Big J, aren't you on Bomb's channel?" I know somebody gonna say that bullshit, but even though Bomb's channel is long, even though Bomb is on her little bullshit, sometimes I'm talking about roasting, cooking something.
Oh yeah.
After she's done, her husband comes up there. Me and her husband talking about guns, and I'm actually a co-host over there.
Okay.
On the channel, right?
Yeah.
I'm one of the few male co-hosts over there. So it's me and Bomb's husband talking all night long and shit.
Oh, okay.
Talking about guns and laws and other shit like that, right? Shit. We just talk. Just shooting the breeze. And that's why people go to her channel more than his. Because at least because it's the guys or the women are out the way at this point. So the men is to take over the panel, right?
Okay.
Take over the panel. We just talking shit, talking about actual real shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Reg can't do that shit. Reg had to bring Brian on that gossiping shit. Buster Freak Jones, what he does, he actually insinuates shit. Okay, like going back to that RBR shit.
RBR stuff, yeah.
Okay, he tried to create a narrative because he said, "Well, maybe it's that white woman you was hanging around with." Now when that happened, right? Pierre jumped on the panel, right?
Yeah.
Questioning, well, who you talking about? Now when he said that, I knew he was not talking about Pierre. He was trying to get Kelly Ray in some bullshit.
Kelly Ray, what?
Because Kelly Ray has a problem with RBR. So he was trying to create this narrative that Kelly Ray has something to do with passing out that new video of RBR. And then as he was talking, I saw Mo. Now you know who Mo is.
I know Mo.
Okay. Yeah. That's her husband.
Yeah, I know.
And Mo was pissed off. See, and that's what I'm saying. You got to get rid of Buster Free too. He got to get rid of Brian. He got to get rid of Buster Free. He had to get rid of them punk niggas that's in his chat room. If he really wants to grow his channel, which he ain't gonna grow.
And Big J, you know what's so crazy about it? What you said with the example with Kelly Ray and Mo. And I know that they were together. I knew that they were together. It's like with the Buster Free part, it's like you don't know who knows who. So if you just opening your mouth and running your mouth, you don't know what you about to start, what war, what issues, what problems amongst one another. And of course, with Mo, he has the right, along with Kelly Ray, to be pissed off because you don't know what you're talking about. You just running your mouth. But then if you're going to run over your butt over there, and I'm referring in the case of Buster Free and just be running your mouth, you starting something that you ain't going to be able to fix or clean up. You
Right.
cashing, you writing checks that you can't cash, but at the same time, someone to jump in there and be like, them checks that you writing, I'm gonna rip them up right in your face, because what you ain't gonna have me be a part of that, because what you doing is wrong, and you just running your mouth. So I'm gonna stop you right there, Buster Free.
And
You ain't gonna go further than what you doing right now. You ain't gonna start nothing right here. Yeah,
right. And what happened to RBR? That's a criminal offense.
yeah,
So, but I can't. I don't know who had that video. I don't know who made that video. I saw the video. I saw the link. I saw the channel name,
right.
but it doesn't tell you who it is, because it's a long ass fucked up name, right? So you can't really. It's not really intelligible. You can't really tell. You can't really make out, because it's all a bunch of letters and numbers and shit. You couldn't tell who was doing the video.
Right.
So it could be anybody. But I was saying, listen, that video fucked up. No, he went ahead and insinuated Kelly Ray or those women over there on Mo's channel, or the women who got a problem with Mo, the white women. He said, well, he trying to implicate them into that bullshit. We don't know who did
right.
that.
Right.
He said, it's one of those white women who you talking to, Big J. And I said, really? You really want to go there? And yeah, and Kelly Ray, I'm like, really? And Mo was in my chat room like, who is this nigga?
Of course.
You know?
And you know what's so cold about it too? And I've seen Josh, the Josh guy, the Country Wayne guy. Yeah, but the Josh guy. Yeah. You got the Josh guys, the Buster Free guys. You got cats that come out of nowhere, Big J, that just be like, yo, now Reg, you knowing this, they got they right to speak their thing, but at the same time with some I'm not gonna say courtesy, with some type of like, not decorum, to where it's like, you know what, you might, because I know you would do it with Reg. It's like, you might not want to do that, Buster Free or whoever. It could maybe be a Josh, but I'm just throwing a name out there. But just let's say Buster Free, yo, we not gonna go there like that. Like, you don't know these cats. They're known. They've been around for a while, and they be having their panels too. Mo, Kelly Ray on the politics. He be getting it out there. You got some known individuals where it's like they are known in this sector, but then you got ones that come in out of nowhere. And I'm not saying I know Buster Free's time that he's been around to where, but they choose Reg's channel to be like, look at Big J. Whose channel I could choose out of all the channel to start some mess, to come up with some effery, I'm gonna choose Reg's channel.
Right.
Do you ever notice that? It's like, look, you could have brought that effish to anybody's channel, but it's almost like on some sabotage. You know what? I ain't got nothing else to do. I'm gonna be on some other stuff. I'm gonna bring it to Reg's channel. Now, going back to what Pure said with the whole jealousy and stuff, and I got, once again, for the second or third time, that I got where she's coming from, I'll throw that in the mix. So out of all the other stuff, out of all the other places, you gonna go to Reg's, and Reg, you ain't caught it, and you can't see it to where, Reg, hello, they bringing this to your stuff, not saying where maybe, oh, we doing it to up the numbers and the views. No, they doing this for whatever reason. We know what they doing it for, but at the same time, if you can't see it to hurt you, it ain't to help you, and they could keep that mess over there where they came from. You know what I mean? Go back on the horse that you, as they say, go back on the horse that you rode in on. Leave that mess over there, because you ain't helping nothing. So to come in and start messing this and the other, go over there somewhere else. Go to a channel that's only got 10 subs. You know what I mean? Some 50, some right. with one person in the chat. Don't come over here to where, let's say in Reg's case, I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to make it grow. I'm doing my best, but I don't need it. Don't have to be on no Jerry Springer tip. It can be on all kinds of stuff. But if y'all don't see what I'm trying to do, what I've been trying to do for the last months and years is to grow. I don't need your efforty.
Circle. Keep it up on talk. I'll be right back. Just give me
okay.
Just keep on talking. I'll be right back.
Yeah. But like I was saying, it doesn't have to be on that. It doesn't have to be on just some bringing it to Reg's show. It doesn't. I know what Reg is doing. I know what he's trying to create. Besides the sponsorships, I brought that up in the past, to where Reg, you can do a beer sponsorship. I'm done with that. Passport, back in the past when Donini was around, back in the Ciova days, get your passport. I ain't on that right now, especially with Reg. That ship has sailed. As far as the MC bringing in money and donations, where Reg is at right now and what's going on with his show, that's good stuff as far as the growth. I see the numbers and it's growing. Once that's coming back to the channel that came up, that's a good thing. I myself don't think that it needed a situation with Donini and Warren for individuals coming back. And who am I speaking of and referring to? One's like Big Game is one. He decided to come back when he decided to come back, but it doesn't take a catastrophe or disaster to come back to the channel. And if you do come back to the channel going forward, contribute to the channel. Bring the people, give the people what they want. Maybe the people do want fuckery. Maybe the people want that, but that's just my opinion. It doesn't take that to grow a channel. There's all types of ways, you back Big J, to grow a channel.
I'm back.
Yeah. I was just speaking on that, like with the case of what happened with Donini and Warren. It doesn't take that for ones to come out of the woodworks to be like, dang, we got such and such, we got this from that person. Could have came, it could have been including me but I didn't jump in on it. Of course, I wasn't on any of that. But it's pretty much like you can come back, but if you come back going forward, now speak on some other things and don't let the Donini Warren thing be the talk of the town up until December. We will always remember it, of course. It's forever on the internet. But now that you're here, you got a variety of things to speak on. And as you mentioned when we were talking about the whole Busta Free thing, don't be trying to start no mess. You know what I mean? Like, and I didn't even know about that. You know, like you said with the Mo and the what you said with the white woman thing. Because at one point I remember it was that something jump off. Oh, it's because Big J and Pure. It's like, dang, let it rest. They ain't together. They friends. They always been cool with each other. You ain't gotten the memo. Newcomer or newbie or older person. You know what I mean? Big J, that's old. Always trying to tie that in to where, oh, Big J and Pure. Big J and them white women are, come on, it's old. Come up with something new.
Right.
You know what I mean? Look at Big J, even with the stuttering thing, even if it's a joke or not, that's been used. It's so old. And then when it comes down to wherever you go, Big J, oh, shoot, we can tell when Big J is serious because he ain't stuttering. It's like, dang, y'all ain't got nothing else to hit on. I would hate to see some individuals that be on that when they come across a situation of anything, even an ailment. Or anything, Big J, to where it's like, that's old. You're gonna have to stop that. Because that's been put out there. But then if it's on that one-on-one, call it tit for tat. On that level that you be on, and I mean the politics and history and all that good stuff that you do best, give them, you know what I mean? Give them a run for their money. They don't stand a chance, man. That's all they can do. That's why when I observe it, I sit back. I don't give my opinion, nothing. I'd be like, yo, you really talking on stuff that you don't know. But at the same time, like yourself, there are others out there. And I give this to AC. AC said this. He said this last month, and I heard what he said. He says, I remember Full Circle when he was on with me, RBR, and Queen Maya. I said, look at you, AC. You know how people remember things like you, Big J? Even though I'm not mentioned, they ain't got to mention me over there on Reg's show. That's why when I was talking to you and Joe and Pure, I said, that's a lie. You gonna say that Preem was at the meetup and you wasn't even at the meetup, ain't even planning on going to the meetup, but catch it. When things was cool way before this, guess what came out of Brian's mouth? Brian said, yo, Full Circle was there too. That straight came out of his mouth before all of this escalated and where we at now. He mentioned me. When it came to yesterday explaining that to Gabe, Gabe like, who's this cat? Maybe I could team up with him. Who's this Preem? Who is this guy y'all talking about? Brian sitting there, yeah. Preem was at, and I'm sitting there to myself, Big J, he wasn't there. He didn't even show up. I know that. I was there, met certain individuals, was there in the cut, literally was there. Preem wasn't there, but he said it. And when Gabe asked him again, oh, he was like, yeah. That's why I sat back and I was not disgusted, Big J. I said, you just can't tell the truth to save your life. I even went so far to go to the point of looking it up to be like, what type of liar is it? A conscious? No. I said, that's what it is. I might be wrong. I said, that's what it is. You're a pathological liar. You can't help but lie. You get what I'm saying? You're a path. I had to literally look it up to make sure I had it right. Even the definition to be like, I don't want to get this confused. There's something about this. The type of liar you are. There's one thing that's tell a white lie, say something, tell a fib. You just lied just a lie. You're a pathological liar. That's what it is. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah. Besides the lies and the gossiping and just putting out rumors and putting out untruths. And then when you put out a lie, I was just joking. Hey, Spirit of Justice, I just thought I'd mess with everybody. And then when Reg sat back and was like, and he looked at it, was like, I will give that to Reg. Reg said, no, you got to get the boot because now you putting out lies thinking. And when Lou said, don't you worry about it, Brian, if that was true, he going to speak on it. If it's true about Obsidian and Fleece, he going to speak on it, of course. But you had to play games and do that when you thinking that it's a game, when you actually do this for kicks. Not even to be on that retracting like I was just kidding. You literally do it and try to get away with it. Yes. Once again, you're a pathological liar.
And then the Nene had the fucking nerve to tell me though the other day over there, because the last time I was over there, she said, "Well, Brian, retract that." I said, "Fuck that," because the thing is, Brian always been saying this shit, and he's been getting away with the shit.
Yes.
And that's the point. It wasn't like this one time he made a lie about me. No, he been doing this shit about everybody. He does this shit to everybody, making up shit. And he just, and he kept it going on and shit. And then, I'm like, really, nigga? You really just gonna say this shit? And my thing is this too. Reg's channel is a refuge. It's like a refugee camp for all of Black YouTube. Because if you ever notice though, if it wasn't for Obsidian, Reg wouldn't have a channel, right? If an angry man and Obsidian wouldn't have kicked him out, he wouldn't have a channel. That's the reason why I have a channel. And then on top of that, Big Game and them, and those people, they got kicked out of certain channels in certain space. That's why they all came over there.
I recall Big Game has been kicked out with somebody's channel, but he has been kicked out of a channel before. He be talking his talk on Reg's show as we speak now, but he has been kicked out. And it goes back to what you said. You got for Reg's channel, it's like it's a safe haven. Like to say, like in California, of course, California, blue state, it's like a safe haven for the ones who have been not I ain't gonna be on that angry man dishwasher thing, like not all of them on the panel, but like that there's some that have seemed to be rejected. So they run over there to where it's like they didn't want me over here, that they didn't want me over here. There's nowhere else that where they want me. So I might as well come here and make it my home.
Right, like Brian. Brian came from the conscious community.
Okay.
Like AC came from RBR's channel.
Yes.
Let me see who else. The other clowns. I mean, if you look at them, they came from other. Rilo. Rilo he's been rejected from other spaces.
Okay.
The Manus, the early part of
the early, back in the day. Yeah.
So he's been rejected out of there.
Yeah.
All those people have been rejected. And no disrespect to Rollo. I'm not.
Yeah, I know.
Sideways. I'm just talking about the overarching is a safe haven for people who've been rejected.
Yeah.
And all what they do, they start shit, create shit, disrupt shit, and then Red sit there act like, oh, I don't know what it is. No, nigga, you know what's going on.
And you know what you mentioned, something that you mentioned on the look at this, Big J, the safe haven. I thought about this because this was thrown up at AC. AC was like, hold up. I've been on Bernard's and stuff. I ain't got a problem with the Bernard because I recall AC. He would be on the panels and it
Right.
would be he'd be getting it in, and he would that was the AC of like, oh shoot, he would be getting in, and he even spoke up for himself and said, I ain't got a problem with Bernard, and vice versa. So what are y'all talking about? This is crazy. My thing, I was looking at it not from AC. I got his point to where it was like, hey, I'll give it to like even in Joe's case. Joe is like, I'm over, Joe is over here on he's on there as a regular, but Joe has been on other channels. Like Joe can go to other places, but you got others not like Joe or AC where it's like, I'm stuck here. All right, you stuck here. You that intellectual, you got all these senses and knowledge and information. Start venturing out. You just don't have to be in a safe haven. If you that dude, start going to that channel. They even put it, they might do the link thing too. They'll put the stream in there. Here's the link. Jump on there and give us your best, not worse. Give us your best. So when we sit back and be like, oh shoot, such and such was on that channel. Oh, and besides running over to the Obsidian, you can do that too. But like I said, venture out. Those ones that looking at Regis as a safe haven, because like I said, Joe has ventured out, has had, I've seen him, and not just lately, he has been on other channels. He has decided to be over there, make it semi his home. He does his thing, Joe. AC is like, I just like being over here because it's the cool spot. But then you got other cats that's like, I ain't going nowhere else. But it says a lot.
Right.
Not that you get what I'm saying. It means that either you're afraid or that when you go to other channels, you're going to be challenged or you ain't going to have nothing to say. And they going to look at you sideways and be like, what's this fool talking about? They don't know what the F they talking about. We got a bunch of dummies and they going to question it. Where the heck did you come from? And it's going to be embarrassing if they say, oh, if they ain't going to admit it. Somebody going to say it in the chat. Oh, I know you from Regis channel. You be the one saying that stupid shit. Yeah, that's you. That's you. I'm sorry, SHIT. You be saying that. They're going to be caught on it. So you know what they do? They keep themselves planted and they stuck on that channel. You notice that? They stay over there with Reg. You know what, Smarty? Why don't you venture out? I ain't talking about in Reg's case. I'm talking about the ones that be there patronizing on that panel. Not all of them. There's some. Start venturing out. You ain't got to have a channel at all. Start sharing the wealth. Start sharing the knowledge. You know so much. You got it like that. Start going in there. You look at, what is it? YouTube got nothing but content creators. Nothing but thousands, content creators from so many subs. Small, big, or large. Start venturing out. Jump on them panels.
I'm gonna tell
you,
like a Big Game, right?
Mm.
Big Game King. I see Big Game over there on Psycho Patriots channel, right?
Oh, okay.
So
right.
Psycho is not going to allow him to trash talk black women.
Mm.
Because Psycho has Renee. Him and Renee, I don't know what's going on, but I guess it broke off or something. But Renee used to co-host over there, right? I don't know if she still is or not, right? But
right.
But she's not going to allow him, or Psycho's not going to allow him to come up in there and talk about how black women this, black woman that, black women terrible. They're not going to allow, especially in those radical pro-black channels. They're not going to allow Big Game to say all that bullshit that they say on Reg's channel.
Hey, but catch this, but Big J, catch this. Just recently, maybe it was yesterday or the day before, since Big Game has gotten back, they asked him about that whole, and Joe would recall if he was up here. They was asking him as far as like, and I think Reg was asking the questions of who pays the bills. It was at 50-50, 100%, this and the other. That was like a first time in a minute from his comeback that I saw that he got quiet. They spoke on the whole bait, mate, partner, girlfriend thing. And he was like, he was almost like talking about when they mess with you on the stuttering. He was almost there on the stuttering. Well, my lady, I just need a baby. I don't want nobody watching my kids, my kid. And we just trying to find a better life. We trying to find a different place to live. And we trying to work it out. She's going through a spiritual thing. All that he be talking, he chilled the F out. I was like, look at Big Game. When it came to not letting the world know his business, but when it came to his girlfriend, all that bashing or whatever he was talking, all that came to an end in that moment. Oh, yeah, my lady, yeah, we trying. He simmered down, Big J, where it was like, oh, check this out. When he hyped, coming at it, going at it, getting it in, it was like, but when the shoe was on the other foot, it was like, oh, it was about your woman. And what's going on with her? Well, do you pay all the bills? And yeah, I pay all the bills. I do this and the other. Yeah, she at one point she was working, and in other words, it was like him telling us like things could be better. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah, it's Cali, it's LA. Things is gonna be okay. We just trying to make it. You know what I mean? When it got in his court with his family, it was like, oh, check you out. That whole how he, being how he's known for getting it in and coming back, getting it in back from the dead. It was like now when they asking you about your lifestyle and how what's going on with you, you done chilled out. Yeah, my lady. And the part that got me, and it is what it is. Yeah, she's going through a spiritual thing. She's is we as if like we gonna work it out. We got this. Uh-huh. All that hype, man. Like, come on, dude. You don't act like you ain't got no chisel, no, no chink or crack in your shield or in your armor. I mean, we all do. We all vulnerable. But you coming in, not just it could be anybody, all hyped and all this, any other. Come on, man. You not Superman. You ain't Terminator. But at the same time, if you that guy, and I've seen you, Big J, you venture out in all, not just women's channel. You go wherever. You like, I'm coming in. And you go on different various channels, but I'm using you as an example to be like, yo, they ain't got to follow your example. But if you, not saying if you that dude or not, others, if they that dude, including Big Game or from Psycho Pay this or anybody, go venture out. Get it in. So when we sit back, not to laugh at you and be like, yo, he was coming with it. Don't just use Reg's channel, as you mentioned, as the refuge channel and be huffing and puffing. Get out there so that we can be like, oh, this person ain't playing. He up there taking no prisoners.
The thing is, they can't get away with the shit that they do on other people's channels. That's
right.
Like they can't say all that dumb shit over there. Like Joshua Johnson.
Yeah.
I remember one time he said, that's normal for a black man to beat up a black woman. That's normal. Like, I'm like, wait a minute, stop, time out. I said, wait a minute. He said what? And he said it like as if it was nothing.
I remember that too. I remember that when I heard that, and I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, yeah, and
do you know what? I've heard others, not in the chat, some will say it out of disbelief and say, I can't believe y'all allowed that. I'll be listening to it where it's like, ain't nobody, not on no protection, up in arms and said, yo, you talking foolishness. What are you talking about? No, look at nothing.
And like I said, so Reg wants to have people go into his channel that he can interview. You can't have that when you have Joshua Johnson saying that bullshit, Buster Free saying doing that whole ass shit he's doing, and what's his name, Brian lying and shit.
But you can't have that. And Big J, I'm gonna throw this in there because it was on the tip of my tongue. You can't have that, and you can't be on something and make it unquestionable. That was kind of a joke. I know you caught that. Because that was on some effery. How you gonna sit back and you know who I'm speaking of? And I forgot what it was about. It was the word questionable compared to unquestionable. How it was used in a sentence.
Oh,
that's when yes.
Oh,
I thought you would remember. I almost hit the roof. And when I thought to myself, I said, I know y'all not gonna make this fly because even you spoke on it later on in a video. Oh, I didn't forget. I told you I don't miss a beat. It was mentioned unquestionable. I said, do you mean? Are you serious?
Yeah,
you mean questionable, sir, not unquestionable. And look it, and was backing it up. I said, you know what? I'm through. I'm through.
Listen, I was going to make a video and drag the shit out of it.
Right.
Like you talking about that questionable
statement? Yes. The questionable thing, which we look at by you talking about what was unquestionable, that what you said was questionable, sir. By you saying what was unquestionable, no, it was questionable, literally questionable. But what you just said was questionable because you don't know what the F you either done said or talking about.
And this happened.
Such and such was whatever was unquestionable. I
Right.
said, you know what? You crazy, not crazy. You, it's man, nah.
And that happened that same week.
Yeah.
Called me when he said I was masturbating.
RBR
happened that same week. He said that shit,
and that's why I didn't understand that. Look, at even if you're attacked or coming against you, but yet you never say. And what you're saying, the questionable things. I should say keep it as a joke. You're saying unquestionable things. No, you keep saying that with the attacks, but what you're saying is off the chain, and I don't mean in a good way. It's in literally a questionable. Be like, do you know what you're talking about?
Man, don't even know what he's talking about.
You don't even know. That's why I said it, and I'll keep saying it again. I keep saying it over. When I did what I did in January was not, and I hopefully was not in vain, because there was a reason why I did it. Coming into latter 2023, steady and still doing the same thing. You can't look back within yourself, not even in the mirror, even kind of semi-listening to yourself to be like, what was I saying? Hey, everybody listening, remember when I said such and such, and I thought I almost got away with it? No longer. When I see, well, look at Big J. When I say something stupid and foolish, I'm going to stop myself. I don't need none of y'all to help me. I'm going to stop myself. I'm going to do myself a favor and apologize and correct that. How about that?
It's not like, oh, he said it, and then, oh, wait a minute, hold on.
Right.
I said that? Wait,
yeah.
I'm retract that.
I'm gonna retract that.
No, he didn't do that. He just kept on going and kept on having 10 toes down.
And you'll have some jump in. But hold on, Big J. You'll have some that jump in, including maybe Reg, and say, "Hold up, wait a minute? Hold up." Even if Reg lets everyone do their thing and speak on the channel in the place of not consciousness, the holy ground, whatever, when he calls it, whatever he calls this the place, the place to be. Even in that case, Reg, somebody else will try to catch it. Look at Big J will still run with it, as if like, yeah, that's what I meant. I meant that. Like, you ain't even stopping yourself. You running with it. Look at Big J. You run it. That's why I told Joe today. I said thank you to you when it came to the whole Nazi thing, this and the other. You came in with the book and the dates and this and that and the other. Even the man that I think later worked for Ebony, and I can't remember his name, the one that ended up with the job at Ebony, and only certain things he could remember. He picked up tidbits, including the lie with the shaking of the hands. It's like you literally will leave and maybe come back to the channel. People are questioning it and won't sit back and be like, you know what, did I just say that, y'all? You know what I mean? Did I say that? He won't even come back and say, you know what? I think I might have made a mistake. Won't even say that.
Right. And my thing on this too, okay, about the handshaking, about
Hitler and Jesse Owens, yeah.
Yeah, Hitler, Jesse Owens, and black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He tried to talk about this one kid. He was part of who was a school student during Hitler's reign, right?
Mm-hmm.
He became the editor of
Essence. Yep.
I forgot his name too, but anyway,
mm-hmm.
if you actually look up, because he was talking about Hitler was never against black people. The Nazi Party was never against black people. Really?
Yeah, right.
If you actually learn about if you actually learn history, Goebbels called black people the Rhineland niggers.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of your black Germans was usually children of allied black soldiers from America, Britain, and the Caribbean, and Australia. Right? Because most of their fathers came from those countries.
Yes.
And even the black people in France, the black soldiers from France.
That's right.
So that's why Goebbels called the Rhineland area a land of niggers.
Mm-hmm.
He even said it in his speech. And what happened is, like, I forgot his name. I can't pronounce his name. When his mother raised him, right? When she was, when Hitler was rising, he wanted to join the Hitler Youth, the Nazi Youth Party. Right?
Yeah.
But he couldn't join it because he's black. But then, and Brian is so fucking stupid. He also didn't realize, even though Hitler was killing the Jews,
Mm-hmm.
He was
Mm-hmm.
sterilizing the black people.
Yeah.
He was,
And check this out. Wasn't with interracial relationships. That was happening as well. So to break that up, that's how they got some of it wasn't like a bunch of soldiers, but that's what came in place with them soldiers, breaking that up. Those interracial couples. Yes, that was out there in Germany. They took them so to break that up on some hating. That's how they got their soldiers too. So with that whole thing, when the picture was sent to Reg, where it's like, did you get the link? Did you get the link of just those book covers and the author of it, making it seem like they was joyful and happy and stuff like that? No, they was forced to do that.
Yeah.
They was forced to take part in Hitler's army, in his regime, in his army. It wasn't like they was excited and yay, and they wanted it. They was having a party. I'm thinking that's why I thought to myself, you know what? Even if it's insulting or not, what planet do you come from? You know what I mean, Brian? Like, where are you? Like, no, there's no way. You skimming through books. You doing the little picture book. You remember that, Brian? I mean, Big J. When you open up the book, and the book opens up, and you got the scratch and snip, or the pictures open up.
Right. Yeah.
That's what it reminds me of, because the snippets that Brian brings in to Reg, where it's like, it's you just skimming through it. You're not completely reading through it. Like, literally read the paragraphs, the pages, the book in its entirety. Don't send snippets to Reg, because Reg is going to take it to be like, oh, let me blow it up and just show. And then Reg is some kind of going to question it to be like, hold up. Because I know Reg, he even questioned it to be like, yo, hold up. That's when Joe came in and broke it down. And that's when I told you Richard Connolly said, no, it was a president, and actually it was President Roosevelt. It was a president that was against the blacks, the American athletes celebrating and coming to the White House to celebrate. Roosevelt was against that. Roosevelt was a racist. And then at the same time, you got I think it was Spirit Justice. Go ahead.
Because also it was 1936, and
that's right.
Was an election year. He couldn't do that.
Yes,
he had black people at the White House.
Right there, you go, smart man. He couldn't have that.
Right.
That's right.
Because Roosevelt's vice president at the time was a Texan. Yes. Roosevelt had 3 vice presidents during his term. James Gardner was a congressman out of Texas. He became Roosevelt's first vice president before Wallace and Truman, before Truman became vice president. And you know what?
Right.
Yeah. So he needed to keep Gardner on the ticket. So he needed to keep Jackie Robinson out the White House and all those black politicians, those black athletes out of there, because he needed to keep Gardner in, so he can win the second term.
Yep.
But niggas don't they don't sit there and think, they don't sit there and compute shit like.
But they don't, you know what, and I think someone even mentioned this too, and I'm not saying this to and I'm not, and it's not, and even though I mentioned this name, this is not about putting this person on a pedestal. It's what he knows and the knowledge, regardless of what became said. And I'm referring to AC. You have ones that don't do their research and homework. They don't. Even with the part when I told you, and I mentioned it when Joe was up here, I said, hey, Aries asked him specifically, when did this hate? Like, when did it come about? Why did it happen? When did it come about? Brian gonna say, when the ideology came. From what? Huh? Where? When it came from? Where? Was it over? When it came over? When it was the the Olympics in Germany? I mean, when did it transpire? When it happened? And then as if like, didn't look at the part to where Hitler was forced to not shake hands, to acknowledge, like it was a lot involved. He didn't want to. He wasn't trying to, but it was a lot involved with the Olympic Committee. Like, you have to. We ain't going for it. Like, this is bigger than you. We don't care. Yeah, you Hitler, but you ain't running things. You know what I mean? When it comes to the Olympics, you know what I mean? You could be this person, and this is like 1936, and during that time of the Olympics. You know what I mean? And they even said Jesse Owens tried to hide it, Big J. Even though people were like, they know the truth. He tried it, but he couldn't keep that lie for long. To where it was like, nah, he didn't shake his hand. He didn't shake my hand. In other words, in denial. So maybe he was afraid, but later on it came about to where it was like, he didn't do that. There's no record, there was no nothing. That's why I sat back, I thought to myself, why are you going to co-sign on that, man? And even like I told you, what you just mentioned right now, from Joe 1932 to 1936, before he gained power, and the ones that he interviewed, I won't knock Brian when he said this. He was like, well, I wonder what language did they speak, or did they speak, German or English? You know what I mean? Where it's like, all I know is that the interview,
according to the interview,
mm-hmm.
I have to think back, because somebody made a video on it not too long ago.
Right.
No, they were speaking German, because Hitler never spoke English.
But the man that did the interview was an educated man.
Right.
Hint, right?
He was speaking German, yes.
Yes, he was. And he look at, even if he hated, in reference to the skin color, he admired him for that. You know what I mean? Hating on one end, but he was an educated man. And once again, the interview, this was before he gained power, when that went down.
Well, total power, I should say.
Yeah, well, total power. Yeah, total power. Exactly. Total power. Yeah, so he gave him that. Granted, he gave him that interview. And, hey, shoot, honor or not, he got that interview with this man, meaning with Hitler.
What happened?
You there?
Okay, hold on. You back on?
Yeah, I'm back on. Yeah, I'm here. All right, yeah, you there? Okay. What the thing about it? You can hear me, Big J. If you're gonna tell a story, and that's why I give that to Joe. Where I was like, Joe, he broke it down. However he got it. If he had the book right in front of him, he broke it down. I wanted Brian to do that. If he gonna speak on something like that, on that type of topic, and even if AC came in and give the tidbits of that, just the little bits of it, saying no, just that alone. They didn't shake hands. No, they saying he did. No, I'm telling y'all, AC later on came in and said, see, y'all didn't believe me. But it shouldn't even be that, Big J, to where it's like, yo, can y'all stop this and not just look into it, just right there. We got time. If you can do a 5 or 6 hour or 4 hour stream, we got time to look in it and to say, Brian, correction, that ain't true. But yet, if we don't, like we mentioned before, Big J, if it ain't mentioned or stopped or nipped, it would continue on. And you will have some individuals like, it's okay, we ain't got to bring that up, and walking around with a lie, going in the future with a lie. That's dangerous, man.
I just look at him like, man, and I don't know. It's very dangerous for somebody to say some shit like that, or the whole bullshit about, yeah, man. We I mean, at one time Brian made some stupid comment about the old blood type. Yeah, I'm not African. I'm not this. I said, okay, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then can you name what place in the world that has the highest concentration of the blood, the old type, the old type blood? It's in sub-Saharan Africa.
Mm-hmm.
But you out here talking about you ain't African, you don't like Africans, and you saying you the original man. Well, wait a minute. Most of your old blood type folks are in Africa, idiot. So what are you talking about?
But look at Big J, but in straight denial, as if like I'm telling you, we'll fight you to the end. I ain't black, I'm not African, and said it to Reg. What's wrong with it? I don't see the big deal to let people know that I ain't African. But at the same time, if it comes to some news or some type of news with something happening, oh, I hate what happened to that black man. Why do you even care? Right. You know what I mean? That's a slap in the face. He'll say it in a minute. What's wrong? Look at what's wrong, Brian? What's going on? Oh, I just thought I'd throw in it. Did y'all hear the news or what just happened? Something just happened to that black man. You care? You really care? You don't care. You showed us that you don't care. You ain't got to put on an act that you really care, because you don't care. You don't care.
Yeah.
You need to stop that.
I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
You know, that's why that came up on there, right? And then I'm like, nigga, what do you don't, you know? And then you bring him the facts. You're this, you're that, that. You know, he says some ridiculous shit. Like,
Right.
come on, man.
And you
Gotta-
know what? And you know what's a trip that you said, which I didn't know. You said, "Hey, he came from which I didn't know, the conscious community." Brian's been around for a while when it comes to Reg's channel. You know, in this sector
I,
on Reg's side.
yeah,
But I didn't know that. I didn't know the consciousness. So look at where I'm going with this is that when did all of this switch up take place, Big J? You know what I mean? I don't mean coming over to Reg. When did it all just change up?
I don't know. I don't know. All I know about Brian, he hangs around with the Phil Valentine and
Right.
the flat Earth people.
Yes.
Not the flat Earth. There's no such thing as slavery. The elbow movement.
Mm.
Demo spaces. But the thing is, he never talks about those spaces where he came from. You never sit there and actually say, "Yeah, I came from this space." But that's those are spaces he came from. But he never mentioned it. You know.
No, I get it, and like you say, he is as far as nothing to hide. It's like you don't mention it. You just that's just like which is his prerogative. They were talking about, I think, not because of the Danini Warren thing with the daughter thing. They were just talking about families, the kids, or family topic. They were on that topic. And no, I can't say I get it because I don't. Brian dismissed himself. What I'm saying, what I noticed when it's topics where it's like, yo, ain't you, regardless if you married or not, don't you got a family member? You got a child? Don't you have something that to contribute to it? It is times when Brian will be like, as if like, I don't even want to be on it. Can we change it? Like purposely, like if he had the power to do it, to be like, Reg, can we change it? And there have been cases like that where he'll want to change the chat, not with no throwing in a joke and a monkey wrench. He will throw in there, even with saying it out, I was Reg, or maybe in a chat, can we change the subject? I just wanted to change the subject. Why do you want to change the subject? Is it too touchy for you? Is it something that you can't handle? Why? When you might contribute, you might need to be on this channel, but then don't wait until later on. Hey, what did I miss? This was the time when you should have been on the channel, having a discussion. Oh, can we change it? Can we change the topic? Oh, we want to talk about the slave ships. Can we change the subject? Can we change the subject? We want to talk about the motherland. Can we change the subject? Can we change the subject? Like, really? Nah, dude. Nah.
Saying the stupidest shit in the world. I be looking at him like, nigga, you just
it's like, yeah, we need to talk about this. We need to have this discussion. We need to have certain key players that know what they talking about on here. And yes, you need to stay up on here too, not just to be educated, but what he possibly can contribute, to add to it. But no, instead, can we change that? I want to talk about that. Well, you know what? That's fine. Remind you once again, you ain't black.
No, it's always this shit. You could be talking to Reg, right? Yada yada yada. Like you hear him coming in there. Hey Reg, check your email, Reg. Check your email.
Mm-hmm.
Reg go, oh, okay. And that's how he does the topic change.
Mm.
You ever notice that when there's a topic outside what he's talking about, he said, check your email, Reg. Check your email.
Yeah, did you get the email? 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 It's like, okay, everybody and their mama know around this world. Hey, Reg, check your email. Did you get the email? Like, yo, and then like you said, once that pops up, then it's the change of the topic where it's like, yo, they was on something. They had something that they was talking about. That was legit. So why are we switching it up based on an email that you sent? Really? You gonna go?
And then though, some of the emails, like, because I remember one time though he did that shit, right? So he told Reg to show the emails, right?
Right.
Show the footage. All they was skinny clad women.
Oh man.
Women in bikinis and shit. Women in lingerie and shit. I'm like, really, nigga? We having everybody on that panel having a important, half decent conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Hear him come up there with that. Oh, I'm gonna talk about sex and talk about
but
shit.
And Big J, Big J. Sorry for cutting you up. That's the same thing with what just happened recently. And even Reg jumped in and said, I knew you was going to say that. And even if you don't know what I'm about to say, I'm going to say it. It was the part with Danini. Yeah, because she got a big ass. I'm like, yo, dude, really? Said it twice. Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
and Reg jumped in and said, dude, I knew you was gonna say that. As if like that's all you care about. You reminded me when you said that the email came in with some skinny women, and that's why even when I ethered and I did my thing in January, I was like, that's all you can come back and on me or on you. But I threw it out there. I was like, dude, it's all about the JJ with you. It's a time and a place. But even in the case that this was a serious situation with the old Danini Warren, or Aries, but really with those two, it was like, yeah, Danini got a big ass. But even in that moment, it was like, I don't know, but I bet Danini was like, yo, shut up. We ain't even on that.
Yeah,
we ain't even on my butt and my behind. That's what you thinking. That shows how much. That's how much you. Yes.
The maturity level is at an old time high.
It is.
The immaturity, I should say. It's
right.
I'm not like, my God, man. Are we? How old are you now? What's his
It's
Brian. I was want to know how old this nigga is.
Big J. Big J. It's unquestionable.
Right. It's unquestionable. Yeah. It's unquestionable. Yeah.
But like you said, it's at an all-time high. It makes no sense. It's like, yo, when it's serious, it's serious. I'm not even getting on to like, oh, it ain't all, laughing all the time. Like I'm past all of that. Laugh if you want to, laugh whenever you want to. LOL, ha ha ha, do whatever. I'm not even on that. But when it's something like that, yo, you got that on the brain. Yo, come on.
Why?
Now you done shown the world, many can see. That's all you thinking about, man. You gotta stop that.
And my thing was, why are you on the panel for? If that's not even the topic. Nobody cares about what the Nini's ass looks like at this point.
At this point.
Everybody's talking about that whatever bullshit she Warren in, right? Everybody talking about that shit. Come on. And when he did that shit the other day, I was like, oh my God, I won't see. I was like, man, let me get my ass up and out of here, man. This, I was like, why won't somebody just?
Well, somebody just put their foot down and be like, you know what, stop. Like how Reg does his thing and be like, stop it. When he does. He does his thing. Stop it. That's the moment to be like, you know what? Stop it. In all seriousness, Big J, stop it, dude. That right there you own, stop that. We can shuck and jive and have fun, at any time. But right now, that ain't the time. So stop it.
But like I said, and I'm going to have to in this live stream soon, though.
Right.
I got to end this, in with the next few minutes. But
yeah, that's fine. But go ahead.
I got to say this. This is the reason why Reg channel ain't going anywhere. It's not going to grow, and it's too late. It's too late now. He's going to use this Danini Warren divorce shit and try to ride the wave, but how it's only going to take us so far.
Right.
He got nowhere else to go after this shit. I mean, especially after what he said to the Nini, after what the Nini said to him, it's all over with. When she said, "I no longer respect you,"
right?
It's over with for Reg. Over with for Reg. So Reg got nowhere else to go.
But I said this earlier with you too. It was like, are you listening? This woman said, "I don't respect you."
Man,
I'm not saying like it was like a marriage, like they was in a relationship, but it was like that, like, I don't respect you, like you know what, it's almost like, but not like that, like an inheritance, like if it's some type of inheritance from a family member where it's like, I done cut you off, you ain't getting nothing from me. And I'm not saying that which Danini got which she probably has. I don't know. I don't recall. And I haven't seen it, that she made a video on Reg speaking on it. Like, but at the same time, it's like, you know what? I asked you not to do it. Point blank. I didn't want you to do it. I was wishing for you not to do it, but you did it anyway. No, I'm not your mama or nothing like that. But know this. We can, if I come around in the future or whatever, know that that's what I told you. And remind you of people, snatching it up, Balla, whoever, taking snippets of it. that they do remember that. That in itself, what we're saying with the respect part, people heard that.
Yeah. Even I downloaded the live stream.
Right. And maybe it sunk in and maybe it didn't. She was firm about it. And that could be in real life. But this is, with the whole social media YouTube thing, she was firm in saying it where I don't even it literally stood out. You know what I mean? We could hear different things back and forth, this and the other. When she said it, was it the way she said it? How she said it? Or was it the relation because of the relationship that they have, where it was like, this is for you. I ain't speaking to no one else. Just you. Regardless, I mean, besides Warren, not respecting him, but you, my friend, someone I support, I don't respect you. I don't respect you, man. So it's like, fuck.
Like the
Yeah.
sound of her voice.
Yes.
There was so much pain in that voice, and I was like, "Well, I'll be damned. You done, nigga."
Yeah.
I was like, "Man, you done." When she said that shit, and you hear that, and I can imagine there's tears, her eyes full of tears and shit.
Yeah.
And when she said that, I said, "Well, it's over with for you, nigga." And this nigga acts like they went through a whole 8-hour live stream, 9-hour live stream last night, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, y'all act like, oh, we the party's back together.
You took the words out of my mouth on the part of like what you just said right now. The party, I'm taking this from you, not taking it from you. When it was like, you know what? When all that patting on the back and the fist bumping and the high fives and all that, what you just said, I hope there was a part in him to where it was like a sigh of not relief, but a sigh of like, I hurt somebody's feelings. I hurt somebody just now because I played a part. He didn't play a part in that, but he played a part in that, if you know what I mean.
Right.
While all that was going on with the celebration, like we back in town, we back on, we back at it, we is on now. It's more of like I was hoping that within where it was like, you know what, that's cool with the celebrations, open up, pop the bottles, champagnes, cheers, to where it was like, you know what, but I possibly have lost somebody that meant something to me. Not on no, like I'm trying to get with you, you know what I mean? Not on that, but you know what I mean? Strictly on a supporter friendship where it's like, that's my friend. And you got some that's like, yo, they take friendship very seriously. But once again, in this day and time in modern world, people don't take even that seriously. So it says a lot, Big J, to be like, dang, dude, things definitely ain't the way they used to be. Because people ain't even, they ain't even taking that. They taking that to the point where it's like, that don't mean nothing to me. I don't care about that. To where it's like, yo, and it makes you hard. It makes you a lone soldier. You know what I mean? It makes you that way in this world to look at it where it's like, yo, I ain't got nobody that got my back, let alone my friendship. You know what I mean? In a case like that, like you said with Danini, where it's like, yo, I'm going with this and I'm going with that. But then I got somebody that is like, I'm down for you. And I asked you. Yeah. And this is how it goes. This is the results. This is what you do. And I heard it, like you said it too. It was her voice, how she said it. Like,
really, when she said that really made me fall into my chair.
Yeah. Hey, wherever I was at, it made me, even listening to it, fall back to be like, yo, because I know how she gets. You know how she can get when she want to get at you, like rah 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 rah. Even if she wants to push your buttons and troll you and mess with you. That in there was kind of like, you know what, my shield and force field. No more laughing, no more haha and silliness. Not silliness. Right. All that playing. That how Danini do. That was gone, and it was like, yo,
gone.
You that was gone forever. It was like it was on some. I'm hurt, man. I've been hurt over here, and you done hurt me too.
It was like pouring salt on the wound.
And it was to the point. Look, hey, check this out, Big J. It was to the point where it's like, you men, and even if it ain't the majority, you men ain't about ish. You included. Boom. That's what I took from that. You men ain't about ish.
didn't she said men should be like men?
Yep.
Right after she said that. See,
Yep.
I'm looking at that like, wow.
Yep. You connecting it. Because I had mentioned it, but you connecting it. You putting
Right.
it all together.
Right. And I'm just
Yeah.
like, really? I was like, and that flew right over people's heads.
It did.
That flew right over Super Sly's head. That flew over Kevin Kelly's head. That flew right over Lou and all rest of
And check this out. Regardless of the look at this, even with Pure being on and you know her discuss when it was the whole get back together or can they work it out or this and the other or you know even with the Aries, I'm not you know giving my like they shouldn't you know my tidbit on that and it is what it is. You know even coming after Aries and giving they 2 cents on the Aries thing, the part that you just said, what we just mentioned. That part we mentioned went over other people's heads. They mentioned all that other stuff, getting things out like you need to be put on the cross, Aries, you know, or such and such, or this and that and the other. That in itself went over people's heads. I won't take that away from Super Slight when he was mentioned like, yo, get this off the channel. Y'all do something, work it out. Even with big, you know, Joe said, hey, I got a attorney, you know, whatever they try to do to help for the ones who didn't try to help. That in itself, what we just mentioned, Big J, went over people's heads. Went over their heads. Even when I started off on your stream and I mentioned betrayal on top of betrayal on top of betrayal. You get me? On all ends. Literally a full circle of betrayal. You catch that? A full circle of betrayal. And it went right back to the source.
And what's so stupid about it?
Yeah.
Reg is so stupid. He doesn't realize he's done. He realized he just betrayed Warren and Nene.
But and you know what, to add to that, I don't know if he's actually done, you know, and you mentioned that. I don't know what he's actually done, but I will say, but I think you just said it. When it comes to Danini, yes. Yes. I don't mean like channel wise, but with Danini, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Possibly Warren too, but you know, and I'm not saying Aries, but Danini herself, yeah. That's a done deal.
Yeah, it's done.
That's done, man.
Even though me and Danini are like enemies, because I hate her guts, but even that I feel so sympathetic. Like,
yeah, what? and I'm a big stickler, Big J, on the don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'm not saying that she's the one that makes the channel, but as far as a forever supporter and played a part, because even if it came to maybe other things, equipment, we will never know. If it came to that chair, no one else did it. I remember it was for a while that it was that chair for the longest, and that he holds like in a like he could put it in a museum. He held on to it for the longest. I recall that time when it was nothing. Danini said, "I'm gonna type it in right now. What's the name that you wanted? What coloring do you want?" And by the time you looked up, she shipped it. Reg was sitting on a new chair, like, dang, he finally got that chair. What you gonna do with the other chair, Reg? Reg was like, I ain't gonna get rid of it. I'm just gonna put it in the corner. Reg, to this day, I believe he still has it sitting somewhere in, you know, where he's at, and he still got it. But you know what? They did that. No one really who are long timers had contributed to that. Now, maybe the donations, but she straight up was like, you're not gonna take that because you might not ever do it. I'll do it myself. And when it came down to it, okay, when it came down to it, well, they were married. They're married. It wasn't both of them or whoever's money, his money, her money, whatever. Danini did that. You know, that's Danini. But I guess I was looking at it put together. It was Warren and Danini. That's how I took it. Regardless, that's what she did. That's what they did, Big J.
Right.
Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Don't bite your... Somebody had mentioned this too, and I got to give it to him. I don't know if it was Big Game or Joe. Somebody said, they said, you're not understanding. You be trying to get rid of the ones who are supporting you. You doing the opposite, the ones that's in your corner. Now, you know what? When that was mentioned, because you don't really be around unless you got to pop up. I don't really be around, but I do listen when I can. That reminded me of the old school players, the oldie but goodies, the ones that gave was like, where are they at? Where it was like they was around, the Mika Bees. A lot of us, I ain't gonna say them third party because I was included too.
Sandy Pooh.
Sandy Pooh too.
Yeah.
I hadn't forgotten her. I just thought about her the other day.
Right.
A lot of us who have been around where it's like, yo, not just being your biggest fans, but biggest supporters. way before where we at now in 2023. And the thing about it, Reg does remember. There's a part in him that he humbles himself, that he remembers. And some might say, oh, shut up, you two. He ain't got to do nothing. We ain't telling them what to do, but we letting them know. Don't ever forget, man. That's always been my thing. Even if I don't ever come around, Big J, ever. Don't ever forget. You know, that saying is like, don't ever forget where you came from. And don't ever forget those ones, those certain ones.
Right.
Don't you ever forget them, ever.
And I hope that what happened over the past week,
Yeah.
between what happened that Saturday when he made that video talking about I was masturbating,
Mhm.
video to those part 1, part 2, part 3 between him and between Deneen Warren, and what happened that last live stream he did what was it, Sunday?
Sunday. Okay. Yeah.
I hope that this should tell you why I have a hatred of Reg.
Mm.
That should prove everything, because all that betrayal, all that sneak dissing shit, that whole I'm gonna go ahead and make up make up a news story, or I'm gonna pass out a rumor, or I'm gonna take somebody's words and put in somebody else's mouth, you know, saying in the windows,
Yeah.
all that, you know.
And along with that, Big J, all of that, and I told you this earlier, like that, all of that on the shoulders, like, yeah, you did it, man, you did it. As far as from my end, it ain't about hate or jealousy. It's more of like all of that hip hop array. You did it. Oh, you did it with this. Oh, that's what it took for you to get over the edge. You know what I mean? To get those extras. I want it to be to where it's like a reminiscence to look back, like, was it worth it? Was it worth it? Was it really, really worth it? Yo, was it really worth it to you to really what just transpired and happened within these last 3 days, 3 episodes, you know, all of that, where it could go into the 4th, where, yo, was it really, really worth it? Like, you know what I mean? When you know, we can be how we can be, Big J. There's others, not just us, you know, where we can be on red alert, code red, you know, really going to the dark place. But it was a part where it was like, you know, and you said something just now, you sat back in your seat. I said with me, however I was listening to it, wherever I was at, I sat back like, oh no, you know, like, no, dude, no. Regardless of friends or enemies, foes or allies. This is wrong. And you don't come about success this way. Maybe some might think it's okay, but it ain't okay. And if that's how you look at it, if that's how you do it, I don't want to be a part of it, man. I don't want to have no parts of it.
You know, but
yeah, I'm speaking on what I'm speaking on now. I'm, you know, on yours. But at the same time, going there, I don't want to go there with it like that. I'll listen to what I can take in. And as far as like throwing things in, but like you said, I was taking in what I took in to where, like you mentioned too, some didn't even catch it. That's what I was doing. I was catching a part of the pain, the hurt, the suffering, the tears without the tears, the sorrow. The laughter was gone. Now it was laughter with some other stuff, you know, where it's like, yo, like when someone leaves or pass away, they ain't even threw the dirt on the grave yet. You know what I mean? It ain't no time to celebrate. Not that it was a celebration where it's like there's still sadness. There's still sadness. Yeah, it didn't involve us, but it does hit home, Big J, kind of. Because they've been around. It ain't like they know newbies. It ain't like they just even you had some ones that was like, who are they? Some don't even know. They've been around. They've literally been around with all kinds of stuff that's been going on. Some don't even know who they are, but the ones who know who they are, then it should hit home with them. Not with their literal homes, private lives that we have here on YouTube, where it's like, yo, man, we don't want to. This is a Steve Harvey lower level, you know what I mean, lower tier. You know what I mean? Like what they going through, it ain't the same. It's on that status. Right. But at the same time, it's kind of like, you know, and it wasn't on no cheating. Once again, we mentioned this because I don't believe that there was no cheating involved.
I do not believe Warren and Deneen got. I ain't talking about Warren. I don't believe.
Yeah.
and
Aries. You mean Aries?
yeah, I mean Aries. I don't believe Aries and then Nene got together. I don't believe that shit.
No, I don't believe it either. And I was gonna throw this in there with when I threw in the Steve Harvey thing with the comparison with Marjorie and stuff, what literally happened with the bodyguard, that didn't take place. But then it could spin off into something else. So it's like not in your case, be careful, because it could later on go into a discussion. What's the definition of cheating? You get what I'm saying? Like, even though
Right.
that didn't happen to it, it can spin into something else. Well, it's cheating, cheating when you accept a card or when you just accept a phone number. You know what I mean? Because I had heard all kinds of things. I ain't going to drop no names. It was things being thrown out there like, I received a phone number, I got a number, this and the other. Well, you know what? If you got a number, got a card, or got anything that was given to you, did you tell your man? Did your man know about it? See, and because it could go there. It could go into, like, let's just be honest now. If you want to have that discussion, you beating around the bush, you ain't telling the whole truth. And that could be in anyone's relationship. Yo, if your woman is hot and you looking good, of course you're gonna get some numbers, gonna get some looks, and go probably get some numbers, gonna get hit on and stuff. Would you tell your man, or would you just brush it under the rug? Is it important to you? We can go even further with the phone number thing. I recall, Big J, that I've been in situations like that I've given out numbers and the woman be like, oh, I'm sorry, I already got a man. Or if I did the old school way, remember before the cell phone thing, giving out numbers, them women would dump it, put it right in the trash. You know what I would sit back and do and be like, dang, I wish I had a woman like you, because you got them women like, now we in the modern, they take the number like, what the, and won't even tell their man. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So with the whole disingenuousness, and I'm not going to drop names, you got some that might mention, say, yeah, I got some numbers and stuff. I got a number or two or whatever. And I'm thinking, look at Big J. Did you tell your man? Tell the truth. Did you tell your man? I want to know, because you ain't telling us. You just saying you got a number or so. And I'm wondering, did your man even know about it? See, that's those women's where it's like, that's what's up. You got it. You got one right there.
And
Yeah.
one thing that fucked me up during that whole conversation.
Mm.
You remember that whole thing about, well, one person on that panel said something to the fact was, oh, Aries, you send her a card.
Mm.
You don't send a married woman your card.
Mm.
Now the same person who said that shit he said this. Well, I fuck married women.
Yeah, I heard that.
He went on his channel, said the same, and repeated what he said on Red. He said he has sex with married women that he's not married to.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there like, wait a minute, you sleep with other men's wives.
Yeah.
You have the fucking nerve to go after Aries. Aries not fucking Danini.
And you know what? And you know what? And when Aries started, when Aries jumped in, and spoke on that for out of protecting himself, as if like, whoa, because that was being brought up on a like, whoa, hold up. I ain't F this woman. Like, what are y'all not hearing? If you didn't watch the clips, the snapshots, not snapshots, but just the clips, all three, if you witnessed that, I did not do that with the women. You all putting words in the mouth. Y'all are, spreading them rumors. But at the same time, go off of what you just said. It's not like that. What makes that right is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? You saying that in the midnight, and Aries didn't do that, but at the same time, on the flip side, what transpired in what you did with the married women ain't right either. You know what I mean? It's just,
but
without you saying, without you saying it, it was like what I was witnessing major hypocrisy.
I'm looking at this dude like
inconsistency. Right. You know what I mean?
Right. See, and that's
contradiction. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
and that's why I keep on saying Red's channel attracts the dregs of society.
Yeah.
The retro baits. Because how can a man go on YouTube trying to check Aries? Hey, Aries, you a bitch ass nigga. I hope Warren, Warren, because you sent a Valentine card to the Nene. Okay, a Valentine card.
Mm-hmm.
But you turn right back around. This nigga turned right back around and said, oh, yeah, I had sex with married women.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it. I did. I heard it, and it was, and I heard it, and it wasn't like I'm like putting out my opinion on it, my opinion on it, I will say, but it ain't nothing to be proud about either. You know what I mean? It was more of like, but where's the lesson? Where's the lesson in this? You know, I got where it was coming from. I know what the person meant by I get it. But at the same time, what's the lesson in it to where you trying to teach a lesson, but at the same time you ain't doing right yourself? You know, I mean, with what you saying, maybe I mean, look at what you saying shouldn't have been said. You could have kept that one to yourself. But I do get it. But at the same time, in that moment, to try to chastise or get all raw, you know, yo. But hold on that end. But then on your end, two wrongs don't make a right, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Aries didn't even do that. You get me? He didn't even do that.
Yeah, but Aries did not have sex with the Nene.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
How can you blame Aries? I mean, how can you blame Aries?
Yes, you got it right.
To doing some infidelity when you actually did twice fuck two married women. Make that make sense. I said, and that's why I said they're a bunch of barbershop talking niggas who a bunch of retro bass and dregs from the side. Because you said I'm listening to this shit like, bruh, you actually said that cowboy bullshit.
But you know what? But Big J, yeah. But you know what? On my end of looking at it, I'm glad that Aries didn't, because of it being like the channel 3 news, channel 10 news. If that had ever gotten out, if that was the case, and if that had happened, do you know it would have been a part 4 or 5? You know what I mean? It would have been over. It would have been over, meaning like there would have been ones going in so hard. I mean, this is just a card. That's just a card. And I mean, like I said, it doesn't make it right. I will even jump in on that. Even though I didn't jump on the panel and even give my 2 cents on Regis, I will say it wasn't right. He knows that it wasn't right. All in all, it was wrong. But at the same time, thank goodness it didn't go that far with that. It didn't go that far with it. You know what I mean? Sleeping.
At least when it comes to Aries, right?
Yeah.
At least there's a somewhat of a moral compass.
Yeah.
Like he didn't go there, you know, even though he got all the opportunity in the world to go there with it.
Sure.
He never went there. And to Nene, to her credit, she's not trying to jump on that at that point. So what's the problem? So why would this particular person try to compare a fucking ass Valentine's Day card and then try to say, well, I'm moral superior and I bed down two married women. I bed down married women. I said, bruh. There's a difference. You actually had sex with married women. Aries hadn't done anything. So how can you compare yourself? How can you judge? See, the problem is that's what I have a problem with a black YouTube. It's always on that shaming that well, we got to start shaming people.
Yeah.
My thing is shaming does not work. Let me tell you why it doesn't work.
Okay.
Because you can't shame somebody when you don't, for one, you don't have the power to enforce that shaming. Second, you don't have the when you are guilty, if not worse than the crime who you're accusing.
Okay.
That's why black people gotta stay out of that shaming shit. Oh, we gotta start shaming women. We gotta shame this person. For what? Because if I look up in your shit, you know what I'm saying?
You going, no, Big J, you know what I'm laughing at right now? I'm not laughing at what you said. I said, you know what? What's the term they call it? Fake outrage.
Yeah.
It's been used before. When I was noticing certain things, and that's just not calling out anyone, so I'm not going to drop names. I'm using the fake, what did I just say? The fake shaming. What did I just say? The fake outrage. Forgetting my own word that quick. Fake outrage. I looked at it like, with all this fake outrage, can you imagine with all the fake outrage, even how it went down, even coming out to Aries, or in some cases Warren Aries, even Danini, to where it's like, can you imagine on the flip side going into the ones that once it was all said and done and getting off the panel, when you looking up and then they got a full blown argument in their own homes. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying with the fake outrage, where it's like you getting all raw, like I want to kill you. I'm gonna put you on the cross. I want to just light you on fire. And then back at the same time, it's like, yo, but even in your own home, I'm just saying you better make sure that your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted, because who's to say even in your own spot we will never know that look at you going through this, you going through the same thing or worse. But at the same time, I'm gonna fly myself over the panel and be like, you mother, if I could just strangle you right now. It's like, yo, I get it, but you know what? You better hope that your stuff is squeaky clean. I'm a stickler about that, Big J. And that's like I said, I'm not coming after one of them. I will say, and I will still say it was wrong overall. Betrayal on top of betrayal. But at the same time, I'm not going to go on there. And I didn't go on there and say, Donini, you should warn now, and Aries, I got something for you. I ain't doing none of that. For one, it was never none of my business. It's not none of my business. It should have never got to the internet or social media. And at the same time, you better make sure your stuff is straight. You better make sure your stuff is so tight that it's like padlock tight. You know what I mean? Like the Brinks truck, Fort Knox.
And then though, I super chatted question, right?
Yeah.
I said, if this was the other way around,
right?
If the Nene story was Warren and Warren's story was the Nene's, and Aries was a woman, right? We gonna switch genders, right?
Right.
I bet you 10 times out of 10, them niggas would have back whoever the man.
I was gonna say, yeah.
It wouldn't even matter. They will still back whoever is the man, and that's why I'm saying, really.
Yeah.
Let's say Warren got like two women, and there was one woman sending him a Valentine's Day card.
Mm-hmm.
None of them niggas would say shit. Even the girl that was sending the Valentine's card, that wouldn't say shit to her.
Mm-hmm. You know, and you know what? And it possibly, and look, I'm just saying, it possibly would have. I'm just saying, it probably would have been a high five. Like, right. You go, yeah. Player. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just like, are y'all serious?
Hey, check this out. That's just like when I heard Big Game the other day says, yeah, if you got a number of light skinned women, you done came up. You the man. You know, I'm sitting like, yo, dude, come on, y'all be saying some crazy stuff. You know, and he just said that not to say it ties into what you just said, but I get what you're saying. Like you said, if that was the case, roles were reversed, they would be giving him the whole like, yeah.
Man, yeah.
There you know. Like you look at, don't forget about that. Don't stud. You know, don't give a dang about what she care about and stuff. Did it go down yet? We need details. We need to know. We want to know. We want to know what's up. You know what I mean? How long this has been going on and stuff. Almost to the point to where, you know, where photos is involved, but not involved. You get what I'm saying? But we just want to know how is that looking up? You know, where it's like, yo. We can be on some of us. We can be on some real ninja type. You know what? Like, oh man, what's wrong with some of us? What's wrong, Big J? Seriously, what's wrong with some of us? You know, and then some might jump in and say, "Well, speak for yourself." No, I'm serious. What's wrong? Because it's like we don't look at it like we don't. It's something wrong, man. It's been something wrong for a long time. And I don't think, and besides what's going on with them too, there ain't no turning back. Now where we at? I don't care who it is. With situations like this, where we stand, how we think, how we roll, it ain't no going back. This ain't never changing. I don't see nothing changing from it, Big J, because like I said, yo, man, would have never seen this coming. But it's one mistake after another mistake from, you know, like couple wise, where it's like, yo, somebody even said it. Forget about black love. There ain't no black love. I think it still kind of exists. Some of the women even said, nah, or maybe men said, no, don't believe that. It still exists. But it ain't looking to, but it ain't to the point to where it's like, yo, get your passports, SYSBM. And I remember I was on that supporting. So if D Darrell is listening, or if he has a chance to listen to this and stuff, I was a supporter. Never said I was a card holder or nothing like that, a supporter of that. And I'm not even talking about Mad Bus Driver, but it's not to the point where it's like, you know, all is lost. But I will say, do what you do, but do it I'm not gonna. Well, yeah, moderately. Do it to where, whatever, man. I don't even know if even what right now what I'm saying is making sense. It's just at an all time F up. No, Big J, it's effed up, dude. You know how you try to look for the answer and you looking for answers. You want to find out what's wrong, man.
Exhausted.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's exhausting to where it's like, yo, my head hurts. And that's another reason sometimes too. Different channels, and it depends on which channel, even including sometimes, not all times, if I get the recaps. Back then I could catch the lives. I can't as much as I used to. Even if I do a recap with Rich, if I'm able to catch it, it'll be on certain things that where my head just hurts. You know, it depends. It just hurts where it's like, I gotta click off because this ain't good. Gotta take a break. Gotta take an absent. Gotta take vacation from this. Gotta take a break from vacation from some of these channels because it's enough for you to almost jump off a cliff. You know, not literally, Big J, to be like, I can't deal with this foolishness, but yet it exists.
That's why
you know what I mean, Big J? Yet it's allowed. The foolishness is kind of like, you know what? I just want to just oh my gosh, throw myself in
a pit and just
a pit where you know, a lion's den.
Yeah, something. Damn.
Where we're a bunch of tarantulas or cobras.
Something, man, because like I be like
Calgon, take me away.
Yeah, it's like this. I'm so embarrassed by knowing some of the shit that I know.
Me too.
I'm so embarrassed, man. Like, yeah, man. You know, like that bullshit I saw on Red Shadow. Like, I'm embarrassed to hear all this. This shit's embarrassing. Like, you know, like
yeah, just
yo, man.
You know what? Hey, check this out, Big J. I'll be, you know, let's say if I'm out and about, and I might catch a replay, I might catch a live, and it'll be something out there just said. And I'm not even throwing this on Reg or saying it's Reg. I'm saying there will be someone on the panel that'll say something to where you almost got to spit your food out or your drink and be like, shit, what the heck? What the where somebody might be looking at you and it's like, oh, you talking to me? No, you okay, I'm just listening to something. I'm doing something else right now. And it's not to where they want to get, you know, see what you're listening to where you almost want to not share with them where it's like, no, you don't want to know.
Yeah.
Look at Big J. I'm protecting you. I'm protecting you from this.
Yeah.
Just this moment, not with everything or every topic, just this particular moment on this conversation. I'm protecting your ears. As much as I might want to share it, I don't think I should.
I remember one time.
Yeah.
I remember one time I was driving one time, man. Listen to that shit. Do not drive. Listen to that bullshit because you might have a car wreck. It's so fucking stupid. You be like, wait a minute. I know he didn't say this shit.
Yeah.
Brakes and shit. I know Brian didn't say this dumbass shit.
Yeah. And you have to stop. You mentioned in driving, you have to stop what you're doing. I've done it to where I'm like, you know, if I'm going for a walk and I'm about to cross the cross light and the light could be, you know, you done hit the thing on the side, you know, the pole, the button, and it could be done turned, you know, where you walk, the white signal, you know, with the man walk, and I'll let it go a couple of times because I have to almost in my mind to be like, did I just hear what I heard? And even though like I'm not in a vehicle and the horn is blowing like bum drive, you know, like, hey, it's your turn, drive. It'll be if I'm walking or other places where it's like I have to pause, Big J, to be like, did I just hear that? I did not just hear that. Usually you want to hear conversations and things come out of people's mouth where it's like, I don't need to do a recap or replay. I got it loud and clear. There's some cases in these cases where it's like, oh, did I just hear that? I'm gonna have to hear that again. I know I didn't just hear that. You know, where it's like, yo, this can't be happening. That's when you gotta question yourself and tell yourself, I need to take a blade and cut my brain open to be like, is it just me? Is it my brain? Is it what's wrong? You know what I mean? Where you almost got to psych yourself out, be like, I know I didn't either just hear that. And I know I'm not going crazy. Yes, I did hear that. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. And that's why I agree with you. And it was mentioned that once it's put out there like that, please, somebody, you know how they say somebody, anybody, scream, you know, or like at a party or that old school song. You know what I mean? Just somebody, anybody, stop this. Stop it where it stands. I don't mean with the whole recent dining thing, just at any time. Yo, stop this. This don't make no sense. That person, what they said didn't make no sense, and it ain't even common sense. Not at all. Stop this right now. This is a bunch of effery. I mean, as far as, you know, conversation wise, where it's like they don't know what they're talking about, and y'all gonna allow it. Stop this right now. And I'm hoping for that, Big J.
No. No.
You like no, let it crash and burn.
Yeah, let it rage, crash and burn. Because, you know, as more, because like the Nene just said,
Yeah.
she got no respect for him no more. Okay.
Okay.
Far as I'm concerned, as of today, she's no longer going to be protecting his ass, right? Because she been, you know, protecting him and shit, right?
Mm.
So all Reg got is Brian, Buster Free, Big Game, AJ, and AC, right?
Mm.
So he got nobody that's going to actually protect him from his own demise. Because what he's going to do, and Gabe predicted this, right?
Yeah.
Gabe said, "Big J, your channel is going to eclipse him."
Mm.
Now I'm in striking distance of having more subs than the Reg.
Right.
But I have a feeling when that happens, Reg is going to have a problem. Is going to have a self-esteem problem at this point, because the thing is, let's say I get over that certain amount, right?
Right.
Reg is going to sit there and is going to sit there and talk about, well, how come my channel hadn't grown that fast? How come it didn't happen like this? How come it didn't happen like this? And then though he's gonna do the same old bullshit,
right?
And he's gonna do the shit one more time. You know that bullshit he does it every 2-3 months. Oh, I'm gonna kick out my panels off. I
was about to say, yeah, the unwrench people, or I guess like you said, kick them off. Yeah.
I'm gonna start unwrenching people. He's gonna go back to the I got to kick people off my panels. I'm gonna do solo. That's gonna be the last time for him. Nobody. He's not gonna come back from that shit.
You know what? Let me add on to what you just said with the whole kicking off and unwrenching and little. I'll throw this in, the little place called hell. This is just my thoughts. I'm not including myself in this. What I'm about to say, Big J. If it's a little place called hell and you get kicked off because it's a conflict of interest, you know, not even agree to disagree. Literally putting your foot down, like, you know, I don't believe in that. I know I might make you mad or make you pissed off, and okay, I get put in a place called hell. If you're gonna be gone, just takes longer than a month. I'm talking about that person that get put on hell. You can come back. It's your life. It's your not world, but it's your life. Be gone for a minute. You know what I mean? To where it's to the point where it's like, you know what? I can come back, thank you, but I ain't really got to come back. And that's what I've been witnessing. To each their own, Big J. There are some, and I ain't dropping names, where it's like, when they gone, just take some time off and be gone. I'm saying that to say, well, Reg is going to be okay. He's all right. He got his thing going on. He doing it the way he doing it. But for those ones that get taken or in a place called hell because they stood their ground, because I look at it to where it's like, yo, if that's where you stand on it. And you got booted out and think that you shouldn't have got booted out or put in a place called hell. If you did, maybe you deserved it. But if you gone, stay gone. Stay gone for a minute and be like, I ain't coming back until it's on something that's on the up and up. But if you gone, I can sit back and literally say like, yo, you had your reasons. What now when you come back stronger than ever. Be better than before. You know what I mean? And I'm not even saying that in a negative way, because I do have not personal issues. I have an issue with that where it's like some get put in a place called hell, and it's like, yo, but it's like you dying to come back. You just dying. You can't help yourself. I gotta get back up on there. It's more of like, yo, what's wrong with you?
Right. And
No,
my
no, I'm being honest with you. It's like, dude, you breaking your neck to come back. Look, I'm not saying it to say it to give him, let him learn this lesson. I'm not saying that with Reg. Let him learn this lesson. If you gone, but you stood your ground and you had your reasons, whatever topic it could be, and you like, I'm sticking by this. Oh, you don't like what I said, and we get in a little scuffle. Oh, I'm in a little place called Hill, and you boot me off. Just be gone for a little bit, just a little bit, but don't be killing yourself. Like, I gotta get back on, man. I couldn't wait. You know what I mean? What's the term? What's the word? It's like on some thirstiness. You know, like how men are all thirsty for these IG models. It's like, you looking thirsty and you looking sad and not realizing Reg he will have his channel. It'll always be there. But you got the opportunity to branch out and go other places. That's just like, look at this, Big J. I'll leave this with you. I'm going to throw this at you. AC, when that happened with him, when they got that scuffle, whatever happened, AC sat back and said, I want to thank you, Reg, for putting me in a little place called Hill, because I had the opportunity, I think, to work on some music, something he said he worked on. AC is still got it in him, like we got it in us, but he's not like that. People could be coming at him. He has a way now. AC will be like, yeah, you don't even know what you're talking about. He does it calmly now. AC will be coming at your neck when you come for him. Now he has it in a way to where I'm not saying that was a lesson for him. AC took that. He came back, but he took that to be like, thank you for putting me in a place called Hill. You got others where it's like you still on that same talking point, that same topic. You killing yourself to come back, and why? And you ain't learned nothing, and you haven't even grown. You know what I mean? Even in your conversations, even when you come back, you still on that. You need to take a break from that. Go to other channels. Maybe just stay off for a little bit and just be in the clouds, whatever helps you. So I'm not understanding that, Big J, what that's all about. I just gotta get back. I'm just dying to get back, and no hate. Why? What does that do? What is that doing for you?
and,
Whatever.
and the other thing is it's like it's like when they put that bounty on my ass, right?
Right.
Okay. Uh, Richard Conley put $133 bounty on my ass.
Wow.
And
Wow.
and I hear Joe and Don
Mm.
Gordon and all them people talking about, well, we need to donate money to free Big J. I said, for what?
Oh, okay.
I,
Yeah.
I told people, do not spend money on my behalf.
Yeah.
Because what's need me going back up there for?
Yeah.
Now I know what people are going to say. Well, Big J, was you up there Saturday? Yes, I was.
Oh, okay.
Because
Mhm.
because Reg lied about me masturbating.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why I came back up there for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was address him about that bullshit he made, that accusation made about me and shit. That's why I came
Yeah.
back. That's why I came back. Other than that, fuck him. I ain't
And,
coming back.
and like I mentioned, look at Big J. Sorry for cutting you. And just like I mentioned to you when Joe was up here, Pugh was up here, but I know for sure Joe. When I mentioned to him, and I wanted him to understand, when I mentioned that with Lou, I threw it in there because, like I said, I remember like it was yesterday. You specifically asked Lou, Citizen Lou, why did you cut the thing? And he mentioned, oh, I gotta attend to my wife. It was for my wife. But later, after the fact, when it was thrown up, yeah, I had to cut that on him because he was mentioning that Brian thing. He threw up the Brian thing when it was like, you had that all wrong. I was talking about, I was going behind Surism, agreeing with that. And then when that went down, even Keep It Techie was like, yeah, he just came up out of nowhere and we wasn't even talking about that, man. I'm thinking to myself, Keep It Techie, but you don't remember either that Surism. That's the only reason why I came. I came not for Surism. I came to confront him to let him know you got it all wrong. I know you got your issues with us that are older than him because I believe Citizen Lou, Big J is in his 30s. So it was like, look I ain't like I'm all falling apart and like I'm just like, you know what I mean? Like it ain't nothing like what you thought. So when you put it out there like that, and then to put it, I think what got me to besides that part was like, hey, yeah, he going to other channels. I'm thinking to myself, I didn't go to no other channel with this whole thing that I did in January. It stayed right there. I mentioned the Brian part so he could recall that. Hey, I wasn't tired. I wasn't not knocked out, all out of it and stuff like that. Cause he was like, do you need some rest? Do you need, you know what I mean? You okay? Do you all right? Even when I jumped on there, when Surism was there, oh, as if like, oh, Full Circle's here. You all right, man? Regardless if it was real or fake. But notice this. You said something earlier. You said even Citizen Lou in February had his thing where he was put in a place called Hill. I believe Big J, correct? He was kicked off. He was gone for a little bit. Do you know what? I could have easily did this because look at Citizen Lou did a video on Reg. You had even mentioned, you said he said some things. I could have jumped in and said, hey, Citizen Lou, since that time in January, you remember me? Hey, I could have did that in February or whenever he did that video when he was kicked off and said, you all right? You take a break, relax. You need some water? It ain't that serious. I didn't do that. But he did that to me. So in other words, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Or it ain't fun when the rabbit got the gun. You know, it's just I didn't throw it back at Citizen Lou. So it's like, dude, it was no need for that. And like I told you, when Keep It Techie jumped in on that and said, yeah, man, we weren't even talking about that. But I'm like, Keep It Techie, do you recall too? I was agreeing with Sir Ism because he was doing game or no game, what he was throwing in some knowledge to y'all to be like, listen, I was co-signing it, but never did he know it wasn't even about Brian. I was coming for Lou, not to come at him, to start nothing, to come at him, but to address, to be like, yo, you was wrong about that. I wasn't all tired or like, oh man, he was just seemed like he was about to have a heart, all this stuff he was saying. Well, you all right? And I was like, ain't that something? So it was kind of like not a slap in the face, but it was like, yo, like when you say about the RBR and the photo and the masturbating, this, the other, when cats say certain things and think they can get it, and I appreciate what you did. Yeah, I waited with that. I was gonna come on last night and do it. I said, no, let them have their fun. You got this entire crew coming back. Not everyone, but you pretty much under the sun coming in. I'm not gonna damper that. It wouldn't have been like no essay, nothing off my back. I could have did it, but I sat back and was like, I'm not gonna let 2024 come in to where I don't address it. And I could still, even though I'm here with you, I could still address Lou. But I actually had let it go. But when he had mentioned it again, and when he had mentioned it, that's when I said, you know what? No. When Aries was coming at Brian and saying, whatever, you just, the underwear thing, you must wash your door. Lou out of nowhere said it again. Yeah, and because that was when Joe said, hey, Full Circle or somebody, who mentioned sort, where did that come from? Or how did that come about? That's when Lou threw it in again. Yeah, I had to, stop that. I had to cut up and stop that channel. I was like, that's the second time. It ain't gonna be a third. Now check this out. Regardless if he's watching this video or not, when it's a third, maybe I'm talking too soon. I'm going to let him know. Somehow it's going to get back to him, but he will know. But letting you know, Big J, I remember when you asked him in the chat, why did you do it? So when he said that, I was like, why couldn't you just be straight up front and say, I had to do it because of Full Circle? Say that to you and the other person who asked, Big J, in the chat. Don't lie about it and say, I had to tend to my wife, because that's a lie. Just like lying on you about, oh yeah, you was all into the picture or the RBR thing when you actually was like, this is wrong. I'm not with that. And I know when there are ones that lie on you, you got an issue with it. No different from me. Don't lie on me. Don't lie on me or lie on your name. Then we got a problem. So I'm just sharing that with you, man. And it ain't just your channel. It ain't me running to different channels and stuff like that. It's with the Lou thing, because I have no problems with Lou. No issues with Lou. Keep it techie or whatever. I just say, just don't lie on my name. Right. Don't lie on my name. If everybody else can come back, be put in hell, come back, and you've seen that been put in hell so many times, can come back and act like ain't nothing happened. I should be able to come on, and shoot the breeze. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? I should be able to shuck and jive, because there's been a lot of shucking and jiving. I've seen plenty of that where it's like, yo, you got some cats that's like, F you. Like, whoa, I ain't even come close to that. So I was like, I should be welcome on it. I should come and be able to come in at any time, not just because I'm one of the original ones from back in the days. I should be able to do it too and step on into the Hotel Continental. I'm gonna put my guns on the table, not unload the clip, release the clip, put it on the table and be like, can I come in? I'm gonna put the sword to the side. May I step in? I'm gonna wipe my shoes here, step over the welcome mat and step on in. And I almost did that last night, but I just held back and said, you know what? I'm gonna go to sleep. Live to see another day, Big J. Same with you. Same with you, man. You get it. You know what's up. But for going into 2024, as you said, we can't afford to have no dummies.
I know.
We can't afford to be dumb.
and that's why, I don't know. You watch Lou's live stream the other day,
No, I didn't.
right?
I didn't catch it.
Okay, well, well, AJ came up in there, and
Oh, okay.
AJ was on this bullshit, right?
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Y'all up early? Hi, hey, what's going on, girl?
Hey, we up early. Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So what happened? Mhm.
so AJ was on a fucking tear about that Pearl situation. You remember him when he was?
Are you talking about still on that? About when he came up on Obsidians and the Pearl
Yeah,
thing? Yeah.
That whole what about Chicago, and then that
Right. Right.
and you got that white supremacist in Florida. You shot those people in
Yeah.
Jackson, right? Well,
Yeah.
Lou said something on Reg's channel about what about Chicago, and
Yes.
Red and AJ could not respond because AJ was blocked. Well, anyway, AJ made a live stream running me down, calling me
Mhm.
all sorts of stuttering ass Stanleys and all them stupid ass bullshit he be saying that I'm a cuck for women and shit. All of that stupid nonsense, right? So
Right.
he went in on me and Lou, right? Well,
Oh wow.
anyway, he went on Lou's channel, right?
Yeah.
Spread his spiel. So I as soon as he hit the link, I hit that link. 'Cause I was up in the back chat. So
Right.
he's doing all this, Republican Party talking points.
Yeah.
Woo, right? So
Right.
hold on. So I went in my archives I dug them in my bag and reached out some links
Yeah.
that would dissect and deconstruct AJ's points because I actually blow AJ out the water.
Right.
AJ could not respond. AJ saw me coming up. AJ left. Right. So I'm over here telling people how AJ is fucking wrong. Well, anyway, long story short, MOT showed up.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
In a MOT said, you know what, Big J, you gotta let these niggas die.
Oh no.
Now I didn't say it like that, but the MOT, the man of tomorrow, I understand why he said that.
I get why you said that.
And I get why he said, listen, let these niggas let them die off the planet. Don't save them. If the white man going to kill them, let the white man kill them. I was like, okay, you're right. Because the thing is, he's right about this shit.
What's that?
People are tired coming online.
Yeah.
Serious conversations.
Right.
We get assholes like your Brian Triple X's of the world, your Buster Free Jones, and your James Keefs and passing $40 getting in the fucking way of the conversation.
Yeah. And you know what, Big J, just add on to what you said about the whole thing of the Chicago thing. I've literally witnessed it. I'm not gonna say maybe I haven't witnessed it from Lou. I don't recall that, but individuals that speak on Chicago to where they not even the pearly part that was mentioned, pearly things. It just Chicago alone. You have individuals that have thrown their hands up with the Chicago, regardless if you're born and raised from Chicago. I'm just talking about saving Chicago. There have been content creators, some in the chat, some on panels that literally say, Big J, F Chicago. You know, that whole thing where it's like now, because it should be almost put on a t-shirt. What about Chicago? I've heard that so many times from some individuals. What about Chicago? In other words, we don't give so what? I've heard one say, what about it? I've heard it more than once. What about Chicago? Like, what? Really? And regardless of who's mad about it, there are individuals where it's like, we've had it up to here with this whole Chicago this, Chicago that. There are some that are like, they not thinking about no Chicago. Change the subject. Change the talk, change all of that. Because we ain't giving a DAMN whatever damn about Chicago. You know what I mean? We don't care. So it's like, what are we talking about? Then with the whole Pearly thing, that was a whole different conversation too. But like I said, I didn't catch, when you was on or Lou or I don't know. So, you would have to, like you were doing, catch me up to it.
But going back to say that you can't be dumb anymore in 2024.
Right. Mm-hmm.
That was the whole point. MOT was telling me. MOT saying, nigga, niggas need Big J. Niggas need to die,
Yeah.
and allow them to starve, allow them to die, allow
Right.
niggas to die, and everybody was like, oh my god, he's saying this.
In shock.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody was on this fake ass shock thing. MOT been saying that,
But I was about to say that. Us knowing MOT, he's been saying that. So
Yeah.
that's not no surprise.
But then when I came back around and I said, I agree with you. That's when people went unglued. Like, and everybody said, well, Big J, he wants to be the MOT's vice president, all that shit. I heard people in the chat room saying that shit. I'm trying to be second in command to MOT. No, nah. The problem, the deal is MOT and I agree that some of these conversations, some people shouldn't be on panels having these conversations. I remember that one time I was on the Debate League's channel, right?
Okay.
And there was this black woman by the name of Sister Naya. You know who Sister Naya is, right?
I've heard of her. I've heard of her before. I've heard of her. Yeah.
Me and her was on there, right?
Right.
And I got on there because Taz and Nyla used to come on that channel, right?
Right.
And I used to be enemies with Solomon and what you remember them old niggas from back in the day, Solomon and what's Solomon's side homeboy.
Dang, I don't. You got me on that one. Oh,
Solomon and I forgot the other nigga's name. Anyway, well,
no, sound like Crush Groove or something. Beat Street, but go ahead. Now this is just a little joke, but yeah, go ahead.
Anyway, he was on there, right? He was, I think, Solomon was hosting that channel, right?
Right.
So we all on the channel. Taz and them left, right? So
right.
So it was just me, right?
Yeah.
And Naya kept on. Sister Naya kept doing this bullshit about you're a coon, you're this, you're that. I said, oh, here we go.
Here we go. Yeah.
Shit. So and she said, if you have a law degree, you are a coon.
What?
And I said, okay. You said we are coons, right? So I told her, listen, I tried to be a lawyer, so I'm a coon.
Right.
And I said, and then I said, okay, then what about Dermgill Marshall, Johnny Cochran? I went down the whole gamut of black lawyers, black, female, male, black lawyers.
Right.
World, right. She all called them all sorts of coons. And I'm sitting there like, wait a minute, make that make sense. So these people went to court, who got death threats and everything else, going to law school, and they risked their lives to get on the Supreme Court or argue in front of the Supreme Court. Got spat on, all that stuff, so you can have the right to speak this bullshit that come out your damn mouth. And I'm sitting there like, this is the reason why people on YouTube are stupid as fuck.
Yeah, and Big J, I was about to say, and what's next? Next, she'll be saying, if you're a doctor and didn't complete or on the verge of being a doctor, trying to get your doctor's degree or just being a doctor, in the field, medical field, you're a coon. It's once again, it's the ish that comes out of our mouths. It's right. the effery, it's the dumb, it's the stupidity. It's like,
right.
Come on.
My thing about that is,
yeah.
Okay, we're pro-black. We pro-black. We B1. Okay, you B1, you pro-black.
Right.
I'm sitting there like, wait a minute. How can you be pro-black, but then say anti-black shit, saying black people should not be lawyers?
Right.
That makes sense. Black people should not be lawyers. But you pro-black. You say you B1. You said you're red, black, and green. You say you Pan-African. I'm looking at people like, and that's why I agree with MOT. Some of these people has got to go. You can't be on these panels having. You should not be on panels having these conversations with certain people. Some of us on here are serious people. We're not
Yes.
on here for that bullshit.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
And
I
you can pick them out, Big J. You know what you just said right now, and I agree. You can be not just a chat in the clouds and just pick it out, and it could be a full panel. You've seen it, 6, 9. You could count out of the, just doing the math. Let's just say 9. You can count on, and I'm mentioning 9, so I'm using both hands. The out of the 9 that can fit on that stream, throw in 10, complete 10. 5 and 5. You can count on both hands down to like maybe 2 or 3 people where it's like, you know what? They should be the only ones on that panel. Isn't that sad?
Right.
You know what I mean? Speaking when it comes to the seriousness and the seriousness of the topic, you can kind of you pushing it if it goes to 4 out of the 10, where it's like the rest of y'all can drop. It's almost once again like being at a concert or at the rap awards. You know what I mean? Whatever awards, whatever that awards is, the BET awards, whatever it is, and you got the rappers on stage accepting the award, and everybody and their mama's on that stage, where it's like, yo, you got maybe that one rapper that did everything, maybe the DJ, but you got 12, 16, 18 people taking up the whole, like I think they still do that, like in the good old days. Everybody's up on that stage, Big J, where it's like, y'all didn't do nothing. What did y'all do? Hold the water, wave the towel? You know what I mean? What did you do when it's only them two to accept the award? In other words, like you said on the chat, it should be only those people that speaking some common sense, that know the topic at hand, that should be on that panel.
right. And I'm gonna say this too. I'm glad you mentioned about that. That's one thing I did. I did a live stream on this, a video on this, right?
Right.
I hate watching award shows. Every time I see a black person winning something, you see a fucking football team get up on the fucking stage.
Right.
I'm like, you niggas don't belong on the stage. They calling for this person. I remember that one time. I don't know, it was Black Rob or somebody won the award. Somebody from Diddy's
Diddy's camp, right? Yeah, because Black Rob is from his camp, Maze or whoever it is. Yeah,
I don't know if it was Maze or Black Rob. One of I forgot which award show. I forgot
right.
which it was. Right. Well, one of them won something. Right.
Right.
I was expecting to be okay. One guy gonna walk up the stage, gave his thanks to Jesus, his mama, and the
yeah
came from, and walk off the stage. Right.
Right.
Now, here comes Diddy. Diddy parachute his ass up on the stage. Like,
right.
Where the fuck he came from? He's shooting in, and then though you got a whole damn squad stepping up on the fucking stage, and hovering around his ass. I want to thank my mom. I want to thank Jesus. I want to thank. I'm like, niggas, y'all don't. That's too many people on here to think.
It's too many people on here. It's
right.
Too many. You know what? Yeah, look at Big J. It reminded me of, and only one person could do it and get away with it before he passed away, but he could do it. He had the right to do it. That's just like in Marvel with Stan Lee. Stan Lee was Stan Lee. He didn't have the cameraman, all these people, have a part in it. It was like Stan Lee. That was his thing. That was his signature thing, that he was in all the different movies. Spider-Man, you name it. It was like, oh, Stan Lee, we know you're going to be up in there somewhere. That's just the same, like you said. Stan Lee didn't even do that. But with Diddy, in his case, it's like, yo, and how he did it, same with him, how it was done, all up on the stage, all up in it to win it, where it's like, that ain't necessary. Along with everybody else, all these people, who are these people? And then just to fit in, they got to all have a chain, where it's like, you're not even on the payroll or on the roster. What do you do? Well, I'm not a rapper. I'm just a ghostwriter. Well, okay, we'll let you slide. But we still need to know why you're on the stage. Well, I'm the fashion designer. That's why I'm on the stage. Really? Who are you on the stage trying to help accept the award? I'm the makeup artist. Like, really? Sit yourself down. Right. But look at Big J. We've witnessed this.
Yeah, I'm the girl who's the janitor and shit. Like,
right.
Stage for.
I'm the chef. I'm the chef and that handles the lunch truck. Okay. Who are you? I'm the driver of the lunch truck.
Right.
And who are you? I'm the salt and pepper shaker and holder. Okay. Who are you? I'm you get it, the utensil holder. So, and you are, and I'm the one that holds the napkin and wipes their chin when they drop the food.
Right. I'm just like, y'all just
Fuckers.
what's the point of y'all standing on that stage? That's why I stopped watching the war shows. I only watch the war shows that have white folks in it. Because
Oh,
at least they
no,
gave
you
them
didn't.
5 minutes. At least the winner would give them these 5 minute speech in the story.
Big
No,
J, I was about to say you into them Golden Globe Awards. You was just fine. You know, I get what you're saying. You like I went to them shows because there's only maybe one or two people. They say what they got to say and they get their butts off the
right,
stage and they
right.
sit
We
down.
on a tight schedule here.
We on a tight schedule. That's right. They open up and look at Big J. They open up the envelopes. You know how they both it would be the man and the woman side by side, and they'd be like, and the winner is it'll just be two of them. That one person dressed to a T gets up on there, get their stuff. They split off, go backstage, and the other one goes sit down. Or no, they really just all go back to the stage, and then they go to their seats. And that's how they do it. Knock it out. But
Right.
not everybody and their mama in the kitchen sink coming in. You know, like come on.
That's why I used to get I used to get frustrated
Right.
watching
and
ET Wars,
but yeah.
Force Awards, the Essence Awards. I said, you niggas, they don't need that. You brought the whole damn army platoon up on the fucking stage.
But Big J, that's
on the stage.
right. But Big J, that's what I see on the panels right now, as of now, today, that even on the panels, to where if they could fit 50 people, they would, if they could, you know what I mean? 20, whatever's max, whatever you're using.
10 people max.
Right. And yeah, but if they could use more than that, they would push the limits and use more. But you still, like you said, with the example that we gave, you look back at it where it's like, you don't need to be on there because you don't know what you're talking about. You need to sit down. You definitely need to be the one serving water, to yourself to splash yourself off.
I remember that one time I did a live stream, right?
Right.
6 niggas tried to jump on this panel one time, right?
Okay.
What I did, I bounced them out without saying a word.
Yeah.
You got no right to speak over here. You know what the fuck you talking about.
Right.
I remember one time, you remember that guy named Leonard Leroy?
Yeah.
I boot that motherfucker out about 5, 6 damn times already. Trying to come up in here, right? So he came up in here, right? I mean, that one time I allowed his ass come up here. Okay, there was this white woman named Carolina, right?
Mm.
So me and her was talking about the manosphere and what goes on in Brazil with Asa Holloman, right? Because she's from Brazil. Asa Holloman's Brazil. She talking about how the passport bro the fucking things up down there.
Okay.
Right? We having a conversation. Me and her having a conversation. We getting close and shit. Ooh, do you know though this nigga came up on the panel and tried to make the panel about himself? I had to sit there for 40 minutes, sitting there and listen to his stupid ass talk before I got tired of that shit.
You know what, Big J? But what I wish, something going off of what you said, I wish someone, and it's happened before and I've witnessed it, and I'm not going to do the name dropping. I've seen it. I wish it would happen more often to where when you witness that with a 10 panel, when it's a group like that in panels, that somebody, if there's room and someone drops down, that somebody would somehow get in up. I get the whole send the link, or if the link is even there, and come on the panel and be like, can you just, you, and you, regardless if it's not even a channel, get your, what off the channel. And where the host catches it and be like, you know what? I'm glad you did that. Because I didn't know I didn't have the balls to do it. You know what I mean? Where it's like somebody just out of nowhere from the chat or coming in listening saying, this is a bunch of and just get up on that channel, even if they ain't never been on the channel before to speak or on the panel and say, this person right here and that, what's their name? That person right there, and you, leave. Just get off, because the host, I was waiting for them to be like, yo, you gotta go. The chat's been wanting, don't even want them. So when was you gonna do it? And somebody just out of frustration, Big J be like, out of here. Get up out of here.
Yeah.
I know on Fight Club they do the whole donation, pay to get, which is smart. They pay off, you pay them and cash app it to get somebody off. But there's some times, like I'm telling you, when you just sitting back, Big J, to be like, like you said on the rapper tip, really? You and you, why are y'all, why?
And what they're adding to is
why?
The conversation that bogged down the conversation to that stupid dumb.
Yep.
And
yep.
People, me, I'm not on that dumb shit. Don't bring that dumb shit over here. Got
Yeah.
time for that shit. And I'm just looking at them like, really, nigga, you coming here with this shit? You coming over with this shit?
And maybe it should be a T-shirt also made. I just thought of that now. Make a T-shirt. I mean, not you, but put out a T-shirt. Somebody. We can't afford to be dumb.
Yeah, we cannot.
And each year that go by, look at Big J. Each year that go by. Look at this. In 2024, each year we can't afford to be dumb. In 2024, if we make it, knock on wood, to 2025, that year too, we can't afford to be dumb in 2025, and let it keep going. Yeah,
I did 3 videos with that title.
Yep.
Can't afford to be dumb.
Yep.
If you're black, you can't afford to be dumb.
Can't afford to be dumb. Nope.
And it's like every year I witness more stupidity on and on. You know, I see Brian, I see James Keith, I see you know, I see Pastor $40 do that dumb shit, and I see this person. I'm like, really, you know, I can't be around y'all. You gotta, you know, take your ass on. And that's what MOT was saying the other day. Some of you niggas shouldn't be alive.
Well, you don't, even with that, not just with that being said, you don't want it to rub off on you. Right. You know what I mean? You really don't, because it comes to a point to where it's like, I can't afford it, but I can't afford that to be rubbing off on me with the dumbness, with the you know, just being dumb. I can't have that, because when you, I'm not even speaking of myself, when you are trying to expand, grow, and get to that certain level of even information and knowledge, when that creeps in, it's kind of like even with food, when you're like, man, I done changed my way of eating, my diet, this and the other. I'm not familiar with that. I'm not with that. But you know what I'm talking about as far as fast food. That's what I'm saying. And you don't have to be a vegetarian, but when you're eating it, it's like, and going backwards, you're like, it even tastes nasty to me. It's almost like that, Big J, where it's like, yo, I'm starting to hear some stuff, and I'm like, I used to be used to that, hearing that, and now I done put a stop to it, and I've changed my ways of taking that stupidity in and that dumb stuff in. So it's no more of that. But when it starts, you almost got to be like, nope, can't have that. Can't have that. I got to be careful, because you know that even in your mind, training yourself to be like, and I told and sworn to myself, I cannot afford to be dumb in 20. You know what I mean? Like, we gonna keep saying that. Can't afford to. You know, whatever you got to do. Look at Big J. The minute you even get not a taste, but if it just seeps out, like in Prometheus or something, when it was the little when they were on the planet, if you saw that movie Prometheus or that Aliens movie, whatever, and the little pods opened up, not the alien egg, but just the little pods in that garden, and it got in that person's ear. You know, if you ever watched that movie, where it's like you can't even let it sink in. You know what I mean? You can't even let it get in. Like, no. Even the taste of stupidity just is nasty. You know, it just tastes bad, where it's like, this is just some dumb, it just tastes awful. And I wish more would catch on to that, where it's like, yo, besides not being affording to, can I get may I get a cup of porridge? You know, can I get more, please? More of knowledge, a cup of knowledge, not a cup of stupidity that's killing me. It's killing us, Big J. Yeah. And just break the brakes on. Like, yo, we at the age of whatever, your age, my age, Joe's age, you name it, Reg's age is the other. And you got some in between that, where it's like, yo, but you just covered with stupidity, like Ghostbusters with the blood, with the what was that poured on them? The goo. You just poured with stupidity goo.
And let me say this. Now, notice that Jalen could not be on Reg's panel.
Right.
Now, Jalen said a whole lot of crazy shit.
Yes.
Talking about, I'll grape you. Remember that one time you got on Grandmaster Troll's channel showing a jar of Vaseline? Talking about,
I remember that.
I'd rather jack off than a fuck a black woman. Saying that stupid ass bullshit, right? Now, the only person I noticed that put him on panels is Grandmaster Troll, right?
Right.
But other than that, but my thing is, if y'all can see that in Jalen, how come y'all didn't see that in Brian? How come you didn't see that in Big Game? How come you didn't see it in the other people, in Joshua, and all that crazy shit too? If you punishing Jalen for that, you should punish all them other dumb niggas that say the same bullshit too. And
you know, and let me add on to what you just said.
even when we hear this whole helmet, when whoever not invented it, who started off with that, the helmet thing. Here we go with the helmet talk. Though here comes the helmets, and I'll sit back and think to myself, yo, why don't y'all call it for what it is? Call it, if you want to use that, call it out on the real helmet holders. The real helmet, the real helmets. And that came out of nowhere. I don't even really use it. I see the ones that use it with the helmets, but it's like, you know what? You got some ones that really are on the short bus, Big J. There are some out there where it's like, it takes one to know one, or if the shoe fits, you do belong in special ed. You calling that person on special ed, or you, as you mentioned, Jalen. But if anybody, you need to be in special ed or a special ed class, or you missed a couple of classes or two, and you got the nerve.
Yeah, I mean, listen to Brian. Listen, I'm like, yeah, say that again, nigga. That's what I'm saying.
In other words, who are you representing? Because if you know what, and because you drop that name, it's like, and I'll throw that in there. It's like, but okay, I'll give you that. Not really, but you know what? You're not representing us. So stick with that. What you saying? You ain't black or African, this and the other. And when you say you Cherokee or you Indian, stick with that, because you ain't representing us. And I don't have to speak for no one. I'm speaking for myself. I don't even have to speak for AC, but I'm not saying that he would have to be a witness to it, even what we're speaking on. But it's facts, Big J. Like, you ain't representing us. You ain't at the front line. We're not going to even put you at the front line, because if we put you on the front line, who knows what you going to say if you representing us and you ain't representing us. Now, not talking that, whatever knowledge or whatever you got that from, who taught you that? Where did you get that from? Or what pamphlet or book you got that from? And then took it and twisted it. Like, you totally turned that around and standing 10 toes down on it. Like, that's right. That's what. And then you have others coming in like, no, that ain't true. That ain't facts. That ain't that's wrong. And we'll fight it tooth and nail. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. That ain't true. That's not right. That ain't And it could be a whole football team rushing. No, you are wrong. I'll take y'all all on, or forget all of y'all. I'ma still let y'all know I'm right and y'all wrong. Forget all that, Big J. Like, it's always my fault. It's always my fault. Don't do that. Don't play the victim, because you know what? Not in all cases, but in certain cases, yeah, it is your fault. It is your fault. Don't do that. You know what I mean? I don't know where that comes from. Was like what you want the ladies, not the men, or some of them, or if you got your fans and stuff to be like, oh, leave him alone or get off his back. No, stop. Because not in all cases, but in some cases, that's just some dumb. What you said was dumb. Dumb. Yeah, dumb. Dumb. Straight dumb, Big J.
Yeah.
Straight dumb. And yeah, go ahead. You got it.
And what kind of surprised me today, right? Oh, it's
Yeah.
a couple of days ago. I was talking to him over here, right? And Miss Sunkiss came over here, right?
Right.
And Miss Sunkiss revealed something.
Okay.
That I said, you know what? What she just, it's something she said to me. Prove why you got to stop allowing dumb people on your panels. Okay. Well, somebody shared her video. Now, Matt, Miss Sunkiss don't have 2,000 views. Doesn't have 2,000, not views, 2,000. She doesn't have 2,000 subs.
Right.
But a famous person took her video and shared her YouTube channel.
Okay.
Now, this person who shared Miss Queen Sunkiss a video, one of her shorts, is somebody who you might know from the Oprah Winfrey Network.
Wow, what?
Yeah. So I saw some of that shit, right? I'm gonna ask Miss Sunkiss. Oh, hold on. Okay, you back? Okay. And so I saw Miss Sunkiss. I was gonna ask Miss Sunkiss, can I have the link to that? Because I want to see this shit.
Right.
I heard about it. You telling me about it.
Right.
Peer was telling me about it. Yeah, it's true, Big J. Right. I want to see it. So and I believe it. So I'm like, see, now the woman's name is Miss Van Sant.
Yeah. Yep.
No matter how we think about her, if you have a famous person coming on this side of YouTube and took her clip, took Miss Sunkiss's clip. What you think somebody is gonna clip Regis or clip something? They ain't gonna do that because they look at the dumb shit.
And you know what? You know what's interesting to look at what you said. Look at what you said. A comparison of taking a clip, stealing stuff. I have heard it to where it's been mentioned where they watching, but is it to the point where they taking a clip or taking a snippet from your?
No.
You know what I mean? Oh, they could be watching, but they ain't taking snippets. They ain't taking, like on some Baller X type of deal where it's like, hey, it was what that person was speaking of, and even though the rest of the world don't know, was profound. Like this had to be put out for the, for the media, for the the media out there, the Main Street media as they call it.
Yeah, but the thing is, woman, the Van Sant, what's her name? I forgot. Azana Van Sant.
You got it close. It's close enough. Azana Van Sant. Yeah.
Well, she actually quote Miss Sunkiss and shit, right?
Wow.
It gave her props. Okay. If somebody famous is watching our channel, what makes you think? That's what I'm saying. This is why some people they don't get it. Okay, somebody contact me on some political shit.
Okay.
Somebody saying, well, Big J, are you going to? Well, I shouldn't say this, right? I don't want to bring my plans out. Well, Big J, do you want to get involved in 2026? I said, yes, I do want to get involved in 2026.
Right.
In 2028.
Mm.
Well, we want to sponsor you. So,
wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But the thing is, though, I told him no because I'm not a dick sucker to Donald Trump.
Mm.
And y'all can go to hell because I'm not on the Trump train. I'm actually not a Republican.
Yeah,
I'm on that shit. Yeah, I kind of told him.
I understand.
I didn't tell him like that. I just kind of politely, I ain't interested in shit. But the thing is, though, I mean, people are watching what you're saying. People are actually hearing what you're saying. The thing is, though, it's the thing is it's the quality, and this is what Black YouTube don't seem to grasp the concept.
Yeah,
they are too front loaded when it comes to live streaming, and they think that live streaming is they're looking at it for the money aspect. Like, okay, I'm gonna make a fast buck having niggas just yelling, screaming at each other, woo, 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 right?
Yeah.
Making evergreen content and having the environment that is so controlled. When I say controlled, that the dumb people can't have a say. See, if you get rid of the dumb people who comes on these panels and messing these panels up and who like disrupt panels.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell this to Sexy Red. Get rid of Pastor. Pastor destroyed the entire conversation last Friday.
Wow.
So people will actually hear what you got to say.
Right.
Start supporting you if you stop allowing the dumb people and the disruptors to get in the way. And that's what I've been saying that for years. That's why I block people. That's why I ban people. You can't come up in here with that nonsense. You can't come up in here with that.
And you know what? You brought up something too with the Sexy Red thing. You can even it makes me laugh when certain individuals that'll be on panels that'll try to toot their own horn, Big J, and be like, yeah, they ain't coming for you, they coming for me. They asking about me, when it's like, no, you need to do all of that and blow your head up. You know what I mean? You blowing your head up. It's not even on no ego tip. It's like, but they not coming for you. You know what I mean? If it comes down to any type of information and getting something that's going to help them further themselves in life, they didn't come for you. Now, and what's so sad about it is like, yo, they actually really laughing at you. You know what I mean? Like they're laughing because they're looking at it. It was like, you don't know nothing. What comes out your mouth don't make no sense. And you should be able to look back at it and be like, you know what? If you can't see it, in other words, Big J, where it's like, if you can't see it, then you'll never see it. And not just going on that whole MOT thing when he says, and it kind of might be, just let it go.
Yeah.
Let it go. You go ahead and toot your own horn. Yeah, yeah. It's all about me. I'm the one that make it. I'm the one that created that word. I'm the one that came up with that idea. This and the other. You. It's like that. Why can't you say I was the one that invented that topic, or came up the one that started that topic, that one topic that's gonna get us to the promised land, or get us to the future. Not some basic like I'm the one that came up with that. That's it's because it's elementary. We just said it, Big J. It's so kindergarten. Like yo, this disrespect or respect. This is kids. You a grown. You was a grown. You know what kid? I was gonna say ASS. You was a grown kid, a grown man child. Ah, yes, and it's sad. It's so sad.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
why you have to the way you do it. I know how I do it. You have to distance yourself and be like, and it doesn't have to quite be on MOT's what he's saying, but
Yeah.
I get it. But you got to just sit back and be like, you know what? No, 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 no. I'm good because it ain't getting no better. Even when it comes to the brain and the mind and your mentality and protecting that mind at all costs, Big J, protecting that mental. That's so important.
Yeah.
That's so important. And some as if like, I don't even care. That says a lot. But if you don't care, that ain't right. That ain't fair. So if you don't care, you gonna come up on the panel and spew that out. You know what I mean? You don't have to ever care. But you know what? Then keep it with yourself and stay your butt off the panels. Don't say nothing until you get it right or get that mind right or that mindset right. That used to be back in the days, Big J, about the whole your way of thinking, one's way of thinking, and that mindset. Now you got some that's just like, I don't even care. Really? So you don't. So you just decide to just come up on here and just be on here.
You know.
Who gave? In other words, who gave you the mic? And
Yeah.
you up on here? Somebody need to take away. You know how they take away like in the CIA, CSI or whatever, they take away their guns. You know when they get on vacation or leave. You know when they be a part of something. You know when they do something, they be like, put your badge on the table and your gun. That's
Right.
how it should be. Hey, we need to have your mic. Give us your mic.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is that? What is that? What you telling me? I'm telling you, I might not can reach through the screen and give it, but we just telling you figuratively, you need to give us your mic. So
Yeah.
what does that mean? We trying to tell you, put down your mic, whatever it's your mic, we need to kind of like time you out for a while off the panels.
Yeah.
We don't even need a donation. Nobody need to send no cash apps. That's a call that's been made from the Wizard of Oz, the Wiz himself, to take you off this panel.
It's
Yeah,
it's similar when I was on V Dub's channel, right?
yeah, yeah.
And this was when we were still talking about Pearl
Mm,
and no, it was Nick Fuentes, right? This Nick
okay.
Fuentes Pearl thing, right?
Yeah.
You know when and we was having this conversation, right? It was me, V Dub, um, Aries, educated Aries, and James Kills. Why did V Dub gave James Kills the mic?
Ah,
And you know how James Kills
I
do.
know. I already know. I know.
Yeah, we talking about. I said I was talking about how the manosphere is linked in with neo conser no, not neo with the far right conservatism and
Mm-hmm.
to the populist movement, and also it has this dress into um the alt right neo not Nazism, right?
Right.
I'm trying to break it down, right? Where why many of the black manosphere have this conservative look of the world, right? World view, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to explain this shit, right? And me and Etche Aries talking, right?
Right.
James Kills come in the mix, talking about you know, you got to stop sitting for the bitches.
Wow.
I'm like, bruh,
Right.
having a serious conversation.
Right.
So I'm still trying to continue the conversation. Here we go again. Yeah,
Yeah.
Rob. We talking, having a conversation, right? Me,
Right.
Kid Aries, still talking. Man, you're a simp. Yeah, man, you blue pill simp. You know what I did? I hung up. I said, fuck this shit. I hit that leave studio, We don't about my damn business. I don't got time for that shit.
Mm,
Niggas
mm,
get in the
mm.
way. You know, people like James Keels and them, they get up in the fucking way when you having a serious conversation.
Serious conversation.
Because I'm trying to talk about how Pearl fucked up some people up.
Sure
on
did.
over here. There was
Sure did.
a whole lot of black men. There's a black man who's been looked at by the legal system. There's a black man who looked at. Listen,
Hey, Big J, and Pearl has gone about her business. Regardless, you ain't got to be a fan. Just go over to her thing. She doing her thing by herself, like something that she should have did. She be doing her own thing. Got the thumbnail. Got this other doing an interview 1-on-1 with another whoever white man or woman. It's like, look at this. Look at Pearl, as if like she never existed. Like she never came over here.
Never came over here.
Like just another household name. I said, look at, ain't this something? And I do agree with you because that's what she did. She disrupted. She messed up a lot of things. She messed up a lot of black men.
And the thing was, those white boys in the manosphere,
right?
The white boys was telling them niggas, y'all got to get rid of this white bitch.
Yeah.
White boy, Hammerhand. Hammerhand's part of the manosphere, right?
Right. Yeah, I know who he is.
Oh, you know who?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You ever notice he say a little hitting racist shit about
he does. Of course he does. He's always done that. Yeah.
That's why David Carroll went up in his ass that one day.
Right.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. True story.
Mm-hmm.
David Carroll went in on Hammerhand's ass. But anyway, so Hammerhand, he put out that video out telling everybody to avoid that white bitch. Hammerhand, he looked like a fucking neo-Nazi. His damn self.
Yeah.
Right? You look in the camera. He talking. He dragging her. He dragging what's the name? Real Phil Sapien. He's dragging that old other white woman.
Dang.
Who hangs around with them. He was dragging all three women at the same time, right?
Right.
I said, damn, man, Hammerhand's pissed off. What was he pissed off for? And then though, he was talking about the black manosphere.
Right.
He's actually warning the black men over here, don't take this white bitch in. He said it like this: don't put this white bitch in. He's a white man saying this shit. And I'm looking at this video. I said, man, and then he wasn't the only white dude that was saying this shit.
Right.
Anthony Johnson over there.
Anthony Johnson.
He was telling O'Shea, don't take this white bitch in here. They went ahead and did it anyway. O'Shea didn't say a fucking word. Right? O'Shea O'Shea allowed it to happen. Obsidian said, fuck it, I'm gonna accept the white bitch in here.
Yeah.
Accept the white girl in here. So and then I'm making a video about it. I say, hey man, I made 2-3 videos. I mean, y'all better not take y'all better not bigger her ass up in here. Do not give her ass up in here. Guess what happened? Boom. Too late.
But you know what, Big J, you dropped the name and it's rarely talked about. But I've been seeing you talk about it more too with the particular name drop that you put in there. And I said it's about time. You're not the only one. I kept it to myself in the clouds, but have my opinion on it and stuff. I said even with what's been going on as far as putting women on the panel, certain women that have been put out there, like the Paris Milans. It's other names. We mentioned it. You mentioned Pearl. But I thought to myself, call it for what it is. I'll drop that name. O'Shea Duke Jackson, regardless of if he denies it or not, he has played a part, Big J, on bringing certain ones. When you threw that in there as a reminder where it's like, do not put this person on. Do not bring them in. Yet, he has done it. He's done it anyway, warning or not, where it's like, yo, and there were many that were even scared to even talk. There were some that would bring it up and be like, yo, the elephant in the room, let's have that conversation. They ain't just got in and just grown and blown up off of just them alone. It's someone who helped them. Now back then it was even thrown up bits and pieces where, once in a while, oh, hey, it was, O'Shea, speak on that, don't be afraid. He has
He did do it. He did. When you reminded me about the Pearl thing, I was like, yeah, you are correct. But at the same time, don't be in denial, because that is what you did. People get on me about the whole thing, or with the Pearl, or with this person, that person. It ain't just the men as far as helping them out. You let these women in too. They turn around and be on some other mess. Look at Big J, hint, hint, divestors. Like, yo, you let these ones in. You gave them a platform. And then when they got where they want to be, they show they behind. You notice that? They show they behind, as if like, thanks a lot, sucker.
Are we talking about a certain woman whose name is ends with a G?
No. I didn't even bring her up and stuff. I mean, that's possible. I was just sticking with, like you said, and we could, but I didn't.
That's kind of similar. That's kind of.
But it's kind of similar. Yeah, I just didn't mention her name, but it is kind of similar. Oh yeah, I haven't forgotten. If you want to call it for what it is, call it spade a spade. Yeah, in that case, that too. But once again, can't be in denial or going to the part even too with the warning. Black manosphere, white manosphere, where it's like, no, don't do it. But at the same time, when they get to where they at, you can't deny it and act like you ain't played a part or you didn't have nothing to do with it when you did. And then when they going against, just in general, not just the manosphere or black manosphere, where it's like, yo, but you helped in this. And then you find out as if like, it's kind of a shocking surprise. I was just trying to help. It's just what I do. I lend a helping hand and I want to help us. Come on. Like, I would keep that to myself at times, but the more I would see it, Big J, to be like, yo, it's too many mistakes and stuff, because like you mentioned, that even with Pearl, that's hurt us. But then you got some on the flip side that jump on that side. I think we slightly had that conversation before, as if like, hey, Pearlie is okay. She didn't mean no harm. She with it. She in it to win it. And on our side, nah. You know what I mean? She all, and then and with everything, when what hit the fan, all of a sudden, besides the millions of subs, she over there doing her thing as if like, yo, I ain't thinking one bit of me and Femme Sapien and whoever, the chick and the one military chick. They like, yeah, we gonna always be the best of friends. We got what we could get out of it and stuff. And thank y'all ninjas. Thank you.
And then
wink, wink.
Then she bought a house in the north side of Chicago.
Yes, she did.
Those donations them niggas gave her. And I was like, well, I'll be damned.
Big J, yes, she did. Yeah. Look at easy breezy.
Right. I'm just not laughing at this shit. She took all them niggas.
Look at Big J. You know what she doing?
Big ass house in Chicago.
Hey, Big J, she doing like these ones that be on these infomercials. She got herself a chalkboard. She got her little blouse and her jeans, as if like, the hell with y'all. I ain't thinking about y'all. Yeah. I don't care if you believe that these subs are real or not. I know off the backs who I got it off of, along with my house. Thank you very much. Thank you. And writing on that chalkboard, I'm telling you, this is literally right now, writing on that chalkboard on some other topics in schooling, where you got these other digits sitting back like, huh? What?
Right. And my thing is this though. She's up in Chicago, right?
Right.
And she got a flat in London.
What?
Off the backs of niggas. I'm like, y'all don't see this happening? Y'all like, you don't see. I was like, I'm like, you.
Yeah.
Yo, stop it. Y'all going.
Right. Hey, what did I just tell you earlier? Where's your shirt, Big J? Or where's your shirt? You need to be out right now with selling it right now. We can't afford to be dumb in 2020.
If you're black, you can't afford to be dumb. That should be a shirt.
You can't afford to be dumb. Maybe she should have had it out in 2022, going into 2023, when it was all jumping off right after, KS. Right. You can't afford to be dumb. You can't afford to be dumb.
The white boys there's 3-4 white boys saying, hey, black men, don't trust that white bitch. That kept saying it.
Yes.
Hey, Hammerhand will say, hey, black men, I know I'm a racist, but don't trust that white bitch over there. I'm like, and everybody know who Hammerhand is.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody see Hammerhand. Hammerhand been on YouTube for years doing that MGTOW manosphere shit. and he's saying this shit, and he's dragging the shit out of Pearl. Pearl being dragged up and down on the white boys. If the white boys are dragging her ass,
Right.
what makes you think? What you make think? You think that's good. That's be good for y'all to have her. They're dragging her ass for a reason.
And also, Big J, if they feeling it, don't you know we gonna feel it too? In other words, if it's coming from them, don't you know it's? And it was just like that, as if like, dang, I gotta get some things accomplished before they catch on. I'll say it again: we can't afford to be dumb in 2024. So basically, once again, I'll keep saying it. You know, it's like she knew it. These ones ain't catching on. A good amount ain't catching on. So I'ma run it till the wheels run, till the wheels come off. I'm gonna run it to the well until the well goes dry. I'm gonna run this.
Bro, she tried that shit with them white boys.
Right.
Them white boys told her to kick fucking rocks.
Right.
Over and over again. Fresh and Fit told her to kick rocks.
Right.
What's the name? Before them niggas got put her on. Them white boys at what's that? Entertainment.
I was about to say whatever 21 Studio 21, not them, right? Not Donovan's crew.
I forgot their name.
Yeah.
So they was telling her to kick rocks. They only allowed her ass back in because the niggas gave her the money and shit.
Right.
That's the only reason why I know she came back in full strength because them niggas like Obsidian and what's that idiot Bernard Riley and them gave them the fucking gave that white girl the power.
But you know what? And I'm not looking. Hey, Big J, I'm not gonna be. I mean, I could be on that Django tip. But check it out. One of my favorite videos was that video. No, yeah, okay, Big J. You see where I'm going with this? My favorite was when she was on Obsidian and at the bottom, and when all the questions was being asked. You know what I mean? Like it was that protection where it's like y'all got a chance to ask all these questions, and she sitting there as if like, don't y'all worry, y'all ain't gonna be able to touch me because but ask your questions. Y'all got the opportunity. But that was one of my favorite videos when you had different ones coming up, different ones asking the question. Well, we got a question for you. This person got a question. These different ones had a question, and they was doing not like going in, but they had their questions for her. But it was to the point where it's like, what you think, like we couldn't read her mind. It was like, you got me now. So you think, wait till I come back. You can talk all that talk. I'm up in your sector. I done intercepted your sector suckers. Just watch what I do. Just watch what I do. Like it wasn't nothing. Like coming like Hiroshima or something. Like just I'm coming in and I'm gone. In and out. In and out.
The second time.
I got what I wanted. Oh, yeah, the second time. Yeah.
The second time when she came back to Obsidian, the second time Nick came on board, I'm sitting there like, I'm looking at some of them niggas that was on that panel. They was crying and shit.
Right.
Like, wait a minute. I can't believe that. No, there was a guy named the Black Conservative. What's the name? The Black Conservative Experience. What is his name? I forgot his name. He's Black.
I forgot his name. The one that was bald head, right?
No. He wasn't bald head. He had a full set of hair. He had goatee. And looked like though.
Oh, he was. Oh no, I remember him. Oh, he was in it to win it. He was all for it.
Man,
all for it. Oh yeah.
He was crying and shit.
He was.
I was like, bruh.
Yeah.
Can you accept us and
yeah,
very deep in.
That's why I said if it wasn't the first video, it's the second one. Because I remember that one. It was the most, if I can say it, entertaining. It was the most entertaining. It was the sad. It was very sad. It was on some Django type tip, but it was the most entertaining. And this is to show you, like, look it. We didn't go forward, Big J. We stepped back. We went backwards. We went backwards in that moment of that time of Pearl Vision, right up in that during that time. Witnessed it.
Them niggas up in there, crying and shit, and I'm sitting there like, bruh, get out of here. I used to watch a lot of history, right?
Yeah.
history documentary. There was a video of Saddam Hussein when he first came into power, right? And
Okay.
he brought all those people from the Iraqi government
Mm.
the conference,
Mm-hmm.
and Saddam read a list of people, right?
Right.
And people got you know they got told to get out the door, to get out the building.
Yeah.
And what happened to those people? They got shot.
Oh no.
That's what needs to start happening.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Now I ain't saying this should get.
I know. Right.
I'm just saying, with somebody doing that shit, we need to sit there. Hey, bro, the door right there. How about you open up that door and jump out that door right there?
No, you know what? I got one to add on to what you just said. Like with an airplane, and I've only gone twice, parachuting or skydiving. It
Mhm.
should be just like that, but without the parachute. Like
Right.
when you said this is the door right there, we should go at 5,000, however the feet, however many feet, all the way up as far as we can go in that plane and just be like, you know what, right here, exit right here. And even look at Big J, and when they be like, well, yo, you ain't gonna give me a parachute or nothing? Nope, nothing.
Oh, right. No. Kind of like that scene from The Dark Knight Rises when Bane.
Oh, yes. With Bang. Yeah. When he flipped up the plane upside down and the wings
Right.
got.
Yeah. And one of Bane's henchmen said, well, is there a parachute for me? He said, well, we need to have a death to make it seem like it's
Right.
a sacrifice.
Right. And Big J, and that part that when he said that, and what was the other part when he says, "Yo, you doing this? You doing a good thing." Remember, he patted the one that sacrificed, the one that stayed on, or the one that was the one that died on the plane. He was like, "No, brother, we need you to stay on the plane.
Yeah.
We need you to stay here.
You need to stay here.
You stay on the plane. No, you ain't coming with us. You stay on the plane. Yeah, that's right. We got the parachute. You do that. You make the sacrifice. We need you to make it look real. They're gonna have to put the blame on somebody. So you need to be the one. Step to the plate. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You doing a good thing. That's right. You, sir.
Oh.
We need you. So going back to what you said on that, Pearl, and it was a bunch of them, Big J on there. It was a whole bunch of them. You need to stay on the plane.
Yeah,
Stay on the plane. That's right. That's right. That's right. And do it, Big J, do it with the voice. Yes, you, brother. You stay on the plane. We need you to stay on the plane. Do this for us.
Oh, and let me say something. That whole scene,
that scene alone
is what I see that needs to happen. That scene right there needs to happen right then and there.
Oh God!
About them niggas over there, Pearl. I'm like, oh my God! And then
yeah.
Like that happened around February, March, right?
Yeah,
February, March, right? Okay, back in October, because Obsidian, that first time Pearl came over here, that was on October of 2022, right?
Yes, close. Yeah.
No, it was on Halloween night. Okay. We was over there talking, right?
Right.
I warned people on the panel. She's dangerous.
Yes.
Anybody can go back on that channel, on that panel, Halloween night 2022, on Obsidian's channel. I told people, listen, that woman is dangerous. And then I said something, and this flew over Negroes' heads. I linked Pearl to Candace Owens.
Yeah.
That flew right over niggas' head until it was discovered Pearl's producer is also the producer of Turning Point USA and Turning Point UK,
right?
Which runs by the husband of Candace Owens and her husband.
Right.
Niggas just.
I know, yeah.
Like, y'all not researching this shit.
They not even researching it. And you know what, Big J, I'm gonna throw this in there. That's why I got some tears in my eyes right now because of what we was talking about and what you just said too with the Candace Owens. You recall the Annabelle movies, right? I don't know, trilogies, the movies, right? With
Yeah,
Annabelle the doll.
yeah.
Not Saw, the one on the little bicycle. I got somebody's for that one. But the Annabelle doll, that's what it reminded me of with the protection, where it's like, that you need to not just read the fine print. She's behind the glass for a reason, going down in the cellar in that museum of all the dangerous, different things, you know what I mean, from haunted houses. But the Annabelle doll is behind that glass case. It's like that's where she should stay. It's in other words, she was on that panel sitting there where it's like, y'all done unleashed her. And now y'all protecting her like something out of the Nuns, like in the Nun movie or the horror movie. Like, you know what I mean? Where it's like, this is crazy. Y'all protecting her like an Annabelle doll. And she just sitting there as if like, don't worry, I'm not even worried about it because I'm going to be protected anyway. I'm going to have a swarm of protectors hovering over me. So whatever with the whole bullets and missiles and this the other, the cape is gonna come up, ding 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 ding. Like how Batman did, like if you saw the Flash in the recent, and he came up the one with the old Batman. He came down, if you saw the Flash or not, come down and had his cape opening up and it blocked all the bullets. That's what it seemed like. It seemed like on that panel, yeah, I got questions. I'm coming to get you. And it turned around right back in reverse on people where it was like, keep doing what you're doing, Pearl. Love you, Pearl. Pearl, almost to the point of putting a fist up. Like, are you really? It got that sad to where it was like, yo, y'all just coming in, just saving her left and right. When you mentioned the tears, it was like, yo, the cape.
Man,
Like I mentioned to you, ding 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 da, 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 ding 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 ding. Just
I was embarrassed, man. I was like, come on.
No, I was embarrassed too.
I was like, bro, don't, please, keep them tears in, please. And then though he was like a little baby. I remember that one time. I remember one time my I disappointed my nephew one time, right?
Right.
And I told him that um that his toy was broken.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at his eyes, right? And you see that
Right.
bird kind of form around his eyes, and I can't stand that shit. Whenever I see a child,
Is it like the cat eyes? You know how they do that cartoon and the eyes get big?
yeah,
It's like a cartoon like that where it's like just so they can get what they want. Yeah.
right, okay. I see my
Okay.
grandparents do that same shit, right?
Right.
Like, oh, you're not gonna come over, and
Right.
we need you to do. It's same like with my niece and nephew that do that
Right.
shit, right?
Right.
That tears me up all the time, and that is my weakness. All right.
Yeah.
I say, oh shit, hold on, let me buy this boy a toy. So
Yeah.
hurry up. I say, boy, go to your preschool. So I took him up to the preschool. I'm gonna fix him up. I hurry up, went across 2 counties to buy the new toy, the exact
Right.
one that looks like yeah. So anyway, the thing is, them niggas look like that shit.
Yeah.
Well, homeboy was sitting there with that big eyes, water about to form. He about to have waterfalls come out the motherfuckers.
Right.
I said, please don't do this, man. This is a shame.
It was Big J was to the point where it was like, now, check this out. It was to the point, Big J, where it's like, Pearl, I love you. I mean, you don't even know how much I love you. You know what I mean, Big J? I was like, you don't know me from a can of paint, but I'm letting you know because I get this opportunity to be on this panel, and thank you so much, and thank you for even being in your presence. But I love you. Okay. I mean, and y'all better not make fun of me. And I know y'all love her too. And look at you got other ones piggybacking, most likely. Big J, yeah, don't feel bad because we love her too. That's why I mentioned the Django thing, where it's like, you know what, this is pathetic. This is pathetic.
Yo, that was the most.
And if we could see it later on after the show, while Pearl's sitting there, most probably looking at her bank account, as if like, I'm not studying none of y'all, but thank you anyway.
And I'm like, nigga, Pearl don't give a fuck about y'all.
Sure don't.
Shit, what she did to that nigga, what's his name?
Who?
What's his name? Sarah.
Getty, whatever. Yeah, his name is. Yeah,
Man, she fucked his ass over.
sure
and
did.
then though, man, like that white girl suing the shit out of her ass.
Is she?
Yeah. Hold on.
Wow.
I was gonna do a video on that shit because I went on the GoFundMe.
Yeah.
I found it that homegirl is gonna sue is looking for a lawyer. She need money for a lawyer to sue.
Right.
And she's out there in London. She want to sue Pearl because Pearl fucked her ass up too along the way. And I'm like niggas, y'all don't okay. And I'm sitting here like this. Okay, you don't like black women, we get that, right? But then when Nick Fuentes, got him on that stage and disrespected that white girl,
right?
King Riches,
yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Where is y'all SYSBN flags going up and say, hey man, we got to protect the white girl and protect King Rich's white girlfriend? You see how stupid this is?
Yeah.
Y'all don't like other black men. But here's y'all talking about we're here for black men. Y'all ain't protecting him.
No.
You ain't protecting his white girlfriend.
Nope.
When Nick Fuentes talking about, I don't believe in interracial relationships. You are dirty. Now, you know that starky ass comments you be saying.
But you know what it was? I know, but Big J was like this too. It was almost like, oh shoot, that's big Nick Fuentes. You don't mess with him. You what I'm saying is it's backwards. Where it's like, you ever heard of him? No. Yeah, he's pretty tough. Who? Nick Fuentes. Leave him alone. You know what I mean? Like you said, where was the protection in that? You know, and him and his girl and his lady, you know, old boy or King Richards. Yeah, none of that. Where it's like, yo, man, but look at you, of course, you see it for what it is. And it was wild, even with Pearly just sitting there on the side as if like, yep, he sure did say that. That ain't your right hand man or contributor or editor, whatever, you know, he had his own channel, of course. Like, what does he mean to you? Like you see it right there. And that's just another example again, will be right there. And that's right there in front of that person. This ain't no like, you know, screen, you know what I mean? Wherever you located and live, that's right there in the UK, sitting in a chair and a couch away, right there in your face.
They was within 12 feet.
Yes.
That was within 12 feet of each other and they saying this shit.
Yes.
You know, I don't like black men who's with white women. White women, you dirty, you trash. And then Pearl sitting right there. I said, wait a minute, girl. That's your homeboy. You laugh. Your homeboy who helped your ass out is being assaulted. You ain't sitting. Where is your loyalty at, Pearl?
Yo.
And I don't see no nigga, even Obsidian, and Anger Man,
yep,
Jane Seeing Red, or a BGS saying anything, saying, oh, a black man has been assaulted.
Right.
How dare a woman disrespect a black man? We're not gonna allow a black man to be disrespected online. But if Pearl was a black woman, we would have problems already.
Hey, let me throw this at you, Big J. I remember when AC, similar to what you're talking about, this is maybe a month ago, just recently, a couple of weeks ago, AC said, yo, just like the other groups, I think Brian has said this. Brian says, so AC, what should we do about it? You know, what do you want us to do about it? Where it's like, okay, here we go. AC said, what should we do about it? We should stand up. You know, we should be like, we ain't gonna take this. Like the other groups, we not gonna take that. Reg said, and I'm not coming out of the three, so this is not what this is for. Reg said, because we ain't got no power. We ain't got no power. You know, just like that. Because as if like we ain't taking a stand, and I'm not construing it, whatever, however I'm trying to say it. You know, I'm not saying it. He said it like that, like we ain't got no power. That's the reason why. And I was like, but did you hear that? Where, and AC was trying to put it out there too. Like, look, we ain't talking about having weapons and physically fighting. It's more like saying you ain't gonna say that, talk bad, say anything, just out and outrate and say nothing negative about us. After Brian had asked the question, but what do you want us to do, AC? And AC kind of was breaking it down like, this is how it shouldn't even go down. It shouldn't even come from your mouth, the disrespect from other people, the same way they got with their people. So look at. So yeah. And regardless of what I mentioned to you with the power, no power, what Reg said, Nick Fuentes was like, as if like, I said it once and I'll say it again. As if like, really? I was throwing that in there to go back to the example of what AC was asking, to be like, yo, but at the same time, still feel that they can get away with it and we'll do it again. Not just Nick Fuentes, anybody, even with Pearl, to be like, I don't have to protect none of y'all, even though y'all flew to the platform and the panel to protect my butt. I ain't gonna protect y'all. Ain't that something? I don't have to protect none of y'all, but y'all, it ain't nothing for me to sit back and have just one of y'all protect me. Just one.
And one thing I also noticed, right?
Yeah.
I'm glad I brought that Pearl. If Pearl was a black woman, okay.
All right.
Let's put a pin in that, right?
Okay.
Now let's follow Nick Fuentes for a minute, right? Now,
right.
Next thing Nick did, he went on Fresh and Fit, right?
Right.
Now, the black girls did a photo shoot. They kissed the man on the cheek. Woo woo.
Yes.
Woo, right.
Yes.
And then though he starts saying the word nigger, right?
Right.
Right.
And
I'm sitting there like, okay, here we go.
And
I was expecting black men, right?
I
was expecting black men to jump off the goddamn cliff, saying, fuck no. I thought niggas was going to put on their capes and be like Justice League and fly in the fucking night and say, hell no, you ain't going to do that shit. That didn't happen. And that's another thing I said. This is why I agree with MOT.
Yep.
We got to let some of these niggas die off. Because the thing is, the focus was on one particular black girl who kissed Nick Fuentes on the cheek, rather than Nick Fuentes calling people niggers.
Right.
The focus of that is wrong. So I'm looking at the Pearl issue.
Right.
Let's go right back to Pearl.
Okay.
If Pearl was black, they wouldn't allow. She wouldn't. Niggas would put on their cape on when she allowed Nick Fuentes to assault King Richards and his girlfriend.
Right.
If she was black, they wouldn't allow that shit because she's white. They let her off. But they went after the black girl, the black women that was on Fresh and Fit show.
Right.
The hypocrisy of this space astounds me.
It is, and that's why I told you have to step back at times and look at it to where, and you know what, which is a shock. And when you watch the ones that come in with the cape, I think that's the kicker. When you think to yourself, I would have never thought in a million years that you would have read up, and like how you said it. It's not a matter of me stealing what you said, but I'm gonna take it, not borrow it, but I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna hand it back to you. Coming in, Big J, like the Justice League with the capes and the weapons and everything, where it's like, wow, coming to the rescue, ones that you would have never thought in a million years, where it's like, yo, we ain't gonna ever get to wherever we going and go wherever we need to go. It's just, you know what? I mentioned to you, you mentioned first about the Justice League. Did you ever watch New Jack City?
Yes, I have.
There's a scene, okay, New Jack City. That's one of my favorite movies. There's a scene with Wesley Snipes and the one with Ice-T. Even though he was undercover, whatever he was doing, but what he was trying to do, even though Wesley Snipes trusted Ice-T, or was that when he was a part of the crew or whatever?
You're talking about the scene when those at
during the wedding or the reception,
during the wedding in that Italian mob.
Yeah, okay, the Italian mob. It's the scene where Ice-T was ready to take out Wesley Snipes, even though Wesley Snipes had no clue. You know, we got it in the movie, but it was more of like, yo, if he would have even known, even had a thought that like, yo, you gonna do this to me, and I done brought you in from Nino, not Nino Brown, what's his name, who he ended up killing off because he messed up the cartel. just that scene alone, that I see that even in what we're speaking of, to where it's like, yeah, I'm telling you, when it was like they did that one scene, and Ice-T was like, dang it, I had you right there. Even though he was a coward holding that little girl, I see that sometimes in some cases, to where it's like, you have some cats that you would have never thought on that. And I mean, we discussed that earlier with the betrayal part, where you sat back, and we're talking about just the Pearl part, where it's like, yo, you doing that with the whole cape and everything, as if like, yeah, it's the same part. Look at Big J in Django, when Samuel L. Jackson, when DiCaprio got shot in that little flower, you know what I mean, when it came out of the doc's hand, and he got him, and Samuel L. Jackson grabbed DiCaprio and held on to him and was screaming, crying, as if like, heck no. Heck no. When I looked at it too, it was like Pearl saying, come on, you protectors, have some of my white cake. Would you like some white cake, please? And they take it a piece one at a time. I don't mind if I do, ma'am.
That's what I'm just like, yo, like, it's
right. You know, it's crazy as hell what we witnessed, where it was like, I told you, with that white, would you like some white cake, please?
No.
Oh, you know what? No. You know who she reminds me of? She reminds me of DiCaprio in that movie, The Sister. Remember The Sisters? And he kissed her. Hey, little darling, or whatever, however he called his sister. I'm not saying it was incest or something, because it was kind of something funny, fishy with them too, because he was a little bit too close to his sister, and she was all up in his face. I don't mind at all, brother. That's what she reminds me of. I don't care if from Chicago or not. That's what Pearl remind me of, as if like, you know what? I love every last one of y'all. Every last one of y'all. All of y'all are welcome to Candyland. Y'all are all welcome to the big house. Every last one of you panelists, protectors. All of one of y'all. Come on up.
And my thing is this, though.
Yeah.
I see myself as Lawrence Fishburne at the end of the movie Higher Learning. You remember the 5 minutes, the last 2 minutes?
That last minute.
Lawrence Fishburne ran out and said, "Wake up!" That's how I feel.
I was about to say, do the right thing on one of Spike Lee's movie. Yeah, like do the right thing. But like you said, wake up. Wake up. But Big J, I used to be like that. Like you said, that's how you taking that snippet from that. I used to be like that. Even, I'm sure you have too, even up until now in your case. I used to be like that with the whole wake up. But at the same time, it's so sad that so many are awake. They sleeping, but they're awake and knowing it on purpose. They not asleep, not like The Walking Dead. They are literally awake and ignoring it on purpose, because they looking at it to where it's like, and you do recall this, maybe look at Big J, maybe Pearl will get us to the promised land. I think I have hopes that she will. You know, when they talk about a black Jesus, white Jesus, when they go back and forth, no, God is a woman. I think that's how it was. Okay, looking at it like that, God is the woman, Pearl is God. I know that it makes sense when I say it, but you got it. Pearl is the savior.
Yeah,
she has come to save us.
She's our, like that. Like, hold on, Dave was right. That white skin removes a multitude of sins and imperfections.
And you know what? That's right. And check this out, Big J. If Pearl was Moses, if you believe in that, on some biblical tip of parting the Red Sea, that's how they looked at her. They looked at her up like, stand back. Pearl is coming through. She's about to part the Red Sea. She's about to part the YouTube seas. And that's what she did. Hey, look. And she the one walked across the water alone while she, with her cane or whatever, with her stick, while the flood waters came over and flooded over everybody. While they was crossing, remember that part? They had to follow Moses while everybody was like, we coming, Moses, we coming. That's what they were doing. All the followers, they was following, and she let loose the water, the flood. It went right behind her, as if like, forget y'all. King Richards included.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Wrong movie. School Days. It wasn't Higher Learning.
It was School Days. Oh, yeah. My favorite. Was it School Days? Oh,
yeah, it was School Days. Okay, yeah.
When it was with the wake up, okay.
Man, I just want to scream. Every time I look at these niggas, I want to scream, "Wake up! Wake up, niggas!"
One of my other
Damn,
favorite movies,
y'all
School Days. And you know what, Big J? You know what? Speaking of that, and thanks for the correction for that, for the one, the content, well, not content creator, the one in the chat who just said that. Thank you for that. Yeah, exposure. Thank you, exposure, for saying that, because you know what? We are living, Big J, a real life on on YouTube, of course. School Days. Does it not remind you of that? It does. And the thing about it, you remember the dance scenes, or even with the women, a jigaboo, and I got a long hair. Come on, Big J, you see that. But the sad part about it, it's with the men, so-called men or males of School Days. Like even with them scenes with Lawrence Fishburne in each other's face with what's his name, and he's older now. He'd be on Star Wars, or the Mandalorian, the one with the glasses and stuff. He gotten older. The one with the part down his hair.
His name's on tip of my lip.
Yeah.
He played
very good actor. Very good actor.
Jackson, he was on the Terminator.
That's right.
Not
I think so. Was that him? Yeah.
Carl Weathers.
Is that him? Okay. So him, that's what it reminds me of. Certain scenes from that movie reminds me of at certain times of this sector, where it's like, yo, like you said, the wake up. Then you got this crew. You got this crew compared to this crew. The gammas against the betas, or you know what I mean? The sci-fi, all them different groups. And then you got the ones where it's like, well, what are you doing it for? And they all like kissing up to certain ones where it's like, you know what I mean? Just the whole, the light skin crew, the dark skin crew, the brown skin crew. Like it's literally School Days on here. Like school, the most popular, like in the yearbooks, the most fashion, the one who's doing the most, the one that kisses butt the most. Like, yo, this is literally School Days.
Man,
being grown folks.
I'm glad you used movie School Days as an analogy, but I'm gonna use another analogy.
Okay, go ahead.
Last year I did the movie review of the Batman, right?
Right.
That's YouTube in itself. If you really think about it, I see BGS as the Riddler, right? Now it's easy to catch the Riddler. Right?
Yeah.
It's easy to catch that nigga. But the problem is, in that movie, in Batman never laid his hands on the Riddler. I want you to know that, because he beat him by his wits. The problem is the Riddler's henchman.
I knew you was gonna say it. I knew you was gonna say it. I knew you was gonna say it. Yep.
Yeah, you got those.
Sure did.
You got BJ's drones you got to worry about.
I knew you was gonna say that, because even in that scene where where they think they got him and he gave himself up, but it was like, yo, like you said, the henchman, his crew, whatever. He's in that coffee shop and he's stirring it and putting the little happy, or the question mark in the little cocoa that he was drinking or whatever, as if like, I'm here, but look at Big J. You think you got me, but you really didn't get me. You got me, but I got a whole crew of me out there, and you never knew it. Yeah. Never knew it. So in other words, like you said, the henchman, you think you got him, and you didn't really get him, because you got a whole slew.
A dumbass. You got a whole slew of dumbass he had created. You got to deal with them motherfuckers. That's why I'm looking at this shit like, man, this is
But then I'm going to go deep. I'm going to go further than that. Let's say I'm going to go further than that. Not just with the Batman. We can use some good analogies. That's a good one. Even with the Kevin Samuels part, where it's like, yo, but look at what he's created. You know what I mean? As far as the henchman, where it's like, yo, he's created ones now. And I'll give this to the panel on Reg's show, and it was mentioned before. Whoever's mentioned this too. Now it just went buck wild. I didn't used to hear that until it came out of this man's mouth. He took it away, where it came down to Big J. You gotta put your wallet on the table. You gotta get them with your wallet. Like, that disappeared. But something went wrong. Something happened with that, because after that, from skits to other content creators, from doing interviews when they in Miami, wherever, what type of man you looking for? What they gotta make? I don't know if you started to notice that. Oh, they gotta have 6 figures, 500,000. What? 250,000. All this stuff came from somewhere, because before that, Around the time he came on the scene, I wasn't hearing women speak on that. Just average, just someone that loves and wants family or this, any other. This amount will be okay, will suffice. All of a sudden, it was just that. You reminded, what I'm getting at is that you remind me with the henchmen. So now you got these men running around, going right up into the fresh and fit, to where it's like, oh yeah, that's unacceptable. You got to be on some 6-figure to be in this crew. You know what I mean? To where even with the Riddler, don't care about your skills, don't care about nothing. Just come on in. You could be dumb. You could be dumb as a box of rocks. Just come on in.
Right.
You know what I mean? Save that Batman analogy, because that's a good one. Don't
Yeah.
care what you it is. But look at BJ. Put on this uniform and sign right there on the dotted line and step right up. Come on in. Do you know how to wheel a bat? Do you know how to swing a bat and chains? Come on. You look at you in. You in the crew. You're a part of the crew.
And then, hold on. And speaking about BGS, right?
Right.
BGS came over here a couple weeks ago, right? About 2
Okay.
weeks. A week or so ago. No, like 2 weeks ago, right?
Right.
And I was talking about how Fresh and Fit got demonetized, and they're up there in Rumble.
Okay.
I said, and the video I said, the video's still up, by the way. It says Fresh and Fit, fifth name in the title.
Right.
I'm over here talking about Fresh and Fit, and I said, listen, Angry Man and the rest of the managers is going to be on is next. I said that, right? Because
Right.
even Hammerhand said he's been demonetized.
Right.
Hammerhand was on Rumble saying Rumble ain't giving him money.
Wow.
He's not getting money out of Rumble.
Right.
He's getting money out of YouTube. Right?
You're right.
Oh shit, here we go. Here we go. They're coming after you, after y'all, the manosphere to come out after y'all. Because the white boy said if they're going after the white boy, to come after y'all too. That's the whole gist I was saying. So yeah, they're going. See, the social media companies, they're going after all of the controversy.
Sure. You're right.
So I'm over there talking about the shit,
Right.
and then hold on, let me see what's in the chat.
Uh.
Angry Man
Uh.
is fifth now. City calls himself the Penguin. The SKC laughs like the Joker. See, it's Arkham Asylum in this.
It's Arkham Asylum. You know what? Whoever put that in there, because I didn't see it, it's just like that. You could pretty much, like a video game, pin which character fits who.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even trying to. And this, if I'll see it as a listener or not, I didn't say call him the Penguin or nothing, regardless of the cane. But you can pretty much put the characters with the person and put them together and be like, you know what? They are almost like a spitting image, because you want to talk about some Dragon Ball Z. We ain't even got to go there. Even with the Justice League, I mean, with the Justice League, we can go straight to how you did it with the whole Batman, Riddler. This just that alone, just the Batman trilogy. Whoever plays the character from Christian Bale to all the way down the line. It's always been someone. Val Kilmer. It's been a bunch of Batmans, but not usually. But the criminals stay the same. The bad ones, they stay the same. They can even mix them characters, because even who played the in the old one back then? It was the Joker or the Riddler. It was the one from what is it?
The 60s version?
No. I remember that one. The one, Jim Carrey. Remember, he played one of them. And now, see, it was Jim Carrey that played the Riddler.
Yeah.
And Arnold Schwarzenegger played Mr. Freeze.
Yeah,
Mr. Freeze. So you can pretty much round up your group of not victims but characters and give them all a place to be like, yeah, and that one is that one, this one is this one, and this one is this one. You could just off of Batman alone, because at times that's what it seems like.
Yeah, I just like, what the fuck,
what the hell.
I see Pearl as, oh shit. I mean, knowing how powerful her ass is, I see her as dark side, man. She be her mother. No. What's the name from a Planet Apocalypse? What
was that?
Mother.
I was about to say Black. No.
Goodness.
Is that her? Well, she wasn't the Spider, right? No. What am I thinking?
No. If you know about in DC Comics,
in DC,
Apocalypse, where Darkseid rules the Planet Apocalypse, right?
Right.
Darkseid, Steppenwolf, and there's that female. I forgot her name. No, her name. I think her name is Granny Good. No, Granny Goodness. That's her
So she
name.
wasn't a spider, right? Was
No,
she?
no. You're talking about Madam Web from Spider.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Madam Web.
Right, but anyway,
Hmm. Yeah,
Madam Web.
yeah.
Yeah, but Madam Web is not a villain, but yeah,
Okay.
but the thing is, that's how I see Pearl as Granny Goodness.
Hey, let me ask you something. Hey, Big
Playing
J,
out
who
shit out.
who,
And
who
niggas,
you gonna give? Hey, what character you gonna give to the Flash? You got to give it to somebody who's always running up to the panels and save somebody.
man,
You know how the Flash be up there, regardless of his uniform or his outfit. They right there. You gotta, if you find somebody, give them that assignment. Be like, yeah, and that one right there is the Flash. Because every time something go down, they right there in a quickness. It don't take no email, don't take no phone call. They right there to save the day. Right there.
uh,
You
oh,
can go all the way down the line to Aquaman. I don't care. Just to be like, everybody deserves a part. Give them all a part.
they refer to Jessica X as Catwoman.
Okay.
Uh, I see
I
her
know,
as
right? Nah.
I see her as more as a Talia.
Uh,
Yeah.
uh,
Oh, the Flash.
Flash probably is for his long. Yo,
Oh shit, man,
yo. Hey, that's funny.
oh man, oh man, Woo.
And see, I told you if it's even somebody from the chat and somebody just sleeping on it, they can be like, "Yo, but you know what? I just saw these."
First Flash, that
Yeah, the first Flash,
yeah,
the first Flash,
yeah.
and it's almost like look at Big J, the old school Batman when it's like the dun dun. Some of these ones that be on there like how they do and how they get around, where it's like bing bang, the cartoon
Yeah.
drawing of it, like it's too much.
Shit,
Oh,
I'm looking at this shit. I'm like, good God,
holy smoke, Batman! Did you see what they just did to Pearl? Yeah, I did. We got to do something, and they coming down the poles, Big J. Like we on our way. We on our way. When that red phone rings, when they pick up the phone, I'm talking about the old school Batman. They pick up the phone and they jump down the poles. We on our way, Pearl. We on our way. And that
yeah.
goes for all of them,
Oh man, they got
Yeah,
the cape on for her ass, man.
right.
Damn.
They coming in. They coming in to save the day. We got you. Don't you worry.
And then,
We, hmm
and then this is how I feel, right? I feel
right.
I feel like Commissioner Gordon, right? And I'm like,
Oh,
I got to flip on the bat signal and shit, and I'm watching Batman coming in here and the Justice League and shit coming in, and then all of a sudden they over there hugging on the Joker, they're hugging on Pearl, and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? I told you, arrest these motherfuckers. Don't hug them. Shit.
oh my gosh. Like you said, they running right up to the roof and hitting that signal. It is like, when that bat signal comes on. You know what time it is. As soon as you know what, I got one for you. It could be like an altercation. This is that signal come on. Hey, I got to get off the channel, y'all. We gonna continue this at another time. You got it. I gotta get over there to the rescue. Somebody needs saving. As soon as that signal comes on, how you gonna get to him, Batman? Don't you worry, I'm gonna get to him, and I don't need the Flash. I'm gonna get there sooner than you can blink an eye. I'm there. Oh gosh. Yeah, it's like that. Oh my gosh. It's been a minute since I had some fun like this. Woo! I'm telling you, let it sink in, soak in, because it's true. Let me ask you this question. A switch of things. Big J, I know, right?
Yeah.
We still stuck on the character. Oh, you know what? Before I even asked you that, who's Commissioner Gordon?
I don't know. I don't know.
Who could be Commissioner Gordon?
I don't know, man. I'm just like, yeah. I don't know, man. It's just
Right.
yeah.
Like, Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't. I can't think of a name yet. I can't think of a name, but damn, man, this shit right here.
Hey, I'm gonna mess with you right now. I'll make it easier for you, but be nice. I ain't telling you what to do. Who should be Two-Face? The one that was flipping the coin. I'm thinking of the Christian Bale Batman and stuff, but of course, it was a villain.
Harvey Dent. Oh,
Who should be Harvey Dent? There you go.
oh man.
Harvey Dent. Who's Harvey Dent? I mean, I know who it is, but who could be? Yeah.
Who could be Harvey Dent? Let me see. Who can be Two-Face?
I'm gonna let you mess with that one. That's why I said be nice. Yeah. As far as who could play that character. In other words, you know what I mean. 1 minute you this way, then you flipping the script and you that other way. You on both sides of the fence. You one way this way, then you the other way. That's why I'm bringing up. That's why I'm using that character.
Reg.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? I almost wanted to go there with and say Angry Man.
Ooh.
And I got the nerve to be telling you to be nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I said, no, I'm saying it.
Yeah,
Angry Man.
Yeah, Angry Man. Yeah.
Yeah. Angry Man.
I see Angry Man. I can see
Yeah.
Angry Man.
Yep. Straight up. And now going to this is my question to you. If you've been able to watch it lately, what's your take on this person, Nev? You familiar with Nev, the one that's been on panels, the Big J Transformer? You know what I mean? Yeah.
I know what's
your take on it? Because
I'm not gonna touch that one.
Yeah.
Not gonna touch that one.
Okay.
But
okay.
I like how she's actually destroying Anger Man.
There you go.
She's actually destroying the shit out of Anger Man. I'm just surprised on that shit. I mean,
and doing it in such a way, not even trying, even really trying hard.
Trying. That's the point.
Not even trying hard.
And the thing is, Anger Man don't have help anymore.
You notice that?
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm not. You ain't the only one. I'm not the only one knowing.
Many Big J, many are stepping back as if like you got this. It remind me of Juice, the old movie Juice, with the one with Tupac, when it was that one scene where he was always acting like a punk, and then it was that one when the group came up and when he killed Raheem, whatever he did, and the group, I think Raheem had already got shot beforehand. The group the other gang ran up on Tupac, and when his crew walked up and noticed it where he was in trouble, they was like, we out. You got this, since you a punk anyway. You get what I'm saying? Before, Tupac had his crew, and then when he was like, I'm above the crew, or it ain't no one above the crew. Remember, because he had the gun. Right. And it was with Omar Epps, and then they was all crew, this and the other. Got to Tupac's head, whatever his character was in the movie, got to his head. But this time around, when ish hit the fan, and the group and the gang was like, as if like we've been looking for you, rushed up on him. He that one scene when he looked up and was like, that's all right, because my crew with one deceased, deleted, was taken out. They was like, no, they turned their back, like, same similar thing. They like, no, because it's always this whole thing, or it's to the point where it's like, it should be no man above the crew, but you letting us know, regardless of how many subs you got, you better than everybody else. You got this. So you handle Nev, and Nev is going to handle you. You ain't really got to have her. And I don't know if it was Auntie that mentioned, maybe it was him. I recall Auntie, and I'm throwing a name out there, that it was like, you know what? You ain't got to do this. What is this for? It's done went from this person, that person, and this person, like you said, I ain't trying to really touch it either, is making their round, but then at the same time coming in making a fool of you too. Is it worth it? And ain't even trying, Big J.
See,
running circles around you. You think you talking that talk, but at the same time, no, because you protected, because we can, there's certain things you can get on where you can, besides that whole protection, because I get it from what you said, Big J, not touching it, but at the same time, you still can get at that person. You just don't know how. You don't even know how.
and and speaking about that,
Yeah,
on some real shit.
yeah.
When Anger Man when Destiny showed up, Anger Man couldn't handle Destiny by himself, right?
Because he had. I remember that. I remember the video. Had the backup. He had to have.
He
Yeah.
had, he had all that backup.
Right.
Now since Bino, black in name only, because he called himself that now,
Right.
Bino Nation now.
Beano Nation. Yeah.
You got this woman showing up.
Right.
She's running circles around him, and it's not just the transsexual woman,
Right.
the Asian woman.
The Asian woman.
Yeah, the Angela woman. There's an Asian woman named Angela. She hangs around. She hangs around with what's his name?
With
With
who?
with Aaron's channel.
Yeah. I'd have to check. Oh, you know what? I caught that one time, but I didn't get a chance. I didn't watch all
Okay,
of it. There
okay.
is a yeah. I
She
caught that.
she walked circles all the way around Anger Man, made a fool out of Anger Man, made Anger Man into a hypocrite.
Mm,
She, if she was black, Anger Man would call all sorts of bitches and hoes.
mm,
That's what
mm.
she told Anger Man all nicely. It destroyed Anger Man. See, and I'm glad Auntie trying to warn Anger Man.
I know what he's doing. I know exactly. That's exactly what he's doing. I know.
Yeah, because the thing is, Auntie is Anger Man's bitch. Yeah,
Oh wow.
yeah, I
Okay.
said it. Yeah, yes, yeah. I said it. I'm gonna keep on saying that old bullshit, right?
Mm,
Keep on
mm,
saying that shit. But anyway,
mm.
I want y'all to notice this.
Okay.
Why you think though this transsexual woman around here,
Why?
knowing the fact, hold on, I want you to notice something.
Okay.
You got all these black men going in on this Hispanic, non-black, transsexual woman.
Right.
These men's reputation is already bad off the Pearl situation. He's bad already off of the Nick Fuentes situation.
Right.
So Google looking at all of this shit,
Yeah.
and they're gonna say, "Well, y'all being homophobic, y'all being transphobic,
Right.
you're done."
Mm.
Angry Man does not see that his doom was about to happen.
But it's
It's coming.
a
It's
big
coming.
day. But it's like it's a setup.
Yeah, yeah. It's set
You know
up.
what I mean? It's a setup, and it's right there. So it's like, okay, is this about how we talk about views, popularity, this and the other? What is this really about? I'm not even gonna go there to where it's like, is it worth it? This and the other. It's a setup right in front of your face, and you about to fall for it.
And he's
You
falling
you you
for it.
you've already fallen for it, so you've already started it, but you're about to really fall for it. And the person behind it, the ones behind it, not behind the scenes, the ones seeing it, as if like you don't. It's like you not reading their minds. It's like you could tell they like you don't even see this. I thought you were smarter
Right,
than that. I thought you were smarter than that.
it's right there in front of you.
Right in front of you.
And I'm like, my God, man, you didn't learn anything from Pearl?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. That's what I'm saying. Y'all didn't learn anything from the Pearl's situation.
And you know what? It's similar, like the similar playbook, because those ones who are coming in, as we just mentioned, don't think they ain't scoped out Pearl and probably took the schematics from that and using the same playbook and going and look and going to help them as well. And then sit back later on, Big J, and be like, "Did I do that?"
Right. And they're not saying a word.
And ain't saying a word.
Word. And I'm looking at that. I said, uh oh. I saw that. I saw that 2-3 times. I said, uh oh.
I saw it. You go on. I saw this. The 2 times, but I saw the play. I've been watching the play, and each time it's like, yep. It's almost like keep it coming. You know what it reminds me of? Like when you go fishing, or when you think you caught one with the bait, and that your fish is on the line. You know what I mean? You got one, and you
Yeah.
willing it, put it. You go back in the water, but you pulling it like I'm gonna get this one. I'm gonna get this fish, and that's what's going on. Just pulling on it.
just sitting there like, oh, and look at Big J. Oh, from a little one to a big one. Oh, it's a big one. And when I say a big one, oh, I got the whole group. I got the whole crew. I got the little small one. I'll take that. But I want the big one. And meaning the big one, I want the whole group. I want the entire group. I'll take all of y'all.
And I want to add something onto this, right?
Yeah.
So while you see Anger Man going being humbled,
Right,
by the Asian girl,
yes,
the Asian lady, then though you had the transsexual woman running circles all the way around. Now I want y'all to notice this.
Right.
Woman, transsexual. We're gonna move on to bisexual.
Look at bingo.
Then you got Princella sitting right there.
Bingo.
You see what's about to happen? Anger Man is going to go down. Anger Man went after a transsexual woman, an Asian woman, and now a lesbian woman, a bisexual woman. Well, she ain't lesbian, she's bisexual.
You check this. Hey, you know this is crazy. Hey, remember when you used it? So I give you that credit. You used the Batman example, and it was put out. Look at what's happening. How you're putting it together, the pieces. I don't know if you recall this, and it's not that I'm afraid to say her name. Realize and understand this was put out that Priscilla out of her mouth was like, "Don't even worry about it. I'm already behind the scenes, and it's in the making of getting with Cynthia G." You get what I'm saying? All the pieces are being put together. It reminds me of like not even Lord of the Rings. You know how we use in movies, so we could use another one. It's like what can we use? You know what it is? I got it, but you can come up with something as well. Remember the Mummy, and they needed all the pieces until the Mummy formed its true form. All the different artifacts, they had to get it in the different bases, right. And they had the brain in one, a tongue in one, different bases to where it completed the Mummy. He just had to, he was just sucking out the energy, the spirits and stuff to make him to where he was. But they had to find all the pieces. You can even use the example of Hellboy, the Hellboy, the one with the chick from not Evil Dead, the zombie movie, to where she was cut up in pieces. Same thing. They had to put together, find her, because all her body parts was in different places. It's something similar, Big J, to where it was like all the pieces is coming together. You got the trans one, you got the Asians one, they all coming together. And look at. I don't care if it's a list. Sign the petition that day. I told y'all you should have signed the petition. Check this out. Once they form and come together, look out. I knew that was coming, but when it was confirmed, even though we don't know when it's going to go down, that's coming. As if like the attack is on. We coming, and y'all are still not ready.
Years ago,
right?
I made a video about this, and you know what? I might have to put this video on my community tab.
Yeah.
I said white women are going to destroy y'all. I said it's not gonna be Cynthia. It's not gonna be Paris Milan or any of these Kristen Karazan, any of these.
Yeah,
it's going to have a white woman's face to it. These white women been watching these channels forever. I've been saying that for a long time. White women are going to destroy the black man. Why you think though you see them?
I'm listening.
Why you think certain people is watching? Why you think certain people over here
for the takeover?
They're going to knock you niggas.
It's like and I'm throwing the movie or the going back in history. It's like Troy, like Troy with the Trojan horse. Mm-hmm. Or we use in movies, of course, but like with who played the part. What's her name's ex-husband? Angelina Jolie's ex-husband? Somebody throw it out there.
Brad Pitt.
The Troy one. And the horse came in and they didn't have a clue. Where it was like, yo, they sending in the Trojan horse, and y'all ain't got a clue. And they came in right there in front of your face.
And y'all just like, oh, we gonna dance around it. We gonna cheer and party.
Yep.
Got it right. It's right there. And the thing is, they've been forming this shit for years.
They've been forming this for a long time. And that's why I've been watching some cases, even on some panels where it's like all this celebration and hip hop array and rejoicing and all this other. It's like, yo, watch what's about to happen. Now, some could be in denial. Big J is like, nah, that ain't going down. No, it's going down. Because at the same time, you see it and you peeping game, but you've been watching it for a minute. I've been watching it for a minute too. And I said to myself, I said, you got some that are forming forces, coming together as we speak.
Yeah.
They are forming forces to a point to where it's like, it's something that you would never imagine that's happening right now.
Because I thought that Nita Sarkeesian was going to take down the Black Manosphere. Because I don't know, you remember me make that video about 5 years ago. I said, listen, Nita Sarkeesian is coming after the Black Manosphere.
Right.
Oh, Big J ain't happening, man. She only worried about white men. when she talking about the Manosphere, she's talking about the entire goddamn thing. She ain't just talking about the white part. She said the entire fucking thing. Black, white, the Asians, and also the SPI dudes. She's talking about the entire goddamn thing. She just talking about white dudes.
Right.
See, everybody thinking because she's white, she thinking, I'm just with white men.
Right.
No, she talking about all groups of men.
Right.
As far as I know, I think though she likes black dick, but we don't know.
Right.
How she is, but she might be coming after y'all. After the Black Manosphere. I told people this years ago, but you know what? Let them have it. I told them years ago. I'm having to go in my archives and pull that video up because I'm looking at Angry Man. Angry Man has an Asian girl, a transsexual woman, and a lesbian woman.
Yes.
Well, he's about to be enclosed and taken down.
Checkmate. That's right.
It's a checkmate move. He's cornered.
Yeah.
But hey.
And you know what? I'm gonna throw this at you, Big J, because I'm having fun with the movie analogies, or TV shows, whatever. You know who Princella reminds me of as of now, as if like and not seeing it. Not I can't say seeing it, but not seeing it. No, I'm seeing it. They got the new show, the Disney show, and I'm gonna throw the name out there. Ahsoka. Is it Ahsoka? Played by.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, Star Wars stuff. Well, anyone in the chat, or if you got to look her up, and she got the two blades and all of that, and she got the horns on her, whatever. She's a Jedi. She's a Jedi.
Oh, okay, you talking about Rob? Yeah.
Ahsoka. Yeah. Well, that's what Princella reminds me of. It's like her, piercing the door with her lightsaber, as if like, you know what, you don't see what's coming, but it's about to come. And I've got a legion if I got to do it myself, but I'm forming a group or a team.
Coalition.
Yep. And it's about to take y'all down. Look at. No, I ain't talking about Pierce Lawn. Chrissy couldn't do it. This group couldn't do it. Sprinkle couldn't do it. Whoever, whatever, even if she couldn't do it, you know who I'm talking about. Shira 7 couldn't do it.
Yeah.
It was almost like to the point where it's like, it's about time we needed somebody to actually take down the rebellion. Right? This is literally on some Star Wars, like, yo.
Man, the way you put it, God.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a story.
Right.
But yeah.
And we gonna be here to witness it too.
Shit. Listen, I'm telling
you can be in denial if you want to. That's what's about to go down. And look at Big J. Others will say the hell it will, not won't. It will. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It will happen. It will happen. But like I said this months ago.
Right.
I'm getting my black ass out of Black YouTube because I know about that. I said this months ago. I told Pierre, I told some of the people, you ain't gonna see me in Black YouTube.
You said that on a video, and I was like, what? When's that going down? When you gonna do that? Yeah.
So So
Yeah.
I said, if y'all gonna find me, you better see me on Weibo Jones channel, that white girl channel. You can see me on Ranty Monkey's channel. You can see me on Altatiri's channel. You can see me on all these channels that most of you niggas never heard of. But
Right.
I'm gonna you see my black ass over there. I'm gonna look at you and say, hey man, listen, I'm gonna watch this shit. I'm watching it from a fucking distance. Cause I told y'all this is about to happen.
And they coming in with that lightsaber. I don't know which color it is. It might be a red one, a red saber. But they coming in.
And then on top of that, let's not forget about Gino and that FBI bullshit. With Gino and that Discord server shit.
Right.
Because like they took Gino's social security number and other people's social security number and fucking with folks.
Yeah.
That shit, they don't see what's about to happen.
I'm gonna mess with you again, Big J, like that part with Darth Vader. It's like y'all didn't see that. Y'all don't even see what's about to happen. Oh God!
I'm looking at this shit. I said, you know what? I'm gonna hang my black ass back my ass all the way
back, all the way back.
Man, I'm just glad that the Viper Pit is dealt with and shit. So I can see folks my full attention on this shit because this shit's about to pop up on their heads. I said, hey, listen, I warned y'all, and even when the BGS was over here, right?
Yeah.
Because I made that video about Fresh and Fit, right?
Yeah.
I told BGS right in his fucking face, do you realize about that Discord server? I told him straight up about that Discord server. Do you know you're being watched? I asked him straight up. This motherfucker act like though he know what he's talking about. Nigga, please. Everybody see that the Discord server on Edward Anderson's Discord server. Everybody you see that shit. Y'all got people's social security numbers, Geno's and everybody else's, and y'all pass that shit around. And Gino reported it to the FBI. He filed an FBI report.
Oh, okay.
A couple other people did. I'm like, okay, nigga, you acting so stupid.
Yeah.
You act like nothing ain't gonna happen. You don't see what's about to happen, nigga.
And so was he in denial, Big J? Like he just was like,
and then though me and him got into it about Pearl, right?
Yeah.
I said BGS. If you want to see the video, the video's called Fresh and Fit. It's just the beginning or some shit. It's still on my channel.
Right.
Yeah, but anyway, I said BGS. Okay, BGS. Why you support Pearl? Pearl never helped not one black man out. But Diana Davidson did.
Okay.
Diana created that organization called the Lighthouse Project. Is based in Canada, right?
Right.
And there was like 2-3 black men. She helped got the guy out of jail. And
okay, that's major. Yeah, major.
Right. I said, well, how come you ain't promoting her? Because she's still on the bullshit. She's still doing it, right?
Right.
And I'm like, and he's like, so what? Pearl. Well, we're not endorsing Pearl. I played that clip. He said on Keep 100 channel. I replayed that clip. He said on Keep 100 channel.
Right.
Use Pearl. I said, now, nigga, don't lie.
Right.
Now that video is on private, by the way, but I managed to get me a copy of that video.
So did it show that that what he was saying was a lie? That it was Yeah. It's like that Big J Dave Chappelle. Gotcha ninja. Gotcha. Yep. Exposure. I see what he put down there exactly. But they underestimated them as well.
to answering, speaking to exposer, about underestimating the Black Brain Trust, and it's too late because they've been around for a minute. It's so many, Big J, that individuals should have listened to and ignored, but now it's too late.
It's too late.
Too big for your bridges. You just was just, I guess, too smart. You just know everything. Just a know-it-all.
Yeah, and it's over. It's over for Anger Man because I see that trap laid out, and he just sit there, can't resist.
Yeah, well, look at that's it right there. Can't resist.
He
can't resist.
Okay, I like Godzilla, right?
Oh no, yeah, I do too.
Remember the movie Godzilla 1985?
Okay.
Remember the last 15 minutes of the movie where they manipulate the sounds of the birds because like they figure out Godzilla is dinosaur shit.
No.
His brain is like that of a bird, so they use a frequency, right?
Okay.
So it made Godzilla stop, and he left Tokyo. He crossed into the ocean to a volcanic island.
Okay.
And the military put bombs on the crust of the volcano.
Okay.
Right. So when Godzilla walked around the volcano,
right,
they detonated the bombs.
Right.
And Godzilla, the frequency ray was at the other side of the volcano crater. Right.
Right.
So saw it. Right.
Right.
So he was about to head to it. So he was like, "Oh shit!"
Right.
Godzilla stopped. Like, "Oh shit! Wait a minute, I'm fucked."
Right.
So the army hurry up. The army hurry up and said, "Fuck it, let me go ahead and hit and detonate the bombs."
Right.
So Godzilla fell into the crater, and then they detonate some more bombs.
Right.
And Godzilla fell into the lava.
Right.
And cave in the volcano. The movie ended like that, right?
Okay.
So that's what's happened to Angry Man. You see what's happening?
Yeah.
They his ass up into that volcano, and they're gonna drop his ass right up in.
But you know what? Go look at the example you gave with Godzilla. Sometimes I'll look at the panel, and Angry Man will be up there, right? And I notice, and I, even though you said you weren't going to touch it, but you get it. You can touch around it, but you'll get it even when what I'm about to mention to you and bring up to you. I noticed when you said as far as backing him up, look at the other Big J panelists. They'll sit there like they want to get involved and attack, charge, but they'll step back and just take pieces of it. Like, yeah, that ain't right. You shouldn't be like, no. And Angry Man will sit back and it's like, I got this. But at the same time, the other ones as if like, you know what? I ain't gonna go that far. It ain't even, I'm not even gonna do it. It ain't even worth it. I've seen them on the panelists, the ones on there as if like, I don't even know how to handle this. I don't even know if I should even touch this. These be the ones that's right there on that panel, right there with him. When you mentioned like he don't have nobody to have his back now no more, I've seen that. Where it's like, yo, I gotta kind of like touch this. I can't fully touch this, and I gotta be careful. I'm watching this. I don't know if I can call it a fear or afraid. They like, better you than me. I'll only go so far with you, man. You can be the one to jump off the cliff. You know what I mean? To go in if you dare. I'm seeing that.
Yeah. I see all that trepidation.
And you got the expressions too. Look at this, Big J. You got the expressions too of like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, yo,
I see that shit. I was like, okay, go.
Like as if like, look at y'all got this.
Go into that trap.
Yeah. Go into that. And you can. I'm telling you, watch the expressions of the ones that are that have been on there on that are known on errands. You know what I mean? On Call It Fight Club, where it's like, yeah, y'all know y'all shouldn't be touching this. Y'all shouldn't even mess with this. Who pushed y'all up to this? Who put y'all up to this? Put y'all up to this. Somebody did. Y'all shouldn't be touching this. Y'all shouldn't be messing with this. And they all don't even have a clue, Big J. Like, I don't even know how we got here.
And I'm just looking at
and look at it, like you mentioned, tempted. Can't even help themselves to be like, you know what? I'm just going to dismiss myself. Can't help themselves. They stick it. I got one for you, Big J. I got one for you. The Quiet Storm. Was that the one with
The one with oh, he
George
played
Clooney.
George Clooney. What's is that the storm? The with the ice
It
storm?
was something,
Oh, what
storm.
is it? The some storm, silent storm, whatever storm, and they all went in down together. They was trying to get that last fail.
Yeah.
Yeah. They went out for that last, left the family behind, loved ones, wives, all of that.
The great,
Something. What is it? Dang, come
the
on.
great storm or some shit. I forgot.
We're gonna find that. Which movie?
It was something storm.
Exposer. He can find it. He been quick on the draw with the movie.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's just like that, Big J, where it's like, yo, we gonna do it one last time, or we gonna keep doing it until we just get drowned to the big wave cover us? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like watching Scarface. Like,
yeah,
you know Sosa coming after you, nigga.
but but on this whole, the world is mine. The perfect storm. Thank you, Tanya. The perfect storm. That was quick.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at that. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you betray Sosa.
Yeah, look at Big J. It's like them scenes, when they'll look in their wallet or they'll have it around their neck and they'll have the picture in the watch. The little not the bracelet, the necklace, and they'll open up the clock or open up the little brooch, whatever. They'll open it up and it'll have them in a family photo. That's what I see on here in a way where it's like the whole crew is in a picture where it's like they not kissing it, no homo, nothing like that. Where it's like, you know what? If the ship go down, the ship just go down. And I'm going down with it. Or just like even with the Titanic, when you had the cat that was blowing, the musician, and you had the group of musicians. That was what it wasn't funny, but it was interesting to see the musicians playing their last tune. And they was going down in the ship of the Titanic, the one with DiCaprio. And it was like, look at this. They got the musicians. They know they done. They like, forget it. This is it. We're going to play that last song.
Right. I'm just like, oh, come on, man. Y'all don't see what's about to happen. Y'all don't see it. Cause all it takes is one of those women, Princella, this Nia transsexual woman, or Angela, the Asian woman. She can say, black women are not gonna say anything. The straight black woman can't really say anything. But Priscilla can say, well, it's because I'm lesbian or I'm bisexual. Nina can say, well, I'm transsexual. Angela can say, well, I'm an Asian woman.
That's right. And Big J, and check it out. Priscilla gonna be like this. Just to let y'all ladies know, stay tuned. I'm going in for the kill. And they gonna come in like they looking like an army. It's gonna be just like it's gonna be like the Game of Thrones when they had all the ones that was resurrected from the dead. They got touched with that whatever they did with them ice picks, whatever. He was able to raise the dead.
Which
it was the Snow King or the Snow whatever.
you talking about
Dennis Sperling uses and stuff, and he done stole that. Yeah, he's the what Snow King, the Ice King. Yeah. That's what it's gonna be like with Priscilla. Priscilla gonna make that announcement like, now y'all come with me, like being on the ark. I'm going in and I'm about to take them down. You know how she talking her preaching, language in her preaching voice. It's about to go down, y'all. It's about to go down. Are y'all with me? And they all gonna be like, heck yeah, we right behind you. She's building an army. She's got like I mentioned, the Game of Thrones with the certain ones that she's got. You mentioned just what you just mentioned, the Asian, Nev, this and the other, Cynthia, this and the other. She's picking out the crew members enough to be like, it's on now.
The 4 horsewomen.
The 4 horsewomen. Wow.
4 horsewomen of the apocalypse. Nobody
of the apocalypse.
Nobody can't see this shit.
Of the apocalypse. Of the apocalypse.
But I gotta say though, it's gonna be white women involved in it.
Oh yeah.
To seal the deal, it has to be a white woman to seal the deal. So it has to be a 5th person into the mix. So I'm thinking it's gonna be Nita Sarkeesian or some white woman on the higher up, right?
Yeah.
because they felt the need to since they're after the manosphere in general, knocking down the black manosphere.
Yeah.
It's just like
But it's gonna be somebody that's a cold piece.
right.
The one they come in, if you going that route, they're gonna be a cold piece. In other words, they not gonna be no dummy.
Right.
Not at all.
Right. And it's
And the ones that ain't using their common sense, they gonna look at it as, oh, that's a challenge.
there ain't no
Not
challenge.
knowing that it ain't not knowing it ain't a challenge. You done made a big mistake. Big mistake.
And Priscilla is forming an army.
He's forming in the army. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And when I saw her hanging around with the white women, I see all the black women was all upset about that shit. No, don't be upset. She's gonna use white women.
No, she's Big J, there you go. She's going that route. And even though the black women are like, yeah, hip hop parade, yeah, but at the same time, she's like, oh, don't fear. Y'all gonna be a part. You know how she talk. Y'all gonna still be a part of this, but I got these white women I gotta bring in too. You want to be on some, you want to talk about some power? You want to talk about, I know, you want to talk about some power? I'm gonna show y'all how it's done. I'm gonna show y'all what these white manosphere, black manosphere, what they couldn't do or what they couldn't do to us. I'm gonna reverse it and I'm gonna turn it back in on them, on y'all. Watch what she does. And watch the support she gets. And guess what? This is nothing new. I'm gonna show you how cold it's gonna be. Oh wow, I'm going way back on this. You remember the Pink Hats? Remember the Pink Hats back then? Remember they had the Pink Hats march. Remember it was the celebrities. It was Madonna. It was certain ones that was in Washington, and they had the Pink Hats. Remember the Pink Hats? It was back when they was going like it was when they was messing coming at Trump because he had touching grabbing the whatever, and then you saw that it was so many women, feminist women, whatever. I'm not in this nothing against Pro Butterfly. They had the groups all over in different states. They had formed groups that quick. What I'm saying is that, I'm not saying that it's similar to that, but where I'm going with this is that Priscilla gonna have it to the point to where it's like, wait a minute, don't you got a husband? Regardless if he's black or white, but aren't you married? And so what? I'm here for the march. I'm here with Priscilla. I'm here to stand with her, husband and all. And he better not say nothing. That's how Priscilla, she like this too. You ain't got to even go that route. You ain't got to be a carpet muncher or nothing. Just take my side. I'm going to have black, white, some, Asian, Samoan, Korean, Hispanic. They going to follow my lead. She going in for the kill. She going in for the kill. She about to.
She even said it herself.
I know.
She said it herself.
I know.
And then a day later, I saw her with those white women.
Yes.
I said, you know what? Yeah. I see what's about to happen. Anger,
I see what's about to happen.
Anger, man. You. It's done. It's over with.
And look at all that yelling and being upset. None of that is gonna save you. All that loud, all of that ain't gonna do nothing. You asked for it. Without asking for it. You asked for it without asking for it, but you actually asked for it.
And the thing is, she's playing cat and mouse with Anger.
Yes.
Because when she was over there on Sister George and shit, Anger Man tried. No, it wasn't Sister George. But she was over there on what's the name's channel? And he tried to show up, and she left. Anger Man had been chasing her around all over YouTube. Read 4 or 5 panels where she's at, he pops up. She leaves. He pops up. She pops up. He pops up. She's doing that all over the place, right?
Yeah.
No, she's not afraid of him.
Hey, and you know how we having fun? Hey, Big J, you know how we having fun with the movies, right? I got one for you. Okay, so you good with the movies. I'm gonna go there with you with the old school Clash of the Titans. Ooh.
1980.
Yes, and you know what? And guess who's Zeus? You remember he had Aphrodite and, the one that had the owl and this and that and other, the women in there. And then they had one man, the old school one. Yeah, back in the 80s. Yeah. She's Zeus. And the women and the women in reverse, they're the men gods. I'm just saying, as far as remember how we putting things in place, just using an example, but I'm taking a movie. She's Zeus. She thinks of herself as, the god, the prize anyway, but I'm literally using that movie Clash of the Titans as if like she's going to be the one dictating. She's going to be the one, even with the interviews that she's doing, the interviews that she says, oh, I don't do interviews with men, and they come to me, and the certain ones that she has a respect for. She's playing Zeus. I ain't saying God, but she's playing Zeus. She's building an army by her command. And she's using an army as if like, if I got to use the men and play y'all, even though I'm standing with the women, black and white, but I'm going to play y'all men, and I'm going to use the Nevs. When you mentioned it, you just said it, the Asian ones. I'm going to use the Bis, all of them that falls under the LG, the lettering, fill in the blank. And she's gonna be the one taking the lead in the charge, in the in the battle.
As a historian, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna use a historian. I'm gonna use a see what she did.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use 2 historical facts.
Okay.
Remember Fabius Maximus?
Yes.
The famous Roman general.
Yes.
When Hannibal got his elephants from Africa and he was invading the Roman Empire, he went into Spain and France, and he was going to
Rome. Butt. Yep.
Yeah, he was kicking everybody's ass.
Yep.
That's Angry Man.
Yep.
Angry Man was kicking everybody's ass. But Fabius is her.
Yeah.
Fabius did something that nobody else did. See, Fabius. See, everybody else tried to fight Hannibal out there in the battlefield.
Right.
What she did, what Priscilla did, she's attacking these supply lines. Because elephants need what? Food.
Yes.
And water. Well, if you poison the water, if you burn the crops, those elephants gonna starve. And
that's right.
Are gonna be standing by them damn selves.
There you go.
That's what she's doing.
There you go.
Listen. I use another.
That's a good example. Go ahead.
I'll use another historical example.
Okay.
Texas independence. Sam Houston.
Okay.
Just came into Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Destroyed the Alamo. All them idiots at the Alamo that Sam Houston told them, don't fight at the Alamo. You better run. He told them. They stayed like a bunch of dumbasses.
Yeah.
Got slaughtered by the Mexican army. So what Sam Houston did, he ran so far towards the east that Santa Anna split his own army into 3 different groups.
Mm-hmm.
So when he split the army in 3 different groups and they were spread out, his army got weak. So that kept going. Sam Houston trapped them up in San Jacinto. That's what she's doing to Angry Man in the manosphere. No, and I'm like, wow, y'all can't sit there and get it.
Wow.
I can't sit there. See, that's why she kept running away from Angry Man. Angry Man pops up, she leaves the chat.
Right.
Angry Man, she pops on somebody else's channel. Angry Man pops up, she leaves the panel.
Right.
What she's gonna do is, I'm a woman. I'm being harassed.
Right. You know what? I didn't even see that like that. That's cold. But at the same time, dang. I'm not saying cold like, oh, that's messed up. I mean like, yo, the way of thinking, the way of doing that strategy, Big J, is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Strategizing.
Yeah.
Check that out.
Yeah. That's
what and falling for it too at the same time.
But she's not scared of his ass. She's not scared of his ass.
No, she's not. I know she's not.
She's making him weak, making him weaker, making him weak. All them niggas that was behind Angry Man, they're falling off. They keep falling back because they bored this shit. She want Angry Man to herself.
To herself. Wow.
And she can just close that trap on his ass. And I'm like, man, y'all don't see this shit.
And you know what? It's almost Big J. It's almost like a challenge. It's like saying, I don't want you, and I don't want you. I want him.
Yeah.
You know, in some cases, I don't want you. You a little small peon, and you just a little whatever. You know, like in chess, you know, you just a pawn. You know, in peon pawn, whatever. And you don't play a role, and you not even worth my time. But I want that one right there.
Right.
That's the one I want.
And I'm
And you know, even though this is like on some realness and on some manosphere, not, but it is manosphere stuff. It's like a game. You know how some do this like a sport. Some know how to do it like a sport, meaning some women know how to do it, Big J, like it's a sport, and they do it well. And even if they haven't gotten to top speed or level, give it some time. Give it some time. It's a sport right now. It's about to become, or it's already become a sport.
Yeah. So we about to get on the 8-hour mark on this. This is supposed to end about 4 hours ago. We still on this shit.
We still on it. I'm having a great time because you know what? Because it had to get out there, and whoever clips it, takes it, talks about it, even if it's later on Regis. I don't care.
Staying up. Staying up. I mean,
yeah. I'm having a great time because, like I said, I'm having fun, and a lot of things had to be talked about. We had to be brought up, had to be spoken. You know, it had to be mentioned. We had to talk on this, man. I mean, yeah, maybe 4 hours wasn't enough. It's just we need to get it in because what we're speaking of now, not that we're fortune tellers, watch what's about to happen. Yeah. And it could almost be like how some say, Big J, we told you so.
Yeah,
I told you.
I'm looking at this shit. I said, you know what? I see it. You know, as somebody who read history and shit, knowing how military tactics are.
Yeah,
that's why though. When I sit down and I watch Priscilla talk, I felt like, goddamn, this woman can lead an army.
Hey, check this out. Even though it was brought out lately, hold on. Okay, Sweet Life of Atari. If you're familiar with her, she did. Okay, so she did. Check this out. You know, okay, just throwing this out there. She did a video apologizing, saying, "Hey, she apologizes. This woman actually served a position, rank, officer. She actually had a position." You reminded me when you just said that, Big J. This woman can run an army. So even though we didn't know at first, and degrees or whatever like that, accolades, all that stuff, she's actually served, which was we already knew, but had a position. So you mentioned had an army. It ain't just on that preaching and a cult and so on some church. Yeah. She held a position. I'm gonna say it again for the third time. She looks like at this point she can run an army. She can. I told you it was an army she's building, but she can run an army. It's something that I ain't saying. I can't put my finger on it. No, we've already put our finger on it. This woman, like on some whole Game of Thrones, is about to literally awaken the dead. She's already awakened the dead, but she's putting them in place. And when it's time to be like charge. That's what she's going to do. She's going to be the head of it. And even if Cynthia G is like, you know what? I've tried it before. You got this. You got my blessings. And she's going to run with it and be like, you got it. Thank you very much. Not that she needs it, but that's all she needs. And she is about to slaughter.
Oh, yeah. Listen,
she's going to slaughter.
Everybody was calling me a simp. Oh, Big J, a simp. No. By me listening to that woman, I thought, oh, this woman, I was like, man, where I can sign up to a list. Because goddamn, the way she know how to speak and shit, I was like, well, goddamn, this woman can know how to will lead men into battlefield to victory.
Because on one end, and look at Big J, regardless if some are just coming across, if some are just coming across her that are brand new, where it's like, where did she come from? And some have popped up and said, I'm gonna throw this out there. I think Joe had maybe said it too. He was like, no, she's been around a long time. And if I might have gotten that wrong. If somebody has said it because it was being
Joe and Miss Sunkiss.
Sunkiss. Okay, so it was like, yo, she's been around. She ain't nothing new. And you know what? And he or she, they are right. She's been around, Big J, to where it's like, oh my goodness, she's been around for a minute. It ain't just no, oh, she got kicked off of TikTok and some people banned her and where she came from. It was like all of this
maybe it did just take 5 years. Maybe it took 10 years. This was in the making to where she's at now. There is no stopping. You know, like the whole like, oh, we gonna put it into this. We gonna stop it. Big J, there is no stopping her at this point.
No.
It's to the point, like you said something where it's like when you listen to her, I'm not jumping on the bandwagon like that, but I'm not putting her on a pedestal. But at the same time, I'm looking at it to where it's like, oh shoot.
Man,
Those ones look at Big J. Those ones taking it for granted to be like, small time, little time. I even look back at it, and that was within the last maybe a week and a half, just recently, shortly. I said, what we're talking about now, I caught on to it. I said, oh boy, I'm seeing what's about to happen and what's going on. So we can put aside that whole thing of like, oh, well, this is what she's trying to turn them into, and this is what she's trying to do. And she even has switched up and said, no, yeah, F all that. She even switched up and said, you can hold on to your, you know what I mean, the D. You can love it, you can have it all you want, this together. I'm on a different mission. Like he's literally on a mission. You can have that if you want. That's okay. I'm not gonna stop you. But I got a mission. I got a goal. And I'm gonna complete that mission.
Niggas on here are stupid.
Hmm.
Oh, she's leading black women to be lesbians. Get the fuck. Who? You can't turn old straight woman to a lesbian. It's impossible. They're grown. You can't do it. That's the dumbest argument. That's like saying, oh, having Nina around here will make you gay.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. Nobody can force somebody to become gay. That's the dumbest argument I ever heard of. Anyway.
Hey, Big J, I'm gonna leave you with this one. Okay, because I'm having fun with the movies. Remember Conan?
Which one?
With James Earl Jones.
Oh, you're talking about the first one. Okay.
The first one. Okay, with Schwarzenegger. You know, when he was younger. You know, the buffer one. Okay. Remember when they came in and slaughtered because it was all about steel, fire and steel and fire. You know, besides the the whole until he discovered the power of. Yeah. Okay. So he came through that beginning scene. Big J comes in, slaughters. James Earl Jones and his army comes in. Kills, stabs the dad or whatever. The dogs eats him, bites on him, eats him up. The father, Schwarzenegger's dad, father. He was a child and all that. That one scene when the mother is holding the son's hand and she's got the sword. And we going with the Priscilla thing again. Uh-oh. Priscilla, yes. And Priscilla is James Earl Jones with the wig and everything, walking up. And the mother is looking as if like, but like, you remember how you said reverse the roles? Like if it was such and such and such and such, when we were talking earlier about the Warren Danini thing and, and with the Aries thing. Okay, well, I'm using this example. Imagine it, even with the manosphere, holding on to the hands of the other manosphere, children, disciples, whatever group. And James Earl Jones, which is Priscilla, walks up and staring at the manosphere in their face, like, I'm looking at you. And they looking. Dropping their forces, dropping their defenses. Once again, that one scene. But even before that, taking off the helmet. Just that one scene, just taking off the helmet. Priscilla taking off whatever, you can clown her if you want, the shades, the this, the that, the hat. And she just takes her sword, but she turns away and you get and they distracted by some BS. And she turns around, Big J, and takes that sword and wields it. And chops off the mother's head or the manosphere's head. You get me?
Yeah.
The mother, which I'm just saying the manosphere. And when the mother or when the mother dropped, the kid was just looking at it, which was Schwarzenegger, like as if like, dang, you just killed my mother. You just killed my mother. And the mother just dropped to the ground. And Priscilla or James Earl Jones just looked as if like, next, gather up all the children. Gather up all these manosphere minions or the group, whoever you are. I'm coming in to take you out, to delete you. I can't use that word. I ain't going to use it on yours to mess up your channel. I'm coming in to delete you all. But some of you all aren't smart enough to even see it. I'm going to take you out.
Man.
I'm going to take you all out.
I'm looking at this like, yo, I'm like, Pete, I'm glad you are probably the only person that's seeing the way I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at it like, well, I know the next logical step is going to be I know what's in the storyline is going to be. It's like, well, you know what? I'm gonna.
Yeah. Right.
Yes. Is a comment. Right.
What did she say? What did she say? I
He
didn't
said,
catch it.
Coach Malik said, "Is this a Coleman reference?"
Reference.
It is. Yes,
You know what? Yes, it is.
yes, it is.
Yes, it is, Coach Malik. It is. It's
Yeah,
it's a Conan reference,
man.
and you know it, and maybe you got it too, Big J. It is. You just got to have foresight. You
Mm,
can't fight it. It just takes foresight. That's
see,
all it takes. Not
and,
not stupidity. It takes foresight.
and this is what David Carroll said
Yes.
before he passed away. He said,
Right.
"Black men don't know how to read plays." He always talked about. You remember that video he did about black quarterbacks and how black quarterbacks suck? You remember that racist video?
No, I didn't see that one. No.
Okay. Years ago, David Carroll always used the black quarterback reference when he talked about the black manosphere,
Right.
and he always used like y'all can't read plays. Like you can't. You want to you keep throwing the ball to the fucking tight end, but then the what's the name? The wide receivers right there in it open. You keep doing the same predictable
Keep doing the
play.
same thing. Yeah. And you know what? I'm glad you say that because that's what it is. Some of these individuals, some of these ones are too predictable. Play by play, Big J, knowing every move. I know your every move. Meaning in her case, some of these women as well, not even falling for it. I know your every move. I know what you're gonna say. I know what move you're gonna make. Besides the whole checkers chess things, I know you through and through. To the point that you're gonna repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. You're gonna go on another channel, you're gonna say the same thing. I got you. Right there, like some Star Wars again with Darth Vader. I know I keep going with it when he had Luke Skywalker and he said, "I got you now." Except for Solo saved his butt, with the Millennium Falcon. But same thing, where it was like he was on Luke Skywalker's butt before destroying the Death Star. I got you now. So in a case like this, I don't know, Big J, who's gonna be up in there trying to save him. But I know individuals are being taken out one by one and falling back.
The Lord will take you one by one. I remember that song at the funeral. The Lord going to take you one by one. I got that song in my head. I said, amen to that.
And you and I both don't know. They might be in church right now. They might be in their knees right now with their hands put together in prayer to be like, "Lord, I come to you through your son, Jesus Christ." Doing a prayer. Like, if you ain't heard my prayers and listened to me, well, I need you to listen to me right now.
Okay. Exposure gonna talk about what's gonna happen to Jason Voorhees. Well, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna give two flying fucks about Jason Voorhees after what she's gonna do to Anger Man. Okay. After they dismantled the Black Manosphere, who is going to back Jason Voorhees, aka Tito? Nobody. Okay. Nobody's going to have his he'll be like the crash test dummy, and people be like, really, y'all want this dude to defend us black men? Get out of here. The leftovers, no, man. Y'all might as well just take out your swords, just like
and fall on them.
In the lost World War II, that took out this sword, put on that little.
No, Big J, like the samurais, when they lose or when they defeat it and they take the sword and they just.
And they do the what's it called, the tutata? What are they?
Something like that. Yeah.
That's what they need to do. When it's
that's cold. That's cold. Where it's like, we've just been defeated. You've just sunk our battleship. I've sunk your battleship. Yeah.
It's over with.
It's over with. Yeah, you know, in some cases it's over with. And we're watching this little by little over and over and over again. And even when it comes down, okay, we in 2023, 2024, going into 2025, it's gonna be right back to like, how did we get here? How did we allow this to happen? Scratching heads and everything. Big J, like, what? Huh?
It's
Really?
going to be like 2013. Remember when they wiped out the first Manosphere? Remember Manosphere 1.0? And they wiped the motherfuckers off of YouTube. And
See, I didn't come around until
Oh man, that
2015.
shit was bad. That
Really?
bad, dude. Okay. Let me.
Yeah, I didn't come in until like all up in 2015, so I missed it.
Okay.
Okay.
I was still in my 20s, right?
Right.
I was still in my. I'm about 40 right now, right?
Yeah.
I was still in my 20s at this time.
Okay.
Okay. Master 1.0 was popping, right?
Okay.
Sorry,
Right.
Willie Pete, Pink Elephant, Sewing Black, Wacky Stupid Ass. All those people's over there doing all this shit, right?
Right.
All of a sudden, a couple things happened all at once. It happened like because Obama just got elected, right?
Right.
So, well, actually, what happened was Tim Alexander made that movie, The Diary of a Tired Black Man.
Yeah, I saw that movie.
That started 1.0, right?
Okay.
That really started 1.0. But anyway, anyway, so that we was on YouTube. We've seen all this shit on YouTube and shit. And Anthony Powell deleted Asia McGowan.
Okay.
That was one thing that happened in February of 2009. Because that was one of those women who got murdered
Right.
on YouTube. Second thing that happened, and it was like a slow progress. It was like a slow death.
Right.
So when that happened, Willie Pete got blamed for what Anthony Powell did. So everybody target Sarge and Willie Pete.
Yeah.
Okay. Next thing, Sarge and Pete start doing that pro-black bullshit, and then like before that, hope I got this story right, but the timeline right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had this white girl sucking his dick while he was bad-mouthing black women.
Okay.
Well, that add on to another layer of bullshit, on Willie.
Yeah.
Then though Willie Pete decided to go pro-black, and he got us a black woman, and then that killed his reputation. Okay, now let's put that to the side because there was other shit going on along with it.
Yeah.
Okay, then came Crazy Bruh. Well, this happened in 2013, 2012, right? Well, Crazy Bruh was one of these guys who complained about black women out there. He was a Tommy Sotomayor, he was like a Tommy Sotomayor type, right? And Tommy was around during this time, but Tommy was still in his infancy. Tommy was this little ass nigga. He had a small ass channel and shit, right? Wait, hold on. I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised that Willie Pete's after a sexy goddess crushing on her. Let me say this. I wouldn't try her though. I wouldn't try her.
What's up, Gabe? Yeah, like look at Big J. Why not?
Yeah, why not? No,
why not?
But
shoot,
I look at her, but I wouldn't try her. No, no, I wouldn't. But anyway, when Crazy Bruh and those women like Gina Jacobs, what is that white girl? No, not the white girl. The black woman that acts white. She has a YouTube channel called Black Girl in the Big Dress. I talked to her. She's down here. She's about at least 45 miles from me.
I don't know who you speaking of. I mean, you know some channels, but I don't know who that is.
I know her in person because me.
Okay.
Because me and her about I'm like an hour away from her. she's a YouTuber by the name of a black girl in a big dress, right? Because she's in the coastal area of Texas. You know, she got that cute Texas accent. You know, that sound like a Valley Girl accent. You know, some women kind of sound like that down here along the coastline of Texas. But anyway,
Yeah.
so there's her. All of them niggas showed up on Dr. Drew's channel. And you know who Dr. Drew is, right? He's on CNN and shit.
Yes, I do. Yep.
This nigga, crazy bruh, gonna sit there and grab Gina Jacobs in the ass.
Now that's bold.
Because Dr. Drew was kind of like, why are black men and black women on social media having this gender war? That was a whole show. He brought a psychologist. He brought some people up on the team panel up there. And Gina Jacobs, when she was on YouTube, or her ass is still on YouTube, and Crazy Broad came up on there. And you know, I might have the footage of that. I have that video saved somewhere in my archives, but he came up over there and they was talking and shit, right? And she would say, "Black men, will you forgive me? I got my money. And I want my respect." That's what Crazy Broad was telling her. So they got real close, right? And she would say, "Well, can you hug me? Can you forgive me?" So she got her arms open trying to embrace him, right?
Right.
So he went ahead and they started hugging and shit, right?
Right.
And right there on her left ass cheek, and she put the shit out of that motherfucker.
He like, Big J, you only live once.
Yeah, like you only live one shit. If I'm going to die today,
If I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out with a smile and a big hug and a big squeeze, like, a whole handful. Yep.
Yeah, and I was like, you niggas is y'all dumb. And she said, "You right thus far with the history. Thank you very much, Letitia. Thank you. Yes, I am. I appreciate that." And then because that shit was embarrassing. That happened around 2013, right?
Right.
2012. Tommy just came to being at that time. So I'm gonna take Tommy out the way because Tommy just became popular at the time. Anyway, all of the black men. Well, of course, Doug and Tisha had a problem with Sergeant with a Pete, and they had that little civil war with Sergeant with a Pete and shit. Oh yeah, hold on. That's when and then that. Yeah. Hold on. Let's not go there yet. Because it's so much that was going on at the time. I can't really put it all in. It's so much I can't condense the shit in, right?
You're right.
Information, right? But I'm only going to take out the big shit, right? So most of the black men got flagged. So they said, "Fuck this shit." And this is when YouTube was not part of Google. All right. So it was easy to knock out channels out back then.
Right.
So they all created a website called Gen X. It's saying like what Free Speech Avenger was.
Right.
But without the crazy shit. You know, that Free Speech Avenger, that was like a porn site. The government shut down. I think that I'm on the FBI list because I'm on that website.
Right.
Because I put some of my videos on YouTube on that Free Speech Avenger website. So I think the FBI is watching my ass too. You know. But yeah, because David Carroll was over there. Anyway, besides the point, hold on, I'm going off the tangent here. But yeah, everybody went to Gen X. Well, what happened to Gen X website? Well, some niggas don't want to pay money. Some niggas don't want to donate. Some niggas want to wild the fuck out. That's how Gen X collapsed.
Right.
And 1.0 ceased to exist. Because you know.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still. I'm trying to read what Soul Provider is saying.
What he saying?
He's saying, you may want to make streams focus on each art, BJ, kind of like how Wacky World did it. I'm on that political shit. I'm telling y'all goodbye on this shit. Y'all can have it because this shit about to slaps on y'all ass. Yeah, y'all don't see it. I don't. You know, I've been here long enough. Me and V-Dub been here since the beginning. We know how this shit is going to end. All right, we know how this shit's going to end. So y'all might as well just sit there and be prepared for it. But anyway, hold on. Brian Solage made the block hot on that. Yeah, Brian Solage. Yeah, Brian Solage. He made that whole website too damn hot for comfort. I couldn't even post videos on that website. I used to post shit on there like videos like I did like 3 years, about 5 years ago. I used to put videos over there and things that had nothing to do with black women. I mean, videos,
Right.
like political videos, how education system fuck up America up, to the underclass, all that shit, right? Put all them.
You're right.
I can't even do it. I said, you know what? Since Brian Solage made it to a porn site and more about ghetto gaggers,
Right.
you know what? I gotta talk about that shit. I gotta talk about that shit. That shit, because David Carroll says something in the email. He was talking about how. Well, okay, but what I'm saying, what happened to the Gen X? That website died out, and the 1.0 dudes are no longer making videos on YouTube. They all quit after Gen X.
Right.
They stopped coming on YouTube at all, except for Willie Pete, the Pink Elephant, and people like Rick Scorpio. You know, they stopped. Everybody else kind of more or less, you know, quit. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I was up on Brian Salage's site, the Free Speech Avenger, the Black Avenger site, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, anyway, David Carroll sent out an email out complaining about somebody taking his voice and put it on the video. He said these motherfuckers took my voice and put it on the video, yada 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 yada, right? Oh, I said, well, I'll be damned. Now I'm reading this email, right? Because I do got David Carroll's emails, because he emailed me and shit, called me, and my ex-girlfriend a bunch of coons, monkeys, and apes and shit. Because we used to talk to him and shit, right? And laugh at his stupid ass. Anyway, so she was showing a video about some white dude. I said, what is he? You know, normally David Carroll don't talk about white people. He always talk about how awful black women are and how black men are dumb, right? And I said, I'm looking at this shit. I said, really, nigga? So, you know how niggas love to talk about ghetto gaggers? What about ghetto gagger? You always hear that stupid ass tagline. Niggas always say that talking point. What about ghetto gaggers? Black women on ghetto gagger. Da da da. Niggas are stupid on here, right? Do you know the Ghetto Gaggers website took David Carroll's videos and played it on their website?
No, I thought was it you? I know, right? But
No,
did you go ahead?
I went on Pornhub.
Oh,
right? I went
okay.
on Pornhub, and I went on what's that other website? X Hamster.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I looked up Ghetto Gaggers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching some of his Ghetto Gagger videos. Who do I see up on the footage? Okay, you see a black woman and two white men doing what they're doing to this black woman, right?
Right.
Her, you know, they beat up on her ass and shit. You know, they anally doing all that shit to her, right? You know, forcing themselves on this black woman, right?
Right.
As they're doing this shit, I'm looking at the background. They had a TV screen playing. I see David face on the fucking screen. Then I'm listening to a voice saying, "The black woman." You know how David Carroll, you hear that talk?
Yeah.
Man, I was like, yo, time out. Y'all See, and this is how stupid these black manosphere SYSBM dudes. Do you know these white boys are making money off of y'all's pain,
Yep.
hatred of black women by using that ghetto gagger site?
Yep.
And even Brian Salage tried to interview the owner of that website, right? The owner of the website said, "Well, y'all are our biggest advertisers." In the story,
That's
y'all
messed
are our
up.
biggest advertisers.
Oh no! Wow.
That's
Mm-mm-mm.
why I tell these niggas, you got to shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Talk about something else. You niggas is dumb.
Dumb. Look at dumb. Hey, what did we say earlier? Big J, you say it. You can say
You
it.
got to eradicate the stupidity.
Yes, and you can't afford to be dumb in 2024.
If you are a black man, you can't afford to be dumb in 2023.
That's right. 2023.
And that
Yep.
shit happened in 2020.
Yeah, right.
So what year did David Carroll passed away? What 2020, 2021?
Was it 2020?
Or
Oh,
something like that?
yeah.
Well, that shit happened in 2019,
20,
2020.
2021. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. It happened around that time.
Right.
And I'm looking at this shit. I was like, really? Y'all actually playing other people's YouTube videos, downing black women, and you got two white men, a bunch of white men going after this black girl on the fucking floor and shit, on the couch, slapping her and shit. I said, y'all can't come on YouTube and complain about what about ghetto gaggers, because y'all on ghetto gaggers yourselves. Y'all trashing your own women.
Doing the job for
gaggers,
doing the job for us, Big J. Doing the job for us.
While those white men had pinned down this black girl and y'all having every way with her. Boy, I swear to God, man. Y'all, I said, listen, I'm done. It showed how stupid you. And I told them years ago, talk about something else.
Right.
Why y'all so focused on black women? Can't y'all talk about something else, please? There's bigger things we should be worrying about. But no, all the black bitch and the black hoe, and I'm like, y'all can't sit there and compute this shit. Y'all can't compute and say, listen, they're gonna use this shit against y'all's dumbasses. That's why they don't respect your ass. That's why the world don't respect you dumbasses. You're telling the world about your damn problems. Stop telling the world what your problems are. Well, at the same time, I'm kind of glad they are, so women can be safe. That on the flip side, it's a good thing they're saying this shit, so women can know who not to fuck with. Oh, that shit that's good on that part. But I'm just like, yeah. Hold on. Ghetto Gaggers clip. That's what I'm saying, Exposer. Ghetto Gaggers clip about the ways he can shut the webs. Yes. They clipped Sean James. They clipped Brian Salage, David Carroll. Let me see who else they clipped. Two other people. Two other people that had three more that had clipped. And I'm like, y'all can't see this shit, how dumb you niggas are?
Big J, I was gonna tell Exposer, I hope his flat top was on point. You on candid camera.
Hey man, I'm like, y'all they so dumb.
So dumb.
Damn, you can't afford to be stupid. And that's what's going to happen to Anger Man. And they're closing that trap on Anger Man's ass. And somebody asked me, Big J, why you keep calling out Anger Man? Anger Man is not gonna come after you. He's gonna come down from the clouds and debate you like what happened with BGS. You know what? You're right. I don't have to worry about Anger Man. All I have to do is sit back and watch, because Anger Man exposed himself. He made himself wide open for an attack. He left himself wide open. And Priscilla, like you said, Priscilla already formed that army because she got those white women. She got those the black women already with her. The black women are already with her. She got those white women, those Asian women coming around, and she got those LGBTQ people. They're gonna close the door on Angel.
They gonna close the deal, Big J.
Yeah,
They
they're
gonna
gonna
close the deal. They gonna
It's
go
coming.
in for the kill and close the deal as
Yeah,
if like, yep.
white,
And you know
white.
what? Oh, and you know what's so interesting? It just hit me when I mentioned close the deal. She'll usually mention about her experience as a used car salesman, new or used. She's gonna close the deal with her selling skills, her skills as a saleswoman, saleswoman, and she's gonna use her background, everything she can. Just like, okay, I was watching this. I guess somebody was doing like a gamer. No, it was just a cartoon, the cartoon version of Superman. And Superman was going Big J against the Hulk, getting his butt whooped by the Hulk. And I thought about it. I said, besides the super strength and this, that, and the other, Superman ends up 9 times out of 10 using his laser beams.
Right.
Or even freezing. He opened up his mouth, and freeze uses the cold air. He got them different skills and stuff besides flying and strength. I thought about it with Princella. She's gonna use not just every angle, everything she's got in her arsenal. And if it ain't even everything, it's close. And if and even if it's close or not close, she'll have someone that will make up with the other skills. She got her own skills, but she'll come in with the ones that you just mentioned, and it'll make up for the skills that she doesn't have. But at the same time, she even not in a bragging way, she even mentioned how she taught herself like Spanish, different things. She's no dummy, in other words. There will be those ones in her army that are like, oh, that's okay. We will pick up the torch. You leave with the torch, but if your arm gets heavy, we will pick up the torch. If we don't even pick up the torch, we will pick up you to even continue to carry the torch. That's what it's starting to become. It will become. And those other ones from what you said, what we mentioned, Big J, the Nevs, the other in the alphabet, all of that, we got skills too. We gonna come with our own, Big J, attorneys, the ones that know the law.
Like attorneys like Sophie L.
Nelson. I was waiting for that, Big J. I was like, you ain't getting up out of here without mentioning her. The good old days.
I know shit.
That's right.
I've been wanting to bring her ass up.
Yeah, I was like, give it a minute, Big J. I said to myself, because I was gonna mention her earlier, but I was like, you right on time with it. Ones like Sophia Nelson, and you remember how that went, or with all the drama and harassment and all of that. Yeah.
Listen, Sophie A. Nelson almost destroyed Dylan.
She almost destroyed him.
Destroyed him and Obsidian.
That's right. Took their heads.
But the problem was, with that shit, if Kristen Karazan and Simone 5-6 and them, if they had not stabbed her in the fucking back,
right,
these niggas would have been gone. If they had not stabbed Sophia A. Nelson in the back, all the 2.0 would never exist.
Yeah.
That would never exist. O'Shea, everybody from O'Shea,
all of that. Yep.
Would never even Kevin Samuels will still be alive doing perfume and shit.
And you know what? And I'm not going to call them amateurs compared to the Princella. And look at Big J compared to now in 2023. You went back in the good old days with just them and what they were able to do, and almost had them scared and running. What they was about to do if they didn't get stabbed in the back, like you said. I was around during that time and watched all of that. The heck with that whole. Okay, we mentioned earlier about that list. You can throw that in there, but we already talked about that. Just her. What was the other one you mentioned? Not whoever you said was about to get on.
Kristen Karazan.
The other one.
Chrissy.
No, the other one. You said Simone. Let
me see.
No, you just had said it.
See who.
They was all together. They were talking. It was right there with Crystal and Karazan. She would be on there.
China Fox.
No, she was like.
But China Fox was there though. She She was
Remember
there.
they was trying to get the
The
SOS group.
The
Yes, the
SOS.
SOS. Who was
Right.
it? It was Crystal and Kirsten's right hand person.
Simone 5'6".
Simone 5'6".
Yeah.
Simone, you had just said it. Simone 5'6". Her right there. They had something going. They had something. And then it got messy. Then it got mixed with money. You know what I mean? Messing with the money.
And that old white man that they was trying to fuck.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh.
Let me shut up on that. I'm gonna be quiet on that one.
Now, hey, I'm gonna give you. No, you good. Like you said, keep it quiet. This is what's gonna help them not lead the march. Not this time. She pretty much gonna take care of what they couldn't. What's that saying? Take a grown man to take the lead of a grown man's job, a boy to do what's that saying? That's the same thing, but on the female's end. Take a man to do what is it?
Don't give a girl a woman's job.
Something like that. Well, in this case with Priscilla, hey, similar. Like, in other words, y'all let a man get involved coming away along with money and the money tip with the SOS. That's where y'all failed. She's not going to fail, Big J. She's going to not even pick up the torch. She's going to do what they couldn't do. Because they did it back then, almost as far as wiping out and destroying them right there. Sophia Nelson, who you mentioned, them right there. But maybe the Janga Lang got involved. Something came in between that. Got distracted.
Exposure. Here is what though you don't get. Yes.
Yeah.
The sisterhood can sit there and crumble. Even as she's doing it, it's still not going to phase her. Because
I get what that comment just came in, but it's not going to phase her. Like it's almost like she studied it to where it's like, I seen the pros and cons and I seen the weaknesses of some of y'all, including some of the mammies, and it's not going to stop me in my mission.
Right. Because
no matter what.
Because here is his thing though.
Yeah.
That's why she's bringing white women into this shit. That's why she's bringing Asian women into this. Because that sisterhood shit, black women can't. I say this years ago. Black women cannot defeat the black.
Right. And what I was trying to say, Big J, don't send a boy to do a grown man's job. That's what I was trying to say. But you was on it on the women's tip.
Right.
Don't send a boy to do a grown man's job. That's saying it's the same thing. Don't send a little girl to do, as you mentioned, a grown woman's job. And she knows what she's working with. She knows who she has to handle or deal with, and it ain't phasing her. Like, she's to the point to where she's gotten rid of most of her distractions. She knows what's a distraction to her, and she's putting it out there as an example. Like, you can throw that in there and that ain't even gonna phase me. What would phase y'all, that ain't even gonna affect me.
It's not gonna touch her.
It's not gonna touch her.
Now Cynthia G could saturate with her hatred of white women. Like, again, even if Cynthia does that still is not going to phase Priscilla, because
it's not.
Priscilla's willing to work with people outside her race.
Yeah.
See, here's his thing. Here, I'm gonna say this too.
Right.
I'm glad to expose and mention it. When the black master is gone, Cynthia's is going to be gone too with him. So divest her. As soon as the black master cease to exist, the divestors, the Cynthia G's, the black woman spheres, is going to cease to exist, because they need the black master to survive.
But you know what? You threw up a name, Big J, and correct me if I'm wrong, just to throw that out there and stuff. Black woman sphere is taking another route. Remember when we said run for the hills for different individuals in the black manosphere?
Yeah.
Black woman sphere is like, you know what? I'm on some spiritual Messiah, biblical. I'm on some other stuff. I'm out.
And me and her,
yeah,
got problems. I do got problems.
Okay.
Because she's still a moderator over here.
Okay.
She's still a mod. She's
gotcha.
I still got
gotcha.
I got to deal with her. If I see her, I got to deal with her one-on-one. I got.
Okay.
But the thing is,
it's
it's something the way what she did on Bombs Channel that pissed me off.
You talking about a minute ago, a while ago?
About a year ago.
A year ago, yeah, it had to be a minute ago. Okay,
Yeah, it was about a
not
minute
too
ago.
long ago, but a
No,
minute
it's
ago.
not too long ago, but it was something she did was some fucked up bullshit. I'm
Gotcha.
going to have to dress her when I see her, but she's trying to avoid me at this point. And good. Now I'm but anyway, the thing is,
Go ahead, Big J.
oh
You,
no,
you,
go
I
ahead.
was gonna say this. Okay, and this is not talking nothing. I remember you gave me an example of when you spoke of bomb, or not Black Woman Sphere, but the bomb. Remember with Verbal Celeste? Remember let's see. Remember they were forming that group. What was it?
The THMC.
Yeah. I said, you know what? This is talking about in Priscilla's case. This is bigger than that. Whatever they was trying to form as a group of women. You know.
Listen.
Go ahead.
About the THMC women.
Go ahead.
Those women wasn't going to do shit.
Mm.
Those women ain't gonna do shit. I mean, the THMC women. I've worked with these women.
Yeah.
Yes. I was trying to get. I was trying to get with Mother Earth at one point. I was trying to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They're not as bad.
It is what it is, right?
Yeah, but it's not as bad as people make it out to be. Hold on.
I think you even made a comment to that, Big J. Did you, when you was like, "Man, she is black"? I've never seen her. What she look like?
Oh man, she's fine as fuck. I'm sorry.
Okay, so if that's the case,
man,
all right.
I'm sorry, man. Mother Earth, man, God.
Because I only remember when you mentioned her, like how you saying now, as if like it was on some other a minute ago, when back in them days when it was like Mother Earth.
Man, I tried to holler at her and shit, and she just.
Yeah.
She was bouncing up, saying, nigga, try next time. She was laughing and shit too. She was laughing at my ass.
You know what would have shocked you? No. Yeah, Big J. You know what would have shocked you if you heard one day later on and be like, yeah, and it coming from look at GMT. Yeah, we working on some things, or we just didn't work out. I bet your mouth would have dropped open and be like, you mother, how the hell? I mean, can you just leave one for me, GMT? Just one.
Man, GMT was getting all these women. I'm like,
I know. I don't know how, like a stealth, like a stealth fighter. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how did he get all these women.
How did you get them, and what are you saying?
Yeah, but what are you saying to him? And I'm like,
Big J, it's the Corvette. That's what it is.
No,
the Corvette.
It can't be the Corvette. I'm sorry, it can't be the Corvette.
I know it can't be the Corvette, but look, it's something he's doing.
Pure Butterfly says she's minding her own business. Okay, Pure. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. But that's good. But yeah. With GMT, I don't know how, Big J. How is that not possible? But
how? That's what I'm looking at the how. How are you doing?
And then he coming up with names where it was like, oh heck no. Are you serious? You know what I mean? Like a roster. And while he's reading off the roster, you got some, I'm gonna say it, Big J, just jumping on panels where it's like, yo, you can't even get one. I'm not talking about you, but there's like, you can't even get one and hold on to one. Like he actually bragging without bragging could actually tell you, like, I ain't lying. Like for real.
He doing YouTube videos with him and shit. Like I saw him in Neon Eyes when they came down here, right?
Yeah.
Down here in Texas. I was so nervous, man. I was like, oh my God, these two around here and shit.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm like, and I see him walking along the river, the Colorado River down in Texas and shit. I'm like, oh, here we go.
But you know what? And it's not even. And I know you and I ain't hating on it. You ain't hating on it. It's like, you know what? No. But Big J, you could just look at. All you can do is just sit back and look at it like, dang, okay. And you know what's interesting? Well, it's not even interesting. They ain't ugly. The women ain't ugly.
Shit.
So it's like saying, you know what? All right.
Man, like real life is a fucking fox. Real life is a fucking fox. Shit, and you got.
She's not ugly at all.
Yeah,
not at all.
She's not ugly. Beautiful. These women are beautiful, and I'm like, well, how did this nigga get with him?
You're stupid.
I'm still trying to figure that shit. How the fuck did this?
Look at while Big J, while the onlookers are looking like this, like, yo, with their head to the side, like, yo, no, what? How? Yo?
How?
And he gonna bust out with a book. Well, I'll show you how. Let me tell you how I did it. Is that all it took? GMT? Shoot.
And you know what? And that flew right over everybody's head.
Right.
That flew right over these idiots' head.
GMT go way back too, Big J, back in the days. And all like a stealth, all during that time, GMT was making on that tip, making his moves. Like, yo, getting them, knocking them down. That one too. It was like, don't underestimate me.
Man, I was on the panel one time.
Yeah.
I was trying to hook him up, him and what's her name? What's that crazy woman name?
Who?
Trinity Time Travel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was all melted.
Oh wait, you going back in the good old days when she would jump on the panel. Hey, you know what? You bringing back memories.
Man.
That was another one, regardless of who was first. No, that was a time of Neon Eyes, and before the one that he said he gonna talk about his exes and stuff. That was interesting show. But when it was with Trinity, you remember them good old days? She jump on the panel as if like, I don't even care about you, Neon. I'm getting in. I could give two whatevers about you.
Right.
I'm trying to get at GMT as if like, this is my man, and he just relaxing and just not cheesing, just chilling as if like this ain't no big deal.
You're right. Like,
yeah, Big J, like this ain't nothing. I'm just doing what I do. It's like, yo, while you got cats out there, you know what I mean? As if like, yo, ooh, where it's almost coming off their lips, drooling like even though she might be, as a nutty or whatever's going on with her, some things going on, but I sure would. Yes, I would. Yosemite Sam, as Verbo would say, Yosemite, yeah, I would with Trinity, but him, like, it ain't no big deal.
Yeah, he's sitting there relaxed,
just relaxing, and all she wanted him to do, because I think she and Callie too, all she wanted him to do is get in his ride, Corvette or not, and make that trip like that, like nothing.
Right, I was
like nothing.
And I was like, I'm sitting there, I'm being a dumbass saying, bro, you ain't trying to.
And hey, look at Big J, how smooth it was. No, he was brushing her off, even on his channel when it was like the whole trifecta, Neon over here, he over here. He just like as if like now. Yeah, Big J, I'm not even worried about you, but you know what? I'm gonna put you on pause. Let me work with and deal with Neon. Then I'm gonna come back to you. And it was almost to where it's like with Trinity. Okay, Daddy, take your time, but you just let me know if when Neon messes up, I'm gonna be right there. Ain't that cold?
Man,
that's cold. Not cold like that, but it's like, who you cold? You a cold piece. That's why it was no comparison in this space with him. Yeah, you can't.
See, but I can't do women like that. I can't. Like,
really?
if you got two women, kind of, I can't do that. I just have to. I actually shut down. I actually shut.
You mean putting one on pause, or you just mean one at a time dealing with them, or just what do you mean?
Putting one on pause and shit. I'm gonna shut down. Like, man, I'm being overwhelmed. I'm being overwhelmed. Like,
I'll say this: just don't get their names mixed up.
I don't need one of y'all to talk to me. I don't need 3, 4 of y'all.
I don't need 3, 4, and 5. Right.
Y'all need to flip a coin or some old bullshit. Let me talk to one of y'all. I don't need the rest of y'all. Thank you. We can, I'm kind of like that shit.
But Big J, in comparison, I get you where you're coming from. He could have said anything, like anything, as if like putting them on pause, as if like, you know what, it wasn't meant like that. Just whatever. He could have said anything. It wasn't like that, or it was like that. Not no even. Do you forgive me? Just hold your horses. I'll deal with you. I'm gonna deal with you at a different time. And they like, okay.
And let me say this right now, because I know I got myself in trouble.
Okay.
I feel like I got myself in trouble for what I just said.
Oh no.
That was a joke.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it like that. So let's carry on the conversation, because I know.
Yeah.
I know I'm gonna hear something on after this live stream's over with. But anyway.
Yeah. Anyway. But the handling, just he got it like that, Big J. He literally has it like that. And when it started back then, you could mention life is what's the name? Life is reality. Reality. Real life. The real life. I'll just go with that to keep it short. Real life. It was more of like okay, but it was the numbers were climbing. The numbers were expanding. It was getting more added to the roster. Where it's like, whoa. So you mean to tell me while the ones are fighting over here and having a hate over here, GMT is like, whatever you don't want, I'll take. Whatever you ain't digging, I'm gonna scoop them up with a long spoon, with a big spoon.
Listen,
come over to Papa. I'll take you. I'll take you.
Surprised me. that whole relationship surprised the shit out of me. I didn't know he and her got together.
And you know what? GMT, BMT, Big C, I'm tripping. Big J. It wasn't even like it was a lie. Like literally had the story from even to the point of where the car got destroyed. Driving and he got the story. It ain't like you have some that got a lie to kick it. They lying about their story. They lying on their D. He ain't even lying about it. It's up like no big deal. I ain't got to even lie to y'all.
But I didn't know him hooked up like that. I didn't know those two got made up and all that shit. I didn't know all that shit. I was like,
and neither did I.
Yeah, I was
had to do a double take. Like, okay.
Yeah, like wait, hold on. Like, y'all was an item. I didn't know this shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, what? This surprised the shit out of me.
Surprised a lot of us.
Man, I'm like, what the fuck?
Big J, it was almost like take notes. Now, I'm not saying you, but just in general, take some notes.
Yeah.
Take some notes.
Notes on how the game should be.
I was about to say the game. You look at Big J. Some of them been out the game for like a little, like 5 to 10 years.
I didn't know, man. I didn't know. I was like, they got together.
Yeah.
I was sitting there like scratching my head.
Because
I saw the video of the car and shit.
The video of the car, yeah. And then the one, Big J, the one that I with the car. You mentioned car, and I don't mean to be smacking, just chewing some gum. Check this out. The one with neon eyes, where it's like, shoot, that cutie, neon eyes. Okay. I'm like, all right.
I'm like, yo.
As if like he wasn't playing, but then he didn't have to brag about it either.
Yeah, but
he didn't have to brag about it, and he didn't brag about it.
The neon eyes, her getting up with with neon eyes, right?
Right.
I'm not surprised about that one because they kind of fit their personalities kind of fit, right?
Right.
But when it comes to real life and cyberspace, I was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
But you know what it was?
Listen, I'm still shocked by it. I know it's years.
Right.
But I'm still trying to wrap my head around that shit. Like,
but it seemed like Big J was like kind of like a revenge type of thing. Like he didn't really ask for it and for it to turn out like that. It was from that time, I think, when did GMT mention that because he was kicked out of the Manosphere. Something happened that they were either O'Shea, somebody let him go.
I do not know the whole story. I don't know the whole
story. There's a story behind it, but it was almost like, you know what? Ha ha, I'm gonna get the last laugh. Like you can clown me, talk about me. Let's go back to the whole thing when we talked about earlier about looks. It was like him letting people know as if like, you think I can't get it in and catch? Watch this. And he's letting us know straight up, I'll show you what I can do. Something that he has done that some can't even do. Can't even do. Yeah. He done did that, Big J. Like, yeah. Now I'm not jumping up saying, "Oh yeah, you the man." No. I'm just saying, yeah, he done did it.
I'm just sitting there, just like, man, how did that shit? How? See, nobody knew about it. It was like, damn,
nobody knew about it.
Yeah. Nobody knew about it. I was shocked. Like, wait a minute, hold on. She, because she was over here a lot.
I remember.
Yeah, when she was over here, Cyberspace been over here a lot. So she never, when I talked to her over here, she never
You would have never known.
She never gave out any indication she was with him.
That's right. None of that kissing and telling.
Right,
Nope.
right.
Nope.
Because like real life be coming over here talking about Sandman. You know the
I remember. Yeah.
the superhero Sandman and shit.
Right.
Talking about Sandman and DC Comics and shit like that, and movies and shit, and stuff like that.
Well, he's into that too. GMT is into all of that too. So you know, you could kind of see that similarity, connection.
Right.
Right.
She never really revealed her own relationships and shit.
Right.
She never gave out, and when I saw that video of that car and he talking about the car, and then I went up to her live stream one time. She was talking about the car and what she did to the car and shit, allegedly.
Yes.
I was like, well, I'll be damned. I didn't know this shit.
Now, and during that time, it was like, now you know.
Yeah. Now I know. Okay.
Now I know.
Okay, I see it. Okay, now I know. Man, I'm laughing at that shit. That shit.
But then, and then too, Big J, to even, which is fine, to go that distance where, and I get where GMT in this case is coming from. He's like, I traveled, like I was lost at that time and went all the way over to her neck of the woods, cooking chicken, the best chicken ever. You know what I mean? Just cooking. I mean, take away the other parts when they got into it or whatever happened between them, what he put that out there. But at the same time, it was like, it was worth the chicken. It was worth it. It was worth traveling to where that's where, he was going there. He went there. And then it ended up where it went with the breakup. And that was it for that. Yeah. But it never stopped him, Big J. It's up like, no, it ain't over yet. GMT is enjoying his life. Man. Him and his remote control looking plane or whatever that is, that drone.
Yeah. No. I remember he went to that riot out there.
Yeah.
Man, what's that riot out there with that? What's the name? Who got
where?
In Rittenhouse. You remember that Rittenhouse? That riot that's surrounded. You remember Kyle Rittenhouse shot those two dudes? Okay. Okay. There was a video came out, right?
Right.
GMT was in the streets, right?
Right.
He filming himself, right?
Right.
The whole all I heard was boom.
Wow.
GMT's body flew from off his feet.
What?
That wall, right?
Right.
They beanbag his ass. I thought though they shot his ass. Man, he was walking. Everybody was protesting. Then like a riot all of a sudden broke out in the middle.
Right.
Of the right. So
right.
He's in the middle of this shit. Right. He's filming himself. Got his camera filming the area and shit.
Right.
And he's up there. This happened in Minnesota somewhere, I think, or Michigan.
Right.
It was Wisconsin.
Right.
So he was up there and shit because I think that he was a vet, not vet, a referee and shit, right?
Right.
This nigga was sitting right there. It was walking, right? He's filming with all this shit going on. The car. Mm-hmm. Then all of a sudden, boom! And all I saw was his feet left. He left the ground.
Left the ground. Yeah, left the ground.
His legs left the ground and shit.
Right.
Horizontal, right? Off the ground, horizontal.
Right.
Damn! Somebody shot the shit out of his ass. Who went in and shot? Who in shot this dude? man, he stood there like he's moaning. I said, who is this? Man, that was GMT. I said, come on, bro. What you arrested, dude? Was you arrested?
Right.
Because I was scared because when I saw that gun blast,
mm-hmm.
I thought that was real bullets or real shotgun shells. No, they bag his ass.
But I'm glad he was all right.
Yeah,
he made it through it.
Right. Damn, I was like, fuck, man. Damn, that just scared the fuck out of me, man.
Oh, man.
I thought it was at first. I thought it was a skit.
Yeah.
Of some sort. Like, you know how like Saturday Night Live, in living color, they
Uh-huh.
took a news clip, then they edit people into the news clip and try to make it seem like make it real.
Right.
I thought it was some shit like that, but more when I looked at it, that shit was real.
Yeah. And you know what, Big J, you reminded me of something you just brought up right now. And it's sad that earlier we were talking about movies that we'll never have another in living color. Not today. You
They
know, it was good during its time.
you
You
cannot
can't
bring
duplicate that. Yeah.
no, you can't. It's too because a living color, I think things like in living
Broke most
color,
barriers, all barriers, you trying to say, or just
huh?
it broke all the different barriers that
Yeah,
things you
yeah,
can't do now. Yeah.
yeah, like yeah. It was groundbreaking at the time,
Right.
and if you think about it, I'm gonna put it like this:
Okay.
shows like in living color, living single,
Yeah.
you can't bring them shows back because those came off from the '90s, and in some way, I think some way it was kind of a reflection. And I know I'm gonna go all off the wall on this shit, and
Okay.
I won't, I know people gonna scratch their heads like, Big J, what the fuck you talking about?
Right.
I think it was a reflection of Jesse Jackson's 1988 run.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of black people was galvanized by Jesse Jackson's run for president in 1988. That
Yeah.
that you start seeing shows like that. 'Cause I've been noticing shows was coming out right after his presidential run,
Okay.
and it was like grounds were being broken.
Mm.
The new Jack music was coming.
New Jack Swing. Yeah.
Yeah, New Jack Swing was coming, and
Right.
got then you got all this, the Wayne's brothers uh, came out the woodwork, and then you
Yeah.
you know what's that TV show, New York Undercover, all
Yes.
that,
New York
all
Undercover.
that
Yeah.
was coming
All
out.
of them was coming out the woodwork.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I would look at rock, um Family Matters,
Family Matters. Yeah.
all living with Miss Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
All those shows was coming out at that same time period. And I think it was a young artist, the black artists, the black educators, the black uh
Yeah.
was kind of galvanized by what happened in that election.
Right.
And I think those people, I think they felt their oats, they felt some pride, and that's, and exploded into the social consciousness of, that's I'm gonna sound like a college professor on that shit, but yeah, but that's how I see it though. You know, that's how I
Hey,
think.
let me ask you this, Big J. What's your take? And you got not just GMT. You got your taste. I got my taste. What did you going back in the days of shows? What did you think of Girlfriends? Remember that show?
I remember the show, but I was like a teenage. I was still in my teenage
Oh,
years.
you was. Oh, shoot. Okay.
Hold on, wait a minute. That came out.
With whatever Diana Ross's daughter,
Yeah,
whatever Ross. Yeah,
that was like
her and the other three women. Yeah.
what year did that came out?
What year was that?
It,
Oh,
it, it was like the late '90s. So it was the late '90s. I was about to become an adult.
okay.
Okay, yeah, I was like
Hmm.
17, 18 at the time.
Okay. But do you remember the show?
I
Do
was in my
you?
late teens. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember the show.
Okay.
Um, that show's kind of weird because a white man created that show. One thing,
Really?
yeah, a white man created that show. Kelsey Grammer from
Oh, what? From Cheers?
yeah, from Cheers. Yeah.
He did that?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
Producer, writer, all that shit.
Dang, that was a good. But you said it was kind of weird though. Really?
Yeah,
For what? I mean,
that would made it weird though, because I was like, Kelsey Grammer. I mean, from Cheers, Frasier produced this show. The styles didn't match and shit. Like the styles was kind of like that's not really his style of you know that's not like Kelsey Grammer's style of shows. That's kind of weird. That's why I call it weird.
You know what? I was about to mess with you, and I was gonna mess with you like this, Big J, and say it should have been more black. Is that what you're saying? No,
No. This not
no,
no,
I'm messing with
no,
you.
no, it's not that. It's just that
Yeah,
yeah, you a show about black women, then
right.
white dude is in head of all was creating all of that. He was producing the show. That was his idea and so forth, But
Well,
part
look, hey, Big J. Even though you were younger, this is going back. That's just like
it was in the 2000s, and I was in my 20s then. Yeah,
okay. That's just like Tori Spelling, the dad that created all them other shows. And who was it? Pure is not up here. I think she recalls some of the shows too. She might have been around and recalled these shows like Melrose Place, 90210. You know them. I'm going way back
yeah,
to where it was going back to, like you said, that it was a break for us when the shows, black shows came out. Where it was like, yo, we getting them like just just like crazy, one after another, back to back. Good shows,
yeah.
Yeah. That was the time. That was a hell of a time. Girlfriends or sisters. That's the other one with Queen Latifah. It was a bunch of shows.
And one thing I miss is that
Uh-huh.
late '90s aesthetics. The late 1990s.
Uh-huh.
I miss those days. And the late 1990s aesthetics,
Hmm.
music. Um, People was more. I don't know how I'll describe it. It's different. I mean, the late '90s. As a teenager growing up in the late '90s,
Yeah.
it was it was something. I don't know how to describe it. It was very.
No, we just ain't gonna never get. I'm listening to you. We ain't gonna never get it back because the
Yeah,
'90s was a heck of a time.
yeah,
Way before the 2000 and the Y2K scare, the '90s was it.
yeah,
I ain't even talking about the '80s. I'm talking about right in there in that era in the '90s, right up
yeah.
in there.
Because
Yeah.
this anything before 9/11,
Right.
you know. So if you really want to be technical, me, I
Yeah.
that the end of the 1990s happened on 9/11
Yeah.
because everything it was like okay we he's in 2000 the year 2000 2001 or the first half of 2001 it was just like the rest of the 90s. It was like, oh, okay. But then after 9/11, then the Iraq War was more like, um, yeah, this is about to get scary and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know what the fuck going on, and we have to watch out who's doing who and shit. And
Yeah.
and then though, you know, and then currently with 2020, I mean, well, goddamn, I mean, shit, the America's about to go to have we have insurrections and
Yeah.
diseases and shit and all that other bullshit was going on. So
Man, you're right. I'm just reminiscing, looking back on the
yeah,
time and the years that how things have changed.
in 2010s that decade, I just
Mm,
I'm tripped out on that decade. That's like okay.
mhm.
At first, it was more like yay Obama, right?
Right.
I never got more energized when Obama um, was running for office, right?
Right.
But
Do you
right,
do, do you think he
right,
should have ran for a second term?
Obama was a disappointment um, during that second go around
Yeah.
because well, the thing with Obama was right.
Right.
It was more like for me talking about myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was gonna do a video on this, though, but I might as well say it here.
Okay.
Obama had all the hopes that I would like to see, right?
Right.
A black man becoming president, um, and he's going to go to Tehran and seal and have peace with the Iranians. He's going to go to
Yeah.
North Korea, make peace with the North Koreans. He's going to go to Venezuela and he's going to go to Libya. He's going to go to this place and make peace with everybody else. Make sure we don't have no enemies. Well, not enemies, but
Yeah.
make sure we don't have wars and shit. Like you know,
Right.
the, the, tapped out on the sable rattling is what I'm saying, right?
Right, right.
But then, I was like, okay, I even joined the Obama campaign in Texas. I was that
Hmm.
fired up, right? But then this was during the primaries. Now, mind you, this during the primaries. Up until August, I shake
Hmm.
my fucking head. When he turned right back around and said, "Oh, I chose Joe Biden,"
Oh yeah.
that's when I said, "Come on, really? You said you for change, and then you got Joe Biden, who's been in office since before
Yep.
I even
Yep.
got on this planet. I wasn't even born when he was senator. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then okay, I said, hold on, let me swallow that because he needs a
Okay.
white male vote. He needs an
Right.
old white man to make sure white people feel safe around him and all that shit.
Yeah.
So I said, you know what? I'm gonna swallow that.
Right.
Swallow that.
Right.
Obama win the election.
Uh
Oh,
huh.
we're all happy. After Thanksgiving, I want my Secretary of State to be Hillary Clinton. I was like,
A lot of us were like, yo.
yeah. He said, "Oh, Hillary Clinton is my Secretary of State."
Yep.
I was like, really? Then on top of that, it was more like, okay, my Secretary of Treasury is going to be
Yeah.
William Geithner, and he ain't paid taxes in years. Well, I'm done. I said, dude, I'm done. I'm done.
Right.
You know, I was like, come on, man.
Right.
Yeah, you're a change agent. You're bringing people who've been around
Right.
alive.
Uh.
I was done. And then the 2 years passed.
Right.
Osama bin Laden got
Right.
he
They got him.
we got him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we got him. Here is me back on the Obama train. Here is me back on the here I go.
Yep.
Then 6 months later, why you went into Libya? Why is Gaddafi? Why y'all got Gaddafi for? You gonna create a problem in North Africa doing that shit?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, I'm done. I'm done. I'm like, man, come on, man. I'm over there cheering for you, and then though you turn right back around and did the.
Hey, let me ask you something, Big J. Even with Obama, do you recall that? Some don't even remember that. I don't know the details. When it was some ransom money, it was in the millions. It was on a plane or a jet. It was on a helicopter, and they discovered it. It hit news coverage. I forgot where I was at, but it was
The plane.
through Obama, and he tried to cover it up. But I think it was ransom money. It was something.
No. It was money. It was money that the Iranians had.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm saying, so what? He was trying to make a peace deal with the Iranians.
Right.
Of course, though, the plan was, okay, we're gonna give back the money that we held
Mm-hmm.
because the Iranian government had money in our banks.
Right.
So back then, Jimmy Carter and Bush, Jimmy Carter and Reagan freezed the Iranian accounts.
Mm-hmm.
So the Iranians can't go to America and get their money. So
Right.
because they have our hostages. Well, that's what. So Obama said, okay, I'm gonna unfreeze it, so they won't produce a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense. The British
Mm-hmm.
are doing it. The French is doing it. Why y'all mad at Obama for doing it? Everybody else who's part of that nuclear deal was doing it because they're buying time, saying, hey, Iran, please don't make the bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Please don't make no nukes. We need a nuclear-free Middle East. Don't do it. That was the whole point. But people on here, and I'm saying that if Obama was white, they wouldn't say shit.
Right.
And it's the same thing. What see in this whole idea with Trump. If Trump would have did that same shit, these same idiots would still said, "Oh well, Trump did the right thing and giving money back to Iranians. No more war.
Right.
What do you think Obama was trying to do? Doesn't make any sense, you know. But yeah.
Let me ask you this: do you recall? And we going into some Obama stuff. Do you recall when he did the whole universal health care? What was your take on that? To where it was like, I don't know. Some people have their ups and downs because they like forced them to have it. You got to have it.
At first, let me say something.
Yeah.
At first, I hated it. Okay. At first, I said we got no business. The government should not do. The government should not force people to buy insurance. Yada yada yada. Right.
And then you walked out your front door and then sprung your ankle and you said, "You know what? Thank you, Obama. I'm so glad you." No, just kidding.
Okay. Well. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna put it like this. I ended up dying in the hospital.
What? And what?
Yeah.
Coming back, kind of thing, or what? What do you mean?
No, I won't tell you the details. I won't tell you the details, but I almost died. Right.
Okay.
So yeah.
Oh, you said almost dying. Okay, almost dying. My bad. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was going to sit there and cancel Obamacare when I went to work. Right.
Wow.
You know, at my job you have the healthcare insurance.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I was going to cancel that motherfucker. Man, before I even got a chance to do it, when I end up in the hospital.
But it's usually like that, Big J, when you least expect it, or when it happens like that, and you got a close call when you like, I almost did it. Thank heavens I didn't do it. It's usually like that. Have you second thinking to be like, I didn't do it. Almost
did it. And I say, well, I'll be damned.
Because you know what? Even if you would have did it, you could have played it and didn't even matter and say, I used to have it. Them women at the front desk, or you know how it goes. They ain't having it. They do them clickety clack, clack, clack on that keyboard and see that it's been, canceled, dismissed, gone. You done. You know what I mean? Not like that, but it's like you ain't getting no help. So yeah, it's good that you kept it. Because what you gonna do? Try to redo all of that all over again, the steps with the paperwork and either online, however it's done. Oh yeah, it's not no, hop, skip, and a jump. That's pulling teeth. And in a situation like you said, you almost, So yeah, good thing you kept it.
Mm-hmm. And I was like, well, okay. And then that's when I said, well, I'm gonna defend the Obamacare. I'm gonna defend Obamacare then, and I was like, okay, yeah, okay, I'll back it down.
Right.
Now, shit. Yeah, I'll back it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of things. Like, even though, let's say, the ones out there like Jason Black, and we go into the whole, and I don't mean just reparations, Big J, it's like the tangibles, like, for example, things like that. What, where it can fit your position. How does it work for you? Even with the votes, that's what I'm getting at, the voting. You know what I mean? What can that do for me? How does that take care of me and my family? Just things you got to look for.
You talking about the issue of voting itself, or
itself?
Well, I mean, okay. Here is one thing.
Okay.
Remember Trayvon and
Mm-hmm.
Michael Brown, all those black people who were shot by police.
Yeah.
Well, how you gonna get on juries? Well, jury pool is selected by voting rolls.
Okay.
Registration. So if black people, y'all going around talking about y'all ain't gonna vote and all that, well, y'all need to understand. Y'all will be on jury, so another Trayvon and Mike Brown won't get their justice. You might as well go there to the voting booth and just turn in a blank slate, a blank piece of paper. That's all you have to do. You don't have to vote. You don't have to scratch nobody's name. All you do, show up.
Yeah.
That they mark your name. You hand them the white sheet. You hand the blank sheet right back to them.
Hey, back to them. Yeah.
And that's all you have to do. Shit, I don't know who to vote for. The problem is, don't vote. Just leave it blank and turn it right back in.
Right. Big J, what's your take on the and thank you for that. What's your take on if women should vote? Has that ever come to you in a question? What's your take on it? Should women vote?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see what, yeah.
And even when that was asked, and that has been brought up, because who spoke on that? Somebody and said, I don't think women should vote. Women shouldn't vote. I don't know what content creator who mentioned that, who said that.
Pearl, that was Pearl.
Oh, it was Pearl. Sure was.
Some shit.
Yep. Yeah. That was her.
I'm like, well, Pearl, if that's the case, then by that logic, you wouldn't have the money, the credit cards to buy your own shit,
Right.
buy your own apartment, your own flat, your own house. You know, you wouldn't be able to do anything outside of giving birth.
Right. Maybe because she was taking it to where it's that whole, men take the lead, men are the leaders, the women stay at home and cook and clean. Who's to say, you know what I mean? And the men, that's their job. They vote, they do this, they chop the wood, chop down the tree,
Right.
fix the cars, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
All of that.
but
Yeah.
here is my problem with that ideology.
Okay.
My problem is ideology.
All right.
My problem with that is that it's simple. After 1945,
Okay.
the world changed.
Hmm.
Now I know why people say, well, gee, why are you saying 1945? Well, two things happened. Two nuclear bombs landed, was exploded, and a big colonialism,
Hmm.
as you know it, ended. That's two things that ended. So therefore, with nuclear energy, it replaced men with shovels shoveling coal.
Yeah.
Somebody splitting the atom in the lab replaced 100 men doing shoveling coal to produce a watt, 1 watt of power, couple thousand watts of power, joules of power.
Hmm.
Okay, take that. Okay, we'll put that to the side. Then colonialism. Well, okay, no need for one country like Britain and France to have Africa and Asia and South America. There's a need in resources. Is you know the resources is the white man did not need the resources of Africa and all. And that's what I'm basically telling you.
Okay.
So the backs of the man, the woman doesn't have to depend on on how strong my back is
Yeah.
or the shovel that's in my hand. She don't have to depend on that anymore because I'm being replaced and she's coming into the workforce. Right? She's slowly coming into the workforce. So therefore, a woman just can't just say, "Well, I'm gonna marry Bob because I'm gonna marry Bob because I'm expected to marry Bob." No, she got the choice now.
Right.
I said, "I don't want Bob. I want Ted over there. Fuck Bob. Bob ain't shit anyway. I'm gonna take Ted, or I'm gonna take Tom, or I'm gonna take John over here." She don't need to fuck with old boy right there because
Right.
because she has choices now. And
Right.
that's why a lot of guys don't like it because women have choices now. Choices of men. They don't have. There are more options for her to take.
And you know what?
And
Speaking of the choices,
yeah.
right? Speaking of the choices, Big J, what's your take on the man being at home taking care of the family while the wife is out bringing in
If
the you know what I mean? Yeah,
if
bringing in the bacon. Yeah.
listen, if he can do it, let her.
Hmm.
If she's
Mm.
comfortable in doing it, let
Hmm.
her. I
Mm.
see nothing wrong with that. Long as those two children are being raised not properly, and raised good and well, and
Yeah.
fed, clothed, and they're healthy, then 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 hey, that's fine.
Right.
I don't care. You know,
Okay. Okay. And Big J, what's your take on the 50-50, 100%? I'm just throwing stuff at you. You know what I mean? It's trivia, not trivia time. You know what I mean? It's you know, um, just fun time. You know what I mean? Cool down time.
uh,
Cool down time. Yeah. What's your take on 50-50, 100% in relationships? And with couples,
oh,
with the two. Yeah.
some of that. I think some of that talking points is kind of outdated
Okay.
because I think
Yeah.
some of it is outdated because that is not that 100% is not for everyone. That
Hmm.
50 is not for everyone. It depends on the economics and where that couple, what position that couple's at. So you can't just have it. It can't be set in stone. Is where I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and okay. Now another one for you. You know, and I'm throwing it out as it comes. What's your take on children being taught at home compared to schools? Homeschool.
Um. Well, it depends on where that child depends on what that child depends on the area and how and what is the capability of that child.
Hmm.
I have no qualms about it. I mean, I do believe in school choice.
Okay, but do you think it'll be they will have a better outcome because you know in schools they have a chance to be around other children,
Right, you talking
learn
about
other kids.
socialization? Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's probably the only downfall of homeschooling.
Mm-hmm.
It's the socialization part,
Mm-hmm.
and that part's understandable. And yeah, that's probably the only con I could think of. And plus though, some of them parents don't know what the fuck they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As soon as that child leave school or leave home, how is they going to cope with the socialization and if they go to college, how they going to the level of their education. I just
Right.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I don't. There's no simple answer
Yeah.
to that part. Full circle. There's no.
Okay. Now, Big J, what's your take on China and Russia having an alliance and putting something, as we mentioned, put
You
together?
know, you know, you know,
Yeah.
I blame
Yeah.
neocons for this.
Okay.
If you look at every military base that America or Britain have,
Mm-hmm.
America and Britain have military bases in in Syria,
Yeah.
Iraq, uh, in the Indian Ocean, that little island out the Indian Ocean that Britain and the U.S. Owns together. Then though the British own something out in the Australian area.
Right.
Americans own have one in Guam. You got Singapore. You got Japan, which have American military bases. You got
Right.
Korea that has a American British military bases. Well, anybody can look at a map. Anybody with common sense will look at it and say, "Oh, wait a minute, we're being surrounded."
Yeah.
And that's why Putin invaded Ukraine. And I don't know why the people say, "Oh, no, Putin invaded Ukraine because
Hmm.
he knows if Ukraine goes towards the west, he's completely surrounded by enemies,
Yes.
and that's what they're scared of. And you try to tell people that, and people just don't. They think, oh, it's a big country invading a small country. Well, yes, Russia shouldn't invade anybody because I think Vladimir Putin is a war criminal. You
Right.
know, but the thing is that um, man, the thing is, man, the sun is already up. What time is it? God damn! Oh man, fuck. Yeah, I gotta go outside and shit. But anyway, um,
Jay, let me throw this at you. No, you keep going. You were saying what you're
yeah,
saying.
I mean, yeah, it was like, yeah, Vladimir Putin is a war criminal. He's a bad guy. He's evil and shit, right? But let's not pretend that we poked the bear. We kept poking at him. We sit there and send telling the Ukrainians to do this. We telling the Finlands and the Swedes to do this and shit. And we should just stay out of it. No, we want to sell weapons. We want to find the excuse to sell weapons, find the excuse to sell uh, military hardware, and now you see the Chinese planning on going into Taiwan. Now I don't see the Chinese going into Taiwan. I don't think that's going to be easy for them. It's not going to be easy as Russia going into the Ukraine because Taiwan is a sea
Yeah.
ocean between Taiwan and mainland China.
Right.
So their navy and air force have to do all the brunt of the work.
Right.
But I think cooler heads need to prevail. And what happened in Africa with all these coups, France might need to rethink how they're going to treat their own former colonies because they treat them like shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, stealing their resources. You know, France needs to concentrate on building industry, building their own energy policy, their own energy sources in France, and
Right.
stop trying to steal resources from West Africa.
Mm-hmm.
You know that's why Mali and Niger, and now that Gambian country named Gambia, they now just had a coup a couple days ago.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. No, it's 9:45. I mean, damn.
Okay, hey, Big J, one last one we gonna go, and then you gonna do your thing. I'm gonna hit the gym. Check
Right.
this out. What's your take on women in the military?
No, if they can fight, let them.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. I know, man. I know if you took a punch from a woman before. Well, I'm just joking, but I'm
No, no,
just
no. I know. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Just a
I
woman.
mean, yeah,
Yeah.
you
To
can,
me, like a love tap, but I get it. I got what you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
I got what you're saying.
If you can throw a punch, if you can whoop a nigga's ass,
Yeah.
God damn it, shit, man. Hey, you might want to know how to shoot too.
Right.
You know,
And Big J, and this one too. And I know I said that was the last one. Equal pay, men and women, equal pay. What's your take on that?
I'm for it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. If you can do
Yeah.
the job,
Yeah.
you then you should get paid for it.
Gotcha. I
Yeah,
like that. That's how we ended it, Big J.
yeah,
Damn.
yeah. No, it's been
You see that?
35
I
minutes.
don't even do that. I don't even be out,
Yeah,
you know what I mean, let alone on panels, but not this long.
man, this is about the longest. No, this is about the second longest
The
panel.
second longest?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is about the second longest or longest panel. Because
Wow.
I remember I did 11-hour one. That was when live streams and shit.
Okay.
Yeah, that
And I
that
was
was
even sitting back, Big J. I was like, I can't believe I'm doing this. Not just
yeah.
with you, but I was like,
I'm
dang,
over
I
here.
don't even do this on
Yeah, I
nobody's
don't even
panel.
do this shit.
I
Like
don't even do this. Yeah.
I know on my day off and shit, but damn, I'm still up and shit. Like
Still, hey, we still up
bed.
holding it down.
I said, man, I should be in bed by now. You know, I saw Taylor Scott. Taylor was in the chat room earlier. So, aren't you
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'm looking at her like, what you talking about? Damn,
Right.
on this conversation shit. The sun is up and shit. Like, damn.
But Big J, and the sun is definitely up, and hitting different talking points, a variety of things. And
Right.
that's just an example of like you can have it fun, you can have it crazy, wild, you name it. But we hitting on all different types of varieties of conversations, you name it, having some laughs, but speaking some truths, and things that's gonna come to fruition, reality. Just give it some time. Hint, hint, like we talked about. So yeah,
Miss Sunkiss said,
Miss Queen Sunkiss.
shit, man, I'm still worried about the nighttime.
I
Where
know. We ain't even get our sleep, Big
yeah,
J.
man,
It's already morning.
shit, man, I've been talking since 2 a.m.
And you notice, hey, the time didn't even rush. It was taking its time. The time went slow for us.
Yeah,
I don't know if you noticed that. It didn't even rush.
damn, I was like, man, damn, shit,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I ain't like, what the fuck?
So if we gonna give them anything, hey, Big J, we gonna give them anything to talk about, they can talk about this. How
Yeah,
about that?
If they want to talk about what we talk about, but like I said about Anger Man,
Yeah.
yeah, well, I want y'all to watch. I know people are kind of skeptical because I use the Godzilla 1985 reference about Anger Man. I use another reference about Anger Man. Anger is about to fall. He's about to get this work though, man. Priscilla's about to hand out some ass beatings. I see it coming. I was just like, okay. And then I see that, you know, she's talking about I need a Cliff Notes version of this stream. Yeah. Well, I'll go live later this evening if I'm up because I might collapse and go to sleep. But I got to do some yard work and shit. I got to cut down these vines and shit. But anyway, thank you for thank you for being here full circle and Pure Butterfly who was here like hour 1, hour 2.
Along with Joe.
Man, she went to sleep. Listen, Pure went to sleep and she just now just got up.
Yeah, I saw
That's
that.
how long his live stream been.
Yeah, yeah. We thank him for the support, and I thank you too, Big J, for having me. Because, like I said, it's rare. It ain't like the first time I ain't been on. I haven't been on for this long. But you
Yeah,
know what? I had a great time.
yeah,
I needed it personally. I needed it, Big J. So I thank you for that.
yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
All
So
right.
yeah, all right, man.
All right. I
So
appreciate.
until we meet again,
Yeah. I hope next time is not this long. Cause damn, this. Yeah, I wasn't expecting all this shit.
nah.
I
But
wasn't
we got a lot out
expecting this
there. We
long.
got a lot out. Just put
Yeah.
it like that.
It was a lot of conversations, a lot of topics covered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well-rounded conversation. But thank you again, Big J. So I'm gonna get me some breakfast and I'm gonna hit the gym, man.
All right. Hold
All
on.
right, brother. Talk to
Uh,
you later.
all right.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
She said, who's that? Priscilla is going to destroy Anger Man. That's all. That's all I'm going to say. The trap been laid out for Anger Man. I see it. I see it coming. That's all. That's all I gotta say on it. If you want to listen about my scenario, go back to the 7 hour of this live stream, 6 hours of the live stream when I explained it. And yeah, what happened? No, it's what I think is going to happen. It's what I think is going to happen. I see a trap laid out because I put it like this: that trans woman was Nina. Yeah. A trap being laid out for Anger Man. That's all I gotta say. Anyway, I'm out. Have a good one. Yeah, yeah. See y'all next time. I'm out. They mad about that. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I'm out. Peace.